Beneath a flawless azure sky, young women exchange bright smiles while traffic weaves endlessly through the city streets. Road rage flares among the drivers, but a blond man in a luxury suit just laughs, barking into his cell phone about shocking arrival. He boasts that he'd crush anyone asking for a raise, his lip curling in a sneer as he glances at the pedestrians below. Speaking into the receiver, he dismisses the entire district as a filthy slum crawling with vagrants. He scoffs at a request for a photo, just as a long-haired figure in ancient robes emerges from the bustling crowd. The stranger stands motionless in the shadows, silently critiquing the noxious fumes and the ceaseless drone of idle chatter. This implies he is far from the central plains he once ruled, and heads turn as people gawk at this eccentric hero. His mind races, confirming that the grit and noise are too visceral to be a mere illusion. He needs to determine his coordinates immediately, even as locals whisper insults and mistake him for a beggar. The protagonist's eyes snap open, his brow furrowing in deep concentration. Standing amidst the urban chaos, he notes the deafening noise level just before a crimson warning light flashes in his mind. In his past life, anyone who dared whisper the name Flame Emperor was instantly marked for the grave. He once stood triumphant atop a throne of corpses, leaving no doubt in his enemies' minds that he earned his terrifying title. The hero ruled from a pool of blood, a demon in human skin who possessed neither pity nor tear ducts. Though he wore the guise of a man, his humanity had been incinerated long ago. Wherever he walked, a wake of slaughter followed, and no sane soul dared to tread in his footsteps. He was the living embodiment of the Reaper, and with a casual wave of his blood-soaked hand, civilizations fell. He decimated the supreme master of the dark path, Miram, standing with his blade drawn before the fallen legend. He forced the leader of the heavenly demon cult to his knees, and for these impossible feats, he became known as the apex predator of the martial world, the absolute pinnacle of light and dark arts. They worshipped him as the god of martial arts, yet now the long-haired warrior sits alone before a sprawling city. Clutching a drink, the swordsman reflects on his legacy. He realizes his violent past feels like a fading dream, convinced his existence holds nothing but bloodshed. Suddenly, a voice calls him Mister, and a little girl cheerfully presents a handful of flower petals. She begs him to admire their beauty, but the hero just glares at her, his face twisted in confusion. He questions how anything here could be beautiful, to which she simply asks if he understands the concept of joy. The child gazes at the flower, explaining that true joy is the urge to dance and laugh from pure happiness. For no reason at all, she offers him a chrysanthemum, insisting that one day he will understand this feeling. She promises to share her happiness with him for now, placing the delicate flower into his rough, calloused palm. As the girl beams, the hero realizes that this small encounter taught him the true weight of laughter and tears. Listening to her giggle, the protagonist admits he never expected such warmth to penetrate his chaotic life. He internally questions his purpose, now that she has already found her peace. He wonders if he too should set out on a pilgrimage to find joy, sitting in his robes before a lush, green landscape. Perhaps he shouldn't let himself be seduced by human emotions like sorrow and mirth. Eyes closed, he tilts his head back to contemplate happiness, as a storm of rose petals engulfs him. He questions if true immortality is even possible, as he begins to dissolve into a swirl of cherry blossoms. The pink petals scatter in the wind, leaving the man floating in a void of absolute darkness. His eyelids flutter open to reveal damp stalactites. The hero is sitting on the cold floor of a cave, disoriented. He scans the cavern, bewildered, knowing that just moments ago he was ascending to a higher plane. He wonders if a rival trapped him in a mental prison and peers deeper into the gloom. Resolving to escape, he decides to secure the perimeter before analyzing his strange predicament. Suddenly, the glowing eye of a massive beast ignites behind him, and as he turns, cherry blossoms drift across the modern sky outside. In the center of a ruined city, a crimson rift pulses, and a commander orders Alpha Team to breach the portal. They are instructed to report any anomalies, unaware of the eerie emerald light shining within the cave below. The mission is strictly reconnaissance with orders to return alive, and the commander wishes them Godspeed. The team creeps down a pitch-black corridor, the woman in front cutting through the gloom with her flashlight. The guy bringing up the rear mutters that it is suspiciously quiet for an A-class portal, but the woman instantly snaps back, calling him a fool. She frowns, reminding him that the smartest monsters dwell in rifts like this, and brings up the tragedy from 5 years ago. Against a grim backdrop of blood and beasts, the short-haired woman notes that the elite guards of Group Zero met their end in this exact way. They died in a similar situation simply because they pushed too deep into the portal. An abyss of enemies lay in wait for them in the dark. Not a single soul survived. We see a flashback of a man's blood-soaked hand beside a crackling walkie-talkie, the voice on the other end desperate for Group Zero to respond. Back in the present, the guy scratches his head awkwardly and asks for forgiveness, but the girl immediately silences him. A young man freezes beside the woman in front of a massive green husk. She orders him not to move, looking up with pure dread. Her mind races, she didn't even sense the monster's presence, as if it were masking its aura and playing dead. Suddenly, the guy stares straight ahead, eyes wide with shock, urging his commander to look at something else. He reaches out, shouting to the woman as she turns to flee, but she screams out an order to retreat immediately. She shouts that she will hold the beast off, but then the flashlight beam lands on the massive monster's corpse. There is a gaping hole blown clean through its stomach, leaving the commander and the young man standing there in total shock. The scene shifts to jagged rocks where a voice crackles over the radio, reporting that Alpha Group has made contact. They report finding a cavern littered with the corpses of A-class Cyclops, and the team inspects the carnage against the cave wall. The report confirms that every single high-ranking monster has been slaughtered, and they are proceeding with the investigation. The subordinate steps up to the commander, confirming that he has already relayed the situation to headquarters. She gives a nod of approval as they both look down at the bodies. The young man suggests the monsters might have turned on each other. The woman shakes her head, insisting that even if they fought, a high Cyclops could not have sustained this kind of damage from its own kind. She taps her lip thoughtfully, as the subordinate speculates that perhaps another guild raided the spot before them. He notes that unknown groups have been targeting high-level portals recently, and the commander narrows her eyes. This is getting interesting. The scene cuts to shifting sands. A bare foot steps onto the ground as the naked hero stands tall beside the portal. Back in the cave, the commander questions if a guild powerful enough to hunt wherever they please actually exists. A guild that operates in total secrecy. Meanwhile, the protagonist looks around, wondering where the hell he is. He raises a fist, still glowing with power, in front of a Cyclops. Recalling the moment he woke up, he realized he was trapped in a monster-infested cave, and with a single blow, the massive beast collapsed. The protagonist looks at his hand, puzzled as to why these creatures attacked him when he can obliterate them with one hit. Whatever the reason, he mentally notes that he managed to carve a path to the exit. He stands now in a desolate landscape of sand and shattered buildings, staring at the ruins and questioning what this place is. Is there any life left here? He spots a skeleton on the ground and strips the tattered clothes from the bones. As he dresses, he realizes he is in completely unknown territory again, with nothing but dirt and desolation as far as the eye can see. He scans the horizon, noting with a sinking feeling that he cannot sense a single heartbeat. A dark, ominous haze drifts toward the man, and he scowls, mentally cursing the sorcerers. He recalls a mysterious figure in a cloak wielding pitch-black energy. It reminds him of the time he faced the remote puppetry of the celestial demon. The magicians back then used forbidden arts, and he feels that exact same vile energy resonating here. The long-haired warrior creates a blue sphere of light in his palm, revealing that he has the power to purify such magic. But he pauses. He needs to assess his surroundings before unleashing his power, and shakes the dark haze from his clothes. First things first. Escape. Squinting into the distance, he spots the silhouette of skyscrapers rising from the desert. He decides to head in that direction, where the concentration of black energy seems thinnest. The protagonist sprints away from the portal, leaving behind the ruins where purple tongues of energy flicker in the background. While black magic seeps from the rift behind him, the scene shifts to a modern city where cars bustle past a building with red signage. On a large screen, an elderly man announces that the Korean Association of the Awakened has yet to make an official statement. He adds that urgent discussions regarding the incident are already underway in America and China. Inside the bustling diner, a young couple sits at a corner table, glancing at the empty counter and wondering when their order will arrive. Lim balances a heavy tray with a practiced smile, calling out that the steaming bowls of jjajangmyeon are on their way. She sets the food down with a cheerful wish for a good meal, just as the doorbell chimes and a man in glasses steps in from the street. The manager offers a tired wave to the newcomer, Beck, who greets him back with a weary sigh before ordering his usual noodles. Beck collapses into a chair, and Lim immediately notices his exhaustion, asking if he's feeling under the weather. He shakes his head and delivers the grim news. Another unstable portal has ripped open in the Deadlands, showing a red danger zone swarming with unknown figures. Adjusting his glasses, he explains that the major guilds are already at each other's throats, fighting for control of the rift instead of cooperating. Beck rubs his temples, admitting the pressure is crushing them because everyone is desperate to claim the dungeon's resources first. Lim grips her serving tray tighter, noting that these dimensional rifts seem to be multiplying at an alarming rate lately. The hunter agrees, pointing out that while the danger kills them, the city runs on it. Even the restaurant's stove is powered by the purple batteries harvested from those very monsters. The restaurant director chimes in from the counter, trying to find a silver lining in the chaos. He suggests that a surplus of magic stones might at least drive energy prices down, but the muscular protagonist in the corner exhales sharply, countering that logic. He mutters that cheap energy doesn't matter when monsters are terrorizing the populace. Their customer base is shrinking out of pure fear. Beck lets out a nervous, dry chuckle, asking who in their right mind would leave the safety of their home at a time like this. Suddenly, a crash echoes through the room as a delivery container hits the floor. The blonde delivery boy stands by the entrance, trembling. He screams that he can't do this anymore, furiously shoving his phone screen forward to display a terrifying photo of the new portal. He declares he has finished working in these conditions, causing Lim to look at him with palpable anxiety. She pleads with him not to make a scene in front of the customers, reminding him that she has already doubled his wages to keep him, but the boy snaps back that his life is worth more than pennies, demanding a massive raise or else he walks out the door immediately. He turns his back on Lim, who asks how he can be so heartless when everyone is struggling to survive right now. The delivery boy shouts over his shoulder, throwing down an ultimatum. Either the director pays him for risking his life every time he steps outside, or they can find some other fool to die for a paycheck. The muscular man places a calming hand on Lim's shoulder, reminding her it is time to pick up Ha, but she hesitates, saying it is too early. He insists she might be late if she waits, and the manager excitedly waves her off, agreeing that family comes first. Left alone, the manager strokes his chin, lost in thought about how fragile their society has become. The constant threat of portals has paralyzed the city, making it nearly impossible to find staff willing to work. He realizes the blonde boy's impudence is born of terror, but it doesn't make running a business any easier. The director resolves to hold the fort, refusing to give up on the life he has just managed to build. Meanwhile, the protagonist, the muscular man, walks through the city streets, observing the world with a critical eye. He wonders internally if a decent life is even possible here, noting that while this place is different from his homeland, the struggle is the same. The architecture and technology are alien to him, yet the scent of fear and survival remains a universal constant. Surrounded by the glowing neon of the city, he senses the spiritual pressure of the crowd, realizing many here possess latent inner energy. His gaze locks onto Lim and a little girl walking against a vibrant pink backdrop. He notes immediately that her energy signature is far purer than the rest. He watches from a distance, intrigued by her aura, wondering if she is aware of the power she holds, or if she knows something about this world's secrets. Suddenly, the wind picks up, swirling violently against the blue sky, sending leaves dancing around Lim and her child. The little girl looks around with a bright smile, while her mother fights to hold onto her hand, complaining about the sudden gale. The gust snatches the rabbit ear headband right off the girl's head, and she reaches out, crying out for her precious accessory. Lim yells for her not to run, warning of the danger, but Ha's eyes are fixed on the rabbit ears tumbling away. Thinking only that it was a gift from her father, the child breaks free and chases the headband as it lands on the asphalt. A blue sedan speeds down the street, heading straight for the girl who has just turned back to look at her mother. Lim's face twists in horror as she screams her daughter's name, helpless as the child stands frozen in the middle of the road. A hand reaches out from the blur. The hero moves faster than humanly possible, the crowd gasping in collective shock. The protagonist scoops up the terrified Ha, leaping clear of the vehicle and landing safely on the sidewalk with the girl in his arms. They lock eyes for a moment, the warrior checking the child for injuries, asking softly if she is unharmed. Lim rushes forward, breathless, bowing deeply to the stranger and pouring out her thanks, to which he simply replies that no gratitude is needed. Relieved that the child is safe, he shifts his focus, watching the girl glow with a faint, yellow energy. The hero mentally confirms that he infused energy into her nervous system to ensure a full recovery, raising a hand to stop the mother's questions. She asks if he needs assistance walking to the hospital, but he waves it off. He is perfectly fine. Suddenly, the protagonist's stomach lets out a massive roar, causing both mother and daughter to gasp in surprise. Lim and Zal stare at the man in amusement, while he mutters to himself that a certain detail just slipped his mind. The kimono-clad hero thinks of dumplings, realizing that's the only thing he has eaten since arriving in this strange world. The protagonist strokes his chin in deep thought, then lowers his gaze as a small voice pipes up below him. The little girl tugs at his robes, insisting they eat together, because her dad is a professional cook. Lim places a hand on her chest, smiling warmly as she begs him not to leave on an empty stomach. After all, he saved her daughter's life. Providing a meal is the absolute least she can do. The child reaches her hands out to the hero, but he humbles himself, replying that he only did what was necessary. He insists he didn't act for a reward, but his stomach betrays him with another thunderous growl, making him wince awkwardly. The scene shifts to a cozy family restaurant where, defeated by hunger, the protagonist accepts their offer. Inside the dining room, Yu shouts in disbelief, his jaw dropping in pure shock. He frantically asks if his daughter was really almost hit by a car, leaning over to check on the girl's condition. He panics, asking if she needs a hospital, but Lim assures him that their baby is completely unharmed. The woman gestures to the hero, explaining that he is their daughter's savior, and she intends to feed him a feast. The husband's shock turns to gratitude. The cook grips the protagonist's hands, shaking them vigorously to thank him for saving her. He tells the hero to order whatever his heart desires, and the man nods his thanks. Suddenly, the girl raises her hand and declares that he absolutely cannot sit at the table, he is too dirty. Her mother shoots her a scolding look, but the hero glances down, realizing his clothes are indeed covered in grime. As the evening lights flicker on, Yu suggests the guest take a shower while the food is being prepared. The protagonist agrees, and the cook hands him a bundle of clean clothes, which the hero accepts with a nod. The restaurant owner makes a self-deprecating face, admitting those clothes are a bit too snug for him nowadays, but they should fit the leaner protagonist perfectly. The long-haired warrior glances back over his shoulder. Yu mentions he will need socks as well, leaving the hero to inspect the strange, tiled room called a bathroom. He is silently amazed by how shiny the walls are, but he frowns. Where exactly is the well? He turns toward the toilet bowl. The cook is about to leave when the protagonist calls him back for a second. The long-haired man peeks out from the door, concerned that the tiny well won't have enough water for a bath. Yu stares at him in total confusion, asking what he means as their reflections ripple in the toilet water. The hero insists that such a small quantity isn't enough. The cook loudly exclaims that it is not a well, it's a toilet bowl. The protagonist stares at him in sheer amazement, asking if this is some sort of indoor latrine. The owner confirms it, his eyebrows climbing high in disbelief at the man's ignorance. He points to the showerhead, explaining that you have to turn the lever to release the water. The hero clarifies if he is doing it right, and water blasts out, causing him to instinctively shield himself from the spray. Yu tells him to grab the handle, but the long-haired one eyes the hose suspiciously, asking what kind of snake it is. Eventually, the hero manages to clean up. The exhausted restaurant owner sighs, realizing that was harder than cooking dinner. The protagonist offers his thanks, while the cook studies him closely, finally asking where he actually comes from. The long-haired man frowns, struggling to explain, leaving the husband and wife exchanging shocked glances at the table. They repeat his words aloud, lost his memory, as the scene settles, with the protagonist joining the family for dinner. He reveals that he has only scattered fragments of his past and absolutely no recollection of how he ended up here. He notes that he understands why the man dresses so strangely now. The long-haired man raises an eyebrow. A visual of a dimensional rift appears in the background as the restaurant owner mentions the cave. He explains that the cave the hero emerged from is a portal. The hero questions this as a vision of dark haze manifests. The cook reveals the grim truth. These passages lead to other dimensions, and they have begun tearing open all across their world. The narrator drops the heavy lore. No one knows why the dimensional rifts tear open, or why they slam shut, but when a person gets swallowed by that chaotic energy, they're trapped, forced to survive in a living hell alone until the gate unseals. The cost of survival is steep memories fracture, and in severe cases, humanity itself is erased. Social skills atrophy, leaving only instinct. The hero stares dead-eyed at the restaurant owner. They call them isolationists, the owner explains, raising a hand near his wife. I'll fill you in on the details later. For now, the man needs to eat. The protagonist stares awkwardly at the bowl. He clutches the noodles with his bare hands, bewildered. What is this? The dark sauce triggers a dormant fear. He looks at his palms and sees not food, but stagnant black water. A flashback hits him like a physical blow. The memory of his brutal initiation, corpses rotting in a pitch-black lake, bodies bobbing in the murky depths. The young hero stares at his own reflection, bathed in the light of a blood-red moon. His inner voice screams the truth. To survive, he had to drink. He had to swallow that foul corpse-tainted water. Han's voice snaps him back. Hey, why aren't you eating? Not a fan of black noodles? The hero blinks, confusion written on his face. How does one consume this? The little girl sighs, stabbing chopsticks into the bowl. You gotta mix it. Like this. She stirs the noodles with expert speed and hands them back. Lim gently scolds her daughter for the rudeness. The protagonist takes a tentative bite. The child watches, eyes wide with anticipation. The long-haired warrior chews. To his starving eyes, the black sauce shines like gold. The taste is incredible. I have never tasted such glory. The cook scratches his head, flustered by the intensity. It's just instant noodles, pal. I wanted to give you something better, the wife adds with a smile. We'll treat you to a real feast next time. The hero thrusts the empty bowl forward, mouth messy with sauce. More, the woman laughs warmly. Eat to your heart's content. Moments later, the protagonist stands solemnly before the family. My gratitude for the meal. Han grins. You're welcome here anytime, friend. The long-haired man spots a flyer taped to the wall. What does this script signify? It's a simple paper sign. Urgent, delivery rider needed. We're looking for a delivery guy, Han sighs. The last one asked for way too much money. The hero points a calloused finger at the text. It speaks. Of shelter? Does the courier receive a sleeping chamber? Han nods. Yeah, accommodation is included. Hard to find workers these days. The protagonist stares into the distance. He needs a base of operations. A sanctuary, until he can find a way back to his world. In the meantime, he will serve. Han raises an eyebrow in disbelief. Wait, you're serious? You want the job? You want to be a courier? The cook scratches his head, looking uneasy. Look, we'd appreciate it, but hiring an isolationist? That's a legal minefield. Lim grabs her husband's arm. Honey, please, he saved our daughter. The owner looks pained, caught between the law and his debt. His wife presses the attack. I heard a citizen can act as a guarantor for an isolationist. She smiles at her daughter, then at the hero. This meeting is fate. We'll vouch for him. Han rubs his chin, considering. That rule actually exists. He looks the warrior in the eye. All right, I'll be your sponsor. The long-haired man slams a fist into his palm. My thanks. I will not fail you. The cook laughs, relieved. Han places a hand on his chest. Name's Han, 35 years old. The warrior's eyes widen slightly at the number. The men shake hands. Surprised? We're the same age, even if you look way younger. Han chuckles. Let's keep it informal. The protagonist nods. Agreed. From now on, I work for you. They shake on it. The stranger finally gives his name. I am Kang Si-oh. The girl beams, cradling the protagonist's palm, and whispers that this new name is a gift, a reminder to smile. He squeezes her hand in return, teasing her that her naming sense is mediocre at best. She insists it is beautiful, signifying a wide smile. Defeated by her warmth, the man grins and agrees to bear the title. High above, crows perch on the power lines, silhouetted against a full moon, spreading their wings and cawing into the night. One bird tilts its head, peering down at the cityscape until its gaze lands on a lit restaurant window. Inside, Kong meditates, blue energy swirling around his chest. His eyes snap open as he sits on the floor. He senses the atmosphere, realizing this world is overflowing with pure, unrefined energy. The room comes into focus, a TV, a sofa. The protagonist muses to himself that the locals possess an abundance of strange artifacts. These household items are baffling to him. The scene shifts to the kitchen. Kong marvels internally, deciding that this is truly a realm of wonders. He glances back at a beam of light. The stout owner walks in, his face twisting in surprise. He turns to Kong. Good morning? He asks why the protagonist is sitting in pitch darkness. Kong crosses his arms, offering a relaxed smile. I could not locate the lamps, he admits, so I simply sat. The cook sighs, realizing the task ahead. He needs to teach this guy the basics. The restaurant owner reaches out and flips the switch, flooding the room with light. Interesting, Kong murmurs, staring at the device. The older man just laughs at his fascination. Lim enters, tying her apron. Up early, I see, she says, wishing the protagonist a warm good morning. Heading to the kitchen already? He asks. She grabs a ladle, nodding. She tells Kong they are opening soon, and there is a mountain of prep work to be done. The hero watches the husband and wife interact, then steps forward. Is there any way I can assist? The cook pauses, holding his chopsticks over a bowl of noodles, looking conflicted. He admits he feels embarrassed asking a guest to do manual labor. Kong raises a hand. I only wish to repay your kindness. Fair enough, the cook relents. He points to the cleaning gear. Kong finds himself holding a vacuum cleaner. Lim explains the device. It makes cleaning a breeze, she assures him. The owner instructs him to press the button to suck up the dust and litter. Suddenly, the machine roars to life and tries to devour the man's long hair. Use it like a mop, the owner shouts. The stout man glances around, noting that having an extra pair of hands is actually quite helpful. Kong grimaces, pulling his disheveled hair from the nozzle. You okay there? The cook asks. I am fine, he lies, composing himself. The owner warns him about the machine. It is an old model, but the suction is intense. Be careful with it. He shoots the protagonist a nervous look, wondering if the guy can actually handle a simple chore. I have to hit the stove, the cook says, leaving the cleaning duties to Kong. Kong agrees, but as he examines the vacuum cleaner, his expression darkens. This artifact is dangerous, he concludes. His eyes suddenly flare with an azure light. Why use a machine? He channels mana into his hand, blue energy coating his skin. He clenches his fist. He opens his palm, and his entire body glows with a mystical aura. Dust motes rise from the floor, swirling into a controlled vortex in front of him, forming a tight sphere of garbage. With a casual flick, the protagonist deposits the condensed filth into the trash can. Water ripples in the bucket nearby. Dust and litter. Handled, he says to himself. Now for the wash. He levitates the fluid from the bucket, sending moisture flying around the room in controlled streams. He observes the water hovering above him, droplets suspended like diamonds before his face. He surveys the sparkling clean room. That turned out well, the protagonist decides. The cook walks back in, stretching his arms, and freezes. He stares at Kang. Kang raises a palm, explaining he used his own method. How is it? The man's jaw drops. Is that an ability? You mean the hydrokinesis? The hero clarifies. The restaurant owner shakes his head in disbelief. That cannot be. The stout man points a trembling finger at the protagonist, demanding to know what is going on. The cook leans in, eyeing him suspiciously, and asks if he's a high-level awakened. The long-haired man just stares back, confused by the term. A jagged purple rift tears open the sky in a flashback. The cook explains that these are the source of people awakening superpowers. He adds that this chaos began 25 years ago, the day the first gate descended upon the world. Nearby, a telekinetic effortlessly levitates a chair and a massive refrigerator, floating them past the struggling manual laborers. The cook explains that this power is called aura. Behind them, a girl conjures razor-sharp shards of ice from thin air. He describes the varieties of magic as a young man grips a staff, his body wreathed in roaring flames. The restaurant owner continues, emphasizing that everything depends on how well a person can control their aura. That control determines their class. We see a white-haired man and a dark-haired girl standing confidently next to a guy in a cap. Looking dead ahead, he explains the harsh reality. The higher your class, the more power and influence you wield in society. The cook sighs, admitting he used to work as a porter alongside these awakened, and none of them possessed an aura as potent as the hero's. He urges him to join a guild and become a hunter. With talent like that, he could live with dignity. But the protagonist flatly refuses to entertain the idea. He isn't going to become any kind of hunter. He lowers his gaze, lost in dark thoughts. The restaurant owner's jaw drops in shock. He insists that high-ranking awakened live like nobility. Kang counters immediately, stating that is exactly why he has zero interest in becoming a hunter. The hero clenches his fist, revealing that in his past life, he tasted ultimate wealth and honor. But he realized too late that it all fades. It is perishable. He raises his empty hands. The cook asks gently if the protagonist's memories are finally returning as he looks out at the city. The protagonist shakes his head. It's not amnesia. The truth is, he used to live in a completely different world. He recalls the moment he fell into the void, waking up stark naked inside one of the portals. We see a long-haired man standing near a rift, alone and confused in the middle of the street. He explains that he escaped the rift and wandered to this city, solely searching for a source of pure energy. He reached out instinctively. Kang reveals he saved the girl, from a speeding truck, just by reacting. The cook furrows his brow, finally piecing it together. The long-haired man looks away in shame. He admits he didn't mean to deceive anyone. He realizes he should have just told the truth from the start. The cook places a heavy hand on Kang's shoulder. The hero looks up, seeing the man's eyes welling with tears. The cook chokes out the words. He understands how terrifying it must have been to end up in a strange new world, all alone. The restaurant owner grips him tight by the shoulders. Kang asks quietly, "You believe me?" The cook nods. If he were in Kang's shoes, he wouldn't have been able to tell anyone the truth either. The hero stares ahead. The cook suggests a cover story. They will tell everyone he has been living off the grid as a hermit, but he insists Kang needs to take the superpower test. It is the only way his life can turn for the better. Cut to a towering skyscraper piercing the sky. A massive sign displays the logo of the Awakened Support Department. Inside, a man is slumped over his desk, face planted in front of a monitor. A woman enters the office, spots Song passed out, and calls out to him loudly. The man jerks awake, adjusting his glasses. What happened? The girl marches up to his desk. Since he pulled an all-nighter, she is taking the lead. Kim holds up a tablet with a serious expression. Song asks if she saw the report. She asks why he is so exhausted he passed out at his desk. The employee stretches in his chair, groaning. It is because of that recent cold case. He admits he has no idea where to even start with it. The woman shoves the tablet toward him. Read this. As he reads, Kim sighs. Song, are you still hunting for that zero-class awakened? Song adjusts his glasses again, staring intensely at the case number on the screen. He mutters that the chairman ordered the investigation closed. The brunette confirms it. She says the chairman signed the order himself. The man freezes, his jaw hanging open. Song wonders aloud, maybe the chairman doesn't, times them to find this? Awakened, the papers slam onto the desk. The bespectacled man clutches his head in frustration. How is this possible? The girl replies coldly, orders are orders. The brunette laid it out clearly. For the first time in history, their nation stood on the brink of securing a zero-class awakened. Kim frowned at her colleague, her voice heavy with skepticism. We've never actually found one. Everyone knows they're just a myth. Besides, she added, we can't even confirm if those monsters were really slaughtered with bare hands. An entire dungeon cleared by a single entity? She paused. Are we sure it was even human? The long-haired man, who had been facing the window, finally turned around to address the doubt. Gritting his teeth, Song fired back. Of course it was human. The brunette stared ahead as he continued his explanation. I analyzed every corpse inside that gate. The impact wounds were identical traces of a single person's fist, over and over again. I triple-checked the data, he insisted. All the files on the closed case are right there on the table. The analyst spoke up. If Korea secures this awakened, we finally take our rightful seat within the alliance. A gray-haired figure loomed in the empty hall background as Kim voiced the lingering fear. And if we never catch him? The brown-eyed man raised his head, eyes burning with conviction. Don't be afraid. We will find him. Kim waved her hand dismissively. Easier said than done. A man like that won't be pinned down so simply. I'll handle the chairman, she decided. You focus on leading the investigation. Get it done, as fast as possible. Song paused, realizing she was packing up. You're heading out? What about lunch? Kim shook her head. I've got a prior engagement. She slid into her coat. I'm grabbing food with my little brother. You remember Jean, right? She glanced back at him. You can tag along if you want. Pass. I'll just grab something from the convenience store, he replied, asking, where are you two eating? The brunette touched her cheek thoughtfully. Actually, I'm not sure yet. Jean mentioned some famous spot nearby, she recalled. I didn't ask what kind of food they serve. Song's eyes lit up with recognition. Famous spot nearby? I know the one. That has to be the place the department head always raves about. An image of a man with glasses holding a beer flashed through his mind. Didn't you know? The chief is a serious gourmet, the employee noted. Ah, Kim nodded. He must be the one who recommended it to Jean. Song looked into the distance. If it's that place, it's definitely the master's old favorite. What was it called again? The scene shifts, sunlight gleaming off a restaurant facade. A weathered sign hung on the wall. Kim tilted her head back, reading the name aloud. As she approached, Jean smiled warmly. I've been wanting to bring you here for ages, sis. They say the jjajangmyeon here is legendary. Kim raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Jean looked at her anxiously. Unless you don't like this kind of food? Kim rested a hand on his shoulder, smiling softly. How could I not like it? I'm having lunch with you, aren't I? Besides, she closed her eyes. Jjajangmyeon sounds perfect. In her heart, however, she wished she could treat Jean to a high-end restaurant for once, not just a cheap noodle joint. She shook off the thought and stepped toward the entrance. Come on, let's head in. Opening the door, Kim murmured, so this is the place the department head couldn't stop bragging about. If he praised it that much, the chef must be a genius. A voice greeted them as she scanned the interior. The hall was deserted. An older woman gestured for them to sit, explaining, It's self-service here, dears. As the owner led them in, the brunette nodded politely. Understood. The hostess dropped off a menu. Just give a holler when you've decided what you want. Kim lowered her voice, whispering, Are you sure this place is good? It's completely dead in here. Jean didn't look up from the menu. Trust me, sis. The food is incredible. He passed her the laminated sheet. I'm positive you're going to love it. Have you picked something out? She asked. Jean looked up at his sister with a grin. Jjajangmyeon for me, obviously. The brunette smiled. Make that too. I'll have the same. Jean raised his hand to signal the hostess. We're ready. She hurried over, pen and notepad in hand. Coming. The woman asked for their order, and the guy didn't hesitate. 1 serving of sweet and sour pork, please. And 2 bowls of jjajangmyeon, he added. The brunette waitress smiled charmingly at the request. Kim nearly choked on her water in surprise while Lim smiled, replying what a gallant young man he was. She winked, adding that she'd throw in a side of dumplings on the house for such a polite customer. The guy thanked the woman warmly before turning his attention back to his brother-in-arms, his sister. The girl teased him, saying it turned out he had actually become sociable. The brown-eyed man replied that it was just elementary politeness. Looking ahead, Jean asked his sister how she was holding up, noting that they seemed to be in quite a hurry. especially with the chaotic situation involving the water portal incident. The lady replied that a headache was the least of her worries right now. Her brother pressed her for details. Hiding her face behind her cup, Kim revealed that there had been way too much interest in the incident. She added that if the teams didn't find the unauthorized awakened, the department would never recover from such a blow. The chairman has ordered the case closed, she muttered. The girl asked if her brother remembered her colleague's son. He swore he would find the awakened one. The man gestured as if tearing up a document in frustration. The guy suggested that it probably wasn't easy for his sister right now, but looking ahead, the brunette explained that, of course, closing the case was safer, but she asked how she could possibly miss such a massive opportunity. Suddenly, the lady was covered with goosebumps. Kim froze, and Jean turned to look. Seeing her reaction, he asked what had happened. The brown-eyed woman turned slowly in the direction of a stranger. Cold sweat was running down the girl's face. She thought she had just felt an incredible, terrified power radiating from the man. The brunette stranger was simply playing with a child, looking completely innocent. She wondered why she hadn't felt anything until that moment, but there was no mistake. There had just been a massive surge of aura. The lady sat paralyzed, whispering to herself that her ability was aura detection. She didn't make mistakes. In an instant, a great power had emanated from that stranger. She wondered if a person could really hide his aura so quickly. Her brown eyes narrowed as she thought that the brunette was most likely at least Class A. Asterisk. Or even comparable to the number 0 we've been hunting. Asterisk. Just then, the hostess approached the couple. "Here is your order," she announced, listing the dishes. Lin wished a cheerful bon appetit to the couple. The two thanked the woman for the food, but the girl kept her gaze lowered, distracted. The brother told his sister to look at the beauty they had brought. Kim looked up. The brunette replied that it really was very appetizing. The steaming dishes were on the table, and Jean declared that it was time to start eating. The lady raised the noodles to her mouth, thinking that perhaps she could provoke him to show that the awakened one couldn't be here. Her brown eyes watched as she swallowed the food. Kim's eyes went wide. "How could my brother do this to me?" she gasped. Looking ahead, the guy asked what happened. Maybe she didn't like it? He worried. The employee raised the plate above her head. "How could you not bring me here sooner?" She added that this food was excellent. The guy sighed in relief, replying that she had actually scared him. Raising his chopsticks, the brown-eyed man laughed, saying he knew his sister would like it here. As the girl devoured her portion, praising the taste, the man nearby exhaled, thinking, asterisk, one of the guests has a sense of aura, asterisk. The pair sat opposite each other, and Khan noticed that the girl and the guy had distinctly different auras, asterisk, but both could be called masters, asterisk. The protagonist squeezed the toy in his hand. He wondered if such people were what they called awakened, adding a mental note that he had to be careful not to give away the level of his aura. He needed to learn more about the awakened. Later, streams of water energy spread throughout the room, reaching out for the bucket. Looking around the room, Khan thought that everything was still not as clean as he would like. Asterisk. But it will do. Asterisk. He put his hand on his thigh, remembering how confused he was when he first looked down a modern toilet. He noted that he was still getting used to life in this world, but the couple of kind owners of the institution had already taught him a lot. Water sprayed from the shower as he cleaned. Closing his eyes, the guy added that over time, he would learn everything. With no reason to rush, he strokes his chin, realizing he needs to uncover the truth about these so-called awakened ones. His attention shifts instantly as a deafening roar tears through the air. He rushes to the window, eyes wide. What kind of beast makes a growl like that? His friend greets him with a grin, noting that Kong is right on time. But Kong just meets him with a deep, confused frown. Kong points at the machine. "What is that noise? Is it coming from that?" His friend pats the metal beast and confirms it. With a satisfied smirk, he explains, "This is a riding device called a motorcycle. In our line of work, you're going to need it." The protagonist listens, puzzled. Apparently, he still has a lot to learn before he can master this iron horse. "It takes time," his friend says, tossing an object through the air. "But you'll get used to it." Kong catches it reflexively. Inspecting the strange object, Kong asks what it is. "It's a helmet," comes the simple reply. His friend gestures for him to put it on. "This bike is fast," he warns, "which means it's incredibly dangerous." He sighs, emphasizing that a rider without protective gear is as good as dead. Asterisk. It reminds me of the helms worn by ancient warriors. Asterisk, Kong thinks. He slides the helmet on and waits for the next instruction. Told to sit on the back, Kong mounts the motorcycle, awkwardly declaring that it feels like mounting a horse. The driver grips the handlebars and glances back. "That's where the resemblance ends," he says ominously. "This thing is 100 times faster than any horse. Just try not to be scared." The engine roars to life, and they blast off. The protagonist sits silently in the back, gripping his friend tightly. As they weave through traffic, he shouts over the wind, asking if couriers really have to travel like this. His friend laughs. If you're afraid of a little speed, you'll never make it in the delivery business. He explains calmly that there is simply no other way to navigate these narrow, twisting alleys quickly enough. Kang asks if the ultimate goal is just fast delivery. Sitting there, he can't help but wonder. Asterisk. Is this it? It feels too slow. Asterisk. It's too noisy, he notes. I could move much faster using the body lightning technique. They come to a stop. Standing before the protagonist, his friend suggests they walk the rest of the way for now. Most of our customers live in this complex, he explains as Kang inspects the towering buildings. This place is called Azure. He points to a large figure on the wall. See that number? That's the sector. And remember, the first digit of the apartment number tells you the floor. Kang turns to his comrade, his mind shifting to a darker topic. He brings up the monsters. You told me it was dangerous to live in this city, he states seriously. You said it was infested with beasts. So why do people stay? Why don't they flee? His friend replies that while the danger is real, it's not quite that simple. It's not bad enough to force people out of their homes yet. He recounts how the monsters first attacked the city. It started 25 years ago. That was when the first of them appeared. Back then, survival was impossible, until the dome was erected around the city. He explains that humanity soon discovered a way to use magic stones to encircle their settlements. They created protective barriers. Thanks to that, life inside the city is relatively safe. Kang asks what these magic stones actually are. Smiling, his friend explains they are essentially raw power nuggets. We find them inside the carcasses of slain monsters. The guy holds up a glowing crystal to demonstrate. These things hold so much energy that they've completely replaced the fossil fuels of the past. They triggered a massive leap in scientific development. He pauses, shoving his hands into his pockets. But don't get comfortable. That doesn't mean the streets are completely safe. You still need to watch your back. He cracks open a can of soda, the sound interrupting the heavy conversation. You thirsty, Kang? Kang stares, dumbfounded. That object. It made a strange sound. His friend hands him the can. Just drink it. You're going to love this. He knows for a fact the guy has never tried soda before. The protagonist eyes the aluminum can with genuine fear. Asterisk. Another unknown object, asterisk Kang thinks, terrified of the mysterious liquid. But curiosity battles with his fear. Asterisk I was afraid to eat jasmine at first too. Asterisk he reasons. He takes a sip, his eyes widening. What? What is this taste? It hits him like a lightning bolt. The sensation sends his mind reeling, as if he's floating high among the misty mountains. The sensation was intense, a refreshing, spicy sweetness spilling through his entire being. It hit him like sudden enlightenment after years of grueling cultivation. What a strange, miraculous drink. It was potent. Even the legendary magic panacea, gifted by the Northern Ice Palace elders, couldn't compare to this. You watch him clutch his chest and ask with a satisfied grin if the main character is surprised. He adds that this soda also cures indigestion. He walks to the motorcycle, suggesting they head back after that breather. Stretching out his hand, Khan questions if riding that machine is truly necessary. The guy looks puzzled, insisting they can't manage without a motorcycle, it's essential transport. He's taken aback, arguing there is nothing better for a delivery career than a bike. Does the protagonist really think he can do this on foot? The restaurant stunt director raises his voice, waving a hand dismissively. He lectures that delivery requires speed, or the noodles will swell up on the way. The dish will lose its presentation, and customers lose their temper when food is delayed. To which he receives a calm, flat answer. There is absolutely no need to worry about that. Pointing a thumb at his own chest, Khan declares that he is fast enough on his own. Faster than a motorcycle? The guy is stunned, but then he realizes this isn't entirely unbelievable. Closing his eyes, he deduces the boy must be an awakened, likely a high-class one at that. The protagonist doubles down. If they don't believe him, he'll prove it on the return trip. With a calm gaze, the director agrees to the terms and swings his leg over the motorcycle. He asks if his new ward remembers the way back. The main character's face remains deadly serious. The director slides his helmet on, saying he trusts him, but verification is always better. It's a simple test. Khan will run, and he will drive, gripping the handlebars tight. He emphasizes the stakes. If the protagonist actually outruns him, he'll approve foot deliveries from now on. He revs the engine, shouting the start signal. The main character is already standing amidst the bamboo forest. The narrative shifts, reminding us how he earned the terrifying nickname, the Emperor of Flames. But it wasn't just fire. Water rippled beneath his feet as the plot revealed an incredible gift. Alongside the fire element, he possessed the invisible body technique. A single drop hit the water surface, True to its name, the skill rendered him completely invisible, allowing him to approach a target unnoticed and execute a kill. Bamboo leaves begin to stir violently. We learn that after attaining his recent enlightenment, Khan continued to evolve his invisible body technique. The boy rushes through the forest like a phantom. Soaring over the city, the main character activates the invisible void body technique. He flies past pedestrians, a faint blue aura enveloping him. Yet the people notice absolutely nothing. This ability goes beyond sight. It erases his presence entirely, making detection impossible. Furthermore, it boosts his agility and travel speed to godlike levels. His expression is serene. The story confirms that this new technique, combined with his supreme martial prowess, has earned him the title of martial arts god, a being more majestic than the god of death himself. You pull up in front of the restaurant and kill the engine, hopping off the bike. Pulling the helmet from his head, the guy looks around, asking where the protagonist is. Walking toward the door, he thinks to himself that he pushed the bike to full speed. He treated it like a real race, which is why he is suddenly frozen in shock. Little Hoos is sitting on Khan's neck, greeting Dad. Puzzled, the director wonders if the main character truly beat him here. Lim says with a bright smile that he arrived 10 minutes ago. Standing before him, you admit defeat. As promised, he allows him to make deliveries without transport. The protagonist is then surprised by talk of a superpower test. Standing there, he listens to the explanation he simply has to take this official exam. He agrees to do it. Moments later, bright sunlight bathes the testing building. They stand before the massive doors, the director resting his hands on his hips. The restaurant director notes they have finally arrived. Looking around, Khan observes the massive crowd gathered there. Sitting across from the receptionist, he stared blankly at the intake form he was expected to complete. The backstory was simple. The protagonist was an undocumented civilian who had just popped out of a portal, but simple didn't mean easy. Looking at the paperwork, the main character realized he was stuck in bureaucratic hell. He had no idea what to write. He had no identification, no history, and absolutely no registration number. Improvising, he scribbled Kong in the name field and used the restaurant's location as his home address. The handler watching this unfolded sighed, exhausted by the sheer stupidity of the red tape. But he reminded himself to be patient. He had to see this through, because this man was their savior. Standing behind Kong, he explained the mechanics of the upcoming evaluation, conjuring an image of the device. He described two conductive spheres, slightly larger than fists, with high-voltage current running between them. He visualized people getting zapped, explaining that the test worked on a principle of resistance. If the subject screamed in pain, they were weak. If they tolerated the voltage, their level was high. Raising a finger, the young man clarified that high-level awakened possess a natural energy potential that acts as armor. Kong listened intently, wondering aloud if having a high rank was actually a good thing. The handler practically beamed, insisting that his life would change instantly. High rankers were treated like national treasures. Rubbing his chin, the guy added that, at the very least, it guaranteed a life of absolute luxury and comfort. The protagonist kept a poker face, thinking that anyone else in his shoes would be jumping for joy. But looking down, he knew the truth better than anyone. Wealth and fame were fleeting. They were just dust and decay. He raised his head, musing on the nature of humanity. Mankind is driven by passions and desires that are insatiable, no matter how hard one tries to fulfill them. A single lifetime isn't enough to satisfy that hunger. He remembered why he had left it all behind. He was tired of the world of desire, which was why he had retired to a remote mountain village in the first place. He couldn't allow his peace to be disturbed again. He looked up at the looming government building. The main character decided right then that he would have to suppress his power and hide his true level. As he walked away, he suddenly paused, realizing he didn't know where to go, and turned to ask for the room number. His eyes glued to the screen inside the elevator, thinking how strange this self-propelled metal box was. It even had talking doors. As they slid open, a man was waiting for him, asking if he was Kong. Smiling professionally, the stranger extended a hand and introduced himself as Park. He was the head of the second department and would be overseeing the test. Kong shook his hand, saying it was a pleasure. Park replied that the pleasure was mutual, noting that they hadn't tested an isolationist in a long time. Surprised, Kong asked if that was true, and the man guided him down the corridor, explaining the history. 10 years ago, there was a surge in isolationists, but the Korean government had gradually stabilized. As they regained control over most of the territory, cases like Kong's had begun to decline sharply. Closing his eyes solely, Park stressed that the North had no chance back then, and even less of one now. Puzzled, the main character wondered which North he was referring to, but they had already arrived. Park announced that the testing would happen here, and his training regimen would depend entirely on his class. Opening the door, he ushered Kang inside and introduced him to the female technician running the exam. Kang stared at the orbs, recalling the instructions. Place both hands on the spheres and endure. Trying to remain perfectly still until the process was complete, the guy made contact with the device. Energy surged from the balls, but Kang realized with a start that he didn't feel a single spark of pain. His body was successfully resisting the current. Just as the handler said, higher resistance meant a higher level. Blue energy began to crackle and surround him, signaling a massive power reading. Gripping the spheres, he realized he had to act fast and restrain his inner energy before he broke the scale. He clamped down on his power, and the aura shifted to a dull purple as the woman switched off the machine. Checking the screen, she told the main character he could release his hands. His result was rank F. Park stood there, completely taken aback, as the scientist explained that F class meant he was barely even awakened. F class. That means he possesses just a fraction more power than a civilian, who the system categorizes as G class. The examiner watches him, assuming that as an isolationist, Kang must have been hoping for a high-ranking evaluation. He assumes the guy is devastated to find out he is barely stronger than the average person walking the street. But clutching his chin, the protagonist isn't sad, he is annoyed. He made a calculation error. He was trying to suppress his resistance to hit G-class perfectly. If he had just lowered his defenses to absolute zero, it would have worked. The examiner, mistaking the look on his face for tears of sorrow, starts panicking. A shout echoes through the testing hall. Don't be upset. Your ranking doesn't determine your worth as a human being. Evening descends upon the city, shifting the scene to the Korean Awakened Association headquarters. Deep inside lies the Internal Security Bureau's support department, a unit handling matters of extreme secrecy and high importance. The operational teams within the department are designated by number, each with specific clearance levels. Team 1 handles the top-secret, high-stakes missions. But tonight, the focus is on the office of the support department's second team. Inside Team 2's office, we learn that their section chief has a very specific mandate. He is in charge of managing the isolationists' recluses who return to society. It is a position carrying immense responsibility. Chief Park sits glued to his computer monitor, reviewing files. This oversight is necessary. It is not uncommon for these recluses to turn out to be awakened from the upper echelons of power. So, even if it distracts them from their primary duties, the department is obligated to organize and oversee their integration training personally. A figure approaches the desk. Overworking again? Park looks up, dumbfounded, to see his elite colleague from Team 1, Bake. Park blinks, wondering what could possibly bring the busy leader of the top-secret unit down to his office. Slapping Park heartily on the back, Bake replies that he saw the new orders signed off this morning. Since Park has to organize training for a new isolationist, Bake figured he would drop by and see if his friend wanted to grab a late-night dinner. So, Bake asks, leaning in with genuine curiosity, how did the testing go with the new guy? Park scratches his nose awkwardly. See for yourself. He gestures to the screen, clearly unimpressed. He is the first isolationist we have found in years. The higher-ups haven't explicitly complained yet, but they are clearly unhappy with the result. He pulls up the file for the protagonist, Kang. He is an F class. Park leans back in his chair. The guy is going to have serious problems. With that level of social isolation, you need personal power to survive. He would have been better off landing a high rank. Suddenly looking up, Park realizes something. Wait, did you say something about food? I wouldn't mind a snack. Maybe some kimbap or something light. Hearing this, Bake's face twists in fury. He squeezes his eyes shut, then lunges, strangling his friend. You think I came here in the middle of the night to eat cold convenience store kimbap? Bake shakes him violently. We are getting fresh jjajangmyeon and ganjajang. His shout rings through the tower. Don't you dare underestimate the importance of gourmet cuisine, Park. Meanwhile, Kang stirs from his sleep. He climbs out of bed, his eyes landing on the clock with a puzzled expression. Back at the spring pavilion, his friends would already be awake for morning training. He slides his feet into his slippers. Looking down at his hands, the main character thinks it is strange. He actually slept well. He assumes it is because he absorbed so much new information yesterday. Frowning slightly, he admits there were some pleasant surprises. His mind drifts back to the food, remembering the shout of joy he let out after tasting that savory roll. Rubbing his chin, he realizes that aside from the jjajangmyeon, that roll was the only dish that truly shocked his palate. And this is coming from a man who believed he had tasted every delicacy in existence during his previous life. He rubs the back of his neck. He needs to do something about this lingering fatigue. Maybe some chi breathing exercises. He pauses, his expression turning thoughtful. No. He cannot cultivate here. If he starts gathering energy, everyone in the building will realize he is definitely not an F-class weakling. He remembers the close call yesterday, almost being spotted by that woman in the cafeteria while he was eating his noodles. Expanding his senses, he scans the building. There are a lot of awakened working here, spanning various classes. There might be censors or people with perception skills far superior to that woman's. He needs to be extremely careful. Sitting back down on the bed, the main character sighs. I honestly wonder why they are making such a big fuss over my training if they think I am weak. He closes his eyes. The training wasn't just a routine. It carried a weight and significance far beyond what he had anticipated. Flashback to last night in the auditorium, where the instructor stood clutching a book like a grim prophecy. From the podium, he read the report. An S-class portal had ripped open without warning. Hordes of monsters spilled out a tidal wave of destruction that left countless civilians and awakened broken in its wake. He pictured the carnage, humanity standing atop a mountain of monster corpses. They called this incident the Great Clash. Humans won the battle, but the war cost them the land. The fallout was so toxic, the area became uninhabitable. It was christened the Land of Death. A hellscape so vile, not even criminals dare to hide in its shadows. The young man listened with a chilling calmness. He realized with absolute certainty that was his origin point. He had walked straight out of that portal, trekked through the Land of Death, and only then stumbled upon this city. He glanced aside, calculating the odds. If 2 or even 3 portals of that magnitude were to tear open in this region, the land would be cursed beyond repair. The association wouldn't stand a chance against that level of catastrophe. It would be total annihilation. In his mind, he visualized society as a tower of mismatched blocks. Just yesterday, he had learned about this social structure. It was precarious, unstable, a house of cards waiting for a breeze. He imagined an S-class portal, striking that tower, the critical block being yanked away. The conclusion was terrifying. Even a minor shift, a single vibration, would bring the entire civilization crashing down. The crowd chanted, but his mind was elsewhere. He realized that in a situation this volatile, for a martial artist of his supreme caliber, standing unnoticed was a luxury he might not afford. A quiet, inconspicuous life? That dream was rapidly becoming a statistical impossibility. He clenched his fist, veins popping. Call it selfish, call it survival, it didn't matter. If he wanted to live out his days in peace, he had one rule: never let a single soul discover his true class. Suddenly, his senses flared. He felt a presence, a heartbeat behind the wall. It was pure, unblemished energy. A knock echoed against the wood. "Are you up?" the voice called. He swung the door open. He sat on the bed, studying the visitor. It was Park, looking emaciated, practically drained of life, but the aroma of fresh coffee filled the room. He handed Park a steaming cup. The man accepted it, eyes widening. "You?" Park was genuinely shocked. "You only learned this yesterday, and you are already brewing like a pro?" Park took the cup, clearly impressed. The young man smiled faintly. "It is all thanks to your teachings." Park took a sip, the caffeine hitting him. "What kind of blend is this?" the boss asked, looking revitalized. "I feel like I just woke up from a coma," the protagonist replied smoothly. "You put your heart and soul into training me. Consider this a cup of pure energy in return." Park raised a finger, shifting gears. First lesson of the day, the canteen. The young man narrowed his eyes. "The dining hall? Interesting." Park smirked. "I asked them to prep a special menu today." They arrived at the massive hall. The protagonist scanned the room. "Reminds me of a field kitchen during a military campaign." Park chuckled. "Our work is not so different from war, so you are not far off. But unlike the battlefield," Park said, handing him a tray. "Here, we feast. Load up, disciple. Take as much as you can, stomach." The young man hesitated. "What about those who arrive late? Will there be enough?" Park looked at him, surprised by the empathy. "Don't worry. If dishes run out, the staff cooks more." Instantly, the guy blinked. Incredible. He walked toward a table, tray in hand. He listened to the chatter talk of an age of plenty. Abundance was good, yes. But as he sat down, he realized that wasn't what impressed him the most. It was the logistics. The preservation technology. The sheer speed of the supply chain. That was the real miracle. Park watched him, mind racing. Asterisk. This kid is an isolationist. Yesterday was his first day in civilization. Asterisk. Asterisk. And yet, he thinks strategically. He analyzes supply lines. It is absolute madness. Asterisk. He mused that we owe it all to the scientists thanks to their tireless work. A massive variety of food is always within arm's reach. For the weary office drones, the canteen isn't just a place to eat. It is a sanctuary. Golden sunlight bathes the entire building. Our protagonist declares with conviction, lunch is, without a doubt, the absolute highlight of the daily grind. But he learns that Instructor Park is a rare sight here, usually grabbing a quick, soulless bite on the go. Inside the elevator, Park asks if the meal was up to scratch, and the student nods satisfied. The instructor beams, pleased. He practically gave a guided tour just talking about the cafeteria. He figures that is enough orientation for one day, but the protagonist stands there, calm and expectant. He looks up, confused, having assumed there were more classes on the docket. The boss waves it off, saying the schedule isn't binding. Technically, they are supposed to tour the gymnasium next, but with a sly smile, he adds that for an F class, it is hardly necessary. They can just skip it. Being F class has its perks, far less responsibility. Park turns away, perhaps thinking his conscience might prick him for slacking off, but he is cutting the lesson short simply because he has actual work to do. The elevator doors slide open with a ding. They step out, and the instructor gestures to the facility. This is the gym, hallowed ground for anyone holding an awakened certificate. He observes the crowd, noting that anyone has the right to train here, regardless of their rank or station. He trails the student, adding a warning. Only frauds and criminals are barred from entry. Watching the trainees, our hero listens as the instructor offers him a spot if he ever wants to sharpen his skills. It is a generous offer, but the man is blindsided by the boy's indifferent reaction to getting a free pass. Park stares at him, emphasizing that it is free of charge, ready to lecture him on why physical conditioning matters. Scanning the room, the main character notes he appreciates the sentiment and the diligence shown by others, but he frankly does not see why he would ever need to train. Baffled, the boss asks what on earth he plans to do with his life. Flashback. Kang glances up. He had met these recruiters on the street, thanking them for meeting him halfway. He flashes his hunter's license class F. A surprised Lim recalls that the boy had actually aimed lower for a civilian G class. He just wanted to be normal. Closing his eyes, he admits he failed to suppress his inner energy during the exam. The result? A ranking higher than he desired. The recruiter insists that is hardly a tragedy. His abilities were too potent to ignore. No ordinary civilian could possess such power. It would turn heads. People are already watching. The recruiter crosses his arms, analyzing him. Buck asks if there was anything else odd about the candidate, reviewing the dossier in front of him. The man replies that the boy possesses off-the-charts intelligence and adaptability. He recalls the teaching sessions. He looks up, clarifying, the kid is sharp, terrifyingly sharp. You explain a concept once, and he instantly grasps how to apply it across multiple disciplines. A true prodigy. Not just theory, he executes it perfectly in practice. The recruiter adopts a thoughtful expression. He notes that the 1st Enforcement Division reported something even more intriguing. They claimed his combat movements and balance were completely alien to a novice of his rank. He looks up, adding that they actually suspected the testing equipment was broken. They thought the machine malfunctioned. Park rubs his cheek, stressing that they ran diagnostics immediately. The device was fine. He is certain the F-class designation was assigned correctly. He extends a hand, conceding that while anyone can technically evolve and level up, Kang would likely never breach the middle class, let alone the high class. He asks if the fixation on this kid is simply because they haven't seen an anomaly like him in years. Closing his eyes, Buck admits the truth. He expected greatness from this protagonist, but he was sorely disappointed. He asked the boy what he intended to do with his future. Recalling the MC's deadpan expression, the man sighs. He said he wants to help a friend run a restaurant. Cut to the restaurant, bathed in warm sunlight. A woman stands there, clutching a phone. He hands the device to the courier, emphasizing that this is his direct line, contactable at any time. Sitting casually on the floor, he waits for the inevitable question. Do you need anything else? Running a hand through his hair, the protagonist muses that it might be time for a chop. It hadn't really clicked before, but lately, he's had a realization. Most men in this civilization sport shortcuts. If he wants to fly under the radar, he needs to blend in. Lim lights up instantly, calling it a brilliant idea before immediately grilling him on what style he wants. But he's zoning out, his mind already drifting to the prep work, cutting ingredients for tomorrow's rush. Walking away, he barely registers her voice, assuming she's just rambling on about nothing. It doesn't matter. Even in pitch darkness, he's confident the protagonist could handle whatever comes next. The cheerful girl waves him over, taking charge. She's personally escorting him to the hairdresser. Arriving at the salon, the stylist takes one look and quips that the guy clearly knows he's handsome. But it's worse than that. He's radiating so much charisma he could be spotted from a mile away. Closing his eyes, he wonders what that sensation is. A strange, prickly feeling on his skin. It feels like the entire street is staring at him. Flustered girls are gawking openly. Whispers erupt about his model-tier visuals. The crowd starts closing in, drawn like moths to a flame. They begin clamoring for autographs and selfies. Suddenly, the restaurant director dives in, using his own body as a human shield. Hand outstretched, the boss begs the crowd for forgiveness, physically holding back the tide. He insists that Khan isn't some celebrity or idol, he's just a regular, ordinary guy. He pleads with them to stop harassing his exhausted comrade for signatures. Later, the MC asks the obvious question: why block the photos? And what would that girl even do with his autograph? The boss paints a terrifying picture. Imagine if he gets posted online. The internet would mistake him for a superstar instantly. If they allow even a single selfie, those images will flood the web in seconds. He vividly imagines the paparazzi chaos. If people start sharing the MC's photos, he'll be recognized on every street corner. That brings nothing but trouble. The protagonist looks at him and realizes it's true. His friend is absolutely right. Caution is key. He simply cannot afford to stand out this much in a crowd. The next day, it's back to the grind. Balancing 2 bowls of jjajangmyeon, the protagonist weaves through the tables, delivering orders. Female customers thank him, blushing furiously. His eyes scan the room for the next guests. He approaches a table to take an order, but the reaction is instant. The stranger buries her face in her hands. Overcome with shy panic, she yells out an order for 2 jjajangmyeons and a seafood udon, barely daring to look at the chef. Her companion repeats the order loudly, and the MC jots it down in his notebook. Strictly business. The girls dig in, looking euphoric. Between mouthfuls, they gush about how the kitchen is just top tier. Sitting across from them, 2 guests vow they'll be coming back every single day just for this. Lim works the register, thanking the departing crowd. When a girl peeks inside the restaurant, flashing a bright smile, they asked if there were any open tables, but the administrator offered a polite apology. The place was completely booked solid. Undeterred, she threw her hands up with a beam of enthusiasm, shouting that they didn't mind waiting one bit. Lim holds up her hands. It's not just the seats. The kitchen is practically wiped out of ingredients. She advises them to try again tomorrow. The visitors are visibly crushed. Protests erupt. They start shouting to be let in. Lim freezes, taken aback by the intensity. Suddenly, a girl raises her hand, cutting through the noise. "My name is G," she cries out. "I'm here for the interview." The manager's demeanor flips instantly. She welcomes her warmly, placing a hand on her chest in relief. The applicant introduces herself. 23 years old, fresh out of college. She explains she's still hunting for a job in her specialty, but needs work now. Lim nods, admitting the restaurant is short-staffed and they've been desperate for extra hands. The girl had responded to the ad at lightning speed. She mentions that Spring Pavilion is famous, and she specifically wanted to work here. She glances at the protagonist, remarking that the handsome guy seems to attract all the female attention. But the MC notices something else entirely. Her body is shrouded in a faint, magical aura. Watching her, he couldn't help but think this is an interesting girl. She carries an aura far too intense for a simple waitress. It hit him then. In this civilization, those gifted with high-tier superpowers sit at the top of the food chain. They are the elite, valued above all others, enjoying a quality of life ordinary people can only dream of. She flushed, sensing his eyes on her, but the moment was cut short. Lim spun around, barking orders for him to pack the pickled radishes immediately. It wasn't just prep work. Lim shoved a fistful of order slips into his chest, demanding he handle the deliveries too. "Deliver these in exact order," she commanded. While G scrambled to assemble the packages, the protagonist moved with a speed she couldn't comprehend. He slammed the final plate onto the table and announced he was heading out, leaving a blur in his wake. G blinked, confused. She turned to ask Puck for help with the packing, but the room was already empty. "That's strange," she muttered. She knew this place wasn't famous. The foot traffic was low, and the orders should have taken time to complete. Before she could finish the thought, the MC strolled back in. "Busy?" he asked casually. G froze, jaw dropping. Did you deliver all of them already?" Kong looked away, shrugging nonchalantly. The addresses were all just a stone's throw away. He didn't wait for a response, grabbing another box from the table. "Heading out again," he said, vanishing out the door. She waved after him, bewildered, as heavy raindrops began to pound the pavement. The weather was turning violent, raging against the glass. By the time he returned, soaking wet but triumphant, the lunch rush was cleared. He found Lim peeling onions in the back. "We're prepping for the dinner crowd now," Lim said, checking the clock. "But it's already time to pick up Ha from kindergarten." The girl's eyes widened in surprise. "You have a daughter?" she asked. Lim nodded. "That I do. She's 5 years old." Lim furrowed her brow, turning to the protagonist. "Can you go get Ha for me? We're staring down a massive evening rush," she explained, looking stressed. "We barely have enough time to prep the food as it is." G stepped forward, clasping her hands together with a spark of curiosity. "I'd love to meet Ha too," she chimed in. He shot her a wink, signaling it was fine. Together, they stepped out of the restaurant and onto the rain-slicked streets. Glancing sideways at him, she broke the silence. I'm 23, by the way. Can I call you Ken? He adjusted the umbrella over his head, expression unreadable. I'm 35. But call me whatever you want, he added. She tilted her head, scrutinizing him. You definitely don't look your age. The MC stared ahead. For some reason, I hear that a lot. Then he turned the tables, dropping the casual act. Why did you decide to work at the Spring Pavilion? With your abilities, you could do anything. Why pick such a mundane job? She quickly looked away. I don't have any abilities. She closed her eyes tight, defensive. Please don't think I have some hidden agenda here. I just wanted to see you, she stammered, before suddenly pointing forward. Someone's there, she cried out. At the doorway, little Ha stepped out, waving frantically. Uncle, the child was beaming, clearly having had a good day. She tugged at her teacher's hand, pointing proudly. Teacher, look, that's my uncle. The woman looked up, intrigued. Ha had talked non-stop about this man. She had to see what kind of wonderful uncle he really was. But the moment her eyes landed on them, she froze. Her face flushed crimson as she locked eyes with G. At first, the teacher assumed G was the gentleman's wife, but then recognition dawned. She knew this girl. G lunged forward, clapping a hand over Sora's mouth. Shh, she hissed, pressing a finger to her own lips. What are you doing here? She whispered frantically, asking about the guild, then cut herself off. Don't say a word. Glancing nervously at Kong, she realized the stakes. Ha's parents think I'm just an ordinary person, Sora whispered back. She was on a covert mission. Sora had to pretend they were strangers. The teacher quickly composed herself and bid them a stiff goodbye. The MC watched the exchange, his eyes narrowing slightly. Let's go, he said, turning back toward the restaurant. As they walked, the protagonist asked calmly, So, is the kindergarten teacher a friend of yours? G stumbled, dumbfounded that he noticed. Yes, she admitted, voice small. Why didn't you talk to her then? He pressed. We see each other too often as it is, she lied smoothly. Ha turned around, looking up at G with innocent eyes. Does the pretty lady like walking in the rain? G leaned down, grinning. I like walking with your uncle even more. Kong smiled at the child. Is the umbrella too heavy for you? I'm fine, Ha chirped enthusiastically, skipping ahead of them. But as she walked, a voice spoke to her mind if she ever needed help. You can just ask. Suddenly, Ha stopped. Her eyes widened as she pointed a small finger into the dark alleyway. Uncle, there's a beast in there. There, someone's over there, Jeannie cried out, her voice cutting through the rain as she sprinted toward a trembling shadow in the alley. Han followed close behind, watching as she scooped up the creature. It's squeaking, he noted, peering at the bundle in her hands. Is that a mouse? Han frowned, wondering why a common pest was worth getting soaked for. No, Jeannie replied calmly, shielding it from the downpour. It's not just a mouse. She examined the shivering ball of fur. Look at the markings. This little guy is a dungeon rat. A dungeon rat? Han stiffened, immediately scanning for threats. Is it a magical beast? He imagined a feral wolf or a monster, but Jeannie shook her head. No, they're different from monsters, she explained, her eyes soft. Dungeon rats aren't magical beasts. They don't have that aggressive instinct. They don't attack humans, she continued, stroking its wet fur. In fact, they have an incredible sense for danger, especially their natural predators, the magical beasts. She looked down at the creature with pity. Because of that survival instinct, and let's be honest, because their cute hunters love them. They've actually become pretty popular pets, Jeannie added. Lots of awakened hunters domesticate them as companions. Her expression darkened. I bet she came through a portal with her master. Something must have gone wrong. A raid gone bad. Maybe. She's hurt, Jeannie whispered, realizing the rat had barely escaped the dungeon alive. Distress washed over her face as she saw the blood. I don't want her to die. Jeannie squeezed her eyes shut, clutching the tiny animal. We have to save her, Han, please. Han looked at the fragile creature. Jeannie, saving it won't be easy, he warned, his voice low. But tears began to stream down her face. She's still breathing. We can't just leave her here. Her desperate plea struck a chord in him. Han froze, the words echoing in his mind, dragging him back to a memory of corpses and cold earth. He remembered sitting there, blind to the value of life, convinced that survival was just a delay of the inevitable. Asterisk, she's going to die anyway. Asterisk, his old self would have said. But looking at the rat, still fighting for every breath, his perspective shifted. He realized that after all his doubts, he had changed. Life was valuable. All of it. If he turned his back now, he would be no different from the cold-blooded killer he used to be. He wasn't that person anymore. Han stared at Jeannie, watching her hope battle her fear, and made his choice. "All right," he said, closing his eyes for a brief moment. "We're taking it with us." Jeannie's face lit up instantly. "Really? That's great. We need to get to the restaurant. Fast," Han commanded. He listened to the rat's heart. It was fading, the condition critical. Its breathing was shallow. Barely there. Without thinking, Han placed his hand over the creature and released a gentle stream of mana. Asterisk, heartbeat is weak. It's fading. Asterisk, he analyzed, his brow furrowed. Asterisk, I need to stabilize it. Asterisk, he carefully imbued the beast with his energy. He wondered if his mana could act as a life support. Jeannie watched him, eyes wide with surprise as she followed his lead. She stared at him, dumbfounded by his sudden display of power, as they rushed back to the safety of the restaurant. Lin met them at the door, concern etched on her face. "Jeannie, why are you crying?" She spotted the bundle. "And what on earth do you have there?" "We found her in the alley," Han explained quickly. The director stepped forward, his eyes narrowing as he assessed the situation. "What's wrong with it?" "Looks like it was attacked," Han reported. "Most likely inside a portal nearby." "I'm going to save her," Jeannie declared, her voice filled with determination. The director smiled faintly. "Well, that's no hamster, is it? A dungeon rat?" the director mused. "But finding one on the street instead of inside a dungeon means it definitely has an owner," he concluded. "Probably someone who lost it during a portal run. The owner must be frantic looking for it," Han said, looking down at the creature in his hands. "But first things first, we need to heal it before we worry about anything else," Han stated firmly. Just then, the restaurant doors chimed. A group walked in, offering warm greetings. Han guided a man named Buck to a table. "Have a seat, we'll be right with you." Meanwhile, the chief approached to examine the patient. Han, looking puzzled but hopeful, handed the rat over. "Can you check her?" The chief took the small creature gently. "Let me see what I can do," he said, his expression turning serious as he began his inspection. The chief hummed. "Someone administered first aid. Very professional work, actually. Much better than it looks." Jean closed his eyes, sensing the creature's vitals. "Fortunately, she's out of the critical stage. She's going to make it. I'll just top her off with a little energy," Jean said. Han watched closely, studying the man's technique. Asterisk. "I knew he was special when I first met him. Asterisk. Asterisk. But I had no idea he held this kind of mystical power." Asterisk, Han thought. Impressed. The air around the chief seemed to shimmer. Han's enhanced vision picked it up immediately. The healer was gathering ambient mana from the environment itself. He was transmuting raw atmospheric energy into pure healing power. A moment later, the rat let out a healthy squeak. Buck laughed, slapping his friend on the back. "That's our famous healer for you." Jeannie clasped her hands together, beaming. "It's a miracle!" Han watched them celebrate, relieved that the little girl's heart wouldn't be broken today. It was a stroke of luck. Asterisk. "So, this is the power of a high-level awakened." Asterisk, Han mused, his gaze calm but calculating. Asterisk. "Truly incredible." Asterisk. Jean wiped his hands and walked over to his daughter. "So," he asked with a gentle smile, "are you playing nurse today?" Jeannie nodded, already fussing over the recovering rat. It seems the little creature is actually recovering. To her surprise, the rat begins to move. She approaches the bowl of milk, eyes fixed on Ha. "Look," the guy says, "it's finally eating." Just as the girl settles in for her own meal, the beast suddenly freezes. Its tiny body starts twitching violently. Confused, the MC realizes it's trying to tell him something. The rat scurries around the room, locking eyes with him. "It's leading us somewhere," he realizes. "Is it trying to show you something?" the restaurant manager asks, watching the spectacle with wide eyes. "That animal is too smart to be a stray. It must have an owner. Maybe something happened to them." He points the way, urging the protagonist to investigate. After all, as an awakened, he can't just walk away. He has to check it out. Flashing a grin, the guy adds, "We can't just ignore the little guy. Besides, Ha would be heartbroken if we did." Hearing this, the girl's face lights up with joy. Kong closes his eyes. He'll do it for her sake, sure, but deep down, a bad feeling is gnawing at him. A dark miasma swirls around the beast. Examining it, he murmurs, "There's a strange energy clinging to her." He's seen this signature before, but he can't quite place it. Kneeling down, he asks, "Do you know where to go?" Scooping the creature into his hands, he turns to address the others. They warn him to watch his back. In his palms, the rat finally closes its eyes, trusting him. Kong tracks the dark mana trail through the city, touching down on the pavement and scanning the perimeter. "This vibe," the protagonist mutters, "it feels exactly like the portal that brought me to this world." Stepping closer to the spatial tear, he confirms it. Definitely a portal. Inside, a blinding energy flares. But beneath the light, the Walking Dead are closing in on a group of trapped hunters. One warrior brandishes his shaking sword, screaming, "Damn it! I'm actually going to die here." The team stands back to back, panic setting in. There's just too many of them. Only 4 heroes remain. The female mage squeezes her eyes shut, whispering a tearful apology to the group. "My mana. It's running dry. I can't hold this barrier much longer." The swordsman grips his hilt until his knuckles turn white. "So, this is really the end, huh? It was an honor fighting alongside you guys." The tank turns his gaze away, hiding his fear. "Thanks for everything. Drinks are on me in the afterlife." His teammate scoffs, "Please. Dealing with you in this life was bad enough. You're such a bore." The lady raises her staff one last time, despairing. "Unless an S-rank hunter falls from the sky, we're dead." But that is just wishful thinking. If only she were stronger. Suddenly, the tip of her wand pulses. The group is startled by a strange noise. Boom! A massive wave of energy crashes down, obliterating the monsters surrounding them. Green ichor spills from shattered skulls. The girl stands frozen, the energy ball fading in her hand. As the light clears, the guy stammers, Are they all dead?" The warriors look around, unable to comprehend the miracle. They peer into the shadows. What just happened? We were cornered, and then... nothing? The lady tilts her head. "Did you guys hear that? It sounded like... a squeak?" Suddenly, a young man bursts from the darkness, his hand wreathed in blazing blue magic. He fires a concentrated beam of energy, vaporizing the remaining threats. In seconds, he is standing amidst a pile of monster remains. Kong's mind flashes back to the previous battle. He realizes his mistake from last time. "I didn't kill them all. One of the small ones survived. That's why the portal didn't close." A skeleton looms up behind him. "Not this time," Kong growls. "I'm finishing this." Hearing the rustle of bone, Kong spins around in an instant. He delivers a crushing backhand blow. The skeleton shatters, pink smoke hissing from its cracked skull. "The core is in the cranium," he notes. "Gotta aim for the head." More skeletons rattle into formation around him. The young man dashes toward a fallen weapon. "Looks like someone met their end here," he says, eyeing a sword lying in the dust. "I'll be borrowing this." Kong grips the hilt, feeling the weight of the steel. "Don't worry," he whispers to the fallen owner. "I'll avenge you." As the horde rushes him, he offers a silent prayer for the stranger's soul. Then, he goes to work. The scent of ozone lingers where the blade slashed through the air. Severed limbs litter the ground, remnants of a brutal slaughter. The young man halts before the massive gate, sensing that this is the epicenter of that twisted demonic aura. There is no mistake. The malice bleeds right through the iron, so the hero presses his palms against the cold metal. Forcing the heavy doors open, Khan steps into the abyss, only to be greeted by a booming voice demanding his identity. A towering magical warrior looms over the young man, his voice shaking the walls as he asks how a mere mortal dares to disturb his slumber. The entity leaps from its throne, vowing to crush the intruder, and the scoundrel grips a colossal greatsword ready to strike. He sneers that mortals like Khan deserve only death. Yet despite the impending doom, the hero remains motionless and unflinching. Khan stares down the beast. It is a Dullahan, a headless knight, clutching its own severed head in one hand. It is a grotesque sight to behold, the creature's detached head pulsing with an eerie, magical glow. Roaring that this insignificant gnat will pay for his arrogance, the knight launches himself high into the air. He thrusts his blade forward, channeling enough power to end this in a single, devastating strike. Khan casually raises a hand, pointing upward and suggesting, "I'm guessing that head is your weak point, isn't it?" The monster freezes, confused by his calm. And in that split second, the young man whirls his weapon into motion. Suspended in midair, the wretch curses him, screaming, "You impudent little worm!" Khan lands a surgical strike against the enemy's torso, and a turquoise gemstone clatters onto the stone floor. Khan gazes down at his prize. Curious, he bends over and scoops the glowing stone into his hands. So this is the source of that foul energy. In this world, they call these magic stones. The artifact pulses with raw power, and sensing the shift, the little rodent in his pocket peeks out to investigate. It scampers up to the boy's shoulder as Khan smiles, declaring, "I've wiped out everything that posed a threat in here." The creature hops into his palm, and Khan's expression softens as he warns that the portal is going to close soon. "You need to run back to your master," he says, dropping to one knee to whisper a final goodbye. "Take care of yourself." The rodent skitters away into the darkness. Khan crosses his arms, a heavy thought crossing his mind that Ha is probably going to be upset. As the animal sprints toward the exit, Khan notes how strange this dungeon was. Meanwhile, the rodent emerges, watching the humans from the sidelines. The survivors are frantic, arguing about how the hell this place was classified as a C-rank dungeon. A B-rank monster shouldn't even be here. The warrior locks eyes with his partner, terror still fresh on his face. I thought we were dead meat, he admits, shaking his head. I still don't know what saved us, he theorizes. Maybe an S-class hunter saved us? A hooded figure flashes in his mind, but his teammate rejects the idea instantly. Impossible, the teammate argues. Because every S-class hunter I've ever seen radiates insane pressure. If one of them stepped foot in this dungeon, we would have felt their presence immediately. The man looks away, voice dropping to a whisper. Could it be that zero-grade awakened we've heard rumors about? Nearby, a girl touches her chin in thought, interrupted by a sharp squeak as the rodent scans the crowd. The men spot her and ask if she is lost. Tears stream down her face as she sobs, I'm looking for Sukun. The group falls silent as they gaze upon the fallen body, grimly confirming, he's gone. He didn't make it. The animal dashes to its owner, standing on its hind legs with paws raised high, while the hunters watch the scene with confusion. The rodent gestures frantically with its paws, and the grieving woman blinks through her tears, startled. What? What is happening? Suddenly, someone shouts, the portal reads empty, and the lead warrior signals to the group, it's collapsing. Grab every magic stone you can find. Right now. We meet at the exit in 20 minutes. Move! The team scatters instantly to loot the area. Outside the portal, the chaos continues as an announcement blares that the special forces are withdrawing. Stretchers are rushed in to retrieve the wounded, and amidst the trampling boots, a heartbroken animal weaves through the crowd. A reporter yells into a microphone, live for hunting news. But the rodent just stares back at the shimmering portal. Screams of grief echo as the death toll rises. The little creature sits alone in the pouring rain, letting out a pitiful squeak near the house. Its fur is matted with rain. Ha looks down at the miserable creature, letting out a heavy, sorrowful sigh. A voice comes from behind her, offering grim consolation. At least the rat made it back to its master. Maybe it's better this way, the stranger adds, and the girl whispers back, her voice hollow, I know. Tears are streaming down her face, sobbing that she'll never see her friend again. When suddenly, the main character looms in the doorway. He saunters into the room, looking confused, and asks why Ha is crying like someone just died. The other man explains the tragedy. She never got to say goodbye to the rat. Right on cue, the animal pokes its head out of the hero's pocket. Is this what she's missing? He asks. Ha spins around, eyes going wide the moment she spots the creature. While the girl squeezes the rodent in a tight hug, the hero drops some heavy exposition. This isn't just a pet. It's a survivor from the Kurungi dungeon. He raises a finger to emphasize the point. It looks like the original owner dragged the poor thing along on a suicide mission to clear out monsters. But things went south, and both were injured. The man presses for details on exactly what happened to the owner. The image flashes to an unconscious warrior. Kong delivers the cold truth. I found him. He was already dead. Too much time had passed to save him. The others glance aside. Realizing the implication, did the hero enter the dungeon alone? The young man crosses his arms, confirming their suspicions. The father closes his eyes, assuming the portal must still be active and dangerous, but the hero cuts him off. Actually, I've already cleared it. And closed it. The girl's father's eyes nearly pop out of his skull. His mind starts racing, replaying the scenario. Just what class is this kid really? Class A? Maybe even Class S, like the legendary Hunter Lee? He imagines a high-level warrior swinging a blade, summoning a whirlwind of devastating energy. He thinks back to his days working as a porter, hauling gear and interacting with elite hunters. Aside from the untouchable Hunter Lee, nobody clears a portal solo. It is simply unheard of. Yet Kong doesn't leak that kind of suffocating pressure. The boy stands there, back turned, looking completely unassuming. Unless he is hiding it. If his aura control is that perfect, he must be one of the mythical Class 0 awakeners everyone whispers about. His daughter interrupts the spiral, shoving the rodent toward her uncle and dad. The man snaps out of it. She's just a happy little princess. They stare at the young man. Why panic? So what if he is a Class 0 monster? He is a friend. There is a sign on the house. The father decides then and there, nothing bad comes from having a powerhouse on your side. Focus on the positive. Cut to the guys kneeling on the floor, getting grilled by the woman of the house. Apparently, Hate Khan's decision to keep a dungeon monster as a house pet didn't go over well. They take a brutal scolding from Yun. Later, the main character jolts awake in bed. He glances at the calendar. It is a day off. The concept is foreign to him. What is he supposed to do today? Train? Hunt for work? He pauses, remembering the time the girl lectured him. She always nagged him about being a workaholic because he didn't know how to switch off. She'd wave her hand, asking why resting was so hard for him. Just do what you want. Working when you're supposed to be resting is just plain stupid. Kang closes his eyes, knowing she would say exactly that. He looks forward, deciding to inspect his new trophy instead. The stone pulses with a lilac glow. It radiates a strange, almost imperceptible alien energy. An ancient civilization fueled their tech with this stuff. He envisions a warrior slain on a sacrificial altar. It feels wrong. The energy signature mimics the dark arts used by the followers of the heavenly demon cult. This is forbidden magic in the community. Power that demands a blood price, human sacrifices. He visualizes a blade plunging into a stomach. The hero stares intensely at the artifact. He realizes he can't keep something this volatile exposed. For now, he decides to seal its energy away. He wanders into the kitchen, where Tae, basket in hand, looks surprised to see the kid up so early. Kang raises an eyebrow. It's a day off. You're really still chopping ingredients? Tae shrugs. I'm a chef. I've got a responsibility to prep. At least the onions for tomorrow need to be done. He asks what the hero plans to do on his first real day of freedom. The young man crosses his arms. Still thinking about it, he admits. The man wonders if he wants to take Ha to the library. The hero considers it. Cut to Kang carrying the girl in his arms toward a massive building. They step inside the library. The young man is genuinely impressed. I didn't know you guys had facilities like this. A place where commoners can read valuable tomes. He sets the girl down as she begs to check out the books. He agrees, letting her go. Don't run, and come back as soon as you pick one out. Kang leaned back in his chair, soaking in the silence and realizing just how comfortable this place actually was. Surrounded by an endless sea of knowledge, little Ha stretched up on her toes, trying to grab a volume from the shelf. A young man nearby noticed her struggle and turned around, flashing a gentle smile. Need a hand with that? Ha pointed a tiny finger at the cover she wanted, and before Kang could move, the stranger had already pulled it down and handed it to her. She hugged the book to her chest, chirping a thank you, while the young man watched them with a sharp, observant gaze. Kang studied him in return. The kid wasn't just a librarian, he was awakened, and that aura, it was surprisingly potent for his age. The young man closed his eyes and let out a heavy, weary sigh. Kang didn't know the full story, but the weight on the kid's shoulders was undeniable. Life clearly wasn't handing him any favors. Kang glanced away. Assessing the power levels, he was strong, sure, but not quite elite yet. Still, the raw talent was there. So why was someone with that kind of potential rotting away in a dead-end volunteer job? Ha looked up at the stranger, tilting her head. Mister, do you feel sick? The question caught him off guard. Is it that obvious? He chuckled bitterly. The student looked over as Ha pointed back at her uncle. He was staring at you too. He thinks something's wrong. The young man blinked, stunned, looking from the child to the man sitting at the table. Wait, is that your uncle? Recognition flashed in his eyes. You're the delivery guy from the spring pavilion, aren't you? Kang leaned forward. You know who I am? Everyone knows you, the student replied eagerly. You're viral on social media. The ladies love you, and your delivery speed is practically legendary, especially for a courier on foot. He hesitated, then lowered his voice respectfully. I hope this isn't rude, but are you awakened? I'm just curious about your rank. Kang remained completely unbothered, his expression flat. Class F. The revelation hung in the air as they settled at a nearby table. The young man sighed again, opening up about his reality. Kang stroked his chin, processing the logic. It made sense. Official dungeon raids had strict age requirements. Without a license, the kid had to scrape by however he could. The student rubbed the back of his neck, looking sheepish. That's why I take whatever odd jobs I can find. I volunteer here at the library too. It helps with my scholarship. Kang frowned. With potential like that, surely someone should be sponsoring him, but with your abilities? Kang pressed. The young man's shoulders slumped. I'm Class C, the awkward middle ground. Not weak enough to be ignored, but not strong enough to be elite. Simply put, not worth a sponsor's money. He crossed his arms, bitterness creeping into his voice. I'm nothing special. Not like you. Because I'm mediocre, my mother struggles to make ends meet. I'm useless. Kang raised a hand, cutting off the pity party immediately. You think a letter on an ID card defines your entire existence? You realize you can raise your rank, right? The student looked at him like he was crazy. Raise my rank? That's impossible. It doesn't work that way. He actually looked offended. Who told you that? It's a myth. Impossible because you can't? Or impossible because you haven't tried? Kang challenged him. You're giving up before you even start. Don't you want to be stronger? Hyun clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Of course I do, but I don't know how. Kang interlaces his fingers, a confident smirk playing on his lips. I can teach you. He raised a single finger, but nothing is free. In exchange, I need you to dig up information on a specific lost kingdom. The student didn't hesitate. Done. I can find anything in this library. What are you looking for? Kang thought back to his past. Memories of walking hand in hand with a girl surfacing. I need to know everything about the OK dynasty. Hyun blinked, staring at the search terminal. The OK dynasty? I've never heard of that one. Is it ancient Chinese? Maybe a minor state? He started typing furiously. I'll see what I can find. Kang leaned against a stack of books, his mind racing. If he really did travel through time, then there had to be a record. The OK dynasty should exist in this world's history books. It was the only logical explanation for why the martial arts and magic of that era were so identical to modern techniques. Even if the terminology had changed, the core principles, the way wizards channeled energy, were exactly the same. Hyun flipped through pages, muttering dynasties under his breath. Han, Yuan, Zhou. Spring and autumn period. Edo doesn't fit. Song, Ming, Qing. Well? Kang asked, impatience growing. Hyun looked up, his face pale with confusion. A cold bead of sweat rolled down the boy's temple. I've checked every archive, every ancient dynasty recorded in history. It's not here. The words hung heavy in the air. There is no such thing as the OK dynasty. Kang snatched the book from his hands. The names of these dynasties echoed the civilization he knew, yet they were completely foreign to his ears. Grip tightening on the history book, the realization strikes him hard. The implications are terrifyingly clear. Within the annals of this world's history, the great dynasty simply never existed. Suddenly, a voice breaks his concentration. You okay? Someone asks. He snaps the book shut, forcing a casual smile. Yeah, just lost in thought. It is the restaurant owner sitting opposite him, grateful and insisting on treating him to a meal at the Spring Pavilion. Let me treat you to some black bean noodles, the owner offers. The hero tries to decline, but the man won't take no for an answer. It is on the house. He stands up, shaking off the lingering dread. He needs to clear his mind of these disturbing revelations. The book hadn't given him the answers he desperately needed, but one cold, hard fact remains. This wasn't time travel, and it wasn't some illusion cast by the dark mages of the heavenly demon sect. So the question burns in his gut. Asterisk. How in the hell did I get here? Asterisk. His gaze drifts to the signboard hanging above the building. Later that night, deep in meditation, a buried memory surfaces. A man, handing a small child an object. This belonged to your great-grandfather, the voice echoes. The child's small hands grasp the ancient artifact. A warrior's calloused hand rests gently on the boy's head. One day, you will need to find this again. Only then can you return home. Khan's eyes snap open. What was that? A lost memory? But panic won't help. He has to be patient. The truth will reveal itself in time. His senses flare. Someone is lurking in the shadows near the restaurant. A shady figure glances nervously over his shoulder, pulling a tool from his pocket. The sabotage artist crouches by the delivery bike. Just gonna unscrew a little something here, he mutters. Make sure he never wants to ride again. But just as he grabs the seat, a massive presence looms behind him. The thug is sweating, whispering excuses to himself. San asked me to do it. Don't blame me, blame him. San? The hero's voice cuts through the dark. The criminal jumps out of his skin, spinning around. Who are you? Shh, the hero commands, his aura terrifyingly calm. People are sleeping. Keep it down. The sheer pressure forces the thug to his knees. Who are you? The thug stammers. A cold smirk appears. Me? Just a humble delivery boy for the Spring Pavilion. The thug scrambles up, trying to regain his composure. Spring Pavilion? Perfect. Boss San sent me. He's making an offer to buy this dump, so if I were you, I'd start looking for a new job. Is that so? The hero asks flatly. The thug jabs a finger in his face. Mr. San runs this district. He makes the real money, and he's sick of your successful little restaurant getting in his way. The young man doesn't blink, his gaze intensifying. Sheer stupidity, the hero sighs. The thug's face turns red. You arrogant punk, you think you're tough? The thug swings a wild haymaker, intending to crush him. The hero doesn't flinch, he catches the fist mid-air with zero effort. Ice-cold sweat drenches the villain's back. Asterisk. What the hell? How is a delivery boy this strong? Asterisk. Khan squeezes the trapped fist, bones creaking. I suggest you wake up and walk away. But he isn't done. The hero reaches out, positions a finger against the thug's forehead, and unleashes a devastating snap. The impact sends the criminal cartwheeling across the asphalt, his shoes flying off in different directions. The hero simply clasps his hands behind his back. Tell that idiot boss of yours something for me. The air grows heavy with killing intent. "Stay away from the spring pavilion." The thug scrambles away on all fours, nodding frantically. "Yes, yes, I'm going." Meanwhile, a group of delinquents gathers by a graffiti-covered wall. One holds a phone, checking the time. "Why hasn't that moron called in yet?" asks one. "Maybe he fell asleep on the job?" suggests another. Suddenly, a lookout comes running. "Boss-san, Dongman is back." Dongman limps into view, supported by another gang member. He looks like a train wreck. "What happened to you?" Dongman collapses to his knees before the leader. He had been given one simple job, and he had failed miserably. "All you had to do was loosen a few nuts," the leader sneers. "And you come back looking like a beaten dog?" "Boss, please, listen to me," Dongman pleads, trembling on the ground. "That new guy at the restaurant. The delivery driver. He's not human. I've never seen a monster like that. He said, if we mess with the spring pavilion again, he won't let us off so easily next time." The leader stands up, his eyes narrowing in the darkness. Sam scoffed, hardly surprised that the tub of lard had caved in, though he insisted that wasn't the full story. The courier was a monster, plain and simple. Sam glanced around the alley and cracked a sinister smile. He admitted the guy was strong, which only meant they needed to gang up and beat some respect into him. Turning to his crew, he announced it was high time they stretched their legs and did some damage. Checking his smartphone, he decided to rally the entire gang to hunt down this delivery boy. Meanwhile, our hero marched into the alley, carrying 2 heavy delivery cases, setting them down with a thud. He held out the receipt, casually wondering aloud where he would collect the empty plates later. The thug sneered, asking if he was deaf or just stupid. They weren't here to eat. They wanted his hands. He mocked the courier, saying he'd have to deliver with broken fists once they were done smashing them. One punk kicked the delivery box over, growling that the hero had upset their henchman, Dan. The main character stood tall, locking eyes with the figure cowering in the back, asking if that was Dan. The chubby guy stammered indignantly, shouting that he had already given them everything they asked for. Ignoring the plea, a goon grabbed the hero's helmet, demanding he take it off, but the courier's gaze turned icy. In a flash, the young man seized the offender's wrist, his grip like a steel vice. He stated calmly that a weakling shouldn't bark at a predator, then ruthlessly twisted the thug's joint. He remarked that Dan's warning clearly hadn't stuck, as the scoundrel's face turned purple, screaming in agony. A terrifying aura exploded around the main character, shrouding him in visible energy as he glared at the robbers. He decided right then and there to teach them a lesson they would never forget. Back at the cafe, he strolled in. The staff was wiping down the counter, noting he was a bit late given how early the order was placed. They asked if there was trouble with the jocks, but the young man shrugged, saying they just really loved the food. He held up the returned crates, adding that they loved it so much they even washed the dishes themselves. The cook blinked in disbelief, staring at the stack of plates that were literally sparkling. As the chef marveled at the shine, the main character's expression darkened, shifting the topic. He slammed his hand on the counter, demanding to know who a man named Sam was and how he was connected to this place. Tae froze, asking how he knew that name, before turning his head in disgust. He revealed that Sam was a former courier, a felon who constantly slacked off and demanded raises he didn't earn. Tae wished he never had to hear that name again, but Kong crossed his arms, explaining there had been a conflict. It turned out the aggressive customers were Sam's crew. The hero lowered his head solemnly. He explained that since they behaved like animals, he had no choice but to discipline them. Tae was thunderstruck by the news, his jaw practically hitting the floor in confusion. He couldn't believe this young guy was strong enough to single-handedly school Sam's gang. Cutting back to the alley, the scoundrel was still howling over his broken arm as the hooligans signaled the others to attack. The hero released the first villain, resting a hand on his belt as a blinding light engulfed the alleyway. The thugs froze, completely taken aback by the sudden surge of power. The young man simply waved his hand. A shockwave blasted them backward, sending bodies flying with screams of terror. Dan stared in horror at the carnage. The young man stepped toward the trembling fat man, raising 2 fingers charged with crackling magic. He reminded them of the warning. If they plotted revenge, the consequences would be dire. Kong pressed his magic-infused fingers against the offender, who begged for mercy, ordering him to repeat the oath. Tears streamed down the punk's face as he sobbed, swearing he would never do it again. The hero looked down coldly. He forced the thug to vow he would never plot evil against the owners of the Spring Pavilion again. The scoundrel repeated every word, trembling violently as he collapsed next to his defeated friend. The main character scanned the area, noting that besides these pawns, there was someone else. There was a leader, right? The fat man clutched his injured comrade, terrified. He asked if the hero meant Sam, pointing toward a stack of barrels where the leader had been hiding. Dan explained that Sam said he would watch from the sidelines, but the coward had already vanished into thin air. Sam realized his crew was dead weight. He had to bail, and fast. Kang caught movement in his periphery. That running figure had to be the target. The gang leader bolted down the alley, risking a panicked glance over his shoulder. Dread washed over him. He wasn't going to make it. The young man was already looming right behind him. Gasping for air, he stammered. "How did you get here? You nearly gave me a heart attack." The hooligan pointed a trembling finger, trying to flip the script. "Who are you? Why are you attacking innocent people? It was just a harmless prank. If you don't back off, I'm calling the cops." Kang stepped closer, his voice ice cold. "A prank? You sneak in here in the dead of night. Attempt to sabotage a motorcycle and call it a joke? I wonder what other pranks you had lined up." What are you going to do to me?" The man trembled. The hero simply extended a hand. "Diseased branches must be pruned," Kang declared, "before the rot infects the entire tree." San's eyes bulged in terror. He screamed for mercy, but his cry was cut short, echoing through the empty streets. Back at the restaurant, the girl's father was peeling onions when his phone buzzed on the table. He frowned. That thug actually wrote back? He read the apology while the young hero casually mopped the floor nearby. "Did that scumbag send a message?" the hero asked, leaning on his mop. "He did," the cook replied. "Says he is turning over a new leaf, going back to his village to work on a farm." Tae was stunned. "How did you manage to tame that wild goat?" The hero shrugged. "We just had a little chat." Tae stared at the screen. That guy might be a goat, but he was once part of the notorious Spring Pavilion crew. It was good he came to his senses. Just then, the entrance chimes rang as the girl walked into the cafe. The owner beamed at G. "So glad you could make it. Sorry for dragging you in on a weekend." She waved a hand dismissively. "No trouble at all. I didn't have any plans for today anyway." The owner sighed, explaining the shortage of hands. "My wife had to head out to a kindergarten event. It is tree planting day, isn't it?" the main character noted. She gave a thumbs up. "You got it. My younger brother is actually there right now," she added. "Planting trees for a charity event." The hero gripped his mop tighter. "Your brother? Interested in volunteering?" The lady nodded. "Absolutely. He has got a good heart." G waved her arms to start working, internally fuming. Why did this guy annoy her so much? And why did he keep asking such prying questions? Meanwhile, the guys sat together during a break. They looked over at the young man. "I bet Ha and Yoon are having a blast right now." "It feels weird with the house so empty," the guy admitted. "Kind of lonely, actually. I noticed the little one has been bored lately too." He closed his eyes thoughtfully. "With those new portals opening in the mountains, I just hope he stays safe." The girl interjects calmly. "The Hunters Association provides full security for the holiday. There is no need to worry." The scene shifts to parents walking with their children on the playground. "Sprout Kindergarten is under strict association supervision," she explained. "They deploy elite hunters there. Even if an A-class portal cracked open, the children wouldn't be in danger." The cook sighed in relief. "That makes me feel better." But Tae looked suspicious. "How do you know all that?" "I worked as a loader for the association for ages, and I never knew that." She widened her eyes, realizing she slipped up. She started to stammer an explanation, and the guys turned their full attention to her. Recovering quickly, she winked playfully. "I can't tell you. It is a trade secret." Cut to a convoy of cars speeding down the highway. A young man crossed his arms, clearly irritated. "So much for enjoying the beautiful weather," he grumbled. "Why was I dragged out here today?" He waved a hand in frustration. "Wasn't G supposed to attend this event?" The girl adjusting her glasses replied coolly. The young lady had urgent business. She specifically asked to send the least useful person in her place. Hayden leaned his head against the car window, listening to the insult. It wasn't hard to guess who she meant. "I can't believe this," he muttered. The assistant averted her gaze, her voice cool as she remarked that she hoped he understood the gravity of his attendance today. As the luxury sedan glided toward its destination, the young man blinked, confused by the sudden interrogation about his purpose. He clearly hadn't glanced at his dossier, completely unaware that a VIP of monumental importance would be gracing this holiday event. Hayden stared blankly out the window, half listening as she explained that this figure held immense sway within the association. This was his one shot to make a lasting impression. Yet the old man in the back seat just closed his eyes, feigning ignorance. The assistant sighed, clarifying that she was referring to Master Si-oh, the only S-class artifact maker in the entire nation. Hayden looked away, wondering why he had to be the one to impress him. She shot back that the master had a crucial business meeting here. Had he seriously not read the briefing materials she sent? Hayden looked stunned, asking what materials she was even talking about. The woman replied icily that if he kept this up, she would be forced to report his negligence to the young mistress. The young heir panicked, begging her not to say a word. The mere mention of his sister left Hayden paralyzed with fear. He explained frantically that she would kill him, and he meant that in the literal, physical sense, not metaphorically. His handler told him not to exaggerate, adjusting her glasses with a professional, unsympathetic snap. She reiterated that he simply needed to charm Master Si-oh today. The young hero clenched his fist, steeling his nerves. He sat shrouded in magical energy as she lectured on how the hunt for the level 0 awakened was a top priority. Finding that target was just as critical as establishing a solid relationship with the legendary artisan. The car stopped, and she practically shoved him out, ordering him to go greet the master immediately. Hayden was indignant, muttering that he couldn't just walk up to a legend. He approached the elderly man from behind, clearing his throat awkwardly. Hayden bowed deeply, greeting the elder and introducing himself as a representative of the Red Dragon Guild. He added that his father had spoken of the master often. The old man paused, asking if he was the guildmaster's son. The young man extended his hand with a practiced smile, confirming that yes, the master had guessed correctly. He declared it an absolute honor to meet him. Si-oh replied dryly that the pleasure was his. But then the master immediately turned his back, suggesting that if they were done, Hayden should go enjoy the party. Si-oh dismissed him cold, asking him not to interfere with the quality time he was spending with his grandson. Hayden realized the rumors were true. The old man really was a vile eccentric. The servant nearby bowed, whispering an apology for the master's rudeness. He explained that the master wasn't used to social pleasantries, but Hayden replied through gritted teeth that it was fine. The assistant was waiting by the car, remarking that she honestly didn't expect any better result from him. Hayden snapped back, realizing his sister must have known it would turn out exactly like this. Why was it necessary to send him into the lion's den? The young man looked away, frustrated. He demanded to know where she had gone on such a critical day, dumping her responsibilities onto her younger brother. Meanwhile, the young mistress was sitting right next to the main character as the assistant began to explain. She revealed that the sister had abandoned her duties to go hang out with her idol. Cut to a scene with a toy bunny in a guy's hand. A child looked up at the young man, asking what it meant. She was upset that her toy set didn't have a spatula with a bunny on it. The little girl, Ha-eun, held the toy, her mood shifting instantly when the problem was solved. Kong chimed in that she had her bunny now, and the girl thanked her uncle, beaming and calling him the absolute best. But moments later, tears streamed down the child's face. A plastic shovel with a broken bunny handle lay on the ground. The little girl buried her face in her hands, wailing in despair, asking what she was supposed to do now. Her friend clenched her fist, scolding the boy, saying she had warned everyone to be careful with Ha-eun's shoulder blade toy. The upset boy stammered an apology to Ha-eun, while a gray-haired old man watched the children's drama unfold. Hands clasped behind his back, the elder leaned in toward the crying girls with a gentle curiosity. Ha-eun sobbed that her uncle had made this bunny specifically for her, and now it was ruined. The old man offered to fix the spatula. The girl turned her head, eyeing the stranger in disbelief, asking if he really had the skill to repair it. He smiled warmly, assuring her that of course he could. He picked up the broken plastic shoulder blade. He told her that Grandpa could fix anything. The old man brought the broken pieces of the bunny closer to inspect them. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Staring at the toy in utter amazement, he realized this was no ordinary plaything. He wondered what kind of master craftsman had created this. The grandpa turned back just as a guy announced he had brought the scroll. He gestures for Soon-sik to approach, directing his attention to the artifact. Look at this craftsmanship. It is truly exquisite. The man holds the shattered remains of the object, while the grandfather poses a sharp question. Are any of your students capable of such delicate filigree work? Soon-sik hesitates before answering. It would be nearly impossible for me to replicate this, let alone a student. The man turns to the tearful girl, assuring her that her uncle's love is in this gift. I know, she sobs. I love him too. Slowly, the grandfather drops to one knee to level with her. He clutches the broken toy in his weathered hands. Your uncle did his absolute best, he tells the child softly. Now, allow me to fix it. The amazed man watches as the toy suddenly glows, radiating pure magic as it reassembles. The child gasps, stretching out her hands as the old man presents the restored treasure. There. She is ready. Thank you, the girl cries out. Nearby, a man and a woman observe the miracle from the shadows. The male observer crosses his arms, his expression serious. See, Master Si-oh cannot be bought with money. He requires a different approach. The woman shifts her gaze, staring intensely at the old master. I agree. The man turns to her, a plan forming in his mind. I have an idea. Tell the support team to scrap the current plan. We are completely changing our strategy regarding Master Si-oh. Elsewhere, the protagonist arrives at a familiar destination, Lebec's bakery. It has become his daily ritual. He is here for one thing only, that heavenly roll he first tasted during his association training days. Standing at the entrance, he greets the owner with a hopeful look. Please tell me you have some rolls left. The pastry chef beams from behind the counter. Kang walks over to the display window, heart pounding. He scans the empty shelf and turns to the owner, dread setting in. Don't tell me. Are they all sold out? Sold out ages ago, the baker replies, watching Kang's face fall before cracking a smile. However, I knew you were coming, so I hid one special. Just for you. Relief washes over him. Kang reaches for the receipt. You always save my life, you know that? Don't mention it. As he hands over the bag, the baker adds a warning. If you don't eat this today, make sure it goes straight into the refrigerator. Kang nods, already turning toward the exit. Will do. Thanks again. He waves to the baker, who is already welcoming the next customer. Kang holds the door open for a young woman entering the shop. She smiles and whispers a quick thank you. The friendly pastry chef chats with the new customer, holding a bag. Lovely weather we've been having, Miss Yeonmi. Perfect day for a picnic, isn't it? He laughs. Outside, Kang glances up past the roof of the building. A single ray of sunset breaks through the clouds. Back home, the young man secures the precious cake box in the fridge. Squeaker perches on his shoulder, literally drooling with desire. Kang cranes his neck to look at her. Don't even think about it. You already had a piece. If you want more, you have to wait until tomorrow. We'll eat it together at breakfast. Later that night, silence falls over the bedroom. Squeaker lies near his pillow, ears twitching. She hears something. Or rather, smells something. Driven by gluttony, the beast floats to the kitchen, hovering right in front of the shelf where the box sits. The scene cuts to the aftermath, the animal staring in confusion at mere crumbs left on the plate. Kang looms behind the half-open door, eyes glowing with judgment. Clouds drift past the window as Squeaker squeaks out a pathetic excuse. The next morning, the protagonist has his head in his hands. It is unbelievable. His friend sits opposite him, amused. You mean to tell me the animal ate the entire roll, by herself? The friend strokes Squeaker's fur. She denies it. Kang sighs. But the guilty party is obvious. Suddenly, Kang stands up to greet a new arrival. He stares at the intruder, calling him by name. Henam, what brings you here? He walks over to meet the visitor. Henam returns the greeting, lifting a plastic bag. I came to bring you a beer. Kang looks down, surprised. You didn't need to buy me alcohol. Then he spots the other item. Wait, is that a cake roll? Henam extends the box of pastries. I have a serious favor to ask. A long conversation. So, I came bearing gifts. Kang studies his friend's expression and frowns. Henam looks pale and shaken. What happened? You look like you've seen a ghost. And he finally answers. That is exactly why he came. He needs to know what happened. The confused man crosses his arms over his chest, hesitating before asking the big question. How do you confess your love to a woman? Empty bottles litter the table as Hyun-I-am pours his heart out. He explains that she is a frequent visitor to his bakery, a beautiful, pleasant girl who lights up the room. He confesses he has been in love with her for 3 months. The poor guy bows his head, muttering gloomily that he has no idea what to do. He adds sadly that he is terrified. If he confesses his feelings, he fears Hyunmi might start avoiding him completely. Kang tries to support his comrade, telling him to stop stewing in these dark thoughts. He assures him the heartache won't last forever, but bitter tears continue to flow down Hyun-I-am's flushed face. Hyun-I-am wails that he is not a handsome man like Kang and asks how a loser like him could possibly propose to such a wonderful girl. He declares that a friend shouldn't have to worry about such things, claiming it doesn't matter anyway. The boy drops his head onto the table, sobbing uncontrollably, insisting he has made a huge mistake. His friends realize Hyun-I-am has completely lost the fight against alcohol and ask what they should do with him now. They try to suggest sending the boy home to sleep, but Kang rises from the table. He offers to let the guest crash in his room instead. Someone asks if this will be a burden for the protagonist, but Kang shakes his head. He replies that he is indebted to the pastry chef for saving that sweet roll for him earlier. Later, the main character sits on the floor, watching his sleeping comrade. Suddenly, Squeaker opens one eye, looking surprised. Kang looks at the creature and asks what is wrong. He turns his head in bewilderment, wondering what has caught her attention. A faint light spills from the cracked door of the refrigerator. Kang grips the handles, ready to strike. He rips the doors open and indignantly demands to know what the fairy is doing in there. The tiny girl stares up at the young man in pure fright. The scene cuts to morning in the city. The protagonist glares down at the tiny fairy and accuses her of being the thief who stole his sweet roll. The little girl presses her hands to her chest, looking guilty, and whispers that her name is Do-song. She admits she did something bad and pleads for forgiveness. Kang looks at the pastry chef and asks how a flower fairy ended up in their kitchen. He notes that they are usually attracted to flowers and honey, and Hyun-I-am clarifies the situation. He suggests she was likely attracted to the honey in the roll. The young man stares ahead intently and asks for a refresher on what a flower fairy actually is. A flashback reveals a huge flying monster opening its maw, soaring over a clearing filled with fairies. Fairies are humanoid spirits that appear through portals. Recently, they have begun to settle in human cities. While magical monsters were exterminated, no one touched the fairies because they do not harm humans. On the contrary, they are helpful, so they were allowed to integrate into city life. Kang raises a hand and asks if they are creatures similar to Squeaker. His friend replies that while there are sometimes nasty fairies, they do not pose a serious danger. The protagonist shifts his incredulous gaze back to the tiny creature and folds his arms over his chest. He sighs, saying he will forgive her this one time, but sternly warns her never to steal from anyone else. Dusong clenches her small fists and exclaims that she is ashamed, insisting that she wants to work. She needs to eat. Hehan-im looks thoughtfully at the fairy and asks if she wants to work for them. Lim sadly asks how a flower fairy could possibly help out in a Chinese restaurant. The young pastry chef turns to the main character and suggests that the fairy could be useful to him instead. Kang is indignant, realizing they are just trying to shift the responsibility onto him. Kang thinks for a moment, turns his gaze to the guy, and suggests a trade. He could train Hehan-im. In exchange, Hehan-im would hire Dosong. The girl closes her eyes, imagining rock-hard abs. She says that Kang has come up with a brilliant idea and dreamily adds her 2 cents. A man in peak physical condition certainly conquers women's hearts. Happy, Hehan-im raises his hand and begs Kang to teach him. He admits he neglected his appearance a long time ago, and it has destroyed his confidence. He assures him the timing is perfect, adding that he's already got a sparring partner lined up. The pastry chef beams, energy high, offering to kick off their training session immediately. He claims it'll be a blast together. Meanwhile, Lim leans in, whispering to her husband that she wants to tag along with the boys. He shuts that idea down fast. Later, inside the bustling shopping center, the girl shoots an intriguing glance at our hero. He clarifies the plan. Absolute secrecy. Neither her husband nor her daughter can know why they are here. She covers her mouth, eyes widening. The boss's birthday is practically 48 hours away. Jean claps her hands in realization. It is the big day. Finally, the pieces fall into place for Kang Si-oh. Lim closes her eyes, a soft smile playing on her lips. She is desperate to find the perfect gift for her husband, but she is stuck on the what. Jean grabs the restaurant hostess by the hand, stepping up to the plate. With a reassuring squeeze, she tells her to relax. She is going to help handle this. Jean glows, thinking she has never had a chance like this, even with her own friends. It feels magical. Her gaze drifts to Kang Si-oh, her mind racing with the implications of the day. A shopping spree with Kang Si-oh? She realizes this isn't just an errand. It feels like they are a real group, with another girl in the mix. Almost like a date. Lim flashes a thumbs up, begging Kang Si-oh to keep his mouth shut around Boss Yu. She whispers the plan. They will stash the loot in his room. Her eyes drift toward a high-end shoe store. Jean asks the million-dollar question, what are we getting him? Lim hums, eyeing a pair of dress shoes. But doubt creeps in. Would he actually wear them? Jean raises her hand, struck by inspiration. Vitamins, she suggests, or high-grade supplements. She notes the boss has been looking exhausted lately. Lim lights up. Brilliant idea. Meanwhile, Kang Si-oh's attention drifts elsewhere. While the women chatter by the shop window, he casts a tired glance over their heads. He steps in, asking Lim if she minds him wandering off for a second. Jean gives him the green light, but not before she teases him. Put your glasses on. We don't need a mob realizing how handsome you are. He finds himself staring at a plush display. Jean pops up, convinced that Ha-yoon would love that massive teddy bear. He nods in agreement, but his eyes dart to the side, sharp and anxious. A strange noise ripples through the sales floor. The store clerk freezes, cold sweat beading on his forehead. A whisper cuts through the crowd. Illegals. The PA system crackles. All customers, remain where you are. Kang Si-oh frowns, asking the grim question. Who are the illegals? Jean's voice drops. Rogue awakened. They use their powers for crime, not protection. Chaos erupts. Mall security sprints past, chasing a figure cloaked in swirling dark blue mana. Kang Si-oh analyzes the energy signature. That aura color. It is unique. Not every awakened has that. He has never encountered a signature like this. Suddenly, the mall's emergency defense triggers. A shimmering magical dome seals them in. He narrows his eyes. It does not add up. An illegal would know about the automated defenses. Once security trips that barrier, the place is a fortress. No one gets in or out unless they hold the keys. He clenches his fist. If the criminals knew they would be trapped, why strike now? There has to be a deeper play. Jean voices his thought. It is a diversion. They are after something else. Kang Si-oh shuts his eyes, sensing the flow of mana, and turns to her. The basement, he says. Are there magic stones stored down there? Jean nods. Tons. Probably high-grade A-rank cores. In a center this size? Definitely. Jean throws her hands up, trying to stay optimistic. Look, the guards have it handled. They will sort it out. Lim isn't listening. She clutches her phone, face pale. We are going to be late picking up Ha-yoon from kindergarten. She dials frantically, but the call fails. No signal. Just the voicemail prompt. Somewhere else, a lonely little girl sits at a table, drawing by herself while the teacher watches. That settles it. Kang Si-oh realizes he has no choice. He points to a safe corner, ordering Jean to stay glued to Lim. I need to go, he states flatly. Just for a moment. Jean looks at him, pleading. Be careful. He vanishes around the corner, picking up speed. Then he skids to a halt, eyes widening at the carnage. Bodies litter the floor, slick with blood. What the hell is going on here? He presses a glowing palm against the wounded man's chest, realizing his magic barely scraped them back from the brink of death. But they aren't out of the woods, yet they are still critical. His eyes snap toward the gaping doorway. A figure cloaked in a menacing dark blue aura extends a hand, barking orders for the crowd to move. The masked intruder stands with his back to the entrance, and Kong realizes the overwhelming pressure he feels comes solely from this one man. Sword strapped to his back and paralyzed by indecision, he cautiously peeks out from the shadows behind the protagonist. A torrent of raw magic surges toward the criminals. The dust settles, and the guy looks down at the defeated men. It is a dead end. There is nobody left to interrogate. But he doesn't need a confession. The rumors already paint a clear picture. He glances up, deciding to leave the messy cleanup to the rest of the associations. The woman turns, informing the team that the figures dressed in black were just a diversion to steal the mana stones. She marches toward the perimeter fence and barks orders at her men. She commands Wu Soi to hunt down everyone involved in the store heist, then vaults over the fence in a single fluid motion. Signaling two operatives to follow her into the basement, she watches association members scramble across the trading floor. They stand ready at the open door, daggers drawn. The girl thrusts her hand out, screaming for the target to freeze. She scans the room, bewildered. The guy asks what happened, leaving her wondering. If they didn't do it, who took out these robbers? Back in the room, Khan grumbles. It is his birthday, yet here he is, stuck working on his big day. The other man asks what makes birthdays so special anyway you were born. Big deal. That is it. The main character looks away, murmuring that for them, this isn't just an ordinary day. Just as you start to wonder if he is right, Lim walks through the door, clutching a birthday cake. He wishes the husband a happy birthday, while little Ha happily cheers for her dad. The joyful girl throws her hands in the air, enthusiastically shouting, "Happy birthday to their beloved, cool, kind daddy." Hyunam bursts into the restaurant, breathless, asking if he is late, while Ji chimes in that she made it too. The young man looks at his gathered friends, tears welling in his eyes. Someone speaks up, urging the birthday boy to blow out the candles before they melt. Outside, the restaurant is swallowed by the quiet night. Hands clasped behind his back, he studies the calendar. It is a holiday. Kong asks if it is Children's Day. The man turns to his friend, nodding. Exactly. And since it is a national day off, they are going to make a killing today. The protagonist speaks up, noting that he read this day is dedicated to honoring children. And, by the way, Hyun is technically a child too. The restaurant owner facepalms. He mentions he promised to take her to an illusionist show this afternoon. His gaze shifts, calculating. He figures the rush will hit before lunch, but wonders how they will survive if G isn't here today. The guy smirks, saying that is exactly why he called in a sub. The restaurant door swings open. Everyone turns to see the young man stepping inside. He greets the newcomer, noting that he is right on time. The owner stands tall before the boy. He demands to see a guardian's consent form and a valid medical certificate. Formalities done, he points to the back, telling the kid to wash up and start on the dishes. The main character watches the new hire. The owner admits the kid works terrifyingly fast. It is obvious he isn't awakened. The protagonist notes that it isn't easy, saying the kid learned diligence by delivering newspapers every single day. He sits at the table, peeling fruit with precision. He adds that even if you are awakened, you still need to hone your skills constantly. He stares ahead, wondering, if that is true, why is G so much more agile than this class rookie? As the young man scrubs a table, the scene shifts to a girl gazing out the window of a moving car. The woman in the passenger seat turns back, assuring the young lady they will arrive shortly. She gives a firm, instructive thumbs up. Listen, as soon as we get there, you need to greet the president first, and then the chairman of the association. After that, make sure you speak with the executive directors from the other guilds. Who says I understand everything? She snaps, voice thick with disappointment, as she asks why her father isn't here. Ji lowers her head, hiding her eyes, while the assistant replies coolly that he will pay a short visit. A short visit, she scoffs. Apparently, he is a very busy man. She aggressively pops the cap off her lipstick. She whips her head around. Why today? It is Children's Day. Why am I dragged to a corporate party now? And why this look? She gestures to the heavy, dark makeup and the crimson suit. Why do I need to be this painted doll? The secretary simply shifts his gaze to her. The red symbolizes the Red Dragon Guild. Ma'am, he replies, urging her to have patience. You must be a role model, he adds. An object of aspiration for every child in our guild. The girl applies the lipstick with bitter strokes. Aspirations? Is that what we call this? What kind of example am I? We can barely handle each new portal that rips open. She stares intensely into the mirror. This country owes us its safety, she mutters, yet our world is constantly balancing on the edge of the abyss. The assistant ignores her dread, continuing his instructions so the young mistress does not forget her place. You are the face of the guild, he reminds her. The most beautiful and representative face we have. The Witch of the Red Flame, G, smears the lipstick past her lip line, fuming with indignation. The assistant watches her tantrum calmly. It is quite natural for an awakened woman from a good family, an upper-class family, to be so beautiful. Do not be ashamed of your gifts. The young lady presses a scarf to her face, blotting the mistake. Asterisk. I used to want to look more mature. Asterisk, she thinks. Asterisk. I didn't want them to neglect me because of my age. But now, this catchy makeup has become my prison. Asterisk. The secretary glances at the scarf. And how is the lady's hobby? Playing the part of a commoner? It is not a game, she exclaims. I go undercover to protect civilians, to be ready for emergencies. The assistant checks a sheet of paper, unfazed. I am happy for you, young mistress. It is good that you have a favorite pastime. An outlet outside of work and guild affairs. The luxury car glides to the curb and stops. The assistant opens the door. G steps out, eyes locked forward. It has been a long time since she felt comfortable in her role. Meanwhile, the huntress's counterpart, the protagonist, walks his family through the square until he spots a shooting range. He points a sharp hand to the side. Take a look at that. The guy beside him follows his gaze to the crowd, throwing darts. One man sticks his tongue out in sheer concentration. The protagonist narrows his eyes, confused. Why are assassins training in broad daylight? His amazed niece giggles. Uncle, it is just a game. The young man reaches out to correct him. Ah, he realizes now. These are the trivial, entertaining games that the people of this civilization love so much. You get points for every balloon you burst, his companion explains. The little girl points her finger forward with delight. Uncle, look, she cries out. The biggest prize is that bear on the counter. There, in a beautiful package, sits a massive teddy bear with a pink bow. The main character kneels on one knee before his niece. You really want that bear? She nods. Tell me, if you had such a bear, would you be very, very happy? Happier than you would be with sweets? He smirks. What about chocolates? The confused girl throws her hands to her face, clenching her fists in a moral struggle. I also want to eat delicious things. And chocolates. Meanwhile, Kong turns to the young man. Why don't you try throwing some darts? You could make friends with Hyun. The young guy scratches his head, embarrassed. I would. But I am an awakened with a rather useless blast ability. What kind of ability? Kong asks. A memory surfaces, the boy throwing a weak fire flash at a monster. It is C-class, the young man reveals. Not exactly a raging inferno. It causes a small explosion. Just enough to blind and distract a monster for a split second. He looks away, dejected. We don't exactly use this ability in ordinary life. The protagonist leans forward, intense. Try it. Do exactly as I say. His companion blinks. Are you serious? The protagonist steps to the counter. 3 darts, he demands. He holds them out. Take them. The young man looks at his hand uncertainly. But how can I hit the 100-point ball with all 3 in a single roll? Impossible? The protagonist dismisses the doubt, resting a firm hand on the guy's shoulder. Listen to me, he commands. First, plant your feet. You need to tense your core muscles. If your stance is unstable during the throw, the weapon loses its center of gravity. You'll miss. Confidence surging, the young man raises the dart while Kong guides him through the final steps. Relax your shoulders. Loosen your wrists. Now, aim just a fraction higher. And, finally, focus. In a blur of motion, the young man releases the dart. Asterisk thwack, asterisk dead center. 100 points. The kid pumps his fists, exploding with enthusiasm. I hit it. I actually hit it, he screams. The protagonist offers a faint smile. See? I told you it was simple. Just then, Ha comes sprinting back, clutching a massive stuffed bear. Suddenly, a megaphone crackles to life. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, the show of the great wizard. Yukonko is about to begin. Please, everyone, take your seats. Ha whips her head around, screaming to her uncle. The illusion show, it's starting. We have to run. The protagonist watches the child calmly, hands clasped behind his back. Don't run, he chides gently. You'll trip and hurt yourself. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, two figures in black retrieve silenced weapons from their bags. We're really sticking our necks out. One grumbles. The second man sighs. Nothing we can do about it. When orders come down from above, we don't get a choice. The masked man points a gloved finger toward the crowd. Better to die trying, he mutters, because if we don't take these people out, we're dead anyway. The man in the balaclava glances nervously at his partner. But what if we get captured? The leader raises a hand, revealing a ring pulsing with arcane light. Don't be a coward. Look. We have the ring. Even if high-level awakened searchers try to track us, they won't find a thing. His partner exhales, relief washing over him. Okay, so our only target is the blood flower. The masked mercenary shoulders his rifle, peering through the scope. Acquire target. Asterisk, target. Blood flower. Asterisk, he thinks. Asterisk. Real name, Kim June. Asterisk. Asterisk. The Witch of the Red Flames. Asterisk. Through the lens, he spots a woman standing with arms crossed. Right in his crosshairs. She has to die, the killer whispers. Back on the ground, Ha waves frantically. Hey guys, over here. This spot is perfect. The young man glances around. We're sitting here? He pauses. Actually, from here, we can see the levitation tricks up close. He crosses his arms, looking pleased. I could probably do that magic myself, he brags, before quickly adding, I'm kidding, obviously. The protagonist glances at the excited youth. My favorite trick, the boy chatters on, is when they cut a person in half and put them back together. On stage, the magician tips his top hat. Kong muses, to himself. Asterisk. Severing a body and restoring it. Do they really possess such magic here? Asterisk. The protagonist turns his head slightly, closing his eyes to tune out the noise. Even when you know it's a trick, it looks so convincing, the boy says. Kong replies softly, I wouldn't be so sure it's just a trick. His weary gaze shifts to the flow of mana in the air. He turns sharply. Asterisk. This aura. It's familiar. Could it be? Asterisk. Khan locks eyes on a woman radiating a powerful pink aura. He points discreetly. Who is that? Oh, those are the VIP seats, the young man replies, oblivious. The protagonist keeps his finger pointed at the podium. I mean that woman. Is she someone important? That's the Black Rose, the young man gasps, clenching his fists in admiration. In South Korea, if you don't know her name, people will think you're a spy. The protagonist studies the VIP box thoughtfully. She must be a very strong hunter. If she's that popular, she has to be. The companion nods. She's the top hunter of the Red Dragon Guild, one of the three main guilds. The young man turns back to the stage, unaware of the chaos about to unfold. Ji frantically covers her face with a flyer, trying to stay incognito. She peeks over the edge, eyes wide with amazement. What on earth is the Spring Pavilion crew doing here? She tucks a stray hair behind her ear, realizing she just can't stop staring at Kang Si. The protagonist notices her odd behavior, figuring the girl must have her reasons for hiding her identity. On stage, the host sweeps his arm wide, announcing the beginning of a grand illusion show. A fakir gestures dramatically, causing heavy cubes to levitate effortlessly into the air. In the crowd, an excited youth pumps his fist, baffled by how they can move objects without using mana. But the mood shifts instantly. A cold bead of sweat rolls down the protagonist's temple. He snaps his gaze to the side, sensing a lethal projectile screaming through the air, radiating a massive aura. Asterisk, crack. Asterisk. The bullet slams into an invisible magical barrier near G, leaving the guards stunned and asking what just happened. One of the bodyguards retrieves the flattened round, his face pale as he realizes it is high-grade ammunition. It's loaded with aura, he warns. We have a sniper. Suddenly, two more magic bullets streak toward the target. Shields up! A bodyguard roars, deploying a protective dome. Protect the mistress at all costs. Another guard screams to maximize the shield's power, but the bullets hammer against the obstacle with terrifying force. They pierce the barrier, a guard yells, and the men desperately throw their hands forward to act as human shields. We have to stop this, someone cries out. The young hero narrows his eyes, analyzing the threat. He tilts his head, wondering what kind of rounds can shred a high-tier energy shield like paper. If they can penetrate that defense, who is behind this? And what is their endgame? Ji suddenly throws her hand up, glaring at a man cowering on the floor in shock. Holding back her own magic, she snaps at him. Why are you just sitting there? Go find the criminals. A young lady in the crowd stares blankly ahead, trying to process the sudden chaos. Panic sets in as she worries about her friends back at the restaurant, while a guide screams for citizens to evacuate. Move to the safe zone, she commands. Nearby, a terrified Lim clutches her daughter tight. Are you scared, baby? She whispers, trembling. Don't worry. Mommy is right here. But the little girl just sobs, holding up a teddy bear with its head blown off. My bear. He's hurt. As the tearful child runs to her father, the protagonist shifts his gaze, and his expression goes cold. They made little Ha cry. That crosses a line. He vows to find the attackers and make them pay in blood. He turns to his friends, feigning calm. I need to hit the restroom. I'll be right back, he lies, glancing around. It looks like the danger has passed anyway. High on a rooftop, the snipers are crouching. A man in a balaclava glares at his partner. What did you do? You should have dropped the red fox in one shot, the partner protests. I aimed right for her head. The bullet bounced off something. The masked killer looks at him, bewildered. He wonders if they are really arguing about physics right now. Meanwhile, the main character removes his hand from his pocket. Listening to their conversation from afar, he hears one suggestion that makes his blood boil. Shoot a civilian to cause a panic. We can escape in the chaos, the sniper suggests, though the second man hesitates. Shocked, Kong cannot believe they would target innocents. He looks at the 2 aura bullets resting in his palm. Fine, he decides. I'll return these scoundrels to their own bullets. He flicks his wrist. The protagonist sends the rounds flying back at supersonic speed, crashing directly into the snipers' bodies. The men crumple to the floor, bleeding out. One gasps, indignant at the main character's interference. The guy glares at the dying sniper. You made Hyun cry, and you think you can just walk away? And you were planning to shoot civilians? The assassin clutches his wound, gasping. Who is Kong? You won't be forgiven, the killer wheezes. The main character stares him down with icy resolve. Who ordered the hit on the girl? He demands, shifting his angry gaze aside. Kong stands surrounded by his flaring aura, confident that the association hunters will clean up the trash. He leaps from the rooftop parapet, soaring into the air. He has a crying child to comfort. The teacher stands at her desk, supervising the children, but her eyes are glued to her phone screen in utter disbelief. She snaps her head up, forcing a bright smile as she tells the students to behave themselves, while she steps out for a moment. Rushing into the hallway, the mentor presses the device to her ear, her voice dropping to a serious whisper. I'm here. Go ahead. She holds the phone tight against her ear, listening intently. Understood. I hear you loud and clear. Her expression darkens. So it was an assassination attempt? Then we need to increase security around the children immediately. The voice on the other end breathes a sigh of relief, thanking the woman for her willingness to take charge of the situation. Technically, this is a job for the inspection department. Inside the classroom, the kids peek out, wondering when Miss Sora will return. Just a moment, everyone. The teacher calls back, her anxious gaze lingering on the phone screen. I'll call you back, she whispers, hanging up and clasping her hands together to compose herself before facing the class. Composing herself, the brunette steps back inside and apologizes. Now, who knows what special day is coming up tomorrow? Parents' Day, the children shout in unison, their faces lighting up with smiles. That's right, Sora nods enthusiastically. So today, we are going to make beautiful paper carnations for them. Don't you want to show your mom and dad how much you appreciate them? The children scream a resounding yes. As the room fills with the rustling of colorful paper, the brunette approaches little Ha. Wow, look at you. That flower is gorgeous. Who are you giving that to? She asks gently. The little girl beams. I'm giving it to mommy and daddy. The girl sitting next to her pipes up, eager to share. I'm going to give my craft to my parents too. Excitement ripples through the room as the boys at the next table raise their hands, shouting out who they plan to gift their flowers to. The teacher smiles, but as her eyes land on one specific student, her expression falters. Sora remembers the boy's situation. She kneels down beside his desk, speaking softly. Jong, you're making very beautiful carnations. Suddenly, a classmate asks loudly, Hey Jong, who are you going to give yours to? Cold sweat begins to bead on the teacher's forehead. A green-eyed boy chimes in, innocent but cruel. Teacher, is it true Jong has nobody to give flowers to? Yeah, another child adds without hesitation. I heard he doesn't have a mom or dad, he just lives with his aunt. The neighbor scoffs. My mom said I have to be friends with Jong, but I don't want to. He looks at the boy with disdain. Sora freezes, panic rising. But before she can intervene, little Ha stands up abruptly, slamming her hands on the table. She marches over to the boys. "You guys are being so mean." Ha glares at them. "Imagine if you didn't have a mommy or daddy. How would you feel if someone said that to you?" The reality of her words hits them hard. The thought of losing their parents is too terrifying. And the boys burst into tears. "I don't want my parents to die," they wail. Sora steps in, seizing the moment. "See? That feeling is why what you said was so bad. Why would you ask such a hurtful question?" The teacher stands tall, addressing the weeping group. "When we do something wrong," she asks sternly. "What do we do?" Sniffling, one of the boys answers, We apologize." Sora places a protective hand on Zhong's shoulder. "Exactly. Now apologize to Zhong, and promise me you will never do this again." The group mumbles their apologies. The blue-eyed boy, head hung low, whispers, It's okay." Ha, or Yoon, as her friends call her, leans in closer to him. "Stop crying now. Let's go finish our carnations together." The brunette boy wipes his eyes and agrees, a shy smile forming. "Okay. I'll give this flower to my aunt. I'm sure she'll love it," the girl encourages him. Zhong looks up, catching a glimpse of a woman walking down the corridor. Elsewhere, a brunette woman reflects on the past. The Class A awakened appeared during an era of absolute chaos. Like a dragon bowing to a human, he commanded the elements. He was a true master of magic. A wielder of sword and fire, he was the legendary warrior who single-handedly won the war against the monsters. Now, he rules the greatest guild in South Korea. The woman exhales deeply, reading the nameplate on the heavy office door. Even for her, the brown-eyed secretary, the man sitting behind this door, is a source of terrifying intimidation. "No mistakes," she whispers to herself, calming her nerves. She knocks, and a deep voice invites Mo inside. The brunette steps into the office, bowing respectfully as she opens her file folder to begin the briefing. She starts listing the chairman's schedule, but the red-haired man frowns, cutting her off with a sharp wave of his hand. "Enough," he growls. "Tell me the progress on the investigation. Who dared to attempt an assassination on my daughter?" Mo stiffens but replies clearly. "The Silver Tower Group is still under suspicion, sir, but we have no news yet." He slams his fist on the table. The man with eyes like burning topaz slams his hand on the desk. "We need to find the mastermind behind this. Now, I want the head of the fool who dared to attempt this assassination. Do not fail me." The brunette assistant nods, her expression cool and professional. "Consider it done, sir." She slides a file across the mahogany surface. "These are the registration documents for the Spring Pavilion restaurant." The chairman glances at the paperwork. "The owner." He pauses, recognition flickering in his gaze. "I know him. We were comrades once scouted dungeons together back in the old days." The documents sit heavily on the table, the tension in the room thick enough to cut. "Your orders, Chairman? How shall we dispose of him?" Mo asks. The chairman's hand tightens, crumpling the papers into a ball. "Leave the cook alone," he commands. Since her mother died, Ji has lived only for cold revenge. This place. It's the first time she's shown interest in anything else. He clasps his hands, his demeanor softening. "Just keep eyes on the restaurant, nothing more." "Understood, sir." Mo bows respectfully and turns to leave. The heavy door clicks shut. Alone, the red-haired chairman turns to a hidden wall safe and punches in the code. His trembling hand reaches inside, retrieving a small, delicate object. "Her first gift," he whispers, voice thick with emotion. "The first flower G ever made for me." He stares at it, and the weight of command seems to lift. "When I look at this, the fatigue, the anger, it all fades. I just hope," he murmurs, "that one day she can smile like she did when she was a child." Meanwhile, a shout cuts through the street. "Kong! Hey, Kong!" Breathless, Jean skids to a halt, newspaper in hand. "Master, you're finishing work already?" Kong leans on his broom, smiling. "You're early today, Jean." Jean grins back. "It's the training. I flew through my delivery route. Seriously, thank you." Kong shakes his head humbly. "That was all you, kid. Your perseverance, your sweat. I just gave advice." Jean looks down, his smile fading into something more vulnerable. "You know, truthfully, I've been in a dark place for a long time. I thought my life was set in stone. Ordinary, boring, useless." He clenches his fist, eyes burning with new fire. "But thanks to you, Kong, I feel like I can actually reach for the stars." Jean bounces on his heels, energy radiating off him. "I never thought I'd raise my rank, but that dart technique you showed me, it actually boosted my stats." Kong's expression shifts instantly. "Wait, what did you just say?" Jean blinks. "The dart technique. It helped me." Kang frowns, interrupting. No, about the ranking. You've said it before. You think you're stuck in your class forever. Well, yeah, Jean shrugs. Reawakening is basically a myth. The odds are microscopic. And even if you do reawaken, it doesn't guarantee a class jump. Kang's face darkens. Asterisk. Snap. Asterisk. The broom handle in his grip splinters and breaks with a single hand. Asterisk. He's wrong. Asterisk, Kang thinks. The realization hitting him like a truck. Asterisk, awakening isn't the end. It's just the starting line. Asterisk. Asterisk. Does this entire civilization truly not know? Asterisk. He rubs his temples, disbelief washing over him. Kang? Jean waves a hand. Kang looks up, eyes sharp. Jean, what breathing practices do you know? Jean stares at him blankly. Breathing. Practices? What are those? Kang freezes. Asterisk. It all makes sense now. Asterisk. The awakened of this world are ignorant of cultivation techniques. Asterisk. That's why their energy control is so trash. They're just brute forcing it. Asterisk. Jean checks the time. Ah, I gotta run. See ya, Kang. He dashes off, leaving Kang standing there, mind racing. Later, Kang sits with a drink, staring into the amber liquid, lost in thought. A friend slides into the seat across from him. You look heavy, man. Something eating at you? Kang nods slowly. Yeah. He leans forward, voice low. Hypothetically, what would you do? If you held a secret that could make every awakened in this city exponentially stronger? The friend doesn't hesitate. I'd share it. In a heartbeat. Kang raises an eyebrow. You wouldn't want payment? Glory? The friend pours himself a drink, smiling softly. Nah, if it means my home is safe, if it means my family is protected by stronger heroes, that's reward enough for me. Frowning, Tae questioned the point of keeping the secret, arguing it was far better to share the burden. He admitted he was incapable of protecting civilization alone, whispering that he only wished for her to live in safety. The man nodded, understanding perfectly, as the brunette handed him a glass of soda. Staring ahead, the main character reflected on his life. Living quietly undercover was the only way to avoid plunging the world into further chaos. Kang set down his glass, a smile reaching his brown eyes as a thought crossed his mind. If he shared this secret, the world would become a better place. And honestly, that was all he truly desired. Resolve hardened, he would create a breathing technique for the awakened. The protagonist flipped to a fresh page in his notebook. Kang rested his palm against the paper and let out a heavy sigh. He hadn't slept in 2 nights, but finally, it was done. The young man crossed his arms, satisfied, knowing that thanks to this technique, the awakened would finally be able to concentrate the aura within their bodies without losing a single drop. He snapped the notebook shut. The pen rolled across the table as the main character made his declaration. He dubbed it the method of a pure and righteous heart. Kang scratched his head sheepishly. The only challenge remaining was distribution. Grabbing a potato, the main character turned to Ji. He asked if she knew anything about the president of the Hunters Association. The girl threw her hands up in a grand gesture. She replied that the president was a legend, a great man whose name deserved to be etched in history. Frankly, she added, without him, Korea wouldn't even exist today. She painted a picture of the past, wounded men scattered on the asphalt, as she continued her tale. He was always on the front lines where help was needed most, a man who earned his position 1,000 times over. Kang scratched his chin, deep in thought, while the protagonist looked away, coming to a conclusion. If the rumors were true, such a person could be trusted with the responsibility of distributing his manuscript. The main character picked up his notebook. If the president was genuinely trustworthy, then he deserved this secret. The young man stood up, announcing he was going for a walk. Guards trailed behind him as the elevator numbers climbed, finally stopping at the 69th floor. The president stepped out to greet his staff, then leaned against his desk, calling for a cup of coffee. Settling into his chair, the boss picked up the mysterious notebook. What is this? He read the title aloud. The Method of a Pure and Righteous Heart. He scoffed, asking if it was some trashy martial arts novel. Just as his assistant approached the table, an employee placed the coffee down while the president shot a questioning look at his guard. He asked if the guard knew anything about the notebook. The bodyguard glanced at the book, shaking his head. Unfortunately, he had no idea. The man just held the notebook out, perplexed. It sounded like a martial arts manual, he suggested. Something about a pure and righteous heart. Like a novel, the boss mused, pointing out the cliché. In those stories, there's always a hero who stumbles upon a secret ancient manuscript. The boss pressed a hand to his temple. The employee chuckled, noting that if reading a book could actually grant superpowers, life would be just fine. Stroking his beard, the man wondered what it truly contained. Finally, The boss cracked the book open. He mentally noted the handwriting messy, not pretty, but practically vibrating with energy. His hand tightened on the page. The president slammed the notebook shut in shock. Then, hesitating, he tore it open again. Light caught the page, illuminating the text written by Kang. The chief's eyes reddened with intensity as the bodyguard waited with the coffee. Taking a sip, realization dawned on him. Anyone who studied this method would unlock a profound secret. Sketches of a hand holding a pencil danced across the page, detailing the very class system of the awakened. It was a revelation only a master could understand. The president grasped the notebook with both hands, his voice trembling. The author of the Pure and Righteous Heart Method has shared this with mankind for free. His only hope is that this method be used solely for the purposes of peace and security. The chief leaned back in his chair, overwhelmed, thinking about how scientists and scholars all across the globe were banging their heads against the wall, trying to crack the code for artificially leveling up. And awakened, the chairman leaned forward, realizing the grim truth. Nobody had found the answer. Decades of research, billions in funding, all for nothing. He ran his fingers over the cover of the mysterious book, wondering who on earth possessed the genius to write something this magnificent. He stroked his beard thoughtfully, analyzing the contents. The logic wasn't just convincing, it was terrifyingly advanced, a masterpiece. But how did this manuscript end up on his desk? And why? He flipped to a blank page, and his heart skipped a beat. A pitch-black insignia was stamped right there. He gasped. It was that times symbol. The only known signature of the legendary Zero-class awakened they had ever tracked. Cold sweat trickled down the chairman's temple. The author of this revolutionary method was him? If the elusive monster himself wrote this, then there was no doubt about its potency, or the author's intentions. He imagined the mysterious figure's silhouette standing before him, raising a warning finger as if to say, "I hope this little gift doesn't bring me any headaches." The chairman smirked, mentally accepting the terms. "No objections here, my friend. Let it be exactly as you wish." The young man in his imagination shoved his hands into his pockets, and the chairman decided right then and there. Even if Li Xin had issues controlling his volatile energy, he was the only one who could test this. He tucked the notebook into his jacket, eager to see the reaction. "I need to see his face when he reads this," he muttered, reaching for the phone. "Get him in here, now." Sunlight glared off the glass skyscrapers as a young man approached the massive mahogany desk. The chairman swiveled in his chair to face his guest. "What is this about?" the young man asked, clearly annoyed. Everyone knew how much he hated leaving the sanctuary of his home for trivial meetings. The old man slid the notebook across the table. "Read it, Shin. I think I found the answers you've been searching for." Shin picked it up, skepticism written all over his face. "Where did you dig up this raggedy old book?" His eyes narrowed as he scanned the first page, and then widened in sheer horror. What times is times this?" The chairman laughed, slapping his knee. "There it is. That's exactly the look I was waiting for. My day is officially made." Shin thrust the notebook back toward him, his hands shaking slightly. "I asked you what this is." The boss leaned back, clasping his hands. "It's called the Method of a Pure and Righteous Heart." He looked Shin in the eye. "You've flown overseas countless times, haven't you? Begging those foreign Zero-class monsters for advice on how to control your overflowing mana." Shin looked down at the pages, defeated. "Yeah, and they all gave me garbage advice. Just trigger a second awakening, they said. Like it's that easy to just result in a zero-grade rebirth." He gripped the notebook tighter. "But this actually looks like a real solution to the energy deviation." "Where did you get this?" Shin demanded. "A gift," the chairman replied softly. "From the only awakened, Zero-class in our country." The boss threw his hands up in a gesture of bewilderment. "When I walked in this morning, it was just sitting there on my desk. It's a complete mystery. Even the security cameras didn't pick up a single soul entering the room." Shin snapped the notebook shut. "I'm taking this. I'll be the first to master this method." As the boy stormed out of the building, the boss watched him go. "That's exactly why I called you, Li Xin. If anyone can survive the potential backlash of an untested technique, it's you." Shin thanked him under his breath, his mind racing. Asterisk. Who is he? The first Zero-class awakened in Korea? Asterisk. Meanwhile, a young man in a white baseball cap strolled casually along the river embankment. His sneakers tapped against the tiled path. "Time for a break," he whispered, dropping onto a nearby bench. He raised a hand to shield his eyes from the glare, gazing up at the azure expanse, staring into the endless blue. He realized just how long it had been since he stepped outside, how long it had been since he let himself simply bathe in the warmth of the sun, carefree and alive. Behind the young man lay the massive carcass of a slain beast. He wiped his face, smearing fresh crimson across his skin, with a blood-soaked hand. The news anchor sat poised at the desk, announcing that the public was already hailing the arrival of a brand-new S-class hunter. Calling it a true miracle, the reporter noted that the hopes and dreams of the entire nation now rested squarely on his shoulders. She explained that he was the first in history to successfully seal an S-class portal. But in reality, the hero's blood-stained hands were trembling violently. Flashbacks of his slaughtered comrades flooded his mind, and a deep, primal fear of his own overwhelming power began to take root. Since that tragic day, he has lived in a constant state of war with his own abilities. The harder he tries to master the energy, the more it spirals out of control, a volatile curse that pushes everyone away and deepens his profound loneliness. Lifting his hand toward the sky, he realized that his sacrifice had a purpose. Thanks to him, countless civilians were able to return to a life of peace, and so, he forced himself to keep living, finding a way to endure the heavy burden he carried. Controlling his superpower was a nightmare. Shin stares up at the sky, then abruptly reaches into the inner pocket of his jacket. Pain flickers in his eyes. He realizes he still hasn't mastered the perfection method, and he can't afford to let his guard down for a second. Sitting on the bench, he reflects on how long he despised his own strength. But thanks to mastering the pure and righteous heart method, he finally gained control, overcoming the Class 0 barrier. A faint blue aura floats in the air around him. He looks down, overwhelmed with gratitude. The Class 0 awakened, who penned this technique, was truly his savior. Suddenly, he looks up. A guy in a motorcycle helmet sprints past, dragging a massive box. Is his ability related to speed? Judging by that pace, he's at least Class B. The courier slams the dish onto the table. Delivery from Spring Pavilion. The table fills with painted plates and an assortment of food. The courier rattles off the list of delivered items. The customer objects they didn't order fried dumplings. It's on the house. The courier replies warmly. Bon appétit. The aroma makes the young man's mouth water. He pulls out his phone, silently checking the restaurant's name. He jumps up from the bench. It's close. He has to go. Elsewhere, a girl hands over a glass of water, noting that he looks sharp today. She watches him drink anxiously. Is something wrong with the water? He looks away. No, it's not the water. He realizes it's the same young man he sensed that incredibly strong aura back in the park. The restaurant door swings open. Shin stands there, hand on the handle, greeted by a staff member. The server asks how many guests. Shin locks eyes with G. It really is you. What are you doing here? A man peeks out from the kitchen. Friend of yours? G steps closer to him. He's my cousin. The man narrows his eyes. He feels like he's seen Shin before. G quickly covers her mouth to hide her reaction. He just has a standard face, she lies quickly. Everyone says he looks familiar. She changes the subject. What do you want to eat, brother? Shin pulls out a chair, agreeing to her recommendation. G hands him a drink, whispering, What are you doing? Are you even allowed to leave the house? If you have another energy outburst, I can handle it, but these people can't. Shin waves a hand dismissively. That's all in the past. She presses him for details on the cure. Shin clasps his hands together. Come to the next association training session. You'll find out everything then. She raises a threatening fist. And keep your mouth shut about me. In front of these people, I'm just an ordinary girl. A waiter brings a steaming hot dish. Heard you're related to G, so I made the portion extra large. Shin thanks her and lifts the noodles with his chopsticks. He chews, savoring the flavor. He devours the dish at lightning speed. Even though the noodles are slightly burnt in places, they are delicious. He hasn't had fresh, handmade noodles like this in a long time. He rests his fist on the table. He truly believed he'd never get to experience simple pleasures like this again. Suddenly, his eyes widen. Everyone else in the cafe drops unconscious. Shin bolts up from his seat. The situation is critical. His emotions spike. His aura flares. G marches up to him. Are you done? Then get out. Now. Shin shakes his head, bewildered. He doesn't understand what just happened. The protagonist watches Shin from the corner of his eye. Dangerous situation. Even with the pure and righteous heart method, the kid lacks experience. Still, it's impressive he managed to suppress his energy in time. He glances back, intrigued. Who is this guy? He's mastered the method well, even though it was only released the other day. And if he knows G, he must be important. The young man in the black jacket stands by the register, a bit clumsy, but he knows the theory perfectly. Amazing talent. He might be the only Class 0 in the entire country. G slaps her thigh in annoyance. Go, and don't come back. Shin's phone lights up an incoming call. He presses the phone to his ear. I'm on my way. He rubs the back of his head awkwardly. Chairman's calling a meeting. G glares, then hurry up. He heads for the exit, saying goodbye. Ji waves him off, then immediately clutches her heart in relief. That was too close, he could have blown her cover. She turns to Khan. Just my cousin, I swear. Meanwhile, Shin stands before the chairman's desk. You called, sir? The chairman leans back in his chair. Have you studied the method yet? Shin nods. Yes. The effects are dizzying. The chairman leans back, noting the lack of enthusiasm. You found a downside, didn't you? Shin stares at his hands. At first, I was inspired. But after careful study, if this spreads to the masses, it will cause absolute chaos. The bearded man looks at him gravely. When I realized the method actually worked, I thought the same thing. But there is something I fear far more than side effects. He stands up, looming over him. He questions the creator's true intent, clenching his fist until the knuckles turn white. It isn't just fear paralyzing him, it is a terrifying mix of dread and profound respect. The realization hits him hard. He lowers his head, admitting the truth to himself. He is afraid of this man, but it goes deeper than simple terror. It is a reverence born of power. But what are the creator's motives? The scene shifts to the office, where a girl sits buried behind a mountain of paperwork. A coffee cup hits the desk with a sharp tap. Khan stands over her, offering the drink with a warm smile. You look exhausted, he says softly. She grabs the cup with both hands, grateful for the warmth. Thanks, she breathes. He leans against her desk, casual and concerned. Backlog piling up again? She brushes a stray lock of hair from her face, eyes dark with worry. The illegals are getting bold lately. Khan's expression hardens. He knows she's right. I heard the rumor, he says, voice low. The bomber is active again. She closes her eyes, pinching the bridge of her nose. The investigators are nearly dead on their feet because of that scum. And the attempt on the Black Rose? It's crushing the support department. A single bead of sweat traces her jawline, betraying her stress. She spins her chair to face him, eyes narrowing playfully. But enough about work. You didn't come all this way just to deliver caffeine, did you? Caught me. He pats his pocket with a grin. Are you free next Thursday evening? He leans in, keeping the suspense alive. He produces 2 tickets with a flourish. Gold Star Ballet. Managed to snag a pair. I was hoping you'd join me if you can get away, that is. She shoots him a playful wink. The ballet? Sounds tempting. She pauses for dramatic effect. Going on a date with a girl. I really should refuse. He stiffens slightly, but she laughs. Oh, relax. How can I say no when my little brother asks so nicely? She points to the calendar on the wall. Mark it down, just so you don't forget. She accepts the tickets, her mood lifting instantly. She marks the date in bold red ink. Happy now? Ecstatic. He reaches out, channeling energy to restore her fading stamina. Let's get you back on your feet. She rests, her hands on her knees, feeling the warmth spread. She stretches her arms high, the brain fog vanishing. My thoughts. They're finally clear, she marvels. Take care of yourself, he whispers, turning to leave. Thursday night arrives. Men in sharp suits line the entrance as the Spring Pavilion clan makes their grand entrance. A little girl bounds down the stairs. Look at me! She cheers, throwing her arms up. I'm beautiful! The crowd watches her with admiring smiles as a woman follows, clutching her bag. The woman adjusts Khan's lapel, her touch gentle. You clean up nice, she notes, eyeing his suit. He rubs the back of his neck, sheepishly. Does it look okay? He asks. Ha, pipes up, beaming. Uncle looks like a total movie star today. He slips a hand into his pocket, murmuring his thanks. But the man across from him isn't smiling. He strokes his chin, eyes scanning the room. I have a bad feeling about this. Lim chuckles beside him. Worried his dashing looks will draw too much attention? Lim teases. The man sighs, fist pressed to his chin. Just, let's go inside. The protagonist strolls in, hands in pockets, looking effortlessly cool. Heads turn as he passes, his presence commanding attention wherever he goes. But his focus shifts. He frowns. The air feels heavy, dark energy, thick as a dungeon's miasma, begins to bleed into the opulent room in a sinister purple haze. His eyes snap open. Someone is watching him. He whips his head around, senses on high alert. What kind of energy is this? A woman in a striking red dress stands near the entrance, hand resting on her neck. Ji's eyes go wide. Is that Khan? In a suit? Khan spots her instantly. It's Ji. He crosses his arms, mind racing. She shouldn't be here. Should he warn her? No. That dark energy. The illegals are definitely here, lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike. A cold sweat breaks out on his forehead. If he tells her now, he blows his cover. How would he explain sensing the danger? An F-class hunter shouldn't be able to detect this aura. She would figure out his secret immediately. No, he needs to be certain first. On the rooftop, A white-haired man throws his head back, laughing maniacally. His subordinate stands at attention beside him. Let the insects enjoy their party, he sneers. It's the last night of their miserable lives. A woman pours him a glass of vintage wine. Exclusive vintage, for your victory, sir, she purrs. He ignores the drink, turning to his man. Is everything in position? Ready, sir. The villain leaps from his chair, eyes wild with anticipation. Excellent. The second act. When Clara dances with the prince, that's when the real show begins. Asmode grips his sword hilt, the blade singing as he draws it. An eye patch covers his scarred face. A portal rips open above the helipad, crackling with energy. The perfect vantage point, he grins. We'll watch the entire concert hall blast into the sky. Fly into the sky? A voice interrupts coolly. What exactly do you mean by that? The white-haired villain freezes. A man in a business suit stands at the edge of the helipad, looking unimpressed. Who are you? The villain demands. Khan steps forward to meet them. Hate to crash the party, Khan says, but I'm going to need you to cooperate. The villain stares, confused. What is this guy babbling about? He shifts into a combat stance. At least you have a death wish. Khan blurs into motion, speeding toward him like a bullet. Asterisk, boom. Asterisk Khan's fist buries itself in the villain's solar plexus. Asmode skids backward across the concrete, gasping for air. Khan dusts off his hands. Typical. In every world, a polite conversation is seen as weakness. He glares at the fallen man. Quit the bad comedy act and get up. The white-haired man clutches his chest, wheezing. I barely touched you, Khan mocks. Why the drama? You bastard, the villain roars. Do you have any idea who I am? Khan clasps his hands behind his back. Enlighten me. I am the great and mighty Asmode. A terrifying blue aura erupts around Khan, swirling so thick it obscures his features. Asmode squints, trembling. Why can't he see his face? Khan looks down on him like a god. Realizing the man doesn't care about his status, he drops to one knee, desperate to explain what he needs at the concert hall. He confesses to ordering a bomb, his eyes wide with terror as he reveals it is embedded deep within the building's main support column. When it detonates, every pathetic insect inside will perish. The protagonist glances at the girl, asking if her lackey is telling the truth, but the man objects in displeasure. He bristles at being called a subordinate. He is the boss, after all. But the protagonist simply suggests they cut the act and end this little theater right now. The girl's eyes widen in genuine surprise. Standing just feet away, she realizes this man's intuition is sharp. Too sharp. She turns to her so-called boss, sighing that she is tired of playing the secretary. It is indeed time to drop the curtain on this charade. The man jumps up, stammering in confusion, but before he can finish asking what she means, Asmode drives her blade straight through his chest. Blood pours over her hands as she grips the hilt, casually mentioning that this weapon is the very artifact they were discussing, and a name like Asmode was never meant for a weakling like him. The man in the white jacket collapses face first, dead. The protagonist watches her, calculating just who is she. She raises her bloody sword, declaring that she is the real Asmode, not that incompetent fool. The protagonist doesn't hesitate, he rushes her instantly, realizing she is the mastermind. But she dissolves into an illusory fog. He shifts his gaze, instantly recognizing high-level illusion magic at play. A faint smile plays on Asmode's lips as she reappears behind him, impressed by his speed. He spins around to face her. He cannot tell if she is human or something else. She teases him, saying it is rude to ask a lady such questions while pointing a finger at her own chest. She keeps her true identity a secret for now, promising a proper introduction next time. With a casual swing of her sword, a portal materializes in thin air. Sheathing her blade, she laments missing the show because of his interference, but she decides to let it slide this once after all. He is exactly her type. She darts toward the portal, but suddenly freezes, a bead of cold sweat rolling down her face. Something is wrong. She looks up in horror. The portal created by her artifact is twisting, distorting. Khan stands there, his hand outstretched. Did she really think he would let her leave that easily? Engulfed in a blazing blue aura, he mocks her ability to cut through space, because if she cuts space, he simply stitches it back together. Asmode's jaw drops, in utter disbelief. She realizes too late just how dangerous he is. As he tracks her every move, she dissolves into smoke once more. Desperate, she shifts into an ethereal form to escape. He raises a fist, asking how long she plans to keep dodging the inevitable. He punches with lightning speed. She throws her hands up to block, but instantly realizes her mistake. Even in her phantom form, the impact connects. Worse, her skill's duration is about to run out. Her eyes bulge in shock. Time is up. The protagonist doesn't waste a second, raising his left leg for a devastating strike. His heel crashes into her collarbone with bone-crushing force, sending her flying backwards several meters. She slams onto the helipad, blood pooling beneath her. He stands over her, stating calmly that he knows she is not human. The black blood gave it away. She is a demon wearing a woman's skin. She grits her teeth, writhing in pain. It is a total disaster. She cannot outrun him. Is she really forced to use that method? Kneeling defeated before him, she hears him ask for her identity, noting that her aura is unlike anything he has seen. She asks if a confession will buy her life. He simply stares down at her, pointing out that she is already begging for mercy. No way. She spits. In a blur of motion, she draws her blade and drives it straight into her own body. He furrows his brow, genuinely surprised. He didn't expect her to choose suicide over capture. Clutching the weapon with both hands, she smirks. "Maybe you misunderstood," she gasps, looking him in the eye to bid him a final farewell. She hopes they never meet again. The protagonist stands calm amidst the chaos, analyzing the situation. He hadn't accounted for an escapability like that. He should have suppressed her sooner. Meanwhile, Asmod's pawn lies dying in a pool of blood nearby. Gasping that the witch betrayed him, the man swears revenge. The protagonist reaches out, demanding the details of the plan. The dying man wheezes the truth. The bomb goes off during Clara and the prince's dance. And worse, there is a pyrokinetic hiding in the crowd. His hand falls limp, life fading. The protagonist turns his gaze toward the city lights, processing the threat hidden among the spectators. Meanwhile, on stage, a couple glides across the floor. In the audience, someone claps enthusiastically, mesmerized by the beauty of the performance. Lim smiles, noting that the Waltz of the Flowers is next. After that comes the main event, the dance between Clara and the prince. Outside, a tactical squad gears up in bulletproof vests. Shin confirms the timeline. The target event is the upcoming dance. The man behind him confirms the intel. The operative in the black cap looks up, deducing the identity of the informant who breached his office. Definitely a 0 rank. He left a warning about intruders in the concert hall and vanished. Back at headquarters, a bearded man sits at his desk. He admits he doesn't know where the intel came from, but it feels solid. He orders the squad to move out immediately. Slapping his hand on the files, he insists there be no mistakes. Shin studies the building schematics, preparing for the breach. He senses the power surging. Based on the blueprints, the energy signature is radiating from the technical level. He signals the team to halt. "Civilians first," he commands. The operatives storm the building without hesitation. "Emergency evacuation. Go, go." The order echoes through the halls as the man in the black cap sprints up the stairwell. Thanks to the association director's blueprints, they are cutting through the search grid in record time. A figure stands in the distance, arms crossed. Shin locks onto him instantly. The man is leaking a sinister aura. The stranger steps forward, blocking the path. Restricted area. Turn back. When Shin holds his ground, the man raises a fist, repeating the warning. Bam! The man is sent flying, crashing through the front door in a shower of splinters. "Who's there?" a voice shrieks as the lead operative breaches the room. The officer pins the suspect. "You're under arrest." Nearby, Shin casually brushes a speck of dust off his sleeve. It looks like clean work, until Shin snaps his gaze to the hostage. The victim is smiling, a dark, twisted grin. Shin immediately blocks the exit. "What's funny?" Shin grabs him by the lapels, slamming him against the wall. "Talk. Who else is hiding here?" The smirk vanishes. A cold bead of sweat trickles down the man's face as the operative in the black cap leans in with a murderous glare. "I don't repeat myself." Trembling, the man in the suit cracks. The audience. There is a bomber in the concert hall. Shin's eyes go wide. A bomber? Suddenly, the presenter's voice booms over the speakers, urging the crowd to move. "Intruders detected. Please evacuate calmly." Panic ripples through the crowd. A terrified little girl clings to her father's jacket. Shin scowls, scanning the chaos. Where is Khan? Suddenly, a man in the crowd throws his arms up. "Too late, you are all doomed. I offer my blood to the Great One." Boom! A massive explosion rocks the corridor, knocking the screaming audience to the floor. A father in a pale suit shields his family with his own body, bracing for death. In a blur of motion, Shin appears beside him. "Sorry to keep you waiting." "Where did he come from?" At the exits, 2 fanatics block the doors. "No one leaves." "You are all sacrifices for the Great One." Outside, operatives pound on the reinforced doors locked from the inside. Shin shouts to the hostages, "Back away from the entrance." With a casual kick, Shin blasts the doors off their hinges. The man in the black cap strides into the hall. Basement squad is down. It is over. "Drop your weapons." But the stage erupts in flames. A red-haired zealot stands amidst the inferno, holding a detonator high. Shin, the S-class hunter, he laughs maniacally, raising both hands. I will take you all to hell with me. Witness the power of a second-generation pyromancer. Glory to the Great One. Shin shields his face, bracing for the worst. This is bad. Even Shin cannot contain a blast of this magnitude. Sweat beads on his forehead. He is out of options. If he attacks, the bomber detonates instantly. It is a stalemate. Suddenly, Shin's eyes snap open in disbelief. That energy. A strange, suffocating power floods the hall, wrapping around the suicide bomber. It feels nostalgic. The energy field tightens around the pyromancer, sealing the explosion before it can even begin. The air shimmers. The bomber looks around in confusion. His flames have been completely snuffed out. The dynamite slips from his fingers, clattering uselessly to the floor. The red-haired man grips his head, screaming in agony. Shin dives, catching the explosives just in time. He fried his own circuits, Shin mutters, crushing the dynamite in his grip. He tosses the device to an operative. He is alive. Get him help. The medic checks the bomber's pulse. Still breathing. Get him to the ICU, now. The medical team swarms in, securing the unconscious pyromancer on a stretcher. High above in the stands, Khan watches silently. He catches Shin's eye and shoots him a subtle thumbs up. Shin blinks, confused. Was that a like? He taps his chin, piecing it together. That aura. It is the same power that neutralized the bomb. The same power that stopped Shin back at the restaurant. Nearby, the little girl squeezes her mother's hand. I wanted to see Clara dance, she whimpers. The actress herself steps out of the crowd, kneeling beside the child. You still want to see the show? The troupe nods in agreement. Right there on the building's steps, with the survivors gathering around, the show begins. No spotlights, just the moon. No stage, just the cold pavement. But the performance shines brighter than ever. Under the towering skyscrapers of the city, art blooms amidst the wreckage. Later, Shin finds Khan. Hand over his heart, he bows. Please, be my master. Khan stares at him, brows furrowing. This kid is trouble. The glass door chimes as Shin pushes into the shop. We are closing, a voice calls out from the back. Shin's eyes light up. Khan stands there, a knowing look on his face. I figured you would show up eventually, but this soon? Khan sighs. Shin steps closer, lowering his voice. You are that O-rank hunter, aren't you? The one who said to keep quiet. Not here, Khan cuts him off. I know a safe spot. Meet me tomorrow. Outside, a lone street lamp flickers in the darkness. Khan faces his new student, spreading his arms wide. Sorry to keep you waiting, he grins. Let's get to work. Shin declares that he is ready for any lesson, standing firm before the man who saved him from the brink of a terrible catastrophe. Kong is baffled by the title, asking why he calls him a teacher. Shin's eyes widen with intense enthusiasm. To him, Kong is far more than an instructor. He is a savior. The method of a pure and righteous heart didn't just heal him, it restored his very humanity. Shin gazes forward, apologizing for his earlier rudeness. The scene shifts to the private sector. Shin tracks down Kong's residence, and the older man opens the gate, looking unimpressed. Kong demands answers, asking who he is and how he located his home. Shin stands his ground, dropping a bombshell. Terrorists are planning a strike. The target is the city concert hall, and hundreds of innocent lives hang in the balance. Shin knows it sounds insane, but he swears he is telling the truth. Kong rubs his temples wearily, asking for evidence, and even if it were true, he wonders why this stranger brought the information to him. Shin answers without hesitation, because Kong is the only zero-rank awakened capable of stopping them. Kong's eyes snap open in shock. The young man lowers his voice, admitting that while the world remains ignorant of Kong's level, he, as a fellow practitioner, knows better. Shin sensed the aura, purified by the method of a pure and righteous heart. He places a hand over his chest, begging to be accepted as a disciple. Kong stares at him, skeptical, and asks why he wants this. Shin raises a trembling fist, declaring that he desperately needs to become stronger. Kong counters, pointing out that Shin is already incredibly powerful. With the method he gave him, there is no need to rush, growth will come naturally. Shin cuts him off, explaining that after witnessing Kong's power yesterday, he realized how woefully inefficient he is at saving lives. He explains that his family, friends, and colleagues all live in this city. If South Korea falls to this danger, they fall with it. Everyone walking carelessly down the street is a potential victim. Kong's eyes widen as the words hit home. He closes his eyes in thought. He realizes their motivations mirror each other perfectly. He fights to protect Song and his family, repaying the kindness they showed him. Desperation takes over, and Shin grabs Kong's hand, pleading once more for the apprenticeship. Kong remains silent, looking down. He reasons that if he trains this man, Shin could become a powerful ally, perhaps sparing Kang from having to intervene in every single crisis. Shin could be his enforcer. A stronger disciple means a safer society, which ultimately fulfills Song's simple wish for security. Kang pulls his hand back and asks for his age. Shin replies that he is 32. Kang furrows his brow. He realizes he is only 3 years older than this guy. Being called a teacher feels awkward. It just doesn't sit right. Kang clears his throat, deciding that Shin can learn from him, but as a brother, not a student. Shin immediately bows, trembling with gratitude. The deal is struck. Kang invites him to meet here every Tuesday and Thursday, assuming that fits his schedule. But the man in the tracksuit puts his hands on his hips. They are starting right now. He begins drilling the nuances of the method of a pure and righteous heart. Sweat pours down Shin's face. It is incredible. Self-study was one thing, but direct instruction from the master is a completely different level. After the session, Kang asks what they should do next. He suddenly remembers a rumor about Shin. He recalls hearing that Shin is a sword master. Kang scratches the back of his head, remarking that it is a pity they don't have a weapon to practice with. Shin smirks, saying that if a sword is needed, he has one. He reaches into empty air and pulls a blade from its sheath, gripping the handle tightly. The young man presents his prized possession to his new master, the legendary sword known as the Lord of the Wind. Kang is baffled, asking how he pulled a weapon out of thin air. Shin holds his hand out, explaining the concept of the inventory. He bares his teeth in a grin, noting it is a common attribute for awakened. Does Kang not have one? Kang rubs his chin thoughtfully. He remembers the instructor talking about such items in class. They are incredibly expensive, but undeniably useful. Shin smiles and declares he will gift one to him. He explains that the inventory is disguised on the body as a simple tattoo. Its storage capacity depends entirely on the rank of the user. Kang takes the item, asking how big the space would be for him. Shin estimates that for a 0-rank awakened, the interior size would be equivalent to a 30-story building. The protagonist stares at the gift, his face reflected on its glossy surface. He squeezes it tightly in his hand. He asks if he can physically enter the inventory. Shin nods, explaining it acts like a parallel dimension. However, the time one can spend inside depends on their level. Kang thanks him, pockets the item, and suggests they finally look at Shin's sword art. Shin begins his demonstration, brandishing the sword with intensity. Sweat runs down his cheeks as Kang analyzes every motion. Kang notes a strong sense of rhythm in the martial art, but it feels performative, not practical, for a life-or-death battle. Kang puts his hands on his belt and orders him to stop. He asks who taught him such a style. Shin straightens up and replies that he learned this art at the Hunter Academy, and the style is known as Manhwa. Kang looks down, deciding to be blunt. The art isn't bad, but it lacks efficiency. If Shin truly wants power, this won't do. He offers to teach him a much more practical art. Shin bows low, stating he is ready to learn whatever is necessary. Kang looks at him with deadly seriousness. He announces that he will teach him the Sea Storm sword technique. Shin freezes, wondering if he can handle it. Call it childish if you must. He extends a hand, eyes locked on his student. Hand over your blade, I'll show you. Shin obeys, placing the hilt in his palm. The master draws the weapon, discarding the scabbard. Shin watches, mesmerized. Even the simple act of unsheathing the blade radiates raw, suffocating power. The steel gleams cold and sharp under the moonlight. The master holds the sword steady. A single bead of sweat rolls down Shin's cheek. He is paralyzed by the sheer pressure radiating from the man. Azure energy floods the blade, humming with lethal intent. Asterisk, slash. Asterisk. A single, sharp motion tears through the air. On the ground, a massive boulder splits into two perfectly smooth halves. Shin's jaw drops. The cut is unnatural surgical. The master stands relaxed, the sword resting easily in his right hand. Well, did you catch that? Shin clutches his hands to his chest, trembling with excitement. That was absolutely godlike. Infuse mana at the moment of impact, the master explains, and nothing in this world can stop your blade. Now, you try. Shin stares at his teacher, puzzled. Wait. I didn't actually use power, the master adds casually. If I'd gotten serious, the shockwave would have carved a crater right here. Shin freezes. The realization hits him like a truck. The gap between them isn't just wide, it's an abyss. He clenches his fist, determination hardening. The difference in their ranks is insurmountable right now. He has a mountain to climb. Meanwhile, Kang sweeps the pavement outside the cafe. The broom feels unusually sturdy today, efficient in his grip. He pauses, looking up at the sign across the street. Asterisk, strange. When did that bookstore open? Asterisk. Suddenly, the door creaks open. It's Shin. He beams the moment he spots his master, waving frantically. Kang points a finger, incredulous. That place. That's yours? Shin scratches his head, looking sheepish. Guilty. I meant to mention it sooner, but the timing never felt right. The glass door swings wide. Song leans out, spotting Kang. Hey, join us for lunch? Kang blinks. Seriously? Inside, Shin stands before the older man, bowing respectfully. Mr. Hunter, Shin, he starts, apologetic. Sorry for not saying hello earlier. I just opened up shop in the neighborhood. Song shakes his head. Nonsense. I should be thanking you. You saved my life recently. He points outside. So, that's your store? Shin nods. Let's be good neighbors. Kang's jaw hits the floor. A high-ranking hunter running a bookstore? It defies all logic. Across the street, a little girl peeks shyly from behind the door. Come, eat with us. She points a tiny finger at Shin. It's the bookstore uncle. Shin crouches down, smiling gently. Hey there, little one. Song extends a hand. Join us for breakfast, please. Shin hesitates. I wouldn't want to intrude this early. Lim beams warmly. Oh, hush. It's just one more plate. Moments later, the whole group is gathered around the table. The girl tugs Shin's sleeve. Is it yummy? Delicious, Shin replies, rubbing his stomach. I'm stuffed. Song watches him, eyes soft. I'm just glad I finally got the chance to repay you properly. Shin bows his head. Thank you for saving my family. No need for thanks, Shin replies humbly. I was just doing my job. Song sips his coffee, noticing how casually Shin addresses Kang as brother. He hides a smile behind his mug. Asterisk. When did Kang get so chummy with a famous hunter? Those two are a mystery. Asterisk. Suddenly, the master points to his own tattoo. Did you integrate your inventory stone yet? Shin produces the stone, looking flushed. Ah, totally slipped my mind. Here, the master instructs. Place the stone on your forearm or wherever you want the mark. Just speak the command, apply, and the system takes over. Shin presses the stone to his skin. A flash of light, and a glowing tattoo sears itself onto his forearm. The master nods. Now, just think open inventory. Instantly, a dimensional rift tears open in front of Shin. Visualize what you need, and the portal delivers. The master demonstrates, pulling an item from thin air. But here's the kicker, you can physically enter the space too. Shin's eyes widen. Can I try? Go for it. Shin closes his eyes, focusing his will. Asterisk, enter, inventory. Asterisk. A hamster scuttles across the floor, leaping onto Shin just as the world dissolves. He blinks. The little critter is perched on his shoulder. Guess you're coming along for the ride. He looks around. They're inside. He remembers his brother's words. Asterisk. You could fit a skyscraper in here. Asterisk. He stands in the center of a vast, white void. It's endless. Is this too big? The manual said, this place is an absolute sanctuary for the owner, he mutters. Complete safety. Excited, he bolts forward, sprinting into the nothingness. It goes on forever. There is no horizon. He looks down, willing himself to leave. Asterisk. Exit. Asterisk. In a blink, he's back, sitting in the same chair. His friend, coffee still in hand, looks over. Well, how big is it? Shin stares into the distance. Huge. I couldn't even find the walls. It's the size of a metropolis. The friend's eyes bulge. Asterisk. Impossible. Asterisk. Asterisk. Inventory size scales with magical power. Asterisk. She does the mental math and shudders. The gap between them isn't just a level difference, it's a different dimension. Kang glanced around the facility, admitting that while the space was impressive and undeniable in size, he couldn't shake a strange, unsettling feeling in his gut. His companion replied with a smirk, explaining that with enough magic stones, he could manifest anything he desired within his inventory, even construct entire buildings, and he raised a hand to demonstrate. He clarified that these precious resources came directly from the monsters, explaining that by law, only hunters officially registered for portal raids were permitted to possess them. However, regions like the Gangwon province were a different story. That place was crawling with monsters that were completely unmonitored by the association. The young man grinned, noting that since no one had laid claim to those creatures, they were fair game, and he shot a resolute look at his comrade. Staring ahead with a confident smile, Shin gestured to the side, silently asking the ultimate question. Were they ready to go hunt down those magic stones? It was true those monsters were ownerless, and Khan clenched his fist, more than willing to join the hunt alongside the hero. If they succeeded, he could finally build structures within his inventory. The hero nodded, revealing he had recently hit rank 0, which had significantly expanded his storage capacity. The expansion meant endless construction possibilities, and he was thrilled the young man was tagging along, while Kay practically vibrated with excitement. Rumor had it the beasts in Kong 1 possessed incredible power, but surprisingly, Kay wasn't worried about his friend's safety at all. No, he was worried about what his friends would do to the monsters. Meanwhile, under the scorching sun outside a cafe, a little girl clenched her fists and sweetly shouted her new dream. She wanted to be a ballerina. Her parents stood nearby, amused. Her father bent down, asking if she was serious about the ballerina idea, and received an immediate, enthusiastic yes. She spun around with her eyes closed, exclaiming that she wanted to move beautifully and gracefully, just like the dancers. And her father let out a soft breath. Picturing her on stage, he realized she must have been deeply moved by the street artist's performance they had just watched, while Lim looked on with a smile. The mother mentioned she had already inquired. It turned out there was a choreography school right around the corner, and the tuition was surprisingly affordable. The father rubbed his chin, pondering if they should check it out immediately, and the girl's eyes lit up with pure happiness as he agreed to visit the classroom. Inside the studio, a man watched from the sidelines as children practiced their routine. The instructor walked among them, correcting their posture and telling them to straighten their arms. An assistant led the family into the hall, announcing to Mrs. Sari that guests had arrived for a tour, and the teacher immediately dropped to one knee to greet the child. She asked if the little one wanted to learn ballet, even offering a spare outfit so she could join the practice right then and there. The instructor clapped her hands to set the beat. Mrs. Sari raised a hand, guiding the girl to keep her back straight, and the child looked up, fully immersed as she participated in her very first training session. The teacher watched closely, realizing this wasn't just play. The girl had genuine potential. While in the background, the man crossed his arms, observing silently. As the lesson ended, the parents thanked everyone warmly, and the observing man turned to Sari, asking if this was really the family's first visit. Sari looked at him, confirming that they had just walked in to sign her up, and that it was the first time she had seen the child as well. But the talent was undeniable. The man rubbed his chin, admitting that he hadn't come just to watch Sari's work today. He was scouting for modeling candidates among her students, and his unique ability had just reacted strongly to that little girl. Sari was stunned, asking for clarification on his talent-spotting skill, and the man stood before her, explaining that he had rarely seen a child radiate such natural giftedness. He immediately asked for the parent's phone number, but the girl's teacher held up a hand, insisting he slow down and explain exactly what his intentions were first. Cut to the family home, where an exclamation echoed through the walls. Tae was dumbfounded, shouting that their daughter had been invited to a casting call. Lim held the phone against her chest, explaining that it was the dance teacher's older brother. He worked in the marketing department at the Ellen agency. He had asked specifically if they would be interested in having their daughter become the new face of a major children's clothing manufacturer. The mother looked at her husband, adding that it wasn't just a one-time gig. They were offering a full scholarship to train at the prestigious Ellen modeling agency. The man gasped that was the most famous agency in the industry, and the father stared at the business card, eyes wide. He declared that his daughter was destined to be a top model, purely because she inherited her stunning looks from his beautiful wife. The woman blushed, laughing that the girl looked like him too, and that in fact, she was the perfect blend of them both. Well, maybe her ears stuck out a little like his, but it was cute. As night fell over the city, the scene shifted to a dark room, where a man crossed one leg over the other. Opposite him sat a young man trembling in fear. William picked up a glass of wine, smoothly telling his guest there was no need to be so nervous. He offered the vintage red to help him calm down, and the nervous man nodded, thanking Mr. Mullen. But the old man's expression darkened as he asked what Nevis had heard about Esmod. The guy choked, sputtering on the wine, and after clearing his throat, he stammered that he knew nothing. 15 days had passed since the operation, and there hadn't been a single word, not even a whisper. William swirled the liquid in his glass, muttering about what a nuisance this was, and narrowed his eyes as the atmosphere in the room dropped instantly. He wondered aloud if a one-way trip to the Arctic hell portal might help refresh the man's memory, and Nevis froze, his mind racing at the mention of that frozen wasteland. It was a death trap where temperatures plummeted to -100 degrees, a world of solid ice and eternal snow, and William raised his glass to the light. He suggested that perhaps now, Nevis could tell him where Koval was hiding. The older man stared straight ahead, recounting the failure at the concert hall. Rumor had it Koval and Esmod had a falling out before Koval went off the grid, and he drilled his gaze into Nevis, asking if he knew anything about that dispute. Nevis trembled, bowing his head low, and stammered that a small fry like him wouldn't know such high-level secrets, wondering why the boss had come to him personally. Mullen scratched his chin, asking if he was absolutely sure about that. In the reflection of the wine glass, The terrified face of the young man stared back, realizing there was no way out. Nevis loomed over the trembling old man, knowing full well he was harboring the fugitive, Koval. "Stay silent," Nevis threatened, his voice dropping to a chill, "and I'll toss you into a portal to the Arctic hell. You'll freeze before you even hit the ground." The old man gulped down the last of his wine, the will to live overriding his loyalty. He set the empty glass on the table with a clatter. "If I talk, can you keep it a secret?" William pleaded, his eyes darting around nervously as Nevis gave a curt nod of confirmation. "He's at Elenini's modeling agency," the old man confessed. The scene shifted to a sleek sign hanging by a door, where a father told his daughter not to worry. "I'm not worried at all," the girl chirped happily, just as the hero turned toward the entrance, causing the other children to widen their eyes in awe. They stared at the picturesque scene as a striking young man stepped into the room, his sharp gaze sweeping the area. Nevis narrowed his eyes immediately. He could taste the residual demonic energy in the air, but he realized it wasn't coming from the person standing in front of him. This man was merely carrying a trace of it. The stranger doffed his hat, placing a hand over his heart in a theatrical greeting. "Choi Hung-soo, director of Elenini Modeling Agency, at your service," he announced smoothly. The girl bowed politely and introduced herself. The director's eyes lit up. "Our manager was absolutely right," he said, examining her. "This graceful young lady is perfection. She's born for the children's clothing campaign." Her father clutched his head, flustered. "You really think so?" The director nodded, noting the family resemblance. "She is a sweet and beautiful girl," Choi said, opening the door wide. "Please, allow me to give you a tour of the agency." As the adults followed him down the hallway, the director gestured to the portraits on the wall, boasting about the many famous models he had discovered. Nevis wasn't looking at the photos. He was tracking the energy signature, realizing a massive, dark pool of mana was radiating from someone nearby. As the group moved down the corridor to meet the deputy, Nevis discreetly typed a message to Shin, *, "I know you're swamped, *, but I need intel. Check if Elenini's modeling agency has ties to the underground. Something feels off, *. He buried his face in his phone to blend in, but suddenly, a suffocating aura flared nearby, forcing Nevis to glance up. *, he's good at hiding it, *, Nevis thought, locking eyes with the stranger, *, but that aura is blacker than anything I've seen, *, is this agency a front, a demon den, *. Nevis looked back at his screen. A reply had popped up confirming his worst fears, *, suspicious indeed, *, the association already has agents planted there. Keep an eye on the deputy director, that's our mark. *, Nevis pocketed the phone and drifted closer to the girl. The deputy director leaned down, smiling at her. "Do you want to become a model?" she squealed. "I haven't slept all night waiting for this." Nevis kept his expression stoic. *, I have to watch this guy closely. If I make a scene now, I'll ruin the association's operation. *, flashback to the wilderness. Nevis stood holding a stone, recalling the hunt he and his friend had finished in Gangwon province. He had slaughtered several A-rank monsters to harvest these magic stones, but the artifact in his hand blazed with a murky, unstable light. *, the energy is too dirty to use. *, he realized as the stone pulsed. *, I have to purify them first. *, focusing mana into his palms, he remembered Hyun's lesson. *, pour your energy into the stone, then shape it with your imagination. *, light erupted from the artifact, forming pillars of magic that shot upward, dissipating the impurities into smoke against the ceiling. The smoke drifted toward the sensors as Nevis rested a hand on his belt. * incredible. The result is this potent, because the base material is high level. * he hadn't expected to construct such complex structures so easily. He clasped his hands behind his back. * this is good. * his mind drifted back to the present danger. The memory of that lilac energy resurfaced the first time he had mined a stone. Back in the portal, the girl held her sword ready. Nevis connected the dots. When he purified energy for the first time, he had encountered the same dark signature he felt from Asmod, hands deep in his pockets. The realization chilled him. That same vile energy was pouring off this deputy director. Nevis scratched his chin. *, Asmod looked human, but black blood ran in her veins. *, is this guy a demon wearing a human skin? *, the lady in his memory raised her sword, and the implication struck hard. *, if these creatures are suppressing their power to pass as humans, their true strength must be terrifying far beyond S rank. *, He visualized the city skylines crumbling in flames. Asterisk. If just a few of them reveal their true forms at once. Asterisk. Asterisk. Humanity wouldn't stand a chance against that onslaught. Asterisk. Nevis closed his eyes, the weight of the potential apocalypse pressing down on him. Asterisk. It's just a theory for now. Asterisk, he told himself, snapping out of the trance as shouts about inventory echoed in the room. Nevis opened his eyes abruptly. The girl's father was shaking his hand vigorously. Ha, finally signed the contract with the agency. We did it. We couldn't have read through all that legal jargon without your help, the father beamed. Thank you. Nevis forced a smile. So, she's really doing it? Yes. I have to take her to a children's clothing show next week. Nevis felt a spike of wariness. That fast? Nevis asked. Rehearsals start tomorrow, the father replied. Nevis touched his chin, calculating the risks. How long is the contract for? Nevis asked, extending a hand. 1 year, the man explained proudly. Nevis crossed his arms, his tone serious. Take my advice, switch to a one-time contract. Might change her mind, and you don't want to be trapped. The young man admitted that the same thought had crossed his mind. Her father, eyes closed, murmured that she was still a child and might yet discover a different path for herself. He decided to heed the young man's counsel. The family settled onto the sofa, facing the director, with the daughter seated between them. They informed him they would collaborate, and the man readily agreed. Hearing this commitment, the young man crossed his arms, a smirk playing on his lips. Kang listened intently, picking up the muffled conversation from the adjacent room. It was the deputy director, clearly agitated, as the sound of him slamming his hands on a table echoed through. He roared, demanding to know how the deputy's promise of a model for the photo shoot had fallen through. The man rubbed his eyes in frustration. The deputy replied that it was the director's decision, and there was nothing he could do. The young man closed his eyes, contemplating. He overheard a hushed warning. We need to keep this quiet. What if something happens right here? It's better to calm down. Come to the roof. We'll talk there. The young man glanced around. The mention of the roof reminded him of his friend's warning. This guy was suspicious. Meanwhile, Shin was doing one-handed push-ups. He stated that he had sensed a similar energy from Asmod. If the source was the same for these individuals, then perhaps they truly belonged to the same clandestine group. He averted his gaze, revealing he'd been investigating the agency. While there was no concrete proof yet, he felt a deep unease. Something was fundamentally wrong. Adjusting his cap, he disclosed that a disturbing trend had emerged. An increase in suicides and accidental deaths among the agency's employees and models. Kang frowned, demanding to know the details. Shin lowered his head, explaining that the police had failed to establish any link between the fatalities. Consequently, the Awakened Support Department had joined the probe, operating under extreme secrecy. The main character averted his eyes, deep in thought. He reasoned that his only option was to head to the roof and eavesdrop. Up on the rooftop, the two men stood facing each other. The young man remained composed, asking, "What should I do now?" The deputy smiled, then, without warning, violently seized his face. The young man grabbed his hand, hearing the deputy hiss. "What should you do? Give me your life force and get out." The monster swung its claw just as a voice screamed, "Stop!" The deputy spun around, bewildered. A girl emerged onto the roof, declaring, "I am an inspector from the Silver Tower. You are under arrest," she continued, "for a series of murders and other violations of the Awakened Criminal Code." Enraged, the monster flung the young man aside. "So, the Silver Tower's bloodhounds are on my trail?" he snarled. He lunged forward, fist drawn back, shouting, "A final game with you sounds perfect." The opponent's fist connected squarely with the woman's face, sending her flying backward from the brutal impact. She landed, crossing her arms, a knife now gripped firmly in her hand. The villain grinned. "Impressive. You deflected that well," he taunted. He lunged again, yelling, "This will be fun. Don't disappoint me." The inspector brandished her knife, scanning her surroundings. In a blink, he was gone. "Don't get distracted," the deputy sneered, reappearing behind her. Blood splattered as his claws raked across her back. "I expected more from you," he scoffed. The deputy raised his claw, a twisted smile on his face. "Such a pity," he murmured. "But I'll have to finish this." Suddenly, a searing beam of energy struck the monster's hand, shattering his talons. The deputy clutched his injured hand, demanding, "Who are you?" Kang stepped forward, placing a hand on his chest. "Looks like I'm just in time," he declared. Kang told him, "Get away from her." The monster brandished a claw, roaring, "What in the hell is this?" Kang waved his hand, and the young man standing before the villain began to vanish. The deputy spun around, bewildered, unable to comprehend the illusion. He darted to one side, then the other. The monster roared in fury. He's a slippery one. Meanwhile, Kang supported the wounded individuals, one on each shoulder. He carefully leaned them against the wall, explaining, "I've stopped the bleeding, don't move." The inspector expressed her gratitude. "But I can't just sit here," she insisted. "I need to call for reinforcements," the young man assured them. "Don't worry. I'll handle this." The deputy gritted his teeth, his gaze darting around. "I can sense where they're hiding," he roared. "I've found the rat." The hero emerged from around the corner. The monster scoffed. "Who do you think you are? Do you believe these parlor tricks will save you?" Kang simply stated, "No need to yell." He fixed a menacing gaze on his opponent, commanding, "Stop pretending to be human. I know exactly what you are. Show yourself." The scoundrel merely smirked. "How could times you times know?" he challenged. "Is the Silver Tower's intel really that good? And why does such an oppressive aura emanate from you?" The monster then shrugged. "Fine. No point in hiding anymore." The monster crossed his arms, roaring, "I'll show you something truly shocking." The young man watched the creature's grotesque transformation with unwavering calm. From the sidelines, the inspector watched in horror. The opponent cackled as his form shifted dramatically. He then scowled, declaring, "Since you've witnessed my true appearance, your death will be excruciating." The villain launched himself at the hero. He charged toward Kang, who stood ready, alert. The monster imagined tearing him to shreds, but Kang merely closed his eyes, a faint grin on his lips. As the monster's attack landed, he felt an unexpected resistance. Kang swung, effortlessly batting his enemy aside. The scoundrel was sent sprawling, crashing to the ground. He lay there, staring up in disbelief, utterly bewildered by what had just occurred. Asterisk. Why did it hurt so much? Asterisk. Asterisk. Why was he on the ground? Asterisk. It couldn't be. He couldn't have been knocked out by times this bug. Asterisk. The hero, meanwhile, blazed with an ethereal blue energy. Kang stood with his hands casually tucked into his pockets. The opponent slowly raised his head, desperately rationalizing. I must have just slipped." Kang gazed down, then stated, "There's something I need to prove." He revealed, "Your blood. It's black too." The man slowly rose to his feet. "Black blood?" he stammered. Then a chilling realization dawned on him. "There's no human blood left in this body. I've used it all." The young man didn't flinch. He knew exactly what stood before him, a parasite demon hijacking a human vessel. The creature dug its claws deep into the concrete, anchoring itself for the fight. "Don't insult me with comparisons," the scoundrel sneered, rising to his full height. "I am nothing like these inferior human insects." The massive beast let out a ferocious roar, saliva dripping from its jaws. Yet, the protagonist just stood there, hands casually in his pockets, watching the transformation unfold. The monster claimed the earlier hit was just luck, a cheap shot he hadn't expected. Now fully transformed, he glared at Kang. But Kang remained unmoved, listening to the creature's posturing with total indifference. A lilac mist obscured the boy's vision, carrying the heavy stench of death. Suddenly, the werewolf launched a surprise attack from the shadows, screaming as he dove for the kill. With just 2 fingers, the young man intercepted the strike. He seized the beast's claw, and with a sickening crunch, twisted the monster's arm entirely around its axis. The creature howled in agony. Unfazed, the main character kept his grip on the twisted claw, casually explaining the mechanics of the technique he just used to break him. He pressed a fist against the enemy's torso, his other hand bracing the creature's back. He whispered about dexterity and striking at the speed of light. Boom! A shockwave blasted the enemy backward. An explosion of pure energy slammed the scoundrel hard against the concrete wall. Impossible. Even in his true form, he couldn't land a single scratch. Then it hit him. This was the man who had defeated Asmod. Who exactly was this kid? Kang stepped closer, his voice cold. He would ask one more time, was he human, or was he a demon? The monster spat back, clinging to the last shreds of his warrior's pride. He wasn't going to just spill his secrets that easily. He demanded death a quick end. Instead, Kang stomped on his tail. The creature shrieked, instinctively swinging a fist in retaliation. Did he really think Kang would grant him the mercy of death so simply? The inspector watched the brutal beatdown until finally, the creature broke. He promised to tell them everything. Begging for the pain to stop, the battered scoundrel confessed. He belonged to a demon tribe, sent here to this second intermediate dimension on a specific mission. Their objective? To harvest spheres of despair. The main character narrowed his eyes, demanding to know exactly what those were. A glowing orb manifested in the creature's palm. He explained that these spheres are forged in the moment a human experiences absolute, paralyzing terror, or the sheer despair felt right before death. They extract those raw emotions, compressing them down until they crystallize into a sphere of despair. Demons capable of harvesting, these are known as collectors. Kang lowered his head, his voice dropping. And I suppose you're proud of that profession? How many souls had he destroyed? The monster stammered, an excuse he hadn't taken many. The other officers had killed far more than he ever did. Kang didn't care for excuses. He grabbed the creature by the throat, pinning him to the wall. The demon gasped, begging to be spared just this once. He cried that he was only following orders. He hadn't personally hurt Kang. He swore he would leave this area and never hunt here again. Kang's gaze was terrifying. Wrong answer, he muttered. You say you haven't harmed me personally, but who pays for the lives you've already stolen? The young man declared he would seal the demon's power, ensuring he could never harm another soul. He tightened his grip, then delivered a final blow that smashed a crater into the wall. He left the monster slumped there, unconscious. He'd let the silver tower clean up the trash. The werewolf reverted to the form of a man in tattered clothes. Looking at him, Kang felt nothing but pity and disgust. He stared at the unconscious body. Whether human or demon, before or after reincarnation, he was simply a repulsive creature. Kang turned as someone called out. The wounded inspector was limping toward him. He frowned, reminding her that he'd specifically told her not to move. Her wounds could tear open again. She brushed it off, insisting she was fine, but she had a question she needed to ask. Squinting through the pain, she asked the obvious. Are you an awakened O rank? Looking away, he shrugged. That's what they tell me. O rank is my classification. She blinked in surprise when he said he had a favor to ask. Kang looked her dead in the eye. Don't tell anyone you saw me here. Clutching her injured stomach, she asked why he didn't want the credit. Closing his eyes, the protagonist sighed. I actually like my life the way it is. He was tired of constantly sacrificing himself for the greater good. His words stunned her, overlaying his image with the memory of another man. He explained that he didn't want his loved ones to suffer on his account. Looking down, she realized he sounded exactly like Shin. She pictured her old comrade, sword in hand, a man who had sacrificed a normal life to protect others. The association would kill to have an O rank like him. But she remembered the grief that plagued Shin's life as a hunter. That was a fate she wouldn't wish on anyone. Her expression softened into sadness. You saved my life, she acknowledged quietly. Keeping this a secret is the least I can do. She smiled as he admitted he knew how hard it would be to cover this up. He apologized for putting her in that position, but she shook her head. There's nothing to apologize for. We all have our secrets. She thanked him again, a knowing look in her eyes. So, are you the same O rank behind the incidents at the Land of Death? The portal? The Myeonsang concert hall? You saved so many people. Kang listened silently, pulling his cap lower. I have nothing to say about that. With those words, he vanished, leaving only a swirling gust of wind in his wake. Gone instantly, like a phantom. She looked over at the unconscious captive. It was time to clean up this mess. Touching her earpiece, she reported in. Threat eliminated. Requesting investigators and a medical team at the roof of the Ellen's modeling agency immediately. Cut to the interrogation room. The prisoner struggled violently against his handcuffs, slamming his foot onto the table in defiance. He stares at the steel, mind racing, unable to comprehend the situation. It looks like a standard table with standard cuffs, yet his power is completely drained. He can't even shift into his demonic form. Slamming a fist down in frustration, he decides this is all the fault of that arrogant, high-ranking fool. Electricity crackles as the lamp flickers and dies. When he opens his eyes, a figure stands before him, radiating an aura that strikes pure terror into his heart. An old man leans on a cane, sneering at the pathetic display before him. What a stupid situation. The demon, stunned, begins to shout. Lord William, I can explain everything. I never saw the attack coming, and I swear on my life, I didn't say a word to the humans. The old man sighs, bringing a finger to his lips to cut off the rambling. Hush. William smooths his mustache, peering directly into his subordinate's mind to scan the battle memories, puzzled as to why the attacker's face is obscured. Useless, he mutters, his expression darkening. The memories are too fragmented and hazy to be of any value. A sinister pink aura flares around the elder. Do you recall my policy regarding failure? The demon core has no room for incompetence. Trembling, the subordinate stammers. It was a human. I swear, just a normal human did this. William grips the demon's skull. Silence. In one fluid motion, he drives his cane through the subordinate's chest, staring coldly at the dying man. You are a disgrace to our clan. Power surges through the cane as the trembling victim gasps his final lie that a commoner defeated him. He yanks the weapon free, watching the life fade. Stubborn to the end. He strikes the floor with the cane, signaling his departure. William dissolves into pink mist just as the door bursts open. Agents rush in, horrified by the corpse on the floor. Outside, the sun rises over the association. Beck clutches his temples, a migraine pounding behind his eyes. He looks completely drained. How is this even possible? A shapeshifter shows up exactly where I sent the recon team. He gestures wildly. Agent Kim nearly died dragging this thing in. She hauls him to headquarters, and then someone assassinates him right inside our interrogation room? This is a breach of the highest order. Song closes his eyes. Honestly, we're lucky. Lucky that Kim is alive. Beck slams the table. Kim isn't just a censor, she's one of our best fighters. Was the target really that powerful? Song pulls up the file on the captured entity. I checked the roof myself. That monster was S rank, minimum. He raises a finger. And not only did she survive, but someone completely sealed the creature's energy flow. Beck pales. What? Song continues. The report says it was just the demon, Agent Kim, and one injured civilian at the scene. The target assumed its true form and was still decimated. Beck's jaw drops. You mean someone stronger than an S rank intervened? Song nods grimly. Exactly. Kim must have seen this. 0 rank hunter. Evening falls. A man walks the city streets, his expression somber. It is the Memorial Day, the anniversary of the invasion. He remembers the day the sky cracked open, portals, beasts swarming the streets. Humanity was slaughtered, helpless against the tide. He recalls clutching a dying friend. Everyone lost someone that day. Friends, parents, children. There was no time to save the wounded, not when the monsters hunted anything with a pulse. Only when the awakened emerged did the tide turn. They organized, fought back, and reclaimed the ruins. Society slowly rebuilt. Hospitals reopened. Order returned from the chaos. He stares at the memorial hospital, hands deep in his pockets. This neighborhood hasn't changed a bit. He pushes open the door to a familiar restaurant. A friend waves from a corner table. Where have you been? The man grins. My son says drinking alone is the path to wisdom. He only told you that because he doesn't want to drink with you. He sits down and pours a shot. They chat about his son, doing volunteer work. Meat sizzles on the grill. Nothing beats pork rinds and macaoli. His friend sighs happily. The man smiles. Back when I was a rookie hunter, this was a luxury meal. He eyes the food nostalgically. I'd come here after a raid, order rinds and rice wine, and try to wash away the exhaustion. And the grief. They clink glasses, the alcohol warming their blood. Cheeks flushed, the hunter looks at his old partner. You know, when I started as a courier, you were such a pain I honestly considered strangling you. His friend grins. And look how well I turned out. The hunter closes his eyes. Fair enough, you calmed down, even found me a good wife. So I guess it wasn't all bad. His friend puffs out his chest. Damn right. They throw their heads back, roaring with laughter. Outside, the protagonist approaches the entrance. He freezes, sensing a strange energy signature. He frowns. The place is supposed to be closed. Where is this intense, unfamiliar aura coming from? Inside, Lynn greets the two older men with a bright smile. She spots the newcomer and waves. Brother. A man waves from the distance, greeting her with a warm smile before lifting her high into the air, laughing about how much she has grown. The girl demands to know why he didn't call ahead, but he simply replies that he wanted it to be a surprise, having taken a personal day off for the memorial. Glancing at her, he adds that he didn't want to burden her or her husband with preparations. His plan was simply to visit the resting place today. Yu extends a welcoming hand, assuring him that family is never a burden and that brother Shin is welcome in their home anytime. Shin looks surprised, but then he turns his attention to Kong, patting him on the shoulder and introducing him as their new friend and restaurant employee. This is the isolationist he had heard rumors about. Shin shakes his hand, introducing himself, while the protagonist senses that this man is no ordinary awakened. His aura isn't overwhelmingly powerful, but it possesses an incredible purity, suggesting he is a fundamentally harmless and decent person. In fact, the protagonist feels a genuine warmth and friendliness radiating from him as mana subtly wraps around his own body. Standing before the group, Shin asks if they plan to visit the memorial house, receiving a nod of confirmation. He admits he was just waiting for his sister and niece so they could go together. Rubbing his chin, he suggests they head out immediately as sunlight bathes the streets. Men in black suits line the alleyway, bowing respectfully. Yu comments that Ha looks beautiful even in morning attire as he asks if they are ready to enter. With a quiet agreement, the group moves toward the entrance, passing by rows of grieving families. Sun and Lim turn their gazes to the memorial photos, tears welling in their eyes as they whisper that they have returned. Smiling through the sadness, the girl asks how to greet her grandparents. She bows her head respectfully, offering a formal greeting. Lim wipes away her tears, telling her parents that this is their granddaughter, Ha, wishing them eternal peace. Later, at the playground, while the girl plays with her mother, Yu glances over at his brother-in-law with a knowing smile. Shin says he has news for his brother-in-law, adding with a smug look that he can't reveal his sources or how he learned this information. However, he hopes it will bring some closure. Noticing the serious tone, Sun sits down and asks what this is all about. The man reveals that the nightmare of Kanwon province, the arachnid monster that murdered their parents, has been destroyed. Shin adds proudly that he personally participated in the hunt and that an official statement regarding the creature's death will be released soon. The main character listens, recalling the corpse of the spider. In reality, that arachnid was the very monster he and his younger brother had secretly slaughtered. Kong watches with a faint smile, amused by how happy Shin looks to claim credit. Meanwhile, a stunned Sun asks loudly if Shin really went on the hunt himself. His hands tremble as the reality sinks in. He bursts into tears, sobbing that his parents have finally been avenged, while the protagonist calmly sips his soda in the background. Later, an announcer stands before a packed audience, welcoming them to the Elanini Modeling Agency fashion show and signaling the start of the event. Yu claps enthusiastically as the children begin their walk down the runway, pointing a finger toward the podium. He urges everyone to look at his daughter. The girl struts with a confident smile, and he immediately starts snapping photos. He shouts to the crowd that she is his daughter, loudly wondering how he managed to produce such a beautiful child, as she acknowledges them. Closing his eyes, the main character muses on the scene, admitting that Ha is indeed very cute. The next day, excitement erupts at the kindergarten. Someone asks if she has really become a professional model, and the children swarm around her, calling her cool, while one boy approaches shyly, lowering his gaze. He hands her a folded origami figure, asking nervously if she will accept his gift. Ha looks delighted as she examines the present. She asks if he made it himself, and when he nods, she closes her eyes and thanks him warmly. She promises to cherish it. The boy runs off, shouting back that he wants to be friends with her forever. Sunlight floods the restaurant as the crew watches TV. Suddenly, an enraged Lim slams her fist onto the table. She screams at the screen, furious that the male lead is a fool who doesn't realize his twin sister deceived him and is now trying to break off the engagement. Yu whispers to his friend, asking why his wife is reacting so intensely, only to be told she has valid reasons for her anger. Taken aback, the guy asks if the protagonist actually understands this convoluted drama. The main character closes his eyes and begins to explain. He reveals that Sik had an affair with the main character, Sean, and wanted to marry her, but Sean rejected him. Furthermore, the lead character discovers that Jang is having an affair with the father of hunters, Hong, and this father is actually the culprit behind her parents' suicide. Then Sik decides to take revenge by seducing Hong. It turns out Hong and Sean grew up in the same orphanage. They are twins who were adopted by different families, which explains the confusion. Yu is stunned, asking how he figured all that out so quickly. Kong simply asks if he's interested, then turns back to the TV. Lim presses the phone to her ear, asking her friend if she saw today's shocking episode. As they discuss the twin reveal, their attention shifts to a news report announcing a major event. In honor of South Korea acquiring its first zero-level awakened, delegates from other nations have arrived, and the government is expressing its gratitude. The main character watches with a thoughtful expression, murmuring that it is incredible, while Yu smiles, noting that the strongest hunters are gathering for a summit right here. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a woman sitting at a desk, looking completely taken aback. She wonders if she should build a plot around a girl in a beautiful dress, but veins of anger pop on her forehead as she realizes she simply cannot make it work. She was hitting a creative wall, completely stumped on where to insert the next major plot twist. As a professional screenwriter, it was her job to manufacture drama, but the well was running dry. The pressure was mounting. She practically screamed in frustration, realizing she had to deliver a killer storyline before the producer, who was notoriously difficult, lost his patience. She buried her face in her hands, shouting that she just wanted this cursed production to end. Suddenly, her friend across the table adjusted her glasses, a spark of inspiration lighting up her eyes. "We fast forward," the friend suggested intensely. "We sweep the plot 5 years into the future and introduce a wild card. Chan's young daughter." She leaned in, explaining that the audience would be dying to know what kind of child the protagonist raised. It was the perfect hook, dropped right at the most suspenseful moment. "She'll cross paths with Nanju," the friend continued. "We need a cliffhanger so intense that the views for the season finale smash through the ceiling." The screenwriter grabbed her friend's shoulder, eyes wide. "That's brilliant," she cried out. It was the lifeline she needed. That was exactly the direction they would take. She pulled her friend into a relieved hug, noting that only one challenge remained: finding a child actress with unearthly beauty to play the daughter. Fate intervened at that very moment in the restaurant. The waitress glanced over to greet them, pausing as a flicker of recognition crossed her mind. She had seen these two somewhere before. As the woman approached to take their order, she closed her eyes for a second, sensing the chaotic energy at the table, before promising to bring their food shortly. Just as the waitress walked away, the screenwriter's phone began to buzz against the table. She stared at the screen, dumbfounded. It was the producer calling. She pressed the phone to her ear, voice trembling slightly as she answered. Choi speaking. While her friend watched the exchange intently from the other side of the booth, after the call, she set the phone down and let out a long sigh, smiling with relief. False alarm, she told her friend. Nothing catastrophic this time. He just wants a cake scene added to the script, she explained. And he mentioned the studio is scouting child actors from the Elanini agency. Nearby, the restaurant owner, Lim, overheard the conversation. It clicked, this was writer Choi, the mind behind the hit series Times Revenge of the White Rose *. They had catered an event for the production crew once. That was the connection. Just then, Lim's daughter, Ha, dashed through the restaurant, calling loudly for her mother. Choi's head snapped up at the sound. The screenwriter was struck dumb. The child was radiant, her eyes were blindingly bright, possessing a level of cuteness that seemed almost unearthly. Choi bolted up from her chair. She spun toward the owner, bowing her head dramatically. Please, she shouted, abandoning all dignity. Allow her to star in our series. Lim stood there, totally bewildered. Excuse me? Lim asked, blinking in confusion. Cut to the town square. A crowd had gathered to watch the actors spar, while the film crew circled them like hawks. Little Ha watched with wide, joyful eyes, asking if she would get to be on camera too. Her father crouched down, smiling. Are you impatient already? He teased, though he could see she was just nervous. She nodded, desperate to act like the professionals. Her father raised a finger, his tone turning serious. My father asked me to tell you, if you get tired at any point, you stop. Understood? I can handle it. Ha beamed, radiating confidence. Kong smiled to himself. He had never seen his daughter so charged with energy before. If he tried to stop her from modeling now, she would be devastated. Suddenly, a voice from the set screamed out, confirming the scene was wrapped. Gwen, the producer, lowered her head, announcing she was taking 5. Kong approached her, mentioning that Ha had arrived for the filming as requested. Gwen looked up, her expression icy. The tension was palpable, shocking the crew members nearby. She turned slowly. Follow me, she commanded coldly, indicating she wanted a private word. Kong was surprised by the hostility but followed. Once seated, Gwen stared them down. I am the producer of this series. The show is Times Revenge of the White Rose, *, she said, folding her hands on the table. She introduced herself as Gwen, raising an eyebrow skeptically. I've heard about you from writer Choi, she added dryly. She won't stop talking about this discovery. She looked at Kong. Is your daughter currently in acting classes? Kong replied that she wasn't, but she was a fast learner and incredibly talented. He was annoyed. How could she criticize a child for lack of training before giving her a chance? So, no experience, Gwen said bluntly, closing her eyes. I agree that everyone starts somewhere, but this is a major production. Internally, the producer was fuming. Writer Choi had been buzzing in her ear, threatening to quit if anyone other than this specific girl was cast for the role. She had only agreed to keep Choi on board. Looking at Ha now, she had to admit the girl was cute. She definitely fit the visual description in the script perfectly. But Gwen was annoyed. A child model trying to be an actress? It's too much, she thought. The screenwriter is just blinded by a pretty face. She probably thinks acting is easy, Gwen mused, clutching a plastic cup until it crinkled. She felt her great series was under threat because of this amateur edition. She began to fantasize about the production process. I'll make it stressful, she thought. I'll annoy her on set with blinding lights and choking smoke. She'll just cry and run away, Gwen told herself, a satisfied smirk playing on her lips. Life is a cruel thing, kid, she thought. Sitting across from the father and daughter, she emphasized her authority. I am the producer, and no one forces my hand. Suddenly, the girl flinched as Gwen's phone began to vibrate violently. Gwen glanced at the screen, confused. Why was the secretary of the Red Dragon Guild's director calling her? She turned away to answer, her voice dropping to a nervous whisper. I hear a girl named Ha has been cast in Times Revenge of the White Rose *, Secretary Mo said from her office. Gwen squinted. I'll be direct, Mo continued. The director's wife is a massive fan of your series. She wants to ensure the episodes are released regularly. Gwen was stunned. You don't need to worry about funding, Mo added. You can count on the director's full support. The producer was taken aback. No matter how talented a director she was, Money was God. She needed sponsors to work. Her attitude flipped instantly. Of course, she stammered, looking puzzled but eager. We will shoot plenty of scenes with Ha. Mo glanced at her laptop, satisfied. As a token of gratitude, Ha can expect a gift after filming wraps. You and your entire crew will receive vouchers for the guild's luxury resort, Mo finished. The producer bowed her head to the phone, thanking her loudly and profusely. Cold sweat trickles down her face as she listens, praying that the worst-case scenario doesn't unfold. If Ha and her support team feel even a hint of disrespect, it's over. One wrong move on this set could destroy her career. Turning around, the girl scans the crew with terror in her eyes, signaling that she understands the gravity of the situation completely. She vows that no mistakes will be made. Lowering her hand, she realizes she nearly dug her own grave. This aspiring actress isn't just talent. She is a blood relative of the guild director. She lifts her head, her mind racing. She knows her first impression was weak, and now she has to scramble to salvage the situation before it's too late. Composing herself, she returns to the VIPs. Does your young lady have aspirations for the screen? The producer locks eyes with the candidate, asking if she prefers to simply be called Ha. The answer is a confident yes. Clasping her hands together, the woman shifts gears, gushing that she believes Ha would make a phenomenal actress. She has perfect diction and a voice that commands attention. Placing the script on the table, she reminds herself to remain discreet and patient. It is all for the sake of that resort vacation and securing funding for the next big project. The girl picks up the pages and begins to read the script aloud. The producer is stunned. The scene shifts to the story within the script. 5 years have passed. Zhang is strolling through the park, his daughter by his side. A figure stands behind them. Is that a white rose? She turns, locking eyes with her lost lover. John, she whispers. It's been so long. Smiling through the pain, the man asks, and who is this little one? The child bows politely, introducing herself. Hello, I'm Buell. I'm 5 years old. The man freezes, the math adding up. He looks down, dropping to his knees before the child. Tears stream down his face as he chokes out. You are beautiful, just like your mother. He wipes the tears from his eyes, smiling through the heartbreak. Buell, you are so cute. The little girl looks concerned. Mister, please don't cry. Seeing his pain, her own eyes well up, and she starts to weep. Back in the room, the producer watches, mesmerized. Cut! That was incredible. The crew rushes to wipe Ha's tears, praising her natural talent. The man crosses his arms, incredulous. You've really never acted before? That was flawless. Tears of joy, now she announces that she has finally found the muse she has been searching for. Sunlight floods the city, marking a new beginning. Meanwhile, Khan is tearing through the urban jungle. A delivery box secured in his grip, he leaps from rooftop to rooftop, a blur of motion against the skyline. He sticks the landing, hitting the pavement right in front of the restaurant. Smooth as silk, he steps inside and peels off his mask. Yu greets him, stunned. Back already? That was record time, even for you. Khan waves it off, claiming he is in a rush. Orders are piling up, he mutters. The restaurant owner hands him a glass of water, watching him with a mix of awe and confusion. In her mind, the protagonist is an enigma. The drop-off point was miles away, yet he returned in the blink of an eye. She smiles, shaking her head. This guy is so fast that even I can't keep up, she thinks. And I'm an A-rank hunter. She might not love his personality, but his skill is undeniable. But as she looks at him, confusion takes over. How is it even possible that the system tagged him as an F-rank? Standing there, she wonders why a man with god-tier speed is wasting his life as a courier. Khan shifts his gaze, sensing a sudden change in the atmosphere. The door swings open, and Yu starts to greet the new guest, only to freeze. She is taken aback. Looking at the woman who just entered, she realizes it is the head of the inspection department. Beside her, a disheveled man looks like he is at his limit. It's the Flama, he mutters. It's killing me. Inspector Kim sits across from him. Are we talking about the new strain? The answer is a grim yes. He explains that he thought he was managing the dosage, but it backfired. Kim pulls out a sample of the pills, her expression dark. It is just like the days before the great catastrophe medications meant to heal are being abused. They call Flamma a hallucinogen. It creates a dangerous illusion. A warrior, knees bloody, rushing headlong at monsters because the drug numbs everything. Kim explains the mechanism. It has a potent analgesic effect, but it goes deeper. It erases mental anguish. It strips away the fear of death. But the come-down is brutal, leaving people broken on the ground. She adds that Flamma isn't just being abused by civilians, but by hunters struggling to cope with the nightmare of fighting demons. The usage is spiking. She reveals a syringe and a skull symbol. The initial high is effective, I'll give it that. But the endgame is total self-destruction. Yu looks horrified. Who would sell poison like that in times like these? Khan closes his eyes, tuning into the conversation. He focuses on the dark aura, radiating from the sample in Kim's hand. That energy. He thinks. It's familiar. His expression turns serious. He realizes he felt that exact same signature during his last delivery run. The distressed man clutches his chest. The emergencies never stop. The team hasn't slept in days. Kim realizes she is still holding the evidence. She pockets it, continuing her meal, noting that she needs to submit it for examination immediately. She plans to head to the lab the moment she finishes. Khan lowers his gaze, pieces clicking into place. The drugs, the criminals, it is all connected. Yu approaches Khan. Another order just came in. Khan nods, sliding his mask back into place. Good. But Kim catches the movement. She frowns, studying him. She has seen that posture before. Treated somewhere. Then it hits her. The memory of her savior. She bolts upright. She grabs her coat. I have to go. Finish eating without me. She sprints out, chasing the courier down the street. Wait! She blocks his path, breathless. We've met before, haven't we? She studies his masked face. You're the one from the roof of the Elanini agency. Khan sighs, slowly removing his mask. I figured I couldn't hide from you forever. Kim stares at him, her expression hardening. I need to talk to you, she says, her voice grave. The Hunter Support Agency. We don't have the strength or the resources to fight this rising tide of crime alone. With his unique abilities, he could save countless lives. Bowing her head, Kim insisted that it wasn't just the association, asking the entire town was depending on him. If staying off the grid was his main concern, she could wipe the records clean. Kong lowered his gaze, eyes shutting tight as he weighed the risks. He took the assignment. Watching her clutch the notebook, he realized just how dangerous this clandestine meeting was for someone in her position. Technically, he was still in her debt. He agreed to the job on one condition: total anonymity. He slid a burner number across the table. Call me when it starts. From a distance, she watched them in disbelief. She had never seen her boyfriend wear such a serious expression while talking to association suits. She imagined a secret life and wondered, was he actually a secret agent from the Silver Tower? Before she could spiral, Kong appeared in front of her. He cut to the chase. He had overheard the chatter during lunch. He knew exactly where the drug dealers were operating. The girl froze, asking if he was serious. But the scene shifted as night fell, and the guttural growls of monsters echoed in the darkness. Inside the hideout, a man lounged on a chair before violently slamming his fist against a beast's cage. The bandit's rage was boiling over. Did the cops bust in and seize the stash? He roared. A beaten subordinate on the floor begged for mercy, swearing he could fix this and recover the lost goods. Another henchman whispered in the boss's ear. The boss looked down at the failure on the floor and gave a simple, chilling order. Feed the dogs. The man's eyes went wide with absolute horror. With a sharp snap of his fingers, the cage doors flew open, and hungry wolves prowled out. Meanwhile, clutching a delivery box in his hand, Kong knew he had the right location. He closed his eyes, recalling a specific detail, wondering if the drugs were hidden in an employee's pocket. He remembered handing over the order. He had just dropped off food, but the location wasn't normal. The entire building radiated a heavy, unmistakable energy signature. His gut had screamed that something was wrong back then. Now, after piecing the intel together, he was absolutely certain. Tonight, he would pay them a visit and burn their operation to the ground. Under the night sky, at a remote construction site, criminals lined up while the boss counted his dirty cash. At this rate, the boss mused, we'll control the supply for all of Asia. Nearby, a monster pulsed with a menacing red aura. He rested his hand on a small cage housing a rabbit, laughing maniacally at his success. But the laughter died down as heavy footsteps echoed from the shadows. I'll check it out, a guard grunted, moving toward the noise. He stumbled upon a delivery man standing in the dark. Hey, who sent you? The answer was a fist to the face. The guard went flying through the air. The rest of the gang flinched at the impact, staring as Kong stepped into the light. Shrouded in a crackling blue aura, he looked over the crowd. I'm just a food delivery man, Kong stated flatly. The bandits stood there, dumbfounded. The boss frowned, realizing this kid was begging for death. He pointed a shaking finger at Kong. Kill him, now! The mob roared and charged. Kong lowered his head and sighed. With a casual wave of his hand, he unleashed a shockwave that blasted the attackers back. The frontline warriors were paralyzed with shock. A steel pipe swung at him was sliced cleanly in two. Kong caught a fragment and hurled it back, striking an opponent in the neck. The bandits froze, murmuring in fear. They couldn't comprehend what they were facing. Kang became a blur, rushing past them and striking them down one by one before they could even blink. Bodies hit the floor in unison. The stunned gang leader stammered, Are you from the Silver Tower?" Kang maintained his calm, bored expression. "I already told you. I'm just a courier from the Oriental restaurant." The terrified boss screamed, "Stop playing games!" He snapped his fingers, and the monsters unleashed guttural, unearthly howls. A massive wolf took a defensive stance near the boss. "You might have abilities," the bandit sneered, "but you were a fool to come alone." Kang shifted his gaze to the beasts. Flaring his aura, Kang analyzed the situation. "So, you're an awakened tamer." The gang leader grinned, confident that raw power wouldn't be enough. "It doesn't matter how strong you are," the boss gloated. "These are B-rank monsters. In a pack, they can tear apart even an S-rank hunter." But his gloating stopped abruptly. Kang wasn't fighting. He was reaching out, gently stroking the wolf's fur. Touching the beast, Kang spoke softly. "Monsters have instincts. They recognize when someone is overwhelmingly powerful, and they obey." The wolves nuzzled his hand as he walked toward the trembling boss. "Even your taming ability can't override their survival instinct." The man collapsed to his knees, hands up. "I surrender, just tell me what you want." Kang frowned, his voice cold. "Your drugs have destroyed enough lives. I'm here to take the entire supply off the board." A nervous grin crept onto the bandit's face. "Drugs? What drugs?" Sitting amidst the debris, he feigned ignorance. "Do you see any drugs here? Why accuse me of selling something I don't have?" Kang extended his hand, focusing. He had felt the specific aura of the substance the moment he walked in. The physical crates were gone, but the energy remained. His eyes locked onto the small cage. The boss panicked, screaming, "No, don't touch the bunny." Ignoring him, Kang lifted the creature. Why was the man so terrified? Examining the small animal, he projected his thoughts. Asterisk. "Don't be afraid, I'm getting you out of here." Asterisk. The rabbit glared back with a look of pure dissatisfaction. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Kang's head, leaving him stunned. He looked back at the cowering boss. "This little guy has a lot of complaints about you," Kang said, stepping closer. "You have the power to command animals, but you treat them like disposable tools." Suddenly, the rabbit manifested a magical barrier, and packages of drugs spilled out from the void. The boss watched his secret stash tumble onto the floor in horror. Later, back at the apartment, Lim rubbed her temples. She turned to Kang, who was sitting at the table. "Please," she sighed, "stop bringing stray animals home. It's getting out of hand." Scratching the back of his head, Kang apologized. "I'll be more careful next time." But as he shifted his gaze, he knew this wasn't just a pet, this creature was going to be useful. "Fine," she huffed, picking up the rabbit. "I'm naming him Pom-Pom." Meanwhile, at the construction site, police sirens wailed. An officer held a phone to his ear. "We're at the coordinates Kim provided," the officer reported. "But there's no need for a takedown. The suspects have already been, well, neutralized." He glanced at the gang leader, who was buried under a mountain of illicit Flamma crystals. Far away, standing by a window, the mission was complete. The girl listens to the question of how exactly she pulled this off. With a knowing smile, she replies that she prefers to keep her cards close to her chest. Internally, she assumes she is indebted to the protagonist yet again. As people crowd the establishment, the man closes his eyes and speaks. "Thank you so much for the congratulations on the series premiere." Beaming, the girl assures everyone she will give it her absolute all for their sake. The hero offers a smirk at those words. Caught off guard, the girl looks surprised before announcing that the show is already beginning. Gesturing toward the room, the director invites them to pass through and settle in. "Bon appétit," he says, noting the abundance of dishes prepared for them. He insists they shouldn't hesitate to dig in. Locking eyes with the hero, the lady suggests they head over, and he nods his approval. Suddenly, the protagonist freezes. He snaps his head to the side, his gaze shifting sharply toward the sky. He wonders if he senses a powerful presence up there. In the distance, a flying object appears, a plane cutting swiftly through the wind currents. Inside, a young man cradles a cup, the reality of being a level 0 awakener weighing on his mind. He drums his fingers restlessly while sitting there. The lady across from him crosses her legs. She tells him to find a distraction. He is clearly suffering withdrawal symptoms from his gaming console. Stretching his arms out, the young man turns toward her. He closes his eyes and recalls the threat. The director had been clear. If he touched that console even once, he would make sure the game series was pulled from the shelves forever. Joseph slams his hands on the table. He didn't even want to fly here. What is the point of these joint exercises anyway? Cooperation between South Korea and the United States? It is just a waste of time. Celia simply replies that there is no helping it. A level 0 awakener can only be properly assessed by others of similar standing. Looking at her, the guy speaks up. That means the training itself is nonsensical. In reality, their only task is to assess the capabilities of a level 0. Right. But if that turns out to be true... Smiling, the girl interrupts, reminding him that regardless, he needs to make a good impression for his country. Sitting across from the awakened, she asks if he might share how he intends to test his own power. She is his assistant, after all. He replies that he would certainly like to test it, but then smiles. Is it really necessary? Celia notes that she could always provoke him into action. Even an awakened has weaknesses, they are still human after all. Raising an eyebrow, the guy asks if she realizes how dangerous it is to provoke a level 0. It is like tampering with a nuclear bomb. She claims to understand. Hearing that, he throws his hands behind his head, satisfied that the point is clear. He tells her not to worry, it is better to just let him sleep. But suddenly, the young man shudders in surprise. The assistant asks what's wrong. Turning his head, he replies that he senses magical beasts approaching. Creatures are rushing toward the plane. He counts 4 wyverns. Nearby, people move rapidly, and a soldier comes to an abrupt halt next to them. Raising a hand, the soldier shouts that he is Colonel Ronald, head of security. A flock of 4 wyverns is approaching our flank. Sitting in his chair, Joseph hears the order to fasten seatbelts. The soldiers claim they will handle the situation. He replies that won't be necessary. Smiling, he admits he is still a little bored. A protective dome manifests around the plane. As a wyvern strikes, the guy raises his hand. He clenches his fist tightly, unleashing a fiery blow that makes the creature instantly spit blood. The monster's gaze freezes. The pack stares at the plane as a green glow surrounds them. The young man stretches his arms out, lifting his index fingers. Joseph then brings his fingers together. Suddenly, a wyvern explodes. The monster's eyes widen in fright as it abruptly rushes to the side. Closing his eyes, the awakened remarks that it was like swatting a mosquito. The remaining dragon flies swiftly through the air. Massive palms of energy suddenly materialize, squeezing the creature violently. Looking down, the guy speaks. That was it. Grinning, the lady asks if they can consider the danger past, to which the colonel nods approvingly. Gazing out the window, the young man thinks, how boring. He hopes he will find something to entertain himself in Korea. Outside, a delegation waits near the plane. Shoving his hands into his pockets, the man notes that they are waiting for him. He looks straight ahead. Shin thinks about the rank 0 awakened the United States has sent. There is a faint glow around the guy. It is Joseph. Shaking his hand, the man expresses his gratitude for Joseph, taking the trouble to come in person. He introduces himself as Han. He is the president of the Korean Association of the Awakened. The young man replies that it is a pleasure, introducing himself with a smile. He realizes that this is truly him, the first rank 0 awakened, standing right there on Korean soil. As the guy introduces himself, the host thinks he seems like a completely normal person. He freezes, realizing he doesn't sense a strong aura at all. The awakened lowers his gaze. The thought arises. Is he hiding his real power? Is this really a level 0? The young man shudders when he hears the unexpected question. Smiling, Joseph asks, "Are you a gamer?" The host looks at him in total bewilderment. Closing his eyes, he admits he once loved games, but for several years, he hasn't had any time for them at all. The agent offered a polite, condescending sympathy, looking down his nose. "I don't mind," the man shrugged. Shin stared at him, unable to believe the sheer audacity. As the words play together hung heavily in the air, the cityscape blurred into streaks of light. The car tore down the highway, devouring the distance. Shin's mind raced. This, Joseph. Another level 0 awakened? One look was all it took to sense the danger radiating from the stranger's frowning face. He wasn't just strong, he was prodigiously gifted. A monster in human skin. An image of the man seared itself into Shin's mind as he processed the threat. When Joseph mentioned games, his aura shifted. Was that the energy of life? Shin rested his chin on his fist, analyzing the sensation. No, that wasn't it. It was something far purer, sharper. Shin narrowed his eyes. And why did he bring up video games of all things? The context felt wrong. Was this some sort of twisted American humor? Silence filled the car until Shin's eyes snapped open, the realization hitting him like a physical blow. "Sir, everything all right?" the driver asked, noticing the tension. Shin's heart pounded against his ribs. It couldn't be. By game, he meant a duel to the death. Shin forced a tight smile. "Actually, could you let me out here? I need to walk." The manager nodded approval. Shin averted his gaze, ignoring the fact that his home was miles away. "I have an errand to run," he lied smoothly. Hitting the pavement, Shin knew he needed backup. He had to talk to his older brother, and time was running out. He couldn't afford to be late. With the joint training with the Americans coming up, tensions were high. He spotted the big man sitting outside a diner. A little girl blinked up at him. "How are you doing?" The hero grinned, leaning into the roleplay. "Sam June," Kang introduced. "And apparently, I'm the wife today." She nodded solemnly. "That is how it must be." "Hello. Daddy must be tired from work," she chirped. Shin closed his eyes, soaking in the domestic peace before the storm. "It is a tough job," Kang chuckled. "So, am I playing the female role now?" He noticed the tube of lipstick clutched in her tiny hands. "That isn't yours, is it?" The child pointed a guilty finger upward. "Mommy left it in the bedroom. I borrowed it. I just ran out of red crayons," she explained innocently. Shin looked down, realizing she had wasted expensive makeup as a substitute. Unbelievable. Shin turned to his brother, the playfulness vanishing from his face. Kang sensed the shift immediately. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "It's nothing," Shin lied, then sighed. "Actually, that is not true. I came here because I have a serious problem. I met a level 0 awakened today," Shin confessed. "From the United States, at the airport." Kang's eyes widened in genuine shock. "Sounds like he is challenging you to a fight," Kang muttered. He turned gently to the child. "Sweetie, why don't you go play inside the restaurant for a bit?" "Okay, Daddy." The little girl skipped off, leaving the men to their grim business. "Level 0, Shin murmured. A chill ran down his spine. Could it be a mistake? Maybe I got the wrong guy? Suddenly, a presence materialized behind a nearby pillar. Joseph stepped out, silent as a ghost, a smirk playing on his lips. "I was using a stealth artifact," Joseph noted, impressed. "And yet, you noticed. Admirable skills." Shin glared. "Have you been stalking me?" "I should report this harassment to the embassy," Shin threatened. Joseph held up a hand. "Please, forgive the intrusion. No insult intended." Joseph's gaze drifted past Shin. "I was just curious about the company you keep. Who is this? If he is a friend of yours, he cannot be ordinary." Joseph's eyes widened as he scanned Kang's latent energy. Asterisk. "This family is insane." Asterisk, Joseph thought. He turned away, hiding a wolfish grin. He thought he was the greatest, but this was a pleasant surprise. Shin grit his teeth, his patience snapping. "So, about this suggestion to play together? I am glad you brought it up," Joseph replied. Shin clenched his fist. "Let's cut the crap." "You mean a fight, don't you?" "I am ready right now," Shin declared. Kang stepped in. "This is pointless." Joseph's eyes narrowed. "Do not try to stop us. I cannot ignore a challenge like this." Shin paused. The American didn't look angry, he looked times excited. Asterisk. "Excellent," Joseph beamed, closing his eyes in satisfaction. "I knew you would accept." Kang let out a long, heavy sigh. "If you boys are dead set on this," Kang said, clamping a hand on Shin's shoulder, "we are taking it to the Deadlands, not here." Joseph nodded his agreement. Moments later, the two rivals stood facing each other in the desolate wasteland. Hands casually in his pockets, Joseph surveyed the area. "Great choice. No collateral damage to worry about here." "That is exactly why my brother picked it," Shin snapped. "Now, I have a question for you." "Why me?" Shin demanded. "There are plenty of other level 0s. Joseph smiled. "It sounds strange, but I treat life like a game. I am chasing growth." A holographic console flickered into existence beside him. "In games, leveling up increases your stats," Joseph explained. "I was born strong, but true power comes from the climb." A golden aura erupted around him. "I started at 0 and clawed my way up to this level. My energy control is flawless. There is no one in the Republic of Korea who can match me." He leaned forward. "Now, tell me, what is the secret to your rapid growth?" Shin froze. So that is what this was about. Pure, unadulterated curiosity. Shin frowned. Asterisk. "I am definitely not telling him, my brother taught me." Asterisk. "Not sharing?" Joseph tutted. "Have it your way." Joseph raised a hand effortlessly. The earth trembled as a massive boulder tore from the ground and launched toward Shin. The Esper smirked, boasting that this would only make it sweeter. He'd crush him and rip the secret from his broken body as the massive boulder hurtled toward his opponent. The young man snapped his head up, freezing for a split second as the stone loomed over him, before blue energy exploded into the air and Shin launched himself forward. Joseph watched in silence as the swordsman raised his blade high, bringing it down in a vicious arc, only to have the attack deadlocked in midair. Shin stared in disbelief, stunned by the sheer density of the telekinetic barrier, while the soldier grinned and taunted. "Don't tell me that's all you've got?" Suddenly, the opponent's eyes went wide. The agent clenched his fist, but the awakened man's body began to tremble uncontrollably. For the first time in his life, he felt a crushing aura that made his very bones rattle, forcing him to grind his teeth against the pressure. He roared that he only needed a little more power to flatten him, throwing his arms wide as he screamed into the chaotic wind. Shin's eyes flew open in pure amazement. He had actually fractured the telekinetic shield with nothing but sheer willpower, and he instantly crossed his arms to brace for impact. His boots skidded across the dirt, carving a trench into the earth as he slid back. Joseph stood amidst the dust, smiling. "You are simply incredible. Magnificent," Joseph murmured, realizing the shockwave had thrown him back as well, leaving him standing opposite the swordsman. He muttered that his instincts hadn't lied about the kid's potential. Meanwhile, a lone beetle crawled along a tree branch where a phone was pressed to an ear. The hero groaned as the automated voice told him the subscriber was unavailable. He stared at the screen in disbelief, wondering what the hell was going on. While he was stuck dealing with the American, the protagonist hung his head, remembering he had specifically asked to be back in time for dinner. Especially today, of all days, he closed his eyes, tortured by the thought of the summer menu and the taste of those cold noodles he'd never tried. Everyone said it was delicious, and he deserved to taste it. The MC smirked bitterly, realizing he'd taken the simple joy of food for granted. A stray rock slammed into the barrier, snapping him back to reality. He grumbled that he needed to drag his brother out of here immediately. Khan stood motionless, listening to the panicked screams about magical beasts and something striking the city's defensive dome. He ground his teeth in fury. These idiots were being reckless, completely ignoring the fact that they were putting the entire city at risk. Why can't they ever just have a quiet fistfight without spectators? He fumed, watching the two opponents standing in the wreckage of a massive crater. Joseph heaved for breath while Shin furrowed his brow. The young man cracked a smile, waving his hand as he shouted a challenge. A massive block of earth erupted from the ground. The soldier watched silently before suddenly launching himself into the fray. Clenching his fist, the agent declared he was getting faster by the second. The swordsman swung his weapon, the blade biting deep into the psychic shield. The sword shuddered against the barrier, feeling like it had hit a mountain. His opponent grinned, but Shin's eyes suddenly widened in shock. A gigantic boulder slammed directly into him, erupting in a blinding blue glow that sent stone shrapnel blasting in every direction. Watching the carnage, the protagonist realized they were fighting with such feral intensity that they had completely lost touch with reality. Frowning deeply, he decided there was only one solution he'd have: to knock both of them unconscious to end this farce. The warrior gripped his sword with both hands, screaming a battle cry, when suddenly, a blur of motion struck his neck. Joseph stared, dumbfounded. The MC flicked his wrist casually in Joseph's direction. The agent whipped his head around, his eyes bulging in pure terror. Sitting bedside, the girl sighed that he was finally awake. The awakened man pointed to himself, confused, asking what happened and why he was in a hospital bed. "I should be asking you that," Celia snapped, shouting that she found him unconscious and covered in blood on the doorstep. Gritting his teeth, Shin admitted he had fought Joseph. She asked if the American was really strong enough to knock him out, but Shin looked surprised and said, "No. We were stuck in a stalemate. He couldn't have taken me down like that," he said, forcing himself to stand despite her protests. "Lie back down. You need to rest," she cried, but he opened the door, muttering that he had to apologize and go somewhere urgently. "I'll explain later," he said, taking flight, and realizing with absolute certainty that the final blow hadn't come from Shin or the agent. The awakened man recalled that for a split second he had felt a third aura, something ancient and terrifyingly strong, hovering over the city. Joseph stood on the rooftop with his hands in his pockets as the young man landed, looking at the agent in surprise. "What is this?" Shin asked, standing behind him. The awakened man noted that Shin had decided to come the moment he woke up. "I knew you'd show up," Joseph replied, extending his hand toward a message carved into the surface. "But that's not what has me worried. Read what's written there," he said, as Shin gritted his teeth and let out a shaky breath. Looking at the remnants of their battlefield, he read the warning. If they ever fought like that again, they would face severe punishment. Shin asked if he was actually scared, and who left it. Joseph replied grimly that Brother Kong had been watching them the whole time. The awakened man gasped, covering his mouth with his hand as the realization hit him like a physical blow. "My brother. He was right next to the restaurant?" Shin asked, eyes wide with shock, wondering if the hero was insane. Miles away, the MC sneezed loudly. Rubbing his nose, he muttered that the cold soup must be making him sneeze. The scene shifted to the city streets as the two men walked in silence. Suddenly, the agent stopped. When Shin asked why he was following him, Joseph smirked and replied, "I'm going to pay your brother a visit." As they walked away together, he casually threw a hand behind his head, mentioning he really owed the guy a massive favor. But looking back, the reality sets in. Stones and debris are scattered everywhere. The realization hits him hard. He finally notices the sheer scale of destruction their little skirmish caused. He had rushed in to stop their blind rage, but the damage was done. Caught in the heat of battle, they had completely forgotten their surroundings, unleashing power without restraint. Shrapnel had torn into the nearby buildings. If he hadn't stepped in when he did, there's no telling how many civilians would have been caught in the crossfire. Looking down at the wreckage, the young man mutters that there isn't enough money in the world to pay for this. He glances at the awakened man beside him. He asks if the guy is actually planning to follow him. The fighter hangs his head in shame, turning away as he admits he must have been out of his mind. Joseph fires back, quipping that he didn't realize the guy was actually capable of being normal. Shin looks over in genuine surprise. But suddenly, the crowd's murmurs grow louder. Everyone is talking about how handsome they are. Standing behind them, a girl whispers loudly, questioning why that foreigner is walking around in slippers. Her friend immediately shuts her down. Who cares about the shoes? He's gorgeous. The lady presses a hand to her face, completely starstruck. She can't believe she's seeing them in real life after seeing them all over social media. Suddenly, a teenager screams out he knows exactly who these guys are. The young man cracks a knowing smile. The kid shouts that that's the only level 0 hunter in all of Korea. The young man glances to the side as the crowd realizes the man standing next to him is the level 0 hunter from America. The crowd instantly forms a wall in front of them, people screaming in awe. One woman stares intently, trying to place why his face looks so familiar. She realizes she's a massive fan and begs for just one autograph. Joseph forces a smile, whispering that he thinks they are in deep trouble. Shin agrees that is the one thing they absolutely didn't need right now. Shin looks stunned when Joseph claims he has a solution. Suddenly, the American launches himself into the air. They rush upward, leaving the pavement behind. The fans below go wild, screaming about telekinesis and how cool it looks, begging them not to leave without signing at least one photo. High above the city, the hunter crosses his arms, hoping their dramatic exit didn't disappoint anyone. He looks away, telling Joseph he only asks for one thing in return. He demands that Joseph keep his mouth shut about Kona. The agent looks down, promising he shouldn't worry he isn't the type to gossip. They switch to speaking Korean for privacy. As they soar forward, Shin asks why he's suddenly so quiet. The swordsman replies that he was told he talks too much. Back on solid ground, the brother bows deeply, shouting for forgiveness. He swears he will never fight so irresponsibly again, and thanks Shin for stopping them before it got worse. Shin closes his eyes, dismissing the formality. The hero replies that there is no need for thanks. Someone had to do it, and besides, they are brothers. The guy looks up, surprised and touched by the words. After bowing, Joseph steps in, saying he also wants to apologize. The protagonist immediately shoots his brother's friend an angry glare. The young man cuts him off, telling him not to worry, his secret is safe. He just hopes that in the future, Joseph will treat his immense strength with a bit more caution. Breaking into a smile, the MC admits he is glad his brother has a friend like him. He places a hand on the guy's shoulder, and the hunter confirms it. They really are great friends. Raising an eyebrow, Joseph adds that, by the way, there was something he wanted to ask. Shin immediately pushes him away. Shin tells him to wait. It's better to get to the banquet first. Joseph looks confused, asking if they really need to go. Kang jumps in, reminding them that yes, there is a banquet. The young man confirms it. The entire delegation from the United States will be there, along with their own representatives. Joseph closes his eyes, realizing the gravity of the situation. It would look terrible if a representative of the strongest nation on Earth failed to show up for the official banquet. He has a massive responsibility. However, he insists that he still wants to have a word with Kang. Smiling, the hero suggests a compromise. They can meet in the park not far from here, right after the banquet wraps up. He promises to wait for him there. The guy agrees it's a plan, and he'll get there as soon as he can. The scene shifts, revealing the opulent view of the banquet hall. A woman sips her wine, holding the glass elegantly before setting it down on the table with a satisfied sigh. Celia thinks the vintage is actually quite good. She scans the room, wondering where Joseph disappeared to, noting that Shin is missing as well. Suddenly, her gaze locks onto a specific spot. The hunter is ascending the grand staircase. She intercepts him, remarking what a great event this is and asking why he is without a date tonight. Standing before her, the guy replies that his partner just wasn't up for it. He asks if she has business with him. Closing her eyes, the lady gets straight to the point. First, she wants him to accept her sincere congratulations on reaching level 0. She turns around, dropping the pleasantries to add that he must feel awfully cramped staying in this small country. The awakened man turns his head, asking what this is really all about. Celia puts a hand to her face, feigning shock. She decides not to beat around the bush. Their association is willing to pay him 5 times his current rate. All he has to do is come over to them. She sits comfortably in an armchair, awaiting his answer. She suggests he probably needs time to think. Looking her dead in the eye, Shin clarifies that she is essentially offering him a change of citizenship. She replies that she doesn't know what kind of pennies the Korean government is paying him, but smiles as she sweetens the deal. They offer not just 5 times the salary, but massive additional bonuses for every single task. There is nothing to think about. Closing his eyes, the guy gives his answer instantly. No, he refuses. Grinning, the lady mocks him, noting that it turns out he is a patriot after all. She decides to come at him from a different angle. Raising her eyebrows, she warns him. If he refuses to leave his dearly loved and very small country, he needs to be prepared to feel the consequences. The young man looks genuinely rattled when she asks the chilling question. What does he think will happen if the United States stops sending aid to his country? What will happen to his people then? Looking down, he realizes Joseph was right. Extending his hand, the hunter realizes that being a rank 0 meant the U.S. Federal Bureau would inevitably try to recruit him. Shin asks if she really intends to do this right here at the banquet. Gritting his teeth, he acknowledges that yes, he needs to get ready and build up his stamina. This manager is going to lean on him like a bulldozer. The man froze, stunned by the audacity of what he had just heard. He hadn't expected them to be so blatant about threatening a sovereign nation. Stepping forward, he roared for them to listen. The girl looked away, caught off guard. Meeting her gaze, the hunter frowned and asked if this was what she called diplomacy. She crossed her arms, defensive. The manager insisted she was simply trying to scout new talent for their national team. The young man shot back that he had already warned her. He glared. He is a rank 0 hunter from a foreign nation, not a free agent. Don't you dare dictate terms to me. That's not why I'm here. Celia smirked, countering that he seemed to have forgotten the mission. That is exactly why we came, she hissed. To confirm if he truly is an awakened rank 0, and to do whatever it takes to lure him to our side. Closing his eyes, Joseph shook his head. You really don't get it, do you? He stepped into her personal space. What makes you think I'd help you with this? The woman scoffed. Because you are an American hunter, Joseph. Joseph gritted his teeth. America is just where I was born. I didn't choose the soil I landed on. He scowled. Listen closely. If the government keeps trying to recruit Shin using threats and blackmail, I will renounce my citizenship, become a South Korean national, and cut all ties with the United States. The girl's eyes went wide with shock. She froze. Her mission was to secure Shin, not lose their top asset, Joseph, in the process. She glanced frantically between the boy and the man. Celia glared at the boy, thinking Joseph was being a stubborn mule. She clenched her fists, demanding to know why he was just standing there silently. These jokes aren't funny, she snapped. She genuinely believed Korea couldn't offer him what America could. Joseph shoved his hands in his pockets. You think this is about money? Living standards? Korea is the mecca of the hunter industry, the woman scoffed, claiming she had no words for such a tiny country. He smiled dangerously. Size isn't everything. Use your head, Joseph warned, looking past her. Shin is leagues above me. If you keep pushing him, he has the power to sink the entire North American continent, United States included. The delegation stared in shock at the claim. What is wrong with you? She demanded. But deep down, the manager realized the terrifying truth. This kid was stronger than Joseph. She ground her teeth. Since the bridge was already burning, Joseph decided to drop another bomb. And one more thing. She raised an eyebrow. He continued. I only followed government orders because I hate unnecessary trouble. He lowered his gaze, voice cold. You mistook my compliance for loyalty. You order me around like a child. Maybe it's time we redefined our relationship. Celia stood frozen, bewildered. He closed his eyes. If you understand, leave. You have other guests to attend to. As the manager slowly retreated, Joseph smiled at Shin. Well, looks like they won't bother you anymore. Shin thanked him. The young man checked the time. By the way, the banquet is ending. Let's head to the park. My brother is waiting for me. Later, standing in the quiet of the park, Joseph stretched his arm out, just like that. If it weren't for brother Joseph, I'd be in a real mess. The hero smiled warmly. I'm seriously grateful for the backup. The agent closed his eyes, humble. We should always look out for each other. The protagonist faced him. You're a good guy. You deserve a reward. Since you're practically my brother now, I'll teach you something special. I'll teach you the secret techniques of a rank 0. Joseph replied instantly. I would be honored to learn. The guy looked at his hands, feeling the energy. This is incredible. Shin nodded. I knew this technique would suit you perfectly. Joseph looked at the hero with pure admiration. I'll never forget this kindness. He smiled. Now more than ever, I want to transfer to Korea. That might not be simple, Shin said, standing before him. My brother, I want a quiet, peaceful life. I don't need the spotlight. But if you move to our city, the eyes of the entire world will follow you. Eventually, that attention would expose me. Joseph nodded, understanding. The MC continued. We'd be much more grateful if you stayed put and protected our country from your own government's overreach. Joseph smiled, nodding in agreement. Consider it done. Later, sitting at the family table, the father spoke up. I've been thinking about a vacation. Just the family. Somewhere far away. You smiled. From next Monday until the weekend? Kang asked where they could possibly go on such short notice. The director, his father, beamed at him. Ha! Get this, the entire production crew got vouchers for a private resort, and since we're family, we're included. The hero gritted his teeth. Private? In our world, that usually means astronomically expensive. He hesitated. Can I really come along? The man stood up proudly. The Red Dragon Guild is incredibly generous. They covered relatives too. Why wouldn't we take you? The protagonist nodded, forcing a smile. That's great. I'll be happy to go. The scene shifted to the imposing Red Dragon Guild office. A man slammed his fist onto the mahogany table. He glared at the girl, demanding to know why the surveillance photos were ruined. I rented that entire private resort for one reason, the director raged through gritted teeth. Just to get a moment to talk to this delivery boy. The manager closed her eyes, accepting the outburst. Photos lay scattered across the table, proof he couldn't simply reject the man his daughter had fallen for. He crossed his arms, leaning back against the desk, terrified by a single thought. What if she actually wants to marry him? The guild leader exploded. How could she even think of such a thing? Marriage? He buried his face in his hands. What am I going to do? She's acting like a lovesick schoolgirl. Frowning deeply, the guild leader made a decision. I have to see this punk for myself. Birds soared through the sky as the Grand Hotel came into view. The girl beamed, throwing her arms wide in pure amazement. It's the sea! She screamed. Ha clenched her fists, overcome with emotion. It's so beautiful. She crossed her arms. I'm actually touched. It's the first time the kid has ever seen the ocean, the man noted calmly. Suddenly, they whipped around, startled by a voice. An announcement blared, welcoming the cast and crew of the series Revenge of the White Rose. Someone wanted their attention. A staff member held up a megaphone. Listen carefully for 1 minute. He closed his eyes dramatically. The resort is divided into 2 zones. Your area is Zone D. The young man smiled, though his tone was serious. It's unlikely, but I'm warning you. Under no circumstances are you to leave Zone D. A hand shot up from the crowd. How do we know where Zone D ends? Simple. When you see the electrified fence. The guards and the fence mark the absolute end of the safe zone. Everyone, put on your bracelets, do not touch the fence, and do not speak to the guards. If they approach you, show them this bracelet and follow their instructions immediately. This bracelet proves you are a guest of the resort. The hero glanced at his wrist. It seemed there were no other restrictions. The hostess finished the briefing. Gritting his teeth, the MC thanked him. The man grinned broadly. Well then, have a nice vacation. As the crowd moved forward, the director closed his eyes, thinking about Kang. He crossed his arms. Well, I'll handle him myself. Sitting at his desk, the guild leader decided to bypass the hotel administration completely. I'll arrange his stay personally. The manager looked confused. Sir, you want to invite that young man to the hotel yourself? He gritted his teeth. She knows him. He needed to vet this guy for real, no formalities. The guild leader glanced to the side. I know he's here as a relative of our star actress, but what if he's a fraud? He had to check him thoroughly. Notebook in hand, he reviewed his plan. I've compiled a checklist. First item. Is he actually handsome? The protagonist smirked, thinking the place wasn't bad. Meanwhile, the manager frowned, preparing to test his friendliness. Putting on a fake smile, he approached. Do you have any preferences for food? The protagonist shrugged. No. I'm not picky. The man stared at his notebook, puzzled. Not picky? What kind of answer is that? Suddenly, people gasped in surprise. A stunning infinity pool appeared near the villa. Look at that view. You can even see the sea from here. The director bowed. Well, please, enjoy your stay. The MC thanked him for his help. As he walked away, he analyzed the man's behavior. Courteous, kind, and modest manners. But I need to keep watching him. Kang turned to the man. What was that about? Watching that manager. You said he was their hostess? I've seen him somewhere before. He knew that face. The hero sensed a familiar, powerful aura. He shuddered, realization hitting him like a truck. He slapped a hand to his face. Do I remember G mentioning her father? His eyes went wide. Wait, Ji's father is the director of the Red Dragon Guild. That's him. Why is a guild leader masquerading as a hotel employee? The girl beside him interrupted, asking why he hadn't brought Squeaky and Pom Pom. The MC gritted his teeth, dodging the question. Suddenly, the view shifted. A dense forest and mountains materialized in a golden glow. A system chime signaled the inventory opening. Ha turned just as the pets burst from the bushes. They dashed forward abruptly. Watching the child, Kang reflected on the cost. I spent a magic crystal to create a forest here, just like in my homeland. Now the animals can run free. Suddenly, he spotted something odd. A specific bush had appeared. A golden rose hip? A berry glistened on the branch. A yellow berry that brings mental enlightenment. It's delicious and cures hangovers. He crouched down. I didn't create this consciously. Did this bush grow in my homeland? Maybe it manifested from my memories. He popped a berry into his mouth. An unexpected bonus. The girl leaned in, curious. What are you eating? Give me one. The MC hesitated. You want a berry too? Ha smirked and snatched it, starting to chew. Beside them, the child smiled broadly. Kang watched her reaction. Do you like it? She nodded vigorously. Yes, it's really tasty. She raised a hand. It's so tasty, I feel like. I can even see what the weather will be like tomorrow. The hero's eyes snapped open in shock. Her words triggered a buried memory. Her younger brother had once told him that her ability was foresight, the power to distinguish truth from lies. An image of a legendary wizard flashed in his mind. The eye of the priest, the protagonist thought, covering his face in dread. This is bad. It's way too early for her powers to awaken. Kang's brow furrowed as the realization hit him. If she was already catching glimpses of the future, then the awakening wasn't just approaching, it was imminent. Oblivious to the danger, the child raced ahead, laughing as she chased her pets. The image of a legendary figure surfaced in Kang's mind, Manton, the ancient seer. Closing his eyes, he recalled the tragic tale of the man who saw too much. Manton possessed the cursed gift of absolute foresight. Legends say he spent his days clutching a crystal decanter, drowning his terrifying visions in endless wine. While the world smiled, Manton wept. For a man who could see the ugly truth behind every lie and the malice behind every mask, existence was a torture that only intoxication could dull. Kang rubbed his temples, a wave of protectiveness washing over him. Hao was just a small child. If that heavy burden had broken a legendary sage, how could a fragile little girl possibly endure it? She hadn't even learned to distinguish between good and evil yet. Suddenly, the girl popped out from behind a tree, beaming as she cheered that she had found him. Watching her innocence, Kang's heart sank. This cruel world would try to crush that cheerful spirit. He knew the grim reality. Once an ability awakened, it couldn't simply be shoved back into the box. Luminous particles drifted through the air around them. The most critical factor for an awakened body was balance, a delicate harmony that could not be forced. It was a known fact in the martial world. Attempting to suppress a monocore with foreign energy was a recipe for disaster. It disrupts the internal flow, leading to internal hemorrhaging and, inevitably, a drastically shortened lifespan. Blood spilling from the mouth. A life cut short. He summoned a glowing red berry from his inventory. No. He would never let such a tragic fate befall Hao. He clenched his fist, resolving to become the shield that stood between her and the world's malice. Beside him, the child giggled, pointing out that his pet was puffing its cheeks like a hamster again. As the little creature nibbled on the fruit, the director approached with a grin, asking if Kang had packed swim trunks for the pool. Kang blinked. He'd completely forgotten. We need to talk, Kang interrupted, his tone grave. The director's smile vanished instantly, replaced by tension. You look serious. What's wrong? It's about your daughter. The director's eyes went wide with panic. What? Is she hurt? What are you talking about? She has awakened, Kang revealed, his voice steady. She possesses an S-class diviner ability. It's an innate gift. The father looked down, devastated. She had survived the awakening at such a tender age, but his dream of her living a happy, ordinary life just shattered. With a talent that rare, the world wouldn't let her rest. She would be forced to dedicate her life to a dangerous profession. He reached out, desperate. Is there anything we can do? Can we seal the awakening? Kang shook his head slowly. No. Forcing a seal with external magic would only cripple her life expectancy. Kang held out the glowing red berry. However, Kang continued as the director stared at the fruit. This is a golden rose hip. If she consumes these regularly, it will stabilize her chi and maintain her spiritual harmony. Luckily, I have an entire plantation of them growing in my inventory. I have enough to supply her daily needs indefinitely. The father looked at him, stunned by the overwhelming generosity. We can't erase the ability, Kang explained, but with the right mentor, she can live with it. She needs a teacher. I want to teach her martial arts, not just for discipline, but so she can defend herself when I'm not around. She is as dear to me as my own blood." Tears welled up in the director's eyes. Overwhelmed with emotion, he started to sob, forcing Kang to awkwardly look away to give him privacy. "What's wrong?" Kang asked the little girl, noticing her distraction. Hao pointed a small finger into the distance. "I see Big Sister over there." "Where?" Kang followed her line of sight to a towering skyscraper in the distance. "She's watching us from way up there. Why won't she come down and play?" Hao wondered. Kang squinted, finally realizing the terrifying range of the girl's vision. He was only just beginning to grasp the sheer power of her S-class sight. "She spotted someone from miles away? Can we ask her to play with us?" Hao pleaded. Kang smiled gently. "It looks like your sister is busy with work. We'll have to play by ourselves for now." "Adults are so boring," Hao huffed, crossing her arms with a dramatic sigh. Then, she beamed. "Okay, I'll just pretend I didn't see anything." Meanwhile, high up in the tower, the older sister lowered her binoculars, trembling. Why was she looking directly at me? That had to be a coincidence, right? She smirked nervously, heart racing. "I can't stay cooped up here. I need to go see him." She hiked her leg over the balcony railing. "If I use the door, the secretary will catch me." But as she balanced on the edge, a chilling presence appeared behind her. I was just getting some fresh air," the girl stammered. Secretary Mo adjusted her glasses, unimpressed. "Is climbing the railing a requirement for breathing oxygen now?" No. I was just doing some stretches." Defeated, the heiress slunk back to her desk. "I hope you haven't forgotten where you are," Mo said, dropping a stack of documents on the desk. "You are the heiress of the Red Dragon Guild. You have duties." The heiress gritted her teeth in frustration. "What is your problem? Every time I even think about sneaking out, you're always right there watching me," she pouted. "I just wanted to go incognito like father does." "And what exactly were you planning to do down there?" Mo gripped her shoulder firmly. "Were you going to surprise him?" Mo smiled, a terrifyingly polite expression on her face. "Do you think this is a playground, or are you mistaken?" The heiress waved her hands frantically. No, I just wanted to look, that's all." Mo slammed her hand down on the desk, silencing the excuses. The girl flinched, squeezing her eyes shut. "I hope you understand the gravity of the work we need to finish today." "In general terms." "Yes," she mumbled. Mo sighed, crossing her arms. "Your resemblance to the director is truly unfortunate sometimes." Frowning, the young woman asked if the resemblance to her father was just a coincidence. Closing his eyes, the manager mused that she still hated paperwork and remained as unpredictable as ever. Case in point, she had infiltrated this very resort undercover. Suddenly, Ha shot up from her seat, shouting, asking just what exactly she was getting at, before breaking into a smile. Standing there, she loudly declared how beautiful the restaurant was. The man stood frozen, a serving tray gripped tightly in his hands. Lowering his head to hide his face, he muttered, "Water first," while a darker thought took root in his mind. A person's true nature reveals itself only in unpleasant situations. As the director placed the glass on the table, he feigned a slip. The hero just sat there, quiet and unmoving. Ha glanced at him, insisting he forgive the clumsy waiter, claiming it was just an accident. But inside, she wondered, how would he react? Her eyes widened in surprise. The protagonist smiled broadly, waving it off. "It's okay. It's just water. It'll dry, so don't worry about it." The older man watched him closely, not even a hint of a grimace. In a situation like that, most would struggle to hold back their temper. Smirking internally, he noted the boy's impressive self-control. Excellent. Watching the group, the guildmaster thought that, judging by the way they ate simple food, they looked like just any ordinary family. Flashback. Gripping his weapon, the man roared that he didn't have time for this. Staring ahead, he screamed for the obstacles to get the hell out of his way. Swinging his massive sword, the fighter carved a path. It was the era of the Great Catastrophe, and he was one of the few who had survived the awakening. He had feverishly fought his way through hordes of monsters to reach his home. But when the warrior finally arrived, standing amidst the carnage, it was too late. He found his wife lying cold on the ground. She had sacrificed herself to save their children. That day, as his children wept, he swore a solemn oath to his late wife. No matter what happened, he would protect those children with all his might. Gritting his teeth until they nearly cracked, the awakened man vowed to destroy anything and anyone that dared threaten his family. A crowd gathered around him. He found many like-minded souls, all driven by the same desire: to protect their own families. To eradicate the monsters, the first and largest guild, the Red Dragon Guild, was born. Back in the present, as the man sat at the table, reality set in. However, the The more responsibility Cole took upon himself, the less time he had for the very children he swore to protect. They eventually followed in his footsteps. His children grew up to become high-ranking hunters in their own right. They became crucial pillars of the guild, and thanks to the work, they finally began to see their father more often. But can working together really be considered family bonding? Standing beside their table now, Cole realized that the last time he had dinner with his children, all they had talked about was work. On the table, the young man began to cut his dish. Cole wondered, when was the last time he had cut a tonkatsu for them? Meanwhile, reaching forward, the MC offered to cut the patty for Ha. "Thank you very much," Ha replied warmly. Adjusting his glasses, the director admitted to himself that, so far, this boy seemed like a genuinely pleasant young man. Kong held the knife steady. In a blur, the cutlet fell into perfectly even pieces. The hero just smiled, hearing the gasp at how fast he was slicing. "Bon appétit," he said cheerfully. But the guildmaster's eyes were wide with shock. He had just watched him slice that patty. The image of the protagonist holding a sword superimposed over him, he wielded that table knife as if it were an extension of his own arm. The cross-section was impossibly even, as if severed by a scalpel. That was a level of control even high-ranking, awakened struggled to achieve. As the MC ate, the older man couldn't shake the thought. Asterisk. Who is this young man? Really? Asterisk. He picked up the plate to inspect it. It looked like he hadn't just used a knife, he had cut it with aura. Looking at the dirty dish, Cole realized the terrifying truth. There wasn't a single scratch on the ceramic. With the energy required for such a clean cut, the plate should have shattered. Lowering his head, he doubted that even within his own elite guild, there was a single person capable of such delicate, lethal precision. Yet, rumor had it, this boy was a mere F rank. The hero just sat there, unassuming. It didn't make sense. Incredible abilities, yet ranked F? Just an ordinary courier from a run-of-the-mill Chinese restaurant? Asterisk. Maybe he's a secret agent from the Silver Tower? Asterisk. Frowning, the guild leader dismissed it. If he were, the leadership never would have let talent like this go unnoticed. Suddenly, a hand clamped onto his shoulder. Standing behind him, his daughter asked to borrow him for a minute. Gritting her teeth, she hissed that they needed to have a serious conversation. Dragging him to the entrance, the hunter crossed her arms. "Explain, now. What are you doing here?" Looking at her, the man looked genuinely baffled. "How did you know? I was perfectly disguised." Closing one eye, the lady sighed. "Does it matter? Just tell me why you're here." Rubbing his face sheepishly, Cole admitted, "I just decided to check up on things from the inside. I wanted to see the level of service at the resort firsthand. I am a master of disguise, you know." She just crossed her arms, staring deadpan at her father. "Then why didn't you leave the table where Kong was sitting?" Looking to the side, the guildmaster mumbled an excuse before suddenly exclaiming in feigned surprise. Raising a hand, the man pivoted. "Forgive me, but I wasn't interested in that young man at all. I was interested in the, family he came with." Raising an eyebrow, his daughter pressed him. "What? Why would you be interested in that family?" "Well, you know, I once worked as a cargo carrier in the association. I knew him. I was just so happy to meet him by chance." He rested a hand on his daughter's shoulder. The director grinned. "And since you work in his restaurant, well, the earth is round, isn't it? Small world." Hearing this, she thought that maybe, just maybe, she had been worried for nothing. Glancing sideways to avoid eye contact, the man muttered, "Like I told you, I don't care who he is." She stared at him, weighing his words as the silence hung between them. For him, the priority was simple. Her happiness was all that mattered. Turning to look at her, he assured her that he didn't care if the marriage brought zero profit to the guild. Closing his eyes, the guildmaster spoke with conviction. He had raised her on his own, and she didn't need a boyfriend just to maintain the guild's leadership. He reached for the doorknob. He declared that it was settled. Bowing his head, Chu made a request of his own. He wanted his father to clear his schedule. He wanted time just for him and his brother. It had been too long since they had dinner together. Turning around, he added a condition. Absolutely no business talk tonight. Only family conversation allowed. With a warm grin, the lady nodded approvingly. The scene shifts to a sweeping view of the hotel. Kong and the Yu family's short vacation was winding down without incident. At a nearby playground, the atmosphere is peaceful, until a boy clenches his fists. The boy declares that the swing is his. But the little girl puts her hands on her hips, standing her ground against the bully. She suggests a compromise. They can take turns swinging. As the children face off, a man watches with a broad smile. The camera pans across the playground. While the mothers chat nearby, a predator lurks behind a tree. The bandit narrows his eyes, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Suddenly, the guy's eyes go wide. He throws himself to the ground, feigning a dramatic fall. He stretches his arms out, playing the victim. The innocent girl rushes over, asking what's wrong. She hears the thud and looks down, concerned. What happened? She asks, watching him clutch his knee. The scammer groans, claiming he thinks his leg is broken. He asks if she can help him. Being a kind child, she immediately agrees to help him stand up. Suddenly, her friend screams, "Stop!" She rushes forward, grabbing the girl's hand and pulling her back. "Don't go near him. He's lying. Nothing hurts him. He's lying to you," she insists. The man drops the act, raising a hand threateningly. "What did you say?" he growls, looming over the children. "Are you calling me a liar?" he demands. Raising his hands in frustration, the guy shouts that she's a bad, disrespectful little girl. Squeezing her eyes shut, the child screams for help. Suddenly, her hood glows with magical energy. A summon leaps from her shoulder, diving straight at the bandit. Startled, the man flinches. What is this thing? A bird? A mouse? The woman nearby hears the commotion and rushes forward. "What's going on over there?" Pointing an accusing finger, the child yells, "This uncle is lying. He's trying to kidnap me." The bandit grits his teeth, his cover blown. The young man realizes it's time to bail. He shoves the man aside, shouting, "Get out of my way." Someone mocks him. "Oh, you're running away now?" Sprinting forward, the kidnapper curses under his breath. That damned mouse ruined everything. He looks back, frightened, blaming that nasty little girl. Suddenly, a shout rings out. "Stop, right there." A brave bystander launches himself through the air, tackling the bandit. They crash to the asphalt, belongings scattering everywhere. The bandit squeezes his eyes shut in pain. "What kind of scum is this?" he roars. He tries to scramble up, but someone has a death grip on his leg. Lying on the ground, the young hero smiles. He looks up, determination in his eyes. "That's it," he says. "You're not going anywhere." The bully looks down at him furiously. "Let go!" he screams, kicking the young man repeatedly. "You bastard! Release me! I'll never let go!" the guy shouts back. The bandit grabs him by the head, winding up a punch. "I told you to let go." "Fine," the criminal snarls. "If I have to waste my aura on you, so be it." He decides to end this, clenching his fist with lethal intent. "You must have a death wish," he sneers. "If you want to go to the next world that badly, I'll send you there." "Let go." Frowning through the pain, the young man screams, "No! I won't let a criminal escape." A splash of blood hits the pavement. The crowd is screaming now, demanding to know what the criminal has done. The bandit keeps striking, furious that this kid won't stay down. "I haven't done anything." "You're wasting my time," the bandit yells, panicked. He lands a final blow, spitting. "You are nothing to me." The young man thinks fast he can't hold him forever, and the police aren't here yet. The bandit breaks free and stares ahead, ready to bolt, but his path is blocked. A silent figure stands before him. The criminal sneers, "Who are you?" Smiling darkly, he adds, "Better pretend you didn't see anything, or I'll rearrange your face too." He never finishes the threat. The protagonist delivers a casual chop to the back of his head. The bandit's eyes roll back, and he collapses, twitching on the ground. Bach watches from the floor, stunned. One blow, he thinks. He knocked out an awakened with a single hit? He realizes the hero isn't normal. The MC extends a hand to help him up. "You okay?" Bach nods, still in shock. "Yeah, thank you. Everything is fine." The little girl, hot, rushes over to the scene. She looks at the unconscious criminal. "Look, the bad uncle is sleeping." "Is that true?" the woman asks, bewildered. Kong looks at the fallen man. "What is a bad uncle doing here?" The young man steps in to explain. "That man tried to kidnap her friend," he says. The hero looks away, closing his eyes. He points to Bach and lies smoothly. "This young man neutralized him." "Him?" the guy asks, confused. The woman presses her hands to her face in relief. "Oh my God, he's a hero." The family is overwhelmed with gratitude, thanking him profusely. Bach stands there, awkward. He thinks, why is he hiding his strength? He must have a reason to give me all the glory. Bach furrows his brows, realizing he's seen the protagonist before. "I felt it back then too," he thinks. He is physically a monster. Lim interrupts his thoughts. "You're hurt badly. Please, let us treat you to a meal at our restaurant as a thank you." Bach tries to decline. "No, I couldn't possibly burden you." But the MC leans in, whispering, "It's impolite to refuse. You are a guest of honor now." Bach looks down, defeated but resolved. "Okay, actually, I have something to tell you anyway." Kang's eyes snap open in surprise. "About my daughter?" he asks. Frowning, he thinks, "Wait, how does this stranger know, huh?" The dish hits the table with a soft clatter. The man offers a polite smile, apologizing for the limited menu but wishing him a warm bon appetit. The young man nods, thanking him for the meal. Glancing down at his food, the guest explains he recently moved to this city. The name is Bach. He clenches his fist, eyes darting to the side as he mutters an awkward apology. Rubbing his face nervously, he asks a strange question. Have you noticed anyone suspicious lurking around the restaurant lately? Not at all, the director replies smoothly. Bach grits his teeth in frustration. The protagonist leans in, pressing him. You know something, don't you? Bach closes his eyes tight. You probably haven't heard yet, but Ha already has a massive fan club. Membership just crossed 10,000. He stretches out a hand to emphasize the point. And me? I'm member number 1004. The hero raises an eyebrow, amused. Who would have thought our Ha would command her very own army of fans? Scratching the back of his head, Bach's expression softens into something painful. The truth is, I lost my younger sister when I was a child. It's like I see my little sister every time I look at her. The MC checks his phone, the thought crossing his mind. Asterisk, what a tragic backstory. Asterisk. So, the hero asks, cutting to the chase, what about this fan club? You make it sound like something is wrong. Bach lowers his gaze, his voice dropping. You're right. Paparazzi photos started popping up in the community feed. Candid shots, clearly taken without permission. I have a feeling the one stalking her is hiding right there inside the fan club. The man's eyes widen in surprise. Bach hangs his head low. I'm really worried about this. I thought it would be best to warn her about the danger. He squeezes his eyes shut, frustrated. But I don't know where she lives. And honestly, Bach continues, sitting across from the hero, if I tracked down her address just to warn her, I'd be no better than the stalker myself. So I gave up on the idea. The hero stares straight ahead, listening intently. But then, a miraculous coincidence happened. I ran into her. Bach looks up, eyes intense. I was shocked. She was just there, crossing the street right in front of me. I rushed forward, trying to catch up. I just wanted to tell her about the creep following her. He reaches his hand out as if replaying the moment. He turns around, looking defeated, but the light turned red. I couldn't get to her, and she disappeared. He pauses. I was walking past the playground later, and I saw her again today. This time, some shady guy tried to attack me and my friend. He shakes his head. At the time, I didn't think it was the stalker. The kid stands perfectly still. But now, I suspect Ha is being targeted by a lot of dangerous people because of her popularity. Gritting his teeth, Bach's voice turns firm. That's why I insist she can never be left alone on the street again. Silence fills the room as they stare at each other. Kong closes his eyes, nodding slowly. Wow, you really care about Ha. Thank you. I promise, I will handle her safety from here. Bach reaches out, overwhelmed. I don't even know how to repay your kindness. Suddenly, he freezes, looking at the hero in surprise as he mumbles something unintelligible. Asterisk, thump thump. Asterisk. His heart begins to race violently. Bach clutches his chest in sudden pain. The director leans forward, alarmed. Hey, what's wrong? I'm okay, the guy gasps, trying to breathe. I've had heart problems for a long time. He stares blankly ahead. The protagonist studies him closely. Asterisk. I wasn't mistaken. Asterisk. A golden glow radiates around Bach. Asterisk. That aura. It's the innate gift of the Sunday asterisk. Asterisk. Perfect musculature for martial arts. A massive reservoir of solar energy. Asterisk. A bright, burning sphere manifests in the hero's vision. Asterisk. However, the owner of the sunstroke gift floods his body with an overabundance of yang energy. That is exactly what leads to his heart defect. Asterisk. A spectral warrior takes a fighting stance in the vision. Asterisk. People with this constitution, as a rule, they do not survive to adulthood. Asterisk. Asterisk. 30 years. Tops. Asterisk. The young man stands rigid in the hero's mind. Asterisk. The burning yang energy completely blocks the yin. These people can never fully awaken. Asterisk. Asterisk. Even if they accumulate enough power, it's useless. Asterisk. Bach hangs his head low, while the MC analyzes the tragedy. Asterisk. The raw energy is simply killing him. At this rate, he could be dead within 6 months. Asterisk. The hero sighs heavily, closing his eyes. Bach presses a hand to his chest, his breathing slowing. I think I've calmed down. Kong asks gently. Maybe you should see a doctor? Bach forces a broad smile. I tried, but the doctors couldn't find a diagnosis. Apparently, I just have to live with it. Sitting across from him, Kong asks, Your name is Bach, correct? He frowns thoughtfully. If you have some free time, Would you be willing to spare it for some special training? The young man looks surprised. Well, I work the night shift, at a convenience store, so I actually have plenty of free time. The hero raises a hand warmly. We met by a happy accident. Why not become friends? Bach hesitates, closing his eyes. No, that's not why I. The protagonist cuts him off. Great. Then meet me at Ring Park tomorrow. Bach raises his eyebrows, then shrugs. Well, training couldn't hurt. Okay, I'll be there. The restaurant doors slide open. Standing at the exit, the young man waves goodbye. Be careful out there, the director warns. He watches Bach disappear into the night in silence. Glancing to the side, a thought arises. Asterisk. Be honest. Do you want to make a fighter out of him? Asterisk. He closes his eyes. Asterisk. Or is this solely to save his life? Asterisk. He rubs his face, mind shifting gears. By the way, about that stalker, what should we do with him? Don't worry. A cold smirk plays on the hero's lips. I'll handle that personally. Scene change. The protagonist stands in the center of the park, smiling under the moonlight. Bach jogs up, breathless. Am I late? He looks around nervously. Why meet here, though? I know demons sometimes spawn in these big parks. Closing his eyes, the MC replies, No need to worry about that. He strikes a confident pose. You see, I've heard there are awakened citizens patrolling this park regularly. They keep it clean. No one has seen a demon here in a long time. With a smirk, the young man announced his early arrival. Kang raised a hand, gesturing to the group behind him. And here are the rest of the participants for the health marathon. Hands resting on his hips, the man nodded confidently. That's right. Train with me, and your health stats are going to see some serious improvements. The fairy zipped into the air, hovering for a better vantage point. Let me take a look, she chirped, eyeing the newcomer. Well, this young man is certainly much slimmer than you. I'll be his personal motivation, she declared. Buck looked at her with a grateful nod, but his head snapped back. When the reality hit him, he had come here solely for physical education. When he received an approving reply, he pressed for clarification. The guy facepalmed, squeezing his eyes shut as he muttered, No, it's nothing. I only asked because we usually do more than just P.E., he ventured. The young man looked at him in surprise, admitting, To be honest, I still have no idea why I was summoned here in the first place. The hero flashed a knowing smile. We're heading to the inventory. This guy needs special training. The others closed their eyes, murmuring the words in confusion. Buck's eyes went wide. What exactly were they planning? Soft, fluffy snowflakes drifted from the sky, settling on the rooftops of the Jelson district. Marking the entrance to Kang Si-oh's inventory, a sunbeam danced across the glass surface. Standing beside the protagonist, enveloped in a swirling flow of aura, the man wobbled, unsure of his footing. Get inside, the command rang out. Kang clamped a reassuring hand on the guy's shoulder. Don't worry, this is just my inventory. The young man stepped forward, gazing around the space in awe. I've never entered a place like this before, he whispered. It's absolutely beautiful. He turned his head, taking in the lush surroundings. It feels like we're actually out in nature, he marveled, before asking, Do all awakened possess a space like this? This is beyond belief. Kang cracks his neck to the side. Hope the chill isn't bothering you too much. Steam rises from Bach's back as he shakes his head. I can handle the cold just fine. He closes his eyes, tuning into his internal rhythm. My heart. It feels calm. The cold doesn't touch it at all. Kang watches him, a flicker of anxiety hiding behind his gaze. Asterisk. It's a side effect. Asterisk. Kang realizes. Asterisk. Another trait of the sun ray ability. Asterisk. Asterisk. With that overwhelming surplus of yang energy surging through him, the cold doesn't stand a chance. Asterisk. Bach raises a hand, looking totally lost. So, did you drag me all the way out here just to practice? Kang dips his head, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. In his open palm, he holds a single unlit candle. You'll see soon enough. Suddenly, a golden aura begins to shimmer around the candle wax. Bach settles into the lotus position, perplexed. He looks up, searching the teacher's face for answers. What is this? What are we doing? Kang places a steady hand on the boy's shoulder. Just trust me. Focus. Bach lowers his gaze, staring intently at the candle as instructed. Kang knows words are useless here. The kid has raw power, but he won't grasp it until he feels it firsthand. Kang's hand snaps up, then drives down. He decides it's time to force a breakthrough, rather than wait. He steps behind Bach, moving with a blur of speed, arms swinging into position. A sphere of magic coalesces between his palms. Asterisk. The yang energy, asterisk Kang thinks. Asterisk. It's clogging his meridians. A dam holding back an ocean, making control impossible. Asterisk. Asterisk. But if I pierce through that blockage with a surge of flow, everything changes. Asterisk. Kang thrusts his hands forward, slamming the ball of mana directly into Bok's back. Energy erupts. A golden flame wraps around the boy's heart, and light explodes from his eyes. The candle's flame roars upward like a geyser. Bok staggers back in terror, letting out a scream. The force knocks him flat on his back as the inferno dies down, leaving him gasping. Staring up in shock, he gasps. What? What was that? Kang drops to one knee, offering a hand. That candle, Kang explains, was a measuring stick for your power. It reacts to the holder's potential. The stronger the energy, the bigger the burn. That's impossible. He looks at Kang, wide-eyed. I'm not even awakened yet. How can that be mine? How can someone like me have an aura that massive? It doesn't make sense. Kang holds his gaze steadily. Because you aren't built like everyone else. Seeing the confusion on the boy's face, Kang closes his eyes to gather his thoughts. Your energy system is unique. You have too much power, and nowhere for it to go, so it clogs your meridians. That is why the association's equipment couldn't read you during the test. It didn't recognize your strength, it was blinded by it. Kang stands, his own aura humming softly. He leans in close to the student. I just cleared the blockage for you. That should hold you over for a while. Bok beams. Ecstatic. You cured me? That's a Maz. Suddenly, his pupils flash crimson. He doubles over, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Terrified, he looks up at his teacher. Relax, Kang says calmly. It's just the impurity purge from the meridian cleansing. It won't last, but we can't do this often. The side effects are too risky to make it a habit. He steps closer. The pain will fade soon, but that is not the real problem here. A silhouette flickers in the air as Kang lectures. Every living thing fights to maintain its form, but your yang energy is a storm constantly looking for a way out. A blue light begins to pulse from Bok's chest. Your heart races, your muscles build mass without you lifting a finger. It is your body's desperate way of surviving the war waging inside you. Kang closes his eyes again. But you can't keep that yang energy locked in a cage forever. This blockage is just a symptom. Nearby, the candle flame roars back to life, burning brighter than ever before. The protagonist reveals a chilling truth. The wildfire raging inside Bok is identical to the flame on the candle. But one day, that dormant power will detonate and consume him alive. A cold bead of sweat traces down the young man's terrified face. Kang shifts his gaze, eyes burning with intensity. He tells the boy to listen closely. He has less than 6 months to live. It is all because of the volatile flames dammed up inside his body. The apprentice clenches his fist in fury. He refuses to accept such a short timeline. Desperate, he begs to know if there is truly nothing to be done. Kang replies with a smirk. Of course there is. That is precisely why he brought him into his personal inventory dimension. The boy looks at his teacher, resolve hardening in his eyes. Will he need to cultivate in this frozen wasteland? To recover? Kang chuckles. Not exactly. The young man pulls his hand away, confused. The master explains that while the cold might soothe the symptoms, it won't cure the disease. He must learn to vent that youthful energy safely. Kang points to an unlit candle lying on the floor. Kang explains the plan. For the next 15 days, he will drill the young man using a specialized cultivation method. As a bonus, he'll be learning martial arts. The immediate goal? Light the candle, using nothing but his own internal chi. Bok stares at the protagonist, completely stunned. He can't believe such a feat is possible in just 15 days, but Kang assures him that with the sun ray ability, it is. The main character locks eyes with the boy. Of course, the training will be hell. If you aren't ready, you can walk away. The young man lowers his gaze. Kang Si-oh isn't the type to lie, and if his life is truly on the line, then the choice is obvious. The protagonist studies his student's face and hears the answer he was waiting for. The boy agrees. Bok looks up at his teacher with fiery enthusiasm. I have nothing left to lose. He begs for help. The boy looks wearily at Kang's heavy hand resting on his shoulder. Good choice, the master says. Suddenly, the protagonist grabs the astonished Bok. He launches the boy high into the air. An enthusiastic Kang watches his student soar. Class has begun, he roars. The frightened young man, tears welling in his eyes, floats helplessly in the void, wondering what his teacher just did. This is too sudden. The training montage kicks in. Squatting with burning candles balanced on his body, running through jagged icy rocks. He pushes his limits, concentrating every ounce of will to ignite the wax. The main character observes with hands clasped behind his back, the ice and bitter cold stretching out endlessly around him. He looks ahead with pride. Kang stands atop a massive block of ice. He shifts his gaze to the figure walking through the snowstorm. You can prepare to leave now. A strong, iron-willed man confidently steps forward, shifting a resolute gaze to his teacher. Elsewhere, sunlight pierces through the water column from the dark depths of the sea. Evil eyes glow in the abyss, and a guttural voice echoes. The time has come. Back in the ice realm, the young man sits with a candle, lotus position, eyes closed. The wick smolders, and then whoosh! A flame flares to life. Bach stares at the fire in pure admiration. The protagonist steps up behind the young man. See that? You can even control the size of the flame now. He looks down at his student. This is all thanks to you, Bach says. Kang admits that, to be honest, even he didn't expect such incredible results. Bach closes his eyes and notes that, compared to the teacher's massive inferno last time, he still hasn't reached that level of supreme power. The main character raises a finger instructively. What are you worried about? Don't overthink it. Back then, I was just venting accumulated energy. But now? Your meridians are completely cleared. Your condition is stable. The boy realizes the implication. Does that mean I'm healthy? Bach crouches down, arms folded. Kang confirms that all the meridians are open. Tell me, do you feel any pain? The young man pauses. I don't even remember the last time I felt pain. The protagonist looks at him with a knowing smile and speaks. He explained that with relentless discipline, the flames wouldn't just grow, they would evolve. The scale of the inferno wasn't just for show, it was the ultimate metric of raw power. The hotter the blaze, the deadlier the user. Wide-eyed, the disciple looked up, desperate to know if such a level was truly attainable. With a knowing smirk, the master dropped the bombshell. The final exam wasn't a theory paper, it was a duel against him. Are you ready? At those words, the boy grinned fiercely. Snapping his hands together in a sharp, disciplined salute, he dropped into his combat stance, ready to strike, while the protagonist watched him with the stillness of a deep ocean. Tension beaded on the boy's forehead. Suddenly, he snapped, launching a lightning-fast opening strike. Kang didn't even flinch. He simply leaned back, manifesting a shimmering barrier with a casual wave of his palm. He deflected the strike effortlessly. Undeterred, the student unleashed a rapid-fire barrage of blows. Magic surged around the boy, and he realized with a jolt that while his speed had improved dramatically, his master existed in a dimension of power he couldn't even comprehend yet. Kang studied his every move, dissecting his form. The master took one dominant step forward, prompting the boy to instinctively recoil and raise his guard. A surge of force launched Bach into the air. Glaring down, wreathed in a volatile magical aura, he made his choice. He channeled every ounce of his newfound strength, realizing that if he didn't go all out now, he never would. He rocketed skyward, the sheer pressure of his ascent shattering the rocks beneath him into dust. The atmosphere screamed as energy sliced through the wind. Below, the protagonist calmly closed his eyes. He waited for the impact. A split second later, a fist charged with destruction hurtled toward his face. The boy thrust his hand out, expelling a massive, concentrated blast of flame. It was a physical strike, fused with magic, a fist-fire technique. Kang's eyes snapped open, genuinely intrigued. He caught the blow with a single hand, his expression shifting from calm to pure delight as he looked at his student. Incredible, he murmured. The kid had actually done it. He had mastered the art of infusing raw mana directly into a physical strike. You're ready, Kang announced. Go down the mountain. Bach beamed, breathless, attributing every ounce of his success to his mentor. But Kang wasn't done. He pointed toward the city. Now, go take the re-evaluation test at the Silver Tower. The student blinked, confused. You mean, check my awakened rank again? The protagonist nodded confidently, knowing the numbers were about to shatter everyone's expectations. The Silver Tower pierced the clouds, the headquarters of the Awakened Association. Inside, the receptionist crossed her arms, looking over his file. You were unawakened before. G-rank trash. And now you want a retest? She eyed him with open skepticism. Kid, miracles don't happen twice. She massaged her temples, clearly annoyed. But fine, let's get this over with. Hands on the crystal. Don't move. Trembling with excitement, Bach pressed his palms against the evaluation device. He thanked her politely, but internally, the woman was already checking out. Asterisk. Always the same. Asterisk, she thought, closing her eyes. Asterisk losers. Who can't accept their bottom-tier fodder. Asterisk. Asterisk. Wasting my time with these delusio times. Her thought cut off as a cold drop of sweat rolled down her cheek. Her eyes popped open in horror. How? How is this even possible? Meanwhile, Kang waited patiently on the street below. Master! The boy came running out, waving frantically. Kang glanced up. Done already? Well? Kang asked. The boy grinned, practically vibrating. Promise you won't freak out? They said. I'm an A rank awakened. The protagonist closed his eyes, a satisfied smile touching his lips. He never had a doubt. Congratulations, he said softly. He handed the boy a small wooden box, a parting gift. Inside lay a gnarly, glowing root. It's a spirit root. Packed with condensed mana, it'll stabilize your core and refill your reserves instantly. Tears streamed down Bach's face. He fell to his knees. You saved my life. You gave me power, dignity, and now this treasure. I have nothing to give back. He looked up, voice cracking. Please, master. How can I ever repay you? I'll do anything. Kang simply looked away, his expression unreadable. You don't owe me a thing, but if he wants it that badly, there's a price. He locks eyes with the man, radiating confidence, and lays down his one condition. Unaware of the danger, a cheerful limb strolls down the street with the child, but lurking around the corner, a photographer spies on them, giggling like a maniac. He whispers about how adorable Hyun looks, practically drooling over the payday these high-quality shots will bring him. Suddenly, his view is blocked. The paparazzi snaps his head up, glaring with indignation at the man who just snatched his gear, shouting in protest. He demands to know what the hell is going on, but the intruder stands firm, his voice like iron. Snapping photos without consent isn't just rude, it's a crime. The portly stalker scowls, face red with outrage, demanding to know who this stranger thinks he is to meddle in his business. Seething, he clenches a fist. In response, the stranger simply raises a hand to his face with slow, deliberate grace. He removes his sunglasses, revealing a gaze sharp enough to cut glass. I'm Miss Hyun's bodyguard, he declares, and you're finished. Meanwhile, jagged lightning tears through the night sky above the city. Far below the ocean surface, something ancient stirs reptilian horrors flocking to the dark abyss. Predators with glowing eyes surge forward, swarming out of their subaquatic lairs like a living nightmare. Deep within a submerged cavern, twin fires ignite in the darkness. An abomination of pure malice rises from the trench. Its voice vibrates through the water. The hour has finally arrived. The horde draws closer, awaiting the command of their alpha. He calls upon his legion to rise, to rampage, to feast without restraint. The sea creatures cluster together, hanging on every word of their terrifying master. He commands them to gorge themselves and harvest the aura of despair for him. On the surface, the invasion begins, sea monsters lunging at terrified civilians. Scaled beasts drag themselves onto the shore. But through the relentless wall of rain, the scene shifts to the warm glow of a nearby restaurant. A plate of fragrant, roasted poultry sits steaming on the table. Oblivious to the chaos outside, the young man lifts a spoonful of rich soup to his lips. The protagonist savors the flavor, eyes widening. Incredible, he murmurs. This is actually really good. Beside him, the girl squeezes her eyes shut in delight, enthusiastically telling her father just how delicious the meal is. Lim chuckles, warning her to slow down before she burns her tongue. Suddenly, the men's attention is snapped toward the flashing TV screen. The news anchor's voice grows serious, broadcasting an urgent weather update. The torrential rainy season shows no signs of stopping. The Awakened Association has issued a code red warning of the imminent emergence of aquatic monsters. Citizens are urged to evacuate and return home immediately. Surprised, Kang shifts his gaze, asking for clarification on these water monsters. His companion explains that prolonged rainfall acts as a catalyst. The restaurant owner crosses his arms, looking grim. It's typical for this season, the owner muses heavily. We usually get reports of amphibious beasts rising with the tides, but they come in swarms, he adds. And the water? It makes them faster, stronger, lethal. Kang looks down, processing the information. So, this time of year brings a specific plague, aquatic horrors. His thoughts are interrupted by a piercing sound. He turns to see a tiny fairy, weeping loudly and screaming for help. She darts straight for the main character. When he asks what's wrong, the agitated Du stammers out that her friends are in mortal peril. They need immediate backup. The tiny girl clenches her fists, desperate, explaining that her kin, the water spirits, are under attack. A massive horde of monsters has cornered them. Terrified, Kang's companion looks at him, exclaiming that going out in this weather is suicide. You can't be serious, he argues. You want to dive into the flood and fight water monsters on their own turf? Let the Awakened Association handle it, he pleads. That's their job, not ours. Tears of pure despair roll down the fairy's cheeks. Kang looks at her, his expression softening. I've heard enough. Kang locks eyes with his skeptical companion, his voice steady. I'm going. She's my friend, and she asked for help. That's all the reason I need. He turns to Du with resolve. Lead the way. The fairy shoots forward like a bullet. Behind her, the young man follows, his body instantly shrouded in a crackling aura of magic. Charging alongside the tiny spirit, he keeps his focus sharp, asking for a full sit rep on the situation. Du glances back, shouting over the wind that it started normally just the usual seasonal count of beasts. But then, the numbers spiked. It was an overwhelming wave, forcing the water fairies to abandon their homes and hide. The main character stares grimly ahead. This isn't just a migration, it's an infestation. As he flies, his mind races. These reptiles shouldn't be multiplying this fast naturally. If it's not a breeding surge, then there's only one other explanation. A dimensional portal has ripped open nearby. Suddenly, the protagonist skids to a halt in the middle of the flooded street, eyes narrowing as he scans the horizon. He stares at the unnaturally smooth surface of the water. "We're here," Du whispers, pointing a trembling finger. The little sorceress peers ahead, excitement replacing her fear, and calls out to her friends that help has finally arrived. The terrified locals of the deep insist that Du made a grave mistake coming here. They begged her to flee, but the inspired flower fairy stands her ground, pointing both hands at the young man. She declares that she has brought a savior who will rescue them, though the water spirits look on with utter skepticism. The aquatic creature eyes the human with disbelief, muttering that such a feat is impossible. He claims the swarm of seahorse monsters is overwhelming, and a second spirit chimes in darkly. She insists these beasts will definitely slaughter the human. Meanwhile, the protagonist simply crosses his arms over his chest. He calmly asks if these creatures are truly that formidable, and Dan snaps back that the answer is obvious. The spirit emphasizes the sheer numbers, assuring the boy that he stands no chance alone. Another spirit is baffled, asking how a mere human can even understand their language. Du gestures proudly toward Kong, declaring to the doubters that he possesses immense magical strength. Dawn demands to know why she praises this boy so highly, but the little fairy just raises a finger instructively. She boasts that he is even stronger than their Queen of Flowers, a claim the spirits refuse to believe. Little Dawn closes his eyes, dismissing the notion entirely it is physically impossible for a human. He argues that humans are weak swimmers and, more importantly, they have no ability to breathe underwater. The main character leans forward, eyes intense, and assures the spirit that oxygen is the least of his worries. With a powerful kick, he pushes off the pier, stretching his arms to dive headfirst into the abyss. As he descends toward the seabed, accompanied by the spirits, Kong closes his eyes to focus. The sea dweller asks again if he truly doesn't need air, and the guy snaps his eyes open. He reflects that this is a high-level breath-holding technique, causing his human physiology to adapt. To make it work, he must decelerate his heartbeat to the absolute limit. With this technique, his oxygen consumption drops so drastically that he can survive underwater for several hours. As his face glides through the water, Kong muses on the usual side effects of this power. Normally, it causes limb numbness and hypothermia, but a brilliant aura envelops the diving hero. He remains confident that his body will suffer no damage because he perfectly controls the flow of his internal energy. The young man plants his feet firmly on the ocean floor as the sea spirits materialize before him. They stare at the man in stunned silence, unable to believe he is standing there casually. They turn to the accompanying fairy to demand his identity, while the protagonist clenches his fists for battle. One water spirit acknowledges that this human was brought by the flower fairy. She assures the group he is there to help, and a second spirit adds that he is a friend. The gathering crowd clarifies the situation. Does this human intend to save them all by himself? They fear there are too many monsters for one man, but the main character gazes steely-eyed into the dark depths. He senses the approaching malice, and Dawn warns him that the horde is directly below. The guy throws out a hand to signal the spirit to stop, and Dawn looks at the man in bewilderment. He realizes the human wants them to stay back, shocked that the boy intends to walk into that danger alone. The main character swims resolutely downward, scanning the gloom until a massive shape rises to meet him. Kong stares in amazement at the deep-sea nightmare, a swarm of reptiles hovering with glowing, predatory eyes. A black portal gapes like a wound in the water, and the shocked hero locks eyes with the monsters. The beasts stretch their tentacles upward, and as the protagonist tries to ascend, the limbs wrap around his wrist. The young man attempts to rip his hand free, but the monsters move with terrifying speed to capture Kong's body. The water spirits watch in horror, screaming that the reptiles have ensnared the man. One spirit cries out that this is a disaster as the tentacles dig suction cups into the guy's neck. He realizes with a shock that they are injecting potent neurotoxins through their spines. The protagonist is suspended in zero gravity by the sea reptiles, his mind racing. He knows such a massive dose of poison would cause total paralysis in an ordinary person as the alpha monster approaches. As the beast closes in, Kong finally understands why the water spirits were fleeing in such blind panic. Acknowledging the poison's lethal potency, Kong simply shifts his gaze downward, completely unbothered. A slimy tentacle slithers across his cheek, the beast staring him down with predatory intent. But he scoffs at the attempt. A cheap trick like that won't work on a master. His body incinerates the toxin the moment it enters his veins. He takes a deep, steady breath, and suddenly, a terrifying magical aura explodes around him. Shattering the bindings like glass, he clenches his fists. Why are there so many demons swarming in one spot? They aren't just attacking, they are guarding something. He tilts his head, eyes narrowing in suspicion. What exactly are they protecting down here? Nearby, the water spirits watch the scene unfold, trembling in silence. As the monstrosity lunges to strike, Kang tightens his grip, ready to end this. He deflects the onslaught with casual brutality, holding his ground right before the swirling portal. His magical currents shred the enemy's tentacles into ribbons as Kang steps toward the behemoth. Boom! He lands a devastating strike, dropping into a combat stance before the demonic horde. Thick armor plates block his path, but Kang just raises a hand, charging up a lethal blast. With one swift motion, he obliterates the obstacle and peers into the half-open rift. Inside, it is a nightmare, countless sea reptiles writhing over each other in the darkness. Kang can barely believe his eyes. The little water spirit watches the carnage, jaw-dropped in amazement. It stammers, asking how it is even possible for a human to possess such godlike power. Dawn whispers, "That is no ordinary human." Kang lowers his head, calculating his next move. Bulbous-eyed abominations block his path. He has slaughtered dozens, yet they keep pouring out like an endless river. He stares down the enemy lines. There is no end to them. The swarm is infinite. The portal pulses with a sinister energy. Kang closes his eyes. He has to shatter the gate itself. If he does not, the monsters will never stop coming. Now he understands why they fought so hard to protect this spot. He strikes so hard an eyeball goes flying from a monster's socket. But then, a realization hits him. He cannot go full force without destroying the water spirit's home. He covers his face, frustrated by the dilemma. His hand trembles with contained power. He makes a fist. There is no other choice. Kang throws his arms wide, summoning a chaotic shroud of magic around his body. The energy spins faster and faster, forming a devastating underwater vortex. Controlling the tempest with sheer will, he aims the magical tornado directly at the portal. He launches himself forward like a torpedo, annihilating everything in his wake. The shockwave blasts the monsters aside like ragdolls in a hurricane. The portal glows violently. Kang raises his palm for the final, crushing strike. The vortex slams into the gate with the force of a nuclear impact. The spirits watch in terror as a massive pillar of water explodes from the sea surface, shooting into the sky. Nearby, a young man in glasses stares at the geyser, shouting, "What on earth is that energy signature?" Kang lands on the embankment, scratching his head sheepishly. He turns to the spirits. "Sorry about that. I had to smash the portal, but I think I wrecked half your cave in the process." Little Pon sighs, staring at the ruins. "Well, there is nothing we can do about it now. We can rebuild," Sun adds, nodding. "More importantly, we want to thank you." Kang spots the Hunter Association agents closing in fast from the distance. Damn, he failed to mask the energy signature underwater. He glances back at the spirits. "Consider us even," he says, turning to leave. "I have to go." Sun and Pon hover above the water, watching him. Pon grumbles, "Ungrateful guy," but Sun smiles. "No, he was absolutely amazing." Kang sprints away, while Dawn asks if he is rushing home. Lightning tears across the sky above the city. In a penthouse suite, a wine glass shatters. Red wine drips down a man's hand as he crushes the shards in anger. The portal. It is gone. Deep below the surface, a team of divers investigates the wreckage until one of them freezes. They are staring at a wall of monsters in the deep. Panic sets in as they swim for their lives. Song stared into the abyss, his eyes wide with pure terror as he processed the report. There were at least several hundred of them, and every single one had been butchered. The man in glasses stood there, completely stunned by the carnage. "Hundreds, sir," his subordinate confirmed, voice trembling as he surveyed the aftermath, "and it looks like the gate itself was destroyed." The grim realization settled heavily on the team. Song, gripping his umbrella, tried to rationalize it. Sea spirits? They barely scraped the bottom of the danger rankings. Even during the rainy season surge, a seasoned hunter could take down a pack of them without breaking a sweat. But this... Song pictured the underwater battlefield in his mind. To cause this much devastation beneath the waves, we're talking about anomalies. Monsters evolved to B rank or higher. Standard protocol for threats that big is to lure them to land where we have the advantage. You don't fight them in their element. Song gazed at the water's surface. To wipe out an entire army underwater? That shouldn't be physically possible. He imagined a lone swordsman standing triumphant atop a mountain of aquatic corpses. Only a monster like Li Xin could pull this off. But Li Xin is deployed halfway across the country right now on a different mission. Song's eyes narrowed. If it wasn't Li Xin, then it had to be times him asterisk, that zero-ranked anomaly. His train of thought was shattered as a man in a black jacket approached from the flank. The agent looked Song dead in the eye. Director Song. Orders from the top. Cease the investigation immediately. Song blinked, unsure if he'd heard correctly. Excuse me? The shock hit him a second later. The chairman personally issued the directive. The agent clarified coldly. Pack it up. Cut to the hallway. Wet footprints trailed across the polished floor, marking a solitary path. It was Song, hands shoved deep in his pockets, mind racing. Why kill the investigation now? Did that zero-ranked kid get to the higher-ups? Song pictured a beast with a massive hole blown through its gut. That kid knows something. No, the support worker realized. He times something. Flashbacks of the hospital room flooded his mind. The wounded man, the fear. Visualizing that kid, standing amidst a sea of slaughtered monsters, Song felt a chill. That boy has enough power to burn this world to ash. His expression hardened. Myung-hee. She was the last one to see him in action. It was during that civil dispute case. As he walked toward his girlfriend's office, he wondered, why hasn't she said a word? He needed answers. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, Kim turned her gaze toward the window, eyes sharp and cold. The ace of the inspection department was lost in thought, replaying the sea monster raid in her mind. She recalled the image of that man, cloaked in overwhelming energy. He must have intervened again. Her fingers brushed against a mysterious ornate box on her desk. She knew the truth. If he hadn't stepped in against Kaval, she would be a corpse right now. Kim closed her eyes, frustration tightening her chest. Even with her new techniques, she was still too weak. With a resolute breath, she unlatched the box. It had come to this. She had no choice but to inherit the burden. An image of twin blades protecting an angel flashed in her mind. Resting on the velvet lining was the sacred weapon, Uriel's dagger, an S-rank artifact. It boosts damage against dark attributes by 50%, while amplifying user speed and health by 30%. It even grants 20% fire resistance. She imagined the legendary figure who once wielded it, wings spreading from his back. This was the signature weapon of Wu Heiying, the man they called the incarnation of Judge Uriel. A blonde-haired warrior who shone like the sun. He was a charmer, always surrounded by admirers. But to Kim, he was simply her teacher. She pictured his bright, infectious smile, and in the quiet corners of her heart, she admitted it, he was her first love. She remembered him walking through the halls, arms full of documents, effortlessly competent. He was always so kind, so approachable. Even Song used to watch him with respect from the sidelines. Everyone looked up to him. He was the golden standard, the hero everyone wanted to be. Kim reached out in her imagination, trying to grasp the hand of the mentor she lost. It was a memory burned into her soul the moment she realized he was truly in her heart. A towering monster stood before the black-haired girl. The beast noticed her instantly, swinging a massive club downward. She froze, paralyzed by the sudden, crushing certainty of her own death. Kim squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for the end. Instead, flashes of golden energy sliced through the air, carving up the space in front of her. The girl from the inspection department opened her eyes to see her savior, who immediately asked if she was unharmed. But Kim's relief turned to horror. She spotted a deep, gushing wound on her senior's arm. The injury looked catastrophic. She stammered that his arm was in bad shape, asking if he could even move it. But he ignored the pain. Without hesitation, the blonde-haired warrior raised his dual blades, positioning himself as her shield. Facing down a horde of colossal monsters, he barked a command. She needed to run, right now, as fast as she could. He stayed behind to hold the line. By the time the battle ended, Kim found only his broken body amidst the roaring flames. She collapsed, weeping uncontrollably, begging him to wake up, telling him to just hold on for a few more seconds. "The healing team is almost here," she cried. But he simply looked up at her, a gentle smile on his dying face. He whispered that she should take the dual swords for herself. Confused and heartbroken, she asked him what he meant. The blonde senior stared into the distance, his vision fading. He declared his final wish. He wanted her to inherit the title of Judge of Riel. His eyelids grew heavy, his voice barely a murmur as he asked her one last time. Suddenly, his strength gave out. His hand went limp, and the daggers clattered to the ground as the light left his eyes. Back in the present, Kim stood at his funeral, clutching a box. Her mind was a whirlpool of regret. She stared at Ying's memorial portrait, feeling the crushing weight of failing to fulfill her senior's dying request. The girl from the inspection department admitted that every time she looked at those daggers, she froze. She saw his face in the steel, But as she gripped the knife now, Kim realized she could no longer afford to hesitate. The image of the killer, the monster that had torn through her senior with its claws, flashed in her mind. She knew she could not stand idly by any longer. Not with these weapons in her hands, she would not be helpless like last time. Gazing confidently at the weapon known as Ariel, her resolve hardened. Kim decided she was done letting the past shackle her. Just then, Song approached her quietly. He noted that it seemed she had finally made the decision to wield the dagger. Hearing this, the girl from the inspection department offered a faint smile, testing the weight of the blade in her grip. She admitted he was right. If she had found the courage to use this earlier, she might have saved many more lives. The support worker watched her, his expression calm and steady. Kim recounted the incident at Eleni's agency, the memory still fresh and painful. With a self-deprecating smile, she confessed that back then, she couldn't even draw the blade from its scabbard. Every attempt just reminded her of Ying. She had been a fool. But continuing to smile, she realized he hadn't left the weapon to burden her. He left it because he believed in her. Looking up at Song, her eyes were clear. The guy in glasses pushed his frames up, asking if she had finally gained her courage. Her knuckles turned white as she squeezed the hilt. "I have to become stronger," Kim concluded, crossing her arms over her chest with renewed determination. She vowed to no longer shy away from her duty, no matter how heavy the cost. Song smiled warmly at that. "That is very good to hear," he said, looking at his friend with relief. Kim then tilted her head, asking what he was doing here so late. He replied that he actually came to ask her something. She looked at him in surprise. The guy with glasses hesitated, thinking maybe he should wait for next time, but decided to go for it. Beaming with a wide smile, Song asked if she wanted to go out somewhere once the rainy season ended. He added that they had both been incredibly busy lately. Kim smirked, a playful glint in her eyes as she looked at her friend. "Are you asking me out on a date?" she teased. He immediately panicked, claiming that wasn't it at all, while she laughed and told him not to be so shy. He denied it again, flustered, just as the front door to the office clicked shut between them. Outside, Song let out a heavy sigh. He stared down the hall, thinking that he just needed to trust Kim a little more. He would wait. Even if it wasn't today, she would likely be the first to tell him the truth about the Level 0 individual. All he had to do was trust her, he thought, recalling the image of the mysterious man standing in the crater of the building. The support worker argued that, all things considered, the man might actually be one of the good guys. Sun visualized the mountains of slaughtered monsters in his mind, and had to agree the evidence was undeniable. Looking back at every chaotic event, he realized the man had always stepped in to save them when it mattered most. Kim didn't just stay silent. He suddenly shut his eyes, sinking deep into concentration. The bespectacled man thought of Ying's dual blades, and instantly, a memory from the rooftop flashed through his mind. He recalled the blonde stranger standing there, staring him down and calling out to him. The incarnation of Uriel claimed to see his true nature, insisting his human appearance was nothing but a shell. Turning sharply toward the support worker, he declared that he knew exactly what kind of beast they were dealing with. He was a man with an unquenchable thirst for battle and blood. Then came the question, would he mind if Kim was taken away? With a wide, arrogant smile, the blonde avatar remarked that she was far better suited for a righteous man like himself. That was why he had to protect her. Song squeezed his eyes shut, whispering to himself that he wasn't like that monster. Striding forward with renewed resolve, the man with glasses swore he would never let tears stain her face again. The scene shifts to a dimly lit bistro, bathed in the warm glow of red ambient lights. Yu walked over to Kang, asking if the issue was resolved, mentioning he'd just heard that Dusong was back in town. The Flame Emperor just stared blankly into the void, a reaction that caught the restaurant owner completely off guard. Sliding a bottle of liquor across the table, the man sat down opposite him and offered a drink. Yu asked what was weighing so heavily on his mind, noting the deep worry etched on his friend's face. He didn't know the full story, but he urged Kang to try and open up about what happened. Grinning warmly, the owner reassured him that there was no need for secrets between them. After all, they were practically family. He looked at him with genuine happiness. The protagonist finally spoke, admitting that honestly, all he wants is a quiet, ordinary existence. He couldn't grasp why the universe constantly conspired to drag him into these chaotic, dangerous messes. Hearing this, Yu fell silent, the words triggering a deep contemplation. For some reason, his mind drifted back to the day he first discovered his own awakened abilities. The owner recalled staring at his guest in utter shock back then, completely dumbfounded. He remembered admitting he knew little of this world. Back when high-ranking awakened were treated like ancient nobility, they were like true blue bloods. Yet he recalled how adamant Kang had been about refusing that life. Flashbacks flooded his mind, memories of a past life where he sat upon a cold, solitary throne. Kang explained that it wasn't about the time he held wealth and fame. Even if it was too late to change the past, He had realized how empty and temporary it all was. He stared ahead, lost in the visualization of his own history. The Flame Emperor confessed that when these unexpected calamities started hitting him, he had been determined to leave it all behind. Remembering how he tried to blend into the modern world, he murmured that it all felt like a passing dream, leaving him with nothing as he gazed into the distance. Yu clarified the point. He never wanted to be an awakened. Closing his eyes, the owner felt a pang of sympathy. It pained him to see a man with such godlike power trying to live small, but he knew he couldn't interfere. He sensed Kang had his own burdens to bear, memories of standing atop mountains of corpses haunting him. The protagonist declared he never gave a reason, but in that other place, he had wielded absolute power, far removed from anything resembling a normal life. An image of a smiling girl flashed through his mind. Kang wondered aloud, why now? Just when he started to settle into normalcy, why does trouble keep hunting him down? He gripped the bottle tightly in his hands. He claimed he didn't think it would get to him, but it must be wearing him down. He poured another glass. The restaurant owner realized that some depth simply couldn't be understood by outsiders. Reaching out to his friend, the brunette man added that retaining such warm emotions, that was the ultimate proof that he was still human. He remembered how Kang had saved his daughter from that car. Yu concluded that their bond only existed because Kang had stepped in to save little Ha. Hearing this, the Flame Emperor pauses, completely caught off guard as the restaurant owner shoots him a knowing wink. He explains that a quiet life isn't just about silence. Stepping up to protect your loved ones is the very definition of living well. The words hit home, and the protagonist raises his glass, clinking it against the owner's in a silent toast to this new perspective. He realizes he can have it all, saving people from the shadows while maintaining the peaceful existence of a hidden, awakened. A dark image flashes in his mind, a monstrous beast rampaging, threatening to slaughter innocent civilians. But then, he visualizes the counterforce, a mysterious hero in a motorcycle helmet, obliterating the creature in a single strike. Suddenly, the obsession with defining an ordinary life feels trivial, almost foolish. It is time to just let go and accept that being a savior is simply woven into the fabric of who he is. His mind drifts back to the pure shock etched on the faces of that mother and daughter he saved. Kang admits to himself that crossing paths with that family didn't just save them. It gave him a rare moment of genuine peace. Even with the grim memory of countless monster corpses piled high in front of those civilians, the feeling remains. The restaurant owner smiles, satisfied to see the tension leaving his friend's shoulders, glad his advice made a difference. Recalling their desperate run through the rain-slicked city streets, Kang finally accepts that meeting this man was a stroke of destiny. But the heartwarming atmosphere shatters instantly as the scene shifts to a dark, oppressive cave. Deep on the ocean floor, outside colossal gates, two aquatic guards stand watch, until one suddenly trembles in sheer terror. Something is wrong. A fist slams violently onto an armrest, the booming sound echoing as a voice demands answers about the water spirits. The furious leader cannot believe his elite squad was wiped out, slaughtered by surface-dwelling weaklings. A fish warrior kneels before the throne, voice shaking as he reports that a single anomaly appeared on the battlefield. He explains that this unknown assailant swept through their ranks like a natural disaster, leaving no one standing. The commander on the throne narrows his eyes, asking if the grunt seriously expects him to believe one man did all this. The army commander shudders, cold sweat pouring down his scales as the killing intent in the room spikes. He begs Mr. Dagon for one more chance, pleading for mercy, but a split second later, his body explodes into a bloody mist. The blue-haired tyrant sits back on his throne, unbothered, declaring that failure does not deserve a second chance. He is Dagon, the lord of aquatic creatures, and his quota is barely half filled. He has no patience for incompetence. Glaring at the empty space where his subordinate used to be, he growls that he absolutely hates these complications. As the other minions scramble to drag the mangled corpse away, the blue-haired lord makes a ruthless decision. He orders them to send double the troops next time, but is interrupted by an octopus servant approaching hesitantly. Dagon glares at the creature, asking what it wants, only to hear the one name that could ruin his day. Mr. William is here. The servant asks who that is, but Dagon is already grinding his teeth, panic flashing behind his eyes. He wonders why William has come personally, knowing full well that crossing that man is a death sentence. Slumping into his throne, the ruler of the deep groans, suddenly exhausted by the mere thought of this meeting. Like a petulant child, he tells the octopus to say he isn't home and to send the visitor away. But his eyes snap open in shock as a presence fills the room before the order can even be given. A man in a sharp business suit strolls into the main hall of the palace, casually remarking on Dagon's laziness. It is William, adjusting his hat with practiced elegance as he greets Mr. Dagon, causing the Sea Lord to flinch. Dagon forces a smile, leaning back and noting that it has been a long time, trying to play it cool while asking why he is here. The old man in the suit offers a chilling smirk, noting that Dagon looks far too anxious for someone who should be in control. William's eyes narrow as he brings up business specifically, that the supply of pills has been absurdly low lately. He suggests that perhaps Dagon is worried because he has been slacking off, enjoying an idle life instead of working. And if that is the case, William is here to alleviate that boredom painfully, if necessary. Dagon points a finger upward, desperate to explain, claiming he has been working himself to the bone recently. He insists anxiety is just part of his nature now, because he isn't the same slacker he used to be. William cuts through the excuses, asking bluntly if Dagon's operations have hit a dead end. Images flash through Dagon's mind, the massive piles of aquatic monster corpses discovered by human divers. William drops the facade, revealing he knows exactly what happened to the army of water spirits sent to occupy the land. News of the total annihilation hits him like a physical blow, the portal and his entire army wiped from existence. Shock paralyzes Dagon. He cannot comprehend how the enemy knew, given he had only just received the summons himself. The elderly figure in the sharp business suit gazes forward, his eyes cold and calculating as he draws a distinction between himself and common thugs. He lectures the monarch on trust, pointing out the reckless arrogance of relying solely on one's own kin to manage the pills. The atmosphere in the grand hall shifts instantly as William reveals the terrifying reason he chooses to maintain this human guise. Fury erupts from the lord of the aquatic creatures. He launches himself from his throne in a blur of motion. The blue-haired monarch stalks toward the suited elder, who stands unfazed in the center of the chamber. In a heartbeat, Dagon closes the distance, his face twisted into a mask of pure, unbridled malice. He growls a question about the man's audacity, but William simply meets his gaze with a mischievous, knowing smirk. The tension spikes as the aquatic ruler brushes past the old man, the air crackling with suppressed power. The visitor drops his bombshell. He is merely a messenger, delivering word that their master is concerned about Dagon's competence. William strikes his cane against the stone floor, the sharp sound echoing like a gavel sentencing a prisoner. Dagon materializes behind him instantly, grinning wildly, while the old man simply expresses a desire for cooperation. Shifting his form back to a youthful appearance, the monarch calls out, ready to escalate the conflict. But his target vanishes into thin air, leaving the ruler clutching at nothing but empty space. Screaming in frustration, the blue-haired tyrant crashes to the floor, his pride wounded deeply. He rages against the indignity, furious that he is forced to bow to someone he considers inferior in rank. His trembling subordinates rush to his side, begging him to quell his chaotic energy before he destroys them all. The monarch confesses the bitter truth: he only swallowed his pride because disobedience means death. If not for his servitude to that terrifying entity, he would have been a corpse long ago. His convulsions cease as the fishmen surround him, watching in terror as their master slowly rises from the ground. A timid voice asks if his wrath has subsided, but the storm inside him is just beginning. An image flashes in his mind, the face of Kang, and he realizes that every ounce of this misery leads back to him. Murderous intent floods his eyes. Dagon vows that no matter the cost, he will slaughter that man personally. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the coastal defense line, where a human squad fights desperately against the tide. Orders scream over the radio: no retreat, no surrender, as the soldiers cut down wave after wave of monsters. Victory feels close. They just need to push a little harder and protect their leader to secure the win. Gu Sung-jun, the second commander of the 7th Division, steps forward to turn the tide. He thrusts his hand forward, channeling mana as the earth begins to tremble beneath their feet. Massive vines erupt from the soil, answering the call of the plant mage to bind the aquatic invaders. He exploits the elemental weakness perfectly. Water brings the floods, but earth and wood drink it dry. The magical flora constricts around the fish monsters, the vines pulsating as they begin to feed. Seconds later, the beasts are desiccated husks, their life essence and moisture completely drained away. The battlefield becomes a feeding ground for the vines, the commander calculating that his rank ensures dominance. Soldiers cheer as the water monsters fall prey to the ravenous plants, the tide of battle turning in their favor. They praise their leader's strength, unaware that arrogance often precedes the fall. Gu Sung-jun predicts another easy year for the 7th Division, until a shadow catches his eye. From the coastline, a solitary figure emerges from the mist, walking calmly toward the carnage. Confused troops call out, asking if the stranger is a civilian, warning him to stay back. It is Dagon, and his smile is a nightmare come to life as the world suddenly explodes into crimson. The narration turns grim, peace was an illusion, and the slaughter is instantaneous. The blue-haired monarch stands amidst the ruin, casually gripping the limp body of the 7th Division commander. Perched atop a throne of fresh corpses, the ruler sighs heavily, looking utterly bored with the violence. Dagon realizes that thinking about the situation only fuels his irritation. He kicks the lifeless commander aside with a sneer, declaring that he is completely done with this world. He'd only lost precious time because those weaklings were too pathetic to handle a few sea monsters on their own. Suddenly, a figure bursts onto the scene. It's Kim, shouting for him to halt, throwing her hand out to stop the madness. He snaps his head toward her, eyes narrowing, demanding to know what she thinks she is doing. The Lord of the Water Monsters glares menacingly, asking if this interruption means help has finally arrived. The girl from the inspection department demands to know if he is responsible for this carnage, while he just scratches his head, feigning innocence. Deegan sneers, asking if she means the trash littering the ground, as he casually tosses a corpse aside like a rag doll. The blue-haired villain stretches his neck, noting that he hasn't even had a proper warm-up before dinner. Song glares at the monster, gritting his teeth. After everything they've seen, he spits out just one word: freak. Meanwhile, the support operator realizes the communications link has been severed abruptly. They rush to the scene blind, having zero clue what kind of hell they were walking into. Song, pushing up his glasses with a grim expression, assesses the enemy. He realizes this stranger is no ordinary threat and demands an identity, but the enemy just flashes a broad, predatory smile. The blue-haired monster wonders aloud if they are dying to know, before instantly launching himself straight at them. The sea monster lord jokingly calls himself a mere hooligan, as he unleashes a devastating strike against the hunters. The awakened association agents raise their weapons just in time. They block the heavy blow, staring death in the face. Deegan stretches his leg, impressed. Usually, a single hit is enough to liquefy his enemies, yet both of them are still standing. Not bad at all. Kim wraps her dagger in energy, noting that this filthy aura feels all too familiar. Song looks over at his partner, stunned to see her dagger glowing with that specific intensity. He has never witnessed a manifestation like that before, and the sheer power of it makes his head spin. The blue-haired fiend scoffs, asking if that idiot Kaval already spilled their secrets useless trash, even in death. The sea monster lord's eyes blaze with fury as he stares them down. He mocks their attempt to team up against him, gathering a massive sphere of destructive energy in his palm. Deegan calls them absolute non-entities and unleashes the energy blast straight at them. Asking where he gets off attacking them, the girl from the inspection department charges headfirst through the chaos. She weaves through his attacks at breakneck speed. In a heartbeat, the blue-haired villain sees her blade inches from his face. He flinches in surprise, but as Kim unleashes a flurry of strikes, he dodges every single one with ease. He admits she moves well, but cuts her praise short with a sharp, brutal kick. The water monster lord sneers that she is still too weak, enveloping his leg in crackling blue energy. To Deegan, she is just a bug to be crushed, but at the last second, Song steps in and blocks the kick with his blade. Seizing the opening, the girl from the inspection department thrusts her dagger forward to strike. The blue-haired monster's eyes widen. He is actually rattled by the weapon pointed at him. Kim brandishes the blade Uriel's dagger before flipping backward to create distance. The monster lord manages to evade the critical strike, landing gracefully and staring down his prey. It looks like the girl is protected by her knight. Deegan realizes these freaks cover each other's weaknesses perfectly. They move as one unit. Focusing on Kim's dagger, the blue-haired villain realizes that weapon is the real threat. It is strange. Very strange. A mad smile spreads across the monster lord's face as he laughs, declaring his pure hatred for the human race. He acknowledges their skill. They are excellent attackers, perhaps even strong enough to match him. Glaring at the duo, Deegan asks if they are the nuisances interfering with his mission. Kim stares back with a steely gaze, claiming she has no idea what he is talking about. But her dagger's effect is already taking hold. Immediately, the two hunters split up, rushing in opposite directions. The move catches him off guard. In a flash, Song appears on the blue-haired villain's right flank. Simultaneously, the girl from the inspection department closes in from his left. As they close the distance, the monster lord scoffs. He sees this for what it is, a cheap, desperate trick. With his right hand, he catches Song's sword. With his left, he grips Kim's dagger. Holding both opponents in place with brute strength, Deegan sneers. Did they really think they could take him down? A synchronized pincer attack strikes from both sides, yet he tracks every movement instantly. The azure-haired monstrosity catches the sudden flash of steel directly ahead. Kim, the inspection department's ace, draws her second blade with lethal intent, signaling she has one final strike remaining. She lunges for the throat, her steel inches from the aquatic lord's jugular, aiming to put fear into the beast. Asterisk. Boom. Asterisk. A massive explosion detonates on impact. Song leaps backward, digging his sword into the ground to break his momentum. The blast wave hurls Kim aside, and as the smoke clears, the warriors stare ahead, eyes widening in shock. In that split second, Deegan unleashes his true form, clutching his face as manic laughter rips from his throat. "Hilarious!" the blue-haired fiend declares, casting a menacing glare sideways. "This is finally getting interesting." The Lord of Aquatic Creatures grins, his aura flaring. "Shall we begin round 2? Deegan spreads his arms wide, cackling wildly. "I've never been pushed this far before." Song stands paralyzed, mind racing. It isn't just a physical transformation he is witnessing. The aura radiating from the monster has spiked exponentially. The pressure is suffocating. Kim's heart sinks. He was barely manageable before. How much stronger has he become now? She focuses on that arrogant, sneering grin plastered across the blue-haired man's face. The cut on his cheek, the one she risked everything to inflict, is gone without a trace. It healed in seconds. This isn't a man anymore. It is a calamity taking human shape. Kim flashes back to his previous form, the one known as Cavil. Comparing the two, his power level hasn't just increased, it has doubled in an instant. Desperation takes over. She charges forward, clinging to one final shred of hope. Asterisk. Uriel's dagger has to work. It has to. Asterisk. The Waterlord summons swirling hydrospheres, launching them forward like seeking missiles. Kim scrambles, barely evading the barrage, realizing this isn't just magic, it's like facing a heavy artillery water cannon. She grits her teeth, frustration and adrenaline boiling over. The sheer density of power is insane. One direct hit means instant death. Suddenly, an agent from the support division seizes the opening, striking Deegan's blind spot. Deegan spins, his tail whipping around like a lash, blasting the attacker away like a rag doll. The blue-haired monster sighs, looking bored, and here I was, just starting to enjoy myself. Then, some gnat interrupts. Suddenly, Kim materializes behind him. "Eyes on the prize," she hisses. Distraction comes with a price. She unleashes a flurry of slashes, tearing into him before landing, a smug grin of victory on her lips. Asterisk. Got him. Asterisk, she thinks, heart pounding. Asterisk. That definitely landed. Asterisk. But then, laughter echoes. The blue-haired man stands there, body shredded, yet chuckling. "My apologies," he mocks. Kim stares, her mind unable to process the sight. It's impossible. Flesh knits together, wounds closing in real time. He is fully recovered. "Seems your Uriel's dagger has lost its sting," he sneers, completely unaffected. "I am the Lord of the Deep," he bellows. "Did you truly think you could kill a god with a weapon that is barely awake?" Kim freezes, terror taking hold. Asterisk. Dormant? The dagger hasn't even awakened yet? Asterisk. What are you talking about? She stammers, as Deegan steps into her personal space, examining her. "You know, up close. You're actually quite a beauty." Kim reacts on instinct, slashing wildly. He weaves effortlessly around the blade. "Shut your mouth!" she screams. A twisted, perverse delight darkens his features as he imagines possessing her. The Waterlord purrs. "Maybe I'll keep you alive, at least until I get bored of playing with you." She slashes again, furious. "Don't make me laugh!" In a blur, Deegan catches her wrist, immobilizing the dagger, while his free hand manifests a razor-sharp blade of water. Mocking them with a feigned apology, he channels his mana, forging lethal blades directly from the water itself. Blue-haired tyrant, the lord of aquatic creatures, realizes negotiation is over and swings his sword with lethal intent. He declares her execution is imminent. Kim watches the blade descend, paralyzed by sheer terror. Exposed and cornered, she realizes her hands are tied figuratively and literally trapped in the worst possible nightmare. Squeezing her eyes shut, the girl from the inspection department accepts her fate, knowing there is no way to evade the strike. Suddenly, metal clashes against magic. Song intercepts the blow, his blade erupting with a volatile surge of yellow energy. Deegan is blasted back, stunned by the impact, and frantically creates distance between them. The support stands his ground, glaring daggers at the enemy, demanding to know who gave him permission to touch her. Kim stares at her ally in total confusion, asking how on earth he's using electric skills in the middle of a downpour. He reveals his ace in the hole, a new mastery called spatial lock, a technique that lets him transfer energy safely into his weapon. As an expert in electrical engineering, he knows the fundamental laws of nature. Just like in the wild, electric-type abilities possess devastating destructive power when introduced to water. Song visualizes the flow, his gaze locked intensely on the threat before him. However, there has always been a fatal flaw with these skills during the rainy season. In wet weather, electricity becomes uncontrollable, often leading to friendly fire and tragic casualties. Because water conducts so freely, there is a massive risk of the current arcing unintentionally to nearby allies. That is why Song mastered spatial lock, visualizing the yellow energy not as a wild storm, but a contained clot. It is a precise technique that isolates a specific pocket of space from the chaotic external environment. By limiting the discharge area, he not only prevents leakage but amplifies the accuracy and lethality of every strike. Meanwhile, the Water Lord stares at his trembling hand. The support notes that the monster's regeneration has slowed significantly. The electricity is working. If he can land one decisive, maximum power hit, they actually have a shot at winning. Song calculates the geometry of the energy circle in his mind. Concentrating the power at the very tip of his blade, he realizes the limitation of his new technique. The spatial lock only holds for a distance of 1 meter. To deliver the killing blow, he needs to drive his sword directly into the enemy's heart. His eyes narrow with determination. But there is a catch. Getting that close to a monster of this caliber is nearly impossible. Kim catches on instantly. With a fierce grin, she volunteers to be the distraction, telling him to strike on her signal. Deegan watches them conspire, growing impatient. Song warns her it is too risky, but the air is already filling with water energy. The blue-haired villain sneers, asking why they are whispering secrets right in front of his face. Stepping behind her ally, the inspection agent tells him to stay sharp. The monster has already fully recovered. Song realizes this is going to be a gauntlet. Without hesitation, the duo bursts forward. Seeing the rush, the Waterlord unleashes a barrage of attacks. Screaming that these insects need to be crushed, he fires a split second later. The association workers are forced to deflect the onslaught. Song grimly blocks the heavy blows. Deegan admits the electric shock stings, but he mocks the boy's speed, confident he can keep him at bay. He shifts his focus to Kim, who is forcefully carving a path through the storm of attacks. The Waterlord assumes the girl is the weak link, yet she weaves through his offensive with terrifying grace. Even she did not expect to dodge every single bullet he fired, but she is dancing on the edge of a knife. Suddenly, a condensed water shell hurtles toward her, a direct hit in the making. Reacting on instinct, she shrouds her dagger in the yellow energy, shattering the enemy's attack with a deft swing. Kim wields her blade like an extension of her soul, dismantling every magical projectile in her path. The blue-haired tyrant is baffled, wondering how his water cannon's trajectory was forcibly altered. Before he can process the shock, the girl from the inspection department is already in his personal space. She taunts him, admitting she might not land the kill, but she is definitely going to ruin his day. As she lunges, the Lord of Aquatic Creatures manifests a razor-sharp blade of water to intercept her. As the blow landed, Kim materialized behind Deegan, leaving him with a gaping wound across his side. Without hesitation, Deegan began to mend his injury with water magic. Even as the blue-haired assailant prepared his next strike, he lunged at the girl from the inspection department, taunting her. "I told you," he sneered, "your attacks are useless against me now." But Kim merely met his assault with a knowing smirk. The girl from the inspection department realized something profound, even as the attack closed in. She times new asterisk. Deegan, the Lord of Water Monsters, could only stare back, utterly bewildered. Then, in a flash, Song's blade plunged deep into Deegan's chest. The Waterlord looked down, disbelief etched across his face, at the sword protruding from his very being. Deegan gasped. How? How did you land that strike? I kept you at bay." As the pieces of their strategy clicked into place, Kim explained their intricate deception. She reasoned, "He can't evade my fire, times and times, protect himself at close range simultaneously. So I had to draw his attention away. He stayed fixated on me, never once perceiving Song's approach." The girl from the inspection department recalled how she had expertly parried Deegan's initial barrages, using her twin blades. "I manipulated the trajectory of his own projectiles," she revealed, creating a blind spot as I steadily closed the distance. That was the plan. Now standing behind his stunned opponent, the support worker declared, "You lost because you overestimated yourself, Deegan." From the front, Song stared menacingly, silently willing him to die. Kim, mirroring his intensity, hissed, "Die!" In the next instant, the support worker unleashed his skill. A searing bolt of lightning struck Deegan, ripping through him and dealing catastrophic damage. The Lord of Water Monsters crumpled to his knees, then crashed heavily to the ground. Song watched, a flicker of relief crossing his face as he clutched his bloodied blade. The support worker asked, Did we finally destroy him?" But Kim's voice cut through the momentary calm. "That's precisely when they strike back," she warned, a grim note in her tone. Just as Kim predicted, a chilling laugh echoed through the air. The trio froze, staring dumbfounded as Deegan, the Lord of Water Monsters, sneered with malicious glee. "How time's exciting, asterisk," Deegan purred, as his wounds visibly healed, shimmering with water mana. "To think you could even scratch me with such ordinary weapons." The heroes could only gape, aghast, wondering if he could truly recover from times that asterisk. With an unnerving glare, Deegan explained his terrifying secret. I am a being of water. And when surrounded by water, I am immortal. Still convinced he merely needed more force, the support worker charged forward once more. Then I'll just hit you a few more times, he roared. Deegan effortlessly dodged the ensuing blow. I grow tired of merely deflecting, he announced. It's my turn to attack. In a terrifying display of power, Deegan conjured a multitude of deadly water spheres, launching them all at the support worker. The support worker frantically deflected the spheres with his blade. Meanwhile, Song suddenly shot into the sky, hovering above their adversary. Song's mind raced. From this vantage point, he could finally corner and drive Deegan back. But Deegan, anticipating his move, snatched his own weapon and fixed a chilling gaze upon his airborne foe. So predictable, you insignificant bug, Deegan sneered. Such limited thinking from a creature like you. And tell me, why isn't your precious girl helping you now? The support worker whirled around, a frantic question on his lips. What's happening? To his horror, the girl was trapped within a pulsating sphere of water. Thanks to my new technique, Deegan gloated. I perfected a little trick of my own, by observing your friend. After everything that had transpired, the support worker finally screamed out Deegan's name in fury. A moment later, Deegan casually stepped back, boasting, I merely had to observe for a short while, and I've already perfectly copied your spacelock. Even at this immense scale, the support worker's gaze snapped to his girlfriend, struggling within the water sphere. He knew instantly, he had times to get her out, now asterisk. Otherwise, she would drown. But before he could act, an unseen attack pierced through him. The injured support worker staggered, blood blooming across his chest. The girl from the inspection department watched in utter shock, her face paling. Deegan's sneering grin widened as he surveyed his fallen foe. Perfect, he purred. Now you're truly fit to writhe and crawl, just like the worm you are. The blue-haired villain drives his knee into Song's spine, pinning him to the earth and mocking his tactical failure. How dare he expose his back in the heat of battle? Yanking his victim's head up by the hair, the self-proclaimed Lord of Aquatic Creatures forces Song to witness the slow, agonizing death of his comrades, declaring it the price for his reckless haste. He sneers at the girl, asking if she doesn't resemble a drowned rat struggling for air. Meanwhile, the support worker watches helplessly, as her team claws futilely against the walls of the water sphere, her mind screaming to remember her own name in the panic. Memories of dark threads and white energy flash before her eyes, recalling the bespectacled boy who once begged for forgiveness, swearing he would never let them shed tears again, but reality crashes back as Song's hand goes limp against the cold ground. Glancing down at his broken opponent, Deegan casually picks his ear, asking with supreme indifference, "What's the matter?" He wonders aloud if Song is dead or merely unconscious, grinning because the real entertainment is just about to begin. The blue-haired tyrant sighs, announcing he is bored with this entire charade. He decides to slaughter them all and go home. He turns his cold gaze to the girl, adding that he is sickest of her most of all. Deadly water spears manifest, aiming directly at Kim's prison as he promises her end will be nothing short of pure agony. Tears stream down the inspector's face as the crushing realization hits. Song has fallen because of her weakness. Once again, she is powerless to save a single soul, and she grits her teeth in sheer frustration at her own inability. She screams into the void for help, and the universe answers instantly, as a brutal kick slams into the Lord of Sea Creatures. The impact is cataclysmic. The blow connects with terrifying force, driving straight into Dagon's face. A figure wearing a motorcycle helmet has just unleashed a strike capable of obliterating half his opponent's skull. Instantly, the water prison around Kim shatters, and the blue-haired villain stumbles back, glaring in confusion. He is baffled. He never sensed an approach, never felt a presence until the hit connected. The newcomer steps closer, removing his helmet to reveal the face of Khan, asking if this is the guy. Fixing his terrifying gaze forward, the Flame Emperor identifies his target not as a lord, but as a very large snake. Trembling, the girl from the inspection department rushes to her fallen colleague's side. Relief washes over her. Despite the massive blood loss, his vital organs are miraculously intact. Kim glances up sharply, realizing with a jolt that Khan has come to save them from the brink of death yet again. Meanwhile, the Flame Emperor stands immovable, towering before the Lord of Water Creatures. The inspector can't fathom how he knew they were in danger, or how he found them so quickly. The protagonist stares ahead menacingly, his mind flashing back to a child's voice calling him uncle. Memories surface of little Ha clutching his clothes in fear, warning him of something terrible. She had spoken of a monster in this direction, and he had wondered what kind of beast could terrify her so much. He had imagined a dragon rampaging through the metropolis, a creature of legend, but the girl had described a massive snake tormenting the innocent and looking at the trail of corpses. The description fits perfectly. Khan glances at Song's battered body and asks the villain why he's so quiet now. The Flame Emperor addresses the so-called huge snake that enjoys torturing the weak, his eyes burning with rage. Khan confirms his target, and for the first time, Dagon feels a chill run down his spine. The very atmosphere has shifted. He realizes he failed to detect the approach because the gap in their power levels is simply astronomical. Regaining his composure with a sneer, the blue-haired arrogance returns. "You think you can just call me a snake?" Believing he can act with impunity, the Lord of Aquatic Creatures levels his water spears forward. "I am the great Lord of Water. My name is Dagon," he roars, and a split second later, a torrent of water mana crashes down on Khan, triggering a massive explosion. Dagon laughs maniacally, spreading his arms wide. "No matter how strong you are still just a human." But his laughter dies as the Flame Emperor emerges from the smoke, completely unscathed. With blinding speed, Khan swings his fist, smashing directly into the opponent's defensive blades. The impact is devastating, shattering the block and forcing the blue-haired villain to cough up blood. Dagon stares in shock. His water sword was obliterated like glass. Desperate, the Lord of Water Creatures launches himself into the air. He prepares a final counterattack, conjuring a colossal hammer in his hands to crush the monster below. He intends to crush his enemy with overwhelming force, and without hesitation, Dagon launches his strike. A smug grin twists the blue-haired fighter's face as he taunts his target. How is that for a greeting? But Kong catches the blow with a single hand, his expression darkening into a menacing glare. The Flame Emperor's voice is cold. "Did you really think you are the only one who can command the water?" Instantly, the tide turns. Massive streams of liquid surge forward as the protagonist gathers a torrent of water mana around his body. The Lord of Aquatic Creatures freezes, dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the impossibility unfolding before him. How is a fire user manipulating his element? Before he can react, a violent water vortex roars straight toward him. Sensing the overwhelming power, Dagon realizes he is outmatched and needs to escape now. But the blue-haired villain forces a stoic expression, lying to himself. "I am not fleeing," he rationalizes. "It is just a strategic repositioning." But suddenly, the threat looms right in his face. Kong closes the distance with terrifying ease, appearing directly in front of his opponent in a heartbeat. The blow connects, obliterating half of Dagon's torso instantly. His mind reels in denial. Asterisk. This cannot be happening. Asterisk. How could a mere human dominate him like this? He gasps for air, his body riddled with critical wounds. The blue-haired lord realizes with horror that his regeneration has stalled, which means this man is the one. This is the monster who single-handedly slaughtered his servants. The memory of Kong's devastating power floods back. The Lord of Aquatic Creatures admits his fatal error. He never imagined an opponent so powerful that resistance would be futile. He stares paralyzed as the Flame Emperor slowly stalks toward him. Dagon recognizes this crushing feeling. It is the same despair he felt deep within the fiery inferno. Terror grips the blue-haired being as his mind drags him back to that burning hellscape. He hallucinates chains of fire binding him, the heat searing his very soul, making the Lord of Aquatic Creatures tremble. He recalls that cold, pitiless gaze looking down on him while he screamed in agony amidst the flames. Dagon shudders, reliving the unbearable pain and the suffocating weight of hopelessness. The cycle of burning to ash and regenerating, over and over, until he was nothing but a charred skeleton. Burning and rebirthing. An eternity of torment. The blue-haired entity feels the phantom heat rising again. Back in reality, the Lord of Aquatic Creatures stares at his opponent in sheer panic. He refuses to go back to that hell. Desperately, Dagon reconstructs his shattered body using the surrounding water. Asterisk, death would be a mercy compared to facing that punishment again. Asterisk, he decides. Summoning every ounce of his strength, the blue-haired lord draws a massive volume of liquid to his center. Draining every drop of water in the vicinity, the Lord of Sea Creatures screams his defiance. "I will not lose here." His form twists and expands until a colossal serpent towers over the battlefield, glaring down with malice. Standing before Dagon's true form, the Flame Emperor does not flinch. "I knew it," he remarks calmly. The protagonist flashes a mischievous grin. "So, you are just that same overgrown worm?" Silence. The Lord of Aquatic Creatures roars, lashing out with his gargantuan tail. The tail snaps toward the enemy with bone-crushing force, but Kong intercepts the attack instantly. With a casual wave of his hand, he knocks the massive appendage aside as if it were nothing. Seizing the opening, the Flame Emperor bursts forward, a blur of speed. He cocks his fist back, condensing raw energy into a single point as he locks into his fighting stance. Just as he prepares to strike, Dagon lunges to meet him head-on. The Flame Emperor tanks the blows to his torso without slowing down, retaliating with a vicious kick. He vaults above the Lord of Aquatic Creature's head, bringing his leg down in a sudden, devastating arc. But the protagonist senses a shift too late. A hidden tail strike slams into him, sending him flying back. Kong skids across the ground, absorbing the impact, then looks up, his gaze as menacing as ever. He realizes his attacks are not penetrating deep enough. The serpent flicks its tongue, letting out a guttural, mocking laugh. "Have you witnessed my final form?" Dagon hisses, rushing forward with renewed fury. "Your pathetic fists can never pierce these scales." But Kong meets the charge, grabbing the beast directly by its fangs to halt the assault. Suddenly, the Lord of Aquatic Creatures slams into the building, sending debris flying toward Kim. Reacting on instinct, Kim pulls a colleague from the rubble, staring up in horror at the rabid monster above. Simultaneously, the colossal serpent ravages the city, crushing houses while gripping his opponent tight in his massive jaws. Dagon sneers, asking if Kong thought he only controlled water, before violently smashing him against the concrete structure. Taking the full force of the impact, the Flame Emperor begins to plummet, prompting the Water Lord to begrudgingly admit his strength. He acknowledges the human has surpassed mortal limits, but claims that against his true form, resistance is futile. Risky moves won't save him now. Raising his massive tail, Dagon prepares to strike the protagonist down once and for all. The serpent roars that Kong will now feel the true gap in their power, slamming him into the earth a split second later. With a smug, triumphant grin plastering his face, Dagon lets out a maniacal laugh. He mocks the human, asking if he feels the despair of facing a being on a completely different level. He taunts that Kong will regret the day he ever dared to challenge the demon race. But suddenly, the serpent freezes. Through the choking dust cloud, a calm voice commands him to shut his mouth. Dagon squints at the silhouette emerging from the haze, stunned that his opponent is still breathing. The Waterlord huffs, noting that at the very least, this human isn't boring him. Kong stands amidst the ruined road, clothes shredded, fully aware the beast intended to kill him in a single strike. Yet, having withstood the blow, he looks up and demands the monster's name, promising to remember it. Immediately, the Flame Emperor tears away the tattered remnants of his shirt, his muscles tense for battle. Fixing his menacing gaze forward, the protagonist delivers his verdict. He declares that he sees no need to offer his name to a mere snake standing before him. Kong mocks him, saying he is nothing but an imugi trying to play dragon. He has seen plenty like him before. With a fierce expression, the Flame Emperor lays down the law. He states that bastards who trample the innocent for their own selfish desires do not deserve the title of dragon. They are something far worse than worms. He glares at the beast with utter disdain. Enraged, the serpent hisses, asking how a human dares compare the Lord of Aquatic Creatures to a worm. Dagon conjures several phantom clones of himself, screaming that there is no forgiveness for such insolence. Without hesitation, Dagon charges, vowing to tear the arrogant human into shreds. In that split second, Kong concentrates a massive surge of energy around his body. He takes a single, abrupt step forward, and the pressure wave instantly obliterates the phantom snakes. The real Dagon lunges just in time, his maw gaping wide to swallow his prey whole. Pulling his arm back, the Flame Emperor realizes he has the opening he needs. He unleashes a devastating strike, his fist connecting squarely with the serpent's head. The blow carries a colossal payload of energy, launching the Waterlord violently upward. Moments later, the protagonist soars into the sky, chasing his opponent high above the cloud layer. Gathering terrifying power in his hands once more, Kong declares that creatures like Dagon are nothing but pure evil. Manifesting razor-sharp energy claws, the Flame Emperor adds that evil must be exterminated. At that instant, the majestic avatar of a true dragon manifests behind him, roaring into existence. The massive spectral dragon lunges at the serpent, while the Flame Emperor grabs his opponent directly by the eye. The dragon projection clamps its jaws around the Waterlord's body, locking him in place. The protagonist drives his claws deeper and deeper into the eye socket, and Dagon begins to fall. Trailing blue energy, a massive object plummets from the heavens, hurtling toward the city below. The blue energy crashes into the earth, releasing a shockwave upon impact. A massive explosion erupts, and when the smoke clears, a blue-haired man lies broken in the middle of the road. He is completely immobilized on the ground, while Kong stands victorious beside him. On a nearby TV screen, a news anchor announces that the relentless rainy season has finally ended. After weeks of downpour, the skies clear as the man recovers in a quiet hospital room. The news anchor reports that according to the latest data released by the association, regarding the awakened, the casualty rate has plummeted compared to previous seasons. Song opens his eyes to the drone of the television, listening as the reporter notes that while water levels rose, and the density of aquatic monsters was far higher than usual, the damage was historically low. Crash. A vase shatters against the floor, slipping from Kim's trembling fingers. Her hands fly up to her mouth in sheer shock at the broadcast she just witnessed. Over in the inspection department, a girl rushes to embrace her colleague in relief, while the restaurant patrons lean in, listening intently as the anchor mentions the studio is being flooded with viewer messages. They all speak of a mysterious helmeted man who saves civilians in the blink of an eye before vanishing. Meanwhile, the very same hero is casually playing with Shin on the street. The news confirms, experts believe this young, incognito vigilante is the sole reason for the drastic decrease in casualties during the rainy season. High above, Kang sprints across the rooftops with a delivery bag, while the broadcast shifts to the weather. The meteorological office predicts post-rain humidity. The Flame Emperor launches himself forward, cutting through the air as the reporter mentions the intense effect of the sun's rays. He soars through the sky, defying gravity amidst the rising humidity. As the forecast promises clear and cool days ahead, the scene shifts to the bustling city streets below. Kang navigates the concrete jungle, leaping between buildings with practiced ease and rapid speed. Paranoia sets in. The Flame Emperor senses a tail, despite his flawless disguise. Glancing sharply to the side, he tries to pinpoint the presence, analyzing the aura. He wonders if it is a new magical race tracking him across the rooftops, checking his own trail. But the energy is wrong. Kang realizes this isn't a typical aura, leaving him confused about who is watching and why. He skids to a halt, pressing flat against a wall to break the line of sight. Two can play at this game. Nowhere to go, he mutters. The bird tracking him flutters in confusion, startled when its target vanishes into thin air. Warily, the pigeon dives to investigate. The bird hits the alley floor and instantly morphs into a man wearing a Panama hat. The stranger scans the area, bewildered. Suddenly, a hand creeps toward him from the shadows. "You missed something," a voice growls. The spy turns to see Kang glaring daggers at him. "You've got some nerve following me," Kang hisses. Feeling bold? The man in the hat trembles with terror. Asterisk. Poof. Asterisk. The spy dissolves into gray smoke right in the Flame Emperor's grip. All that remains is the empty Panama hat. The stranger has transformed again, this time into a cat, bolting away. Realizing he is dealing with a shapeshifter, the protagonist immediately gives chase. "You're not escaping," Kang thinks, lunging forward. The Flame Emperor snatches the feline mid-stride. Holding the squirming animal by the scruff, he demands, "Why are you tailing me?" and explain the shape-shifting. He brings his face close, expression dark. "I suggest you start talking. Now," Kang adds menacingly. "You know, back in the academy, I majored in interrogation and torture. I could start by twisting this, or maybe pulling that." Just then, a voice interrupts. A girl appears, looking thoroughly unimpressed with her uncle. "What are you doing?" she demands. Noting how adorable she looks today, Kang is caught off guard as she storms up to him. Asterisk. Whack. Asterisk. She smacks the protagonist with her magic wand, staring at him with dead serious eyes. "Put him down," she scolds. "We do not torture poor goblins. Release him this instant." Kang blinks, staring at the cat in his hands. "Wait. Did you say goblin?" The scene cuts to the interior of the Yang Hangak restaurant. The girl is lecturing him, pointing a finger at the man in the Panama hat, who is now sitting calmly. The restaurant owner, seated nearby, chuckles at the situation. He explains they were just watching Goblin Rhythm on TV, reminiscing about the famous male singers on the show. "I watched the young men moving to the upbeat rhythm, their fingers stabbing toward the sky. They're goblins," you explained, noting their nearly human appearance. "In my mind, I pictured a creature with a green flame blazing within its chest." The restaurant owner chimed in to correct us. "Actually, they're called half-spirits. Technically, they don't belong to this world." The Flame Emperor narrowed his eyes. "So, they're interdimensional travelers? Like me?" You pointed upward again, nodding. "Exactly right. They first showed up during the cataclysm," you added. "Remember when the gates started tearing open?" The owner described a massive displacement. A city, a forest, a river all shifted at once. The crazy part is that their entire tribe, the whole village, got pulled inside the gate. I visualized people with stark white hair. So, in other words, they were cut off from their home world, just like I was. The realization hit hard. Kang stroked his chin. It's rare for an entire settlement to be transported intact. Images of monsters slaughtering civilians flashed through his mind. "You mean back when? When the gates first opened," Kang finished. "And Korea nearly went to hell in a handbasket." "Precisely," you said. "But the goblins didn't run. They fought. While the awakened battled the beasts, The half-spirit stood right beside them. The owner mimed, swinging a weapon. They didn't awaken abilities like we do. They used their traditional clubs. I imagined a half-spirit morphing into a dove mid-fight. And they wield their own unique brand of magic, you added. I pictured a human and goblin clasping hands. There aren't many of them left, the owner said. But the association respects them. They're honored for their massive contribution to rebuilding South Korea. Kang glanced at his friend. So that's why they get the VIP treatment. That's part of it, the owner grinned. But there's another reason. He gestured toward the guy in the Panama hat, who was practically glowing with charm. They're drop-dead gorgeous, you laughed. The goblin beamed. I'm tight with the Goblin Rhythm crew. Want an autograph? The Flame Emperor's face darkened instantly. The guy in the hat dropped his dumpling in sheer terror. Cut the act, Kang demanded. Why have you been tailing me? The goblin went silent, setting down his chopsticks. My name is Yoon, he said, staring at the table. I am a member of the Wind Clan. His playful demeanor vanished completely. I have a favor to ask. That is why I dared to watch you. Kang stared him down. What favor? Suddenly, Yoon shot up from his chair. He fell to his knees before the Flame Emperor. Lord Kim, please, save our elder. Kang blinked, taken aback. Why are you begging me, and who is this elder? And for the record, I'm not Kim. The name is Kang. You leaned over and whispered, Goblins call every human Mr. Kim, or Kim's son, in law. It's a cultural thing. Ignoring the correction, Yoon kept his head bowed low. Our elder. He was ambushed by the Black Brotherhood. He is hovering between life and death. Yoon's voice cracked with desperation. Our healers have worked on him day and night. They've tried everything, but nothing works. They can't even identify the cause of his condition. I pictured Yoon leaping across rooftops, desperate and alone. I was searching for regenerative herbs, the goblin confessed. That's when I saw you. I followed you because I can smell the essence of the herbs radiating from your body. Yoon's expression turned grave as he dropped the bombshell. Regenerative herbs, he explained. Plants so rare they can cheat death itself. If I only had them, the elder might survive. The man in the Panama hat leaned forward, eyeing Mr. Kim. You wouldn't happen to be hoarding these herbs, would you? Kang glanced back, genuinely confused. First I've heard of it. I think you've got the wrong guy. The goblin looked like he had been slapped in the face. Impossible, Yoon insisted, staring straight ahead. My eyes didn't deceive me. I know what I saw. Goblin senses never lie. He clasped his hands to his chest, desperate. The Flame Emperor cut through the noise. So, you're saying your elder is in critical condition? A victim of the Black Brotherhood's assault. The protagonist turned to the intruder. Do you mind? I need to see the elder personally. The request caught them off guard. Kang looked uneasy. You sure about leaving him alone with us? But the MC waved it off. I'll handle everything myself. With that, the Flame Emperor stood up, abruptly. He flashed a reassuring smile at the goblin. Listen to me. I'm going to try and cure him. Yoon looked up at Kang, eyes wide with hope. Can you really do it? Heal the elder? The MC didn't overpromise. I can't say for sure, but if the Black Brotherhood is behind the poison, I might have a counter. Suddenly, the restaurant door swung open. Shin strolled in right on cue. Morning, Flame Emperor, and you. He was grinning from ear to ear. The guy in the cap scanned the table. Chinese food for breakfast? That's a heavy start. Then he froze. He saw Kang, and he saw a strange goblin kneeling on the floor. Instinct took over. In a heartbeat, Shin had the edge of his blade pressed against the stranger's throat. His face twisted into a scowl. Who are you? What did you do? Black Brotherhood spy? Asterisk whack. Asterisk the Flame Emperor chopped him on the head mid-sentence. Relax, the protagonist sighed, closing his eyes. Stop terrorizing the poor guest. Shin rubbed his head, shifting gears. Speaking of trouble, something went down in Chunshan province. Kang stiffened. Shin continued, dead serious. An A-rank gate just opened up. But get this, the radar network went dark, completely missed it. By the time we knew, monster riders were pouring out. The yellow-eyed man grimaced at the thought. And just our luck, the gate started functioning in reverse. The Black Brotherhood was waiting in ambush nearby. It was a setup. They launched a full-scale assault on the Goblin village. Shin noted that the Wind Clan had stepped in, decimating the attackers. Fortunately, the Goblin garrison held the line against both the cultists and the beasts, but the victory had a cost. The Elder took a heavy hit in the chaos. He's unconscious, comatose. The image of the Wind Clan flashed in his mind. The guy in the cap emphasized the gravity of the situation. This is big, association-level big. It could spark a massive political fallout. The association is prepping a response right now. The Flame Emperor's face hardened. Goblins are the guardians of state security. If they fall, we're looking at a national crisis, a direct threat to the Yu family. But Yun just smiled broadly. No need to worry about the journey, he said, reaching for the weapon on his back. The goblin began channeling energy into his baton. Suddenly, he waved it through the air. Open! A wooden gate manifested out of nowhere right in front of them. Kong's jaw dropped. Is that magic? Traditional goblin magic, Yun grinned. The goblin gate. We go through here. With a steely gaze fixed ahead, the group stepped boldly into the heart of the village. The Flame Emperor quickly deduced the mechanics. This wasn't just a door, it was a spatial gate bridging two worlds. The three of them stood before the shimmering portal, the exact moment the goblin triggered the mechanism to open it. Witnessing the spectacle from the front, our protagonist couldn't hide his delight. This gateway transported them straight to a forest bordering the goblin territory, where a figure in a Panama hat stood waiting to welcome them. Gesturing proudly toward the settlement, Yun introduced it as the sanctuary where his kin resided. This was the home of the Wind Clan. As the portal faded, Shin realized the village was built around a colossal tree and traditional dwellings. Staring ahead, the Flame Emperor questioned whether the sky above them was artificial, a construct of a barrier. Glancing at the grinning goblin, he couldn't shake the feeling that they had stepped into a completely different dimension. It felt like stepping inside an inventory or a dungeon gate, and the goblin began to explain the phenomenon. In reality, they were still within Chuncheon province, but occupied a pocket of land completely isolated by a powerful barrier. The goblin in the Panama hat explained that, aside from himself and a few eccentric friends, most of his kind clung to conservative traditions, protected by multiple layers of defensive barriers shielding the village. These wards ensured no outsiders could intrude. As they walked, Shin pressed for clarification on a specific threat. He asked if the Black Brotherhood was attempting to breach these defenses, and Yun confirmed the danger. They had tried, but failed miserably. Meanwhile, the scenery inside was a breathtaking contrast to the world outside. Turning to his companion, the guy in the cap recalled a crucial detail he had heard before. He remembered that one of the high-ranking overseers of the Silver Tower was also a goblin. Shin's mind raced back to a conversation with a female ally, realizing she had mentioned this connection. She had hinted at knowing a goblin among her circle, and she must have deduced the truth herself, likely using her priest's eye skill. Before long, the group arrived at the grand central structure of the goblin village. Crossing his arms, Shin gazed up, struck by the sheer scale of the massive tree looming before them. The Flame Emperor stood in agreement, noting that the aura radiating from the ancient timber was overwhelmingly powerful. Suddenly spinning around, Yun let out a laugh, proclaiming that this was no ordinary plant, it was their sacred tree. The protagonist was taken aback, his imagination running wild with images of tree fruits birthing goblins. The Wind Clan guide explained that, unlike humans, their people are born from the luminous fruits of this very tree, and the branch that bore them, it transforms into a club, a lifelong weapon and companion for every goblin. As Shin visualized a goblin glowing with green energy, the Panama-hatted guide added another detail about the Wind Clan. Their lives and their clubs share a single origin and a single end, inextricably linked to the sacred tree. Yun revealed that upon death, they do not simply perish, they return to the tree to become one with it again. Beaming with a wide smile, the goblin explained it in terms humans could understand. The tree was their mother, their guardian spirit, and the source of the barrier protecting their home. It was the sacred tree's power alone that sustained the protective dome. Absorbing this information, Shin asked the burning question: how long is a goblin's lifespan? The answer was staggering 1,000 years. Scratching his head sheepishly, Yun admitted he was over 100 years old, which made him practically a toddler in goblin years. The humans were left speechless, stunned into silence while the goblin chuckled at their reaction. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, asking Yun if he had finally returned. A distinguished goblin elder approached, mentioning that Yun had gone out to retrieve the regenerating grass. He was surprised to see Yun back so soon. After a quick handshake, the goblin in the Panama hat apologized profusely, admitting he had failed to find the herb. The elder reassured him it was fine, some things couldn't be helped. He then looked toward the guests. The Wind Clan members suggested they head out together to search for the grass, turning it into a group effort. At that moment, other goblins in the village froze, staring at the newcomers with jaws dropped. Whispers erupted as they asked if these humans were connected to Mr. Kim. In an instant, the Wind Clan villagers swarmed the group, bombarding them with questions and marveling at how long it had been since they'd seen humans like them. Realizing the crowd had mistaken them for fortune tellers, Yun flashed a charming grin and clarified that he didn't actually have the herb. However, Mr. Kim was here for a far more important reason: to cure the elder. The goblins murmured, asking if such a miracle was truly possible. Upon hearing the confirmation, the crowd erupted into cheers, hoisting Kim into the air and celebrating as if the elder was already healed. Convinced their leader would soon be healthy, they greeted Mr. Kim with overwhelming warmth, leaving him looking a bit bewildered by the sudden shift in mood. The Flame Emperor observed the scene, musing that for a species in such dire straits, their optimism was either incredibly resilient or dangerously naive. Suddenly, the crowd parted. A figure stepped forward with undeniable authority. It was Keenan, one of the goblin chieftains. He locked eyes with the group, his gaze intense and menacing, completely ignoring the festive atmosphere the guy in the Panama hat had stirred up. With a face carved from stone, Ken looked directly at Mr. Kim and asked the only question that mattered. Could he truly save the elder? Kim held that piercing gaze, sensing that the situation had just shifted from a casual meeting to a deadly serious trial. A massive, suffocating aura radiated from the chieftain. But before the tension could break, he took another step closer. Ken released a sudden flare of crimson energy. Instinctively, Kim braced himself, his combat guard instantly raised against the threat. To Kim, that look screamed danger like a predator eyeing its next meal, and he knew better than to trust a goblin who looked that suspicious. He wondered if he'd have to fight just to see the patient. But then, Ken exhaled a long sigh of relief and muttered, "Good." The hostility vanished. Ken beckoned them closer, instructing the group to follow him. He would escort them to the elder personally. As he led the way, keeping his back to the guests, the goblin leader admitted that his earlier conduct had been aggressive. He formally requested forgiveness for the intimidation and finally introduced himself properly. He explained that he had served the elder for several hundred years, hence his protective nature. Kim, however, wasn't ready to let his guard down. Walking behind the chieftain, the Flame Emperor asked a sharp question. "Why did you choose to believe me so quickly? I could be in league with the very people who tried to harm the elder." The goblin leader stopped, closed his eyes, and offered a simple explanation. "Our race possesses a unique gift. We can instantly distinguish truth from deceit. We know a lie when we hear one. Even if goblins seem to believe a liar, it is usually because we wish to avoid conflict. But that is not the case today." He spun around sharply. "There was not a single drop of falsehood in your words." He smiled, showing the first sign of genuine warmth. Hearing this, the protagonist offered a nod of thanks for the trust, clasping his hands behind his back as he walked. Ken clarified, "The issue was never about whether I believed you. I simply recognized what you are." Staring ahead, Kim considered this. Perhaps this goblin possessed a sensory skill similar to Hyun's ability. Truly, the goblins were a fascinating species. Moments later, the group arrived at the foot of a massive, imposing structure. The goblin leader came to a halt, announcing their arrival while maintaining his respectful posture. Ken invited them inside. As they crossed the threshold, the Flame Emperor analyzed the architecture. The design felt eerily familiar to his previous life, raising the question, did these goblins originate from a world similar to his own? Inside, they encountered a man puffing on a smoking pipe. He looked up, asking if Ken was the one leading the guests. Ken wasted no time on pleasantries, immediately asking about the elder's condition. The healer lowered his gaze strictly. "We are doing everything within our power," the healer explained. Ken's expression darkened into a menace once more. He accepted the grim report. Brushing past his kinsman, he moved toward the inner sanctum. "It is not your fault," the goblin leader muttered to the healer, suggesting the exhausted man get some rest. Climbing the stairs, Ken announced his presence to the room above. He opened the door and gestured for Mr. Kim to enter. Approaching the threshold, Kim respectfully removed his shoes and apologized for the intrusion. Inside the dim room, the Flame Emperor finally saw the patient lying on the bed, staring back at him intently. The protagonist realized instantly that this was the elder of the goblin tribe. Even in such a critical state, he could feel a terrifying power rolling off the old goblin far greater than even the chieftain's strength. Crouching beside the bed, Kim analyzed the energy. "This is S-rank power," he thought. To see such a mighty warrior reduced to this state, he placed a hand on the elder, channeling his internal energy to scan the body. It confirmed his suspicions. Standard medication was useless. The healers couldn't find the cause because they were looking for an illness. This was definitely not a disease. It was something else entirely. Suddenly, the ambient temperature spiked, the heat intensifying rapidly. Kim's eyes widened as he realized the truth. He snapped his head toward his ally. "Stand outside," he commanded. "Guard this door." The elder looked surprised by the sudden command but nodded in agreement, his menacing gaze fixed forward, ready for whatever came next. Kong wasted no time. "I'm starting the treatment now." The Flame Emperor placed his glowing hands directly onto the patient's chest. Magic surged around his palms as he locked eyes with the goblin elder, shrouding the area in an ethereal light. He probed deep inside. There it was, the creature's vital core, the legendary goblin fire, but something was wrong. Intertwined with the life force, he detected the vile, unmistakable stench of demon energy. In his mind's eye, he pictured a magic stone shattering under green flames. Kang quickly deduced the situation. Somehow, this dark force had penetrated the Elder's defenses, parasitically absorbing the goblin fire from within. This wasn't an accident. Someone knew the goblin's weakness and possessed the skill to bypass their heightened senses. The Flame Emperor closed his eyes, focusing his mana. Is this a spell? He wondered. No. It felt more malignant. Like a curse. Whoever did this was cunning. He unleashed his spiritual essence, diving deeper. The demonic power hadn't just touched the core. It had completely engulfed the goblin fire. Extraction was out of the question. Ripping it out now would kill the Elder. There was only one option left. Viewing the internal damage through his spiritual avatar, Kang saw the corruption spreading like a lethal poison. The Flame Emperor severed his link to the physical world, fully submerging himself into the mental realm. His avatar's eyes snapped open, sharp and menacing. He assessed the battlefield. First, I have to weaken the toxins. With grim determination, Kang marched into the darkness. He needed to reach the source, but just as he moved to strike, he froze. Looming within the green inferno was a massive, grotesque entity shaped like a dark eye. The eyelid snapped back. The pupil dilated, locking its terrifying gaze directly onto Kang. Immense pressure radiated from the creature, targeting the intruder. Then, the pupil jerked upward. Kang braced himself, startled, as shadows coalesced into form. A split second later, multiple dark dragons shrieked and lunged at him. The Flame Emperor didn't flinch. A cold sneer curled his lip. Time to slay a monster. He dropped into a combat stance, beckoning the beasts with his hand. Come on then. The first dragon snapped at his throat. With a lightning-fast backhand, Kang deflected the blow. He spun with the momentum, launching a devastating kick. His heel smashed through the skull of a second beast. But the swarm was relentless. More dragons closed in from both flanks. Seeing the trap, the Flame Emperor leaped vertically into the air. The dragons collided violently beneath him. Seizing the opening, he activated the True Dragon technique, slamming his palms together to channel the energy. The shockwave obliterated the nearest dragon's head. Connected to its minions, the giant eye screeched in agony. Kang looked down at the writhing entity, his expression arrogant. I'm just here to clean up a little bacteria, and it looks like you're the germ. The giant eye rolled back, pulsing with rage. Fresh dragon heads sprouted from the darkness. The Flame Emperor frowned, realizing the mechanic at play. It's siphoning the goblin fire to regenerate, he muttered. If I keep stalling, I'm just draining the Elder's life force. Running out of time meant death for the patient. As the enemies prepared another volley, the stakes skyrocketed. He had no choice but to end this now. He coiled his muscles. Boom! Kang exploded off the ground, blurring past the dragon heads with blinding speed. Dodging the intercepting bites, the Flame Emperor sprinted straight for the core. He stuck the landing perfectly, standing face to face with the main entity. The eye swiveled frantically. Kang knew he only had one shot at this, one punch to end it all. Towering over the dark monster, the Flame Emperor's voice was ice cold. Let's wrap this up. He thrust his hand forward, making direct contact with the giant pupil. Devour. He began to drain its essence. The dark force was concentrated, violently sucked into his palm. Simultaneously, in the real world, Kang's physical eyes snapped open. The Flame Emperor clenched his fist tight, trapping the concentrated dark energy within his own grasp. With a wet crunch, he completely ripped the demon parasite from the host, crushing it into nothingness inside his fist. Are you back with us? Kang asked calmly. The white-haired Elder's eyelids fluttered open. Ken and Yoon cheered, rushing to their master's side. The Wind Clan head smiled weakly, patting the boy in the Panama hat gently on the head, and boasted that he was a big deal for bringing such a VIP to their hideout. Watching from the sidelines, Shin realized the truth. They had utilized high-tier magic that was slowly suffocating the goblin's life force. He asked if the Elder had been completely freed from the curse. Kang, eyes closed in deep concentration, didn't answer. The guy in the cap leaned in, whispering, "How the hell did he pull that off?" The protagonist opened his eyes and shrugged, explaining that he simply erased the magic festering inside his friend. But what happened to the energy? Shin pressed. The Flame Emperor. Are you talking about the dark corruption? Grinning like a maniac, the protagonist tapped his chest. I just swallowed it, scrubbed it clean. The guy in the cap's jaw hit the floor, his trembling hand pointing accusingly. You ate it? That's impossible, Shin muttered, trying to rationalize the feat, when a voice suddenly called out to them. It was the Elder of the Goblin Wind Tribe, a weary smile gracing his face. "I haven't properly introduced myself," he rasped, stating his name and rank before his eyes fluttered shut. "I owe you my life," the man declared, his voice trembling with emotion. "I don't even know how to begin thanking you." He tried to force himself up, but his legs gave way. Kang was there in a flash to catch him. "Sit," Kang commanded gently. "I removed the source of the disease, but the damage remains. Your body is drained of strength. Do not strain yourself." As he reached into his inner pocket, the Flame Emperor added, "Actually, I have something else for you." He produced a bundle of dried herbs. "This is mianchao, a rare medicinal plant. It will speed up your recovery." The goblin elder stared at the bundle, completely stunned. Yun popped up behind Kang, beaming. "See? I told you. I knew he was the one. We call that the healing herb Hizenko," he chirped, eyeing the plants in Kang's hands. The Flame Emperor realized the confusion was just a matter of dialect, and the Wind Clan head let out a hearty laugh. "Different names, same miracle," the elder chuckled, his smile widening. The elder looked fondly at the boy. "I raised Yun like my own son. When I fell ill, he didn't hesitate. He vowed to find a special person, someone who could save me, and he actually did it." Kang met the elder's gaze solemnly. "To be honest, I was planning to come find you anyway. There was something I needed to ask." The admission caught the elder off guard. "Ask me?" The goblin chief gestured to the table. "Please, sit. What is on your mind?" Kang took a seat across from him. "Can you tell me exactly what happened during the attack?" The elder closed his eyes, the memory resurfacing. The Black Brotherhood. This wasn't their first raid on us. I always wondered what their objective was. He stared forward, lost in thought. But this time, I noticed something strange. The image of monster riders breaching the portal flashed in his mind. Unlike previous attacks, they brought a massive pack of wild beasts with them, the Wind Leader explained. It felt rehearsed, like they had carefully prepared for this exact moment. The elder shook his head. "At the time, I didn't pay it enough attention. There were more enemies, yes, but not enough to overwhelm our defenses." He recalled the fallen warriors. The numbers were higher, but the individual strength was lower. Fewer experts, more cannon fodder. He visualized the assassin's approach from behind. Maybe that's why I felt that sudden, incomprehensible anxiety. Replaying the attack in his mind, the elder's voice dropped. Then, the unexpected happened. "I remember blocking his blow with my club," the Wind Clan leader said, his hands clenching at the memory. "But his weapon, it appeared out of nowhere, radiating a foul, demonic aura. In his memory, the blade struck his weapon and immediately snapped. I repelled the attack, but the sword, it crumbled way too easily. It wasn't an accident," the elder realized. "It was created specifically to shatter, and in that moment, I saw the shards flying straight for my face. Suddenly, a jagged fragment tears straight through his chest. His eyes bulge, bloodshot from the sheer physical strain, but he refuses to fall. Summoning every ounce of remaining power, the Wind Clan leader obliterates his opponent with one final, devastating strike. The adrenaline fades, and he crumples to his knees, coughing up violently dark blood. Kang witnesses the horror unfolding from a distance. Panic rising, he screams out for the elder. Meanwhile, the Wind Clan warriors descend upon the fallen assassin, raining down blows in a blind, vengeful rage. They demand to know what he did to their leader. But the assassin? He just flashes a wide, grotesque grin. Between his teeth sits a mysterious pill. The goblins realize, too late, is it poison? Asterisk, crunch. Asterisk. He bites down. Instantaneously, his body explodes from the inside out, spraying blood over everything in sight. The elder fights to stay standing, leaning heavily on his club, his hand clutching the gaping wound in his chest. Through the pain, the old goblin gasps. It all makes sense now. As his vision swims and the ground rushes up to meet him, the Wind Clan leader pieces the puzzle together. He realizes why the Black Brotherhood swarmed them with such numbers, why they lured him out into the open. It was a suicide mission from the start, a staged attack designed to fail. Kang stares ahead, his expression grim as he processes the elder's words. They never cared about breaking the barrier. Their only goal was to tag the elder with that specific weapon. The elder looks back, confirming the theory. If not for Kang's interference, he would be dead already. Visualizing the blade of dark energy in his mind, the Flame Emperor asks the crucial question. Where are the fragments of that sword? The grim reply comes. The weapon disintegrated completely, vanished into thin air, and the surviving assassins, dead by their own hands. Kang closes his eyes, frustrated. If we had even a shard of that blade, he says, we could track them down. But they have nothing. The elder studies Kang, recalling the moments he spent healing the young man. I was conscious while you healed me, the elder reveals. I couldn't move. But I saw. I saw how you fought the Dark Dragon. He describes a power unlike anything native to this world, a raw, terrifying energy. So he takes a chance and asks the question that catches the Flame Emperor off guard. Are you from another world? Like us? Kang pauses, then slowly nods. A knowing smile spreads across his face. Yeah. I'm a foreigner here too. He explains he came from a land called Korea, but he has been stranded here with no way home. So, he made the choice to stay and survive. Kang admits the goblin village reminds him of home. He wonders aloud if they might be from the same dimension. Pictures of his vast homeland fill the elder's mind. No, he corrects. We hail from the mythical land of Shushan. He has never heard of Korea. At that moment, a memory strikes the Flame Emperor. The face of his girlfriend from his old life flashes before his eyes. He looks at the elder, hope flickering. Is that true? The elder shakes his head. Different worlds, perhaps, but they share the same fate, exiles in a strange land. But maybe, the elder suggests, extending a trembling hand, we can find a way back together. If we join forces, nothing is impossible. Hearing this, Kang grins. He grips the elder's hand, a pact is made. The scene shifts. Time jumps forward a few days later. We cut to the towering Awakened Association headquarters. A voice echoes down the hall. Mr. President? An aide in a sharp tuxedo addresses the man at the desk. The Minister of Defense is on the line, sir. He is requesting a meeting with you. Tomorrow. The aide hesitates, then adds, he claims he wants to personally apologize for the incident with the Goblin Elder. The man in the chair doesn't turn around. Clad in a light suit, he stares out the window. Tell him the day after tomorrow. But sir, it's urgent. Memories surface a girl being led into a police car, handcuffed. The aide presses on. The minister called the second he discovered his own secretary was the traitor responsible. The gray-haired man glances sideways, his eyes cold and menacing. That doesn't change the fact that the elder almost died. If he's feeling guilty, let him stew for another day. The association aide simply nods. He confirms he understands. As the boss mentions he has a personal errand to run. It is strictly off the record. The tuxedo-clad subordinate asks for a destination, offering a ride, but the gray-haired director shuts it down. It's personal. The aide hesitates, insisting he cannot let the director go unaccompanied. It is too dangerous out there. But the boss waves him off. He is fine. Slipping on his jacket, the silver-haired leader claims he is just heading to a standard Chinese joint for a quick dinner. Nothing to see here. Yet, back on his desk, photos of Khan's recent battles tell a very different story. The elevator display ticks down to the first floor. The doors slide open, and the gray-haired man steps out. As he fastens his coat, his mind drifts into dangerous territory. Rumor has it that Kid managed to heal the Goblin Elder. But the odds of that being the truth? Walking through the association lobby, he dissects the theory. It is highly unlikely the boy found the root cause of the elder's sickness. Even their top-tier healers were helpless. The idea doesn't sit right sinking into his thoughts. He refuses to believe nobody swooped in and achieved a total cure in a single day. His expression hardens. Naturally, he is relieved the elder survived. That is a win. But there are too many missing pieces. He visualizes the combat report's monsters obliterated by a single blade. And then there is the fact that Shin supposedly hit level 0 with his technique. But doing that solo? Impossible. He thinks back to their last meeting. The black-haired kid dodged every hard question. The director realizes he cannot even pin down exactly how the kid acted. His alibi was full of holes and contradictions. He remembers Shin scratching his head, claiming he forgot to mention things. That Bunyipami move? It wouldn't have been possible if Shin was truly alone. He shifts his focus to Kim. Her report reeks of a cover-up. He pictures the scene, a man embedded in a crater within a building. It mirrors what happened to Koval. He recalls the man found amidst piles of illegal substances. It was the same signature during the purge of the Flamer organization and their new drug ring. He envisions the Chain Daigon incident. The director realizes that, even capturing the Waterlord, who is now rotting in their special prison, was far from easy. An unknown variable is in play. One report mentioned the intervention of a masked stranger. Stepping out of the association HQ, the gray-haired man concludes, this stranger helped them reach rank 0. Kim knows. Song has almost certainly figured it out. Yet, silence. No official reports. He thinks back to reading the files at his desk. He did not order a manhunt for this mystery figure. Why? Because of an unwritten contract. He recalls the fist imprint on the paper. The deal was simple. Teach them the technique, and the association turns a blind eye. Visualizing the energy used to heal the Goblin Elder, the director makes the connection. If one man solved all these crises, he is a true awakened. He compares him to the Flame Emperor fighting that colossal snake. The implication is terrifying. This stranger possesses power that eclipses Shin. Imagining the protagonist standing in the ruins of a city, the director realizes he might be stronger than anyone else on Earth. And for the fate of the country? That is a terrifying unknown. The gray-haired man stared into the middle distance, his expression grim and calculating. He couldn't simply ignore a man who posed such a massive threat, so he kept it off the books, launching his own private investigation. He replayed the surveillance in his mind, the figure shadowing the guy in the cap, heading straight for that Chinese restaurant. At first, he thought the agent in the light suit was chasing ghosts, imagining someone tailing Shin and Kim. But the patterns were undeniable. Without even stating his goals, their routes coincided perfectly. His mind raced, visualizing the snapshots of the restaurant, the known associates, and that one unidentified variable. The gray-haired executive realized all roads led to the same destination, the Asian bistro, Yang Hangak. He focused on the blurred image of Khan, the man the agent in the light suit had reported on. The target's face was obscured in every photo, leaving one burning question. Is the delivery driver for this place the one? Is he the awakened entity? Or just someone caught in the entity's orbit? With a menacing glare, he steeled his resolve. He wasn't going to wait for reports. The gray-haired man decided to meet him in person today and uncover the truth himself. Standing outside the Awakened Association, he felt the weight of the entire state resting on this single encounter. The man in the light suit had noted one positive detail. The target seemed open to dialogue. That was their only leverage, because if diplomacy failed, he wouldn't lift a finger to help them. And if it came to that, he was prepared to put his life on the line. He activated the projection on his wristwatch. Preparation time was over. In a heartbeat, his body was engulfed in a swirl of shimmering blue particles. The imposing leader vanished, replaced instantly by the illusion of a frail old man, thanks to the appearance change artifact on his hand. It was a masterpiece invented by Master Xiao Ko, and he had tuned it to perfection. The disguise was flawless, indistinguishable from reality. Just as the transformation settled, the atmosphere shifted. A heavy raindrop splattered near his foot. The old man looked up. The skies had opened up without warning. Wasting no time, he scrambled toward a waiting taxi, diving into the back seat to escape the downpour. He barked the destination to the driver, who nodded, and a moment later, the vehicle peeled away. But they weren't alone. From the shadows of a shelter, two figures watched the car speed off the leaders of the Black Brotherhood. It was the siblings, Young and Hong. The brother narrowed his eyes, asking for confirmation. Was that old geezer actually the association president? The girl nodded, confirming his suspicion. She wondered aloud why he would be sneaking around in disguise without his usual security detail. A sinister grin spread across Young's face. This just made their job a whole lot easier. We're going to be famous, he thought. Glancing sharply at his sister, Hong agreed, noting that their leader would finally recognize their true abilities. This was their moment. The scene shifts to an unknown building, the narrative emphasizing the relentless heavy rain pounding the city that night. Suddenly, the focus snaps to the warm interior of the Chinese restaurant. The sign on the door read, "Closed." The narrator explains they were overwhelmed with orders and completely sold out. They had to shut down early after running out of ingredients. Inside, food sizzled invitingly in a hot frying pan. It was a feast in the making, packed with meat and fresh vegetables. With a master's touch, the chef tossed the dish high into the air, a move that clearly delighted Kong. The Flame Emperor watched in sheer admiration, thinking the weather sounded like a convenient excuse. But honestly, on a rainy day like this, who could resist savory onion pancakes and rice vodka? The restaurant owner beamed with joy, declaring the result absolutely amazing. It had everything: the golden crust, the mouth-watering aroma, and that signature sound of batter frying in oil. Add a glass of rice vodka to this, he mused, and you have an unforgettable night. Smiling broadly, the protagonist admitted he just really loved food. He stood there, admiring his handiwork, staring at the massive mound of omelets stacked on the plate. The Flame Emperor raised an eyebrow. Isn't that a bit much? He couldn't figure out when the guy had managed to cook so much food. The protagonist threw his hands up, laughing. I didn't even notice I made this much. Blaming the cozy atmosphere for his cooking frenzy, the protagonist suggested they call someone over to help them eat. With a disgruntled scowl, the restaurant owner broke the bad news to the group. He explained that Ha and her mother had left the city for a film shoot, and Hei-in likely wouldn't show up either due to her strict diet. Left without his usual crowd, Kong pondered whether it was worth ringing up Shin or Kim to fill the empty seats. The atmosphere shifted abruptly as the group looked up in surprise. The brown-haired man squinted at the entrance, asking if they were expecting a visitor. Right on cue, the front door creaked open, revealing an old man who bowed politely and begged for forgiveness. He asked if they had already closed for the night. But then his eyes went wide as he froze in the doorway. His gaze locked instantly onto Kang, and the association president's mind raced. He was certain this was the very same guy. This was the mysterious awakened he had been hunting for. Though the gray-haired man was disguised in the form of an elder, his instincts were sharp. He reasoned that while he could barely detect an aura, that absence of energy was proof in itself. This kid knew exactly how to train. It was the mark of a master awakened, someone who knew how to perfectly suppress their magical signature. This was U.S. President Yoon Han-young, a man defined by unwavering confidence, often seen with his arms folded defiantly across his chest. He visualized himself giving orders, a gray-haired commander instructing his subordinates to seize control of the operation. The plot thickened, as it was revealed his supreme traits were absolute leadership and a unique eye for recognizing the potential of others. As the image of the towering awakened association loomed in the background, it was clear this insight wasn't just a skill, it was an anomaly. It came from a completely different realm that defied logic, standing as one of the closely guarded secrets of his power. It was the very ability that allowed him to rule the Silver Tower with an iron fist. Back in the present, Kang stared at the stranger with a puzzled look. He told the old man they were sorry, but the kitchen was already closed for the night. The visitor sighed, accepting that if that was the case, there was nothing more he could do. Closing his eyes for a moment, the association president gathered his thoughts. He had seen the target's face. That single glimpse was mission accomplished, and he prepared to turn around and leave. Suddenly, the owner shouted for him to wait, a beaming grin spreading across his face as he asked a crucial question. He asked if, by any chance, the guest had a taste for scallion pancakes paired with rice vodka. Moments later, a feast was spread across the table with dipping sauces, and the old man drained his bowl to the very last drop. Seeing the plate completely wiped clean, Kang breathed a silent sigh of relief. Clutching a cup of rice vodka, the association president declared that this was the absolute best remedy for a rainy day. The disguised gray-haired leader chuckled, noting that they had fried up a mountain of food. It was almost as if they had known he was coming, and he held out his empty bowl for a refill. The elder expressed his deep gratitude, noting that he knew he was an uninvited guest. Yet, since they had treated him to a drink, he proudly stated that he knew how to handle his liquor better than anyone. The restaurant owner stared at the empty bottles piling up, amazed that the old man had downed so many and remained stone-cold sober. Han laughed heartily, admitting he hadn't let loose and drunk like this in a very long time. He declared he would drink everyone under the table today, and immediately, the group erupted into a wild dance. As they shouted for everyone to drink to the bottom, it became clear the president had completely forgotten his espionage mission. Kang knocked back his own glass of rice vodka, thinking that the old man's thirst wasn't surprising at all. He knew the man had worked himself to the bone. A smirk crossed the Flame Emperor's face. He had seen through the disguise immediately. He knew this old man was actually the president of the association. His mind drifted to a memory of Ji, recalling the smile on her face as she spoke of this man. She had predicted he would become a legend, warning that without him, Korea would cease to exist. Kang imagined the scene in his head, visualizing the association president on the battlefield, helping the wounded. The protagonist recalled how the girl with red hair had emphasized his importance. She had insisted he was the only one fulfilling the true duties of a head of state. He was the only person suitable for the heavy burden of the presidency. Kang looked at Han, currently laughing as an old man. Just as his girlfriend had said, a massive energy was radiating from the stranger. But Kang couldn't understand why the man had changed his appearance and come here personally. The revelry was cut short when the light bulb above them flickered and died, plunging the entire room into darkness. It began with a sudden shift in the atmosphere, as if the world itself had been plunged into a blackout. Outside, the deadly siblings of the Black Brotherhood were on the hunt, preparing to skin a tiger using the cover of the storm. Perched high atop the roof of the Chinese restaurant, the assassins looked down on their prey. Hong pressed her palms against the cold tiles, channeling her power until blue lightning crackled from her fingertips, shorting out the building's grid. The brother and sister exchanged a wicked grin. The trap was sprung, and everything was proceeding exactly as planned. Inside, the sudden darkness caused a stir as the diners looked up at the dead light fixtures in confusion. The room was pitch black, and the old man muttered that something was wrong. The blackout didn't feel natural. It seemed the entire lighting system had failed, and the other guests murmured their agreement. They had only recently replaced the bulbs, making the failure even stranger. But Kang sat silently, his menacing gaze fixed on the entrance. The restaurant owner scratched his head awkwardly, completely baffled by the situation. He couldn't believe the fuses had blown so soon and stammered that he would go check the breaker box immediately. Suddenly, the Flame Emperor slammed a candle onto the table, the flickering light illuminating his stern face as he told the owner to stay put. Rising from his seat, the protagonist declared that he would handle the issue himself. Glancing at his companion, Kang explained that a host should never leave his guests unattended, especially not now. A knowing smirk played on his lips as he addressed the owner as master, signaling that he knew more than he was letting on. The restaurant owner paused, looking at the young man in surprise, before nodding his head in silent approval. He realized the boy was asking for a favor permission to engage, while the association president watched the scene unfold in silence. The brown-haired young man, the Flame Emperor, closed his eyes for a second, focusing his senses. He promised to resolve the technical difficulty quickly and stepped out of the private room, leaving the others behind. While the guests were reassured that their employee was highly capable, Hong was still on the roof, pouring lightning energy into the building. Her ability was terrifyingly efficient. She didn't just drain power, she absorbed it directly from anything she touched. As she visualized her fighting stance, she felt the stolen electricity coursing through her veins. The true advantage of her skill was simple. The more energy she drained, the physically stronger she became. Rain began to lash down on the Chinese restaurant, and Hong smirked, realizing she had achieved a state of absolute, pitch-black darkness. Looking over at her brother, she gave the signal the stage was set for the kill. She knew that in this total absence of light, her brother was untouchable. Young stared forward, his eyes filled with bloodlust. Young vowed to finish the job quickly and return, swinging his legs over the edge of the roof to begin his descent. He believed the darkness his sister created was his ultimate weapon, and suddenly, his entire body was cloaked in a dark red aura. The Black Brotherhood assassin wore a cruel sneer, confident in his supernatural stealth. He knew that in this state, he was invisible to the naked eye, and he leaped from the roof into the abyss below. He landed silently on the wet pavement, convinced that his camouflage was flawless in the night. He felt as if he had merged with the space itself, a ghost in the rain, reasoning that this technique was invincible. Not a single target had ever survived this approach, but suddenly, the assassin froze, looking up in sheer disbelief. Kang was standing right there, blocking his path with an utterly bored expression on his face. The Flame Emperor stared calmly into the void, and for a split second, the assassin wondered if the boy could actually see him. Jung hesitated, unsure if this was a threat or just a clueless restaurant employee who had wandered out for a smoke. Drawing his dagger, the assassin decided it didn't matter. He had planned to quietly assassinate the chairman, but plans change. Now that he had been spotted, there was no turning back. He had to eliminate the witness. The Black Brotherhood member surged forward, rushing the protagonist with the intent to kill, knowing he couldn't leave any evidence behind. He thrust his dagger toward his opponent's throat, wishing him a swift death, but Kang moved with terrifying speed. With a casual flick of his hand, Kang stopped the lethal blow mid-air, leaving the assassin completely dumbfounded. Jung couldn't believe it. He had deflected the attack blindly. No, he couldn't possibly see or sense his presence. Suddenly, the Flame Emperor raised his hand, positioning a single finger right in front of the assassin's forehead. With a sharp, explosive movement, he flicked his finger against the killer's skull, delivering a devastating impact. The professional killer was sent rocketing sideways by the sheer force, frantically trying to regroup in mid-air before he hit the ground. Gravity takes hold as the Black Brotherhood assassin slams into the pavement, eyes wide with terror fixed on the figure before him. Chung can't process it. His absolute marking stealth technique is supposed to be flawless. How did this guy spot him? The man standing there looks completely ordinary, just a random civilian. Who the hell are you, you bastard? Chung demands. Are you a secret agent from the Silver Tower? Answer me, he shouts, squaring up against his opponent. The protagonist just blinks, pointing a finger at his own chest with a confused look. Who? Me? I'm just a delivery guy from the Yancheng restaurant, Kang replies casually. Of course, the assassin doesn't buy a word of it. Liar, the killer hisses, inching closer with lethal intent. But the Flame Emperor stands unmoved, indifferent to the threat. Believe what you want, Kang says, his voice dropping an octave, but we have a VIP guest today. I won't let you disturb the customers. A terrifying pressure radiates from his eyes as he stares the assassin down. Therefore, it would be better for your health if you turned around and left quietly, he sighs, rubbing his temple. The hitman scoffs, clutching his head. You think landing one lucky sucker punch makes you invincible? We are the Black Brotherhood, he spits. We don't run from fear. In a flash, his sister materializes behind Kang, a blur of deadly intent, ready to strike. I'm done listening to this freak, Hong shrieks, closing the distance to the Flame Emperor in a fraction of a second. A cruel sneer twists her lips. She channels every ounce of her gathered energy into a single, devastating strike. She pours everything into the blow, intending to obliterate him completely. No mercy. But suddenly, Kang's hand shoots out. He intercepts her attack with terrifying precision, blocking it cold. Hong's eyes widen in shock. What just happened? It feels like her energy just vanished into a void. She looks up, trembling, to find the Flame Emperor staring back with a face of stone. Terror dawns on her. He didn't just block it, he consumed it. You can't just wield power that isn't yours, he states coldly. With a snap of his wrist, he clamps down on her arm, locking her in place. The world flips upside down as the protagonist ruthlessly slams her into the pavement. The impact forces a spray of blood from her mouth. Kang turns his back on her broken form and looks at the brother. You still want to go? But the space in front of the Flame Emperor is empty. The brother is gone. Kang blinks, genuinely surprised. Did he just run away? Meanwhile, Young is sprinting away, leaving his sister to her fate. Asterisk. She absorbed enough energy to level a building. Asterisk. He rationalizes. Asterisk. She can handle that guy. Asterisk. He skids to a halt in the middle of the street, refocusing on the mission. Asterisk. I'll leave the delivery boy to her. Asterisk. The professional killer decides, standing before the entrance of the Chinese restaurant. As a member of the Black Brotherhood, his priority is the target. He'll finish the job himself. A twisted grin spreads across Young's face. In all his years of hunting, not a single target has ever survived. The young assassin unleashes his dark, crimson aura. Tonight, President Yoon Han-jong dies. He stands right at the threshold, power surging around him. Madness flickers in his eyes as he prepares the killing blow. Of all our targets, none have ever lived to tell the tale. He lunges forward, a blur of murderous intent. Die, Yoon Han-jong. But before he can cross the threshold, an invisible force smashes into his face. The impact sends the Black Brotherhood assassin flying backward, crashing onto the pavement outside a shimmering, massive magic barrier. Young looks up, dazed and confused, staring at the translucent wall of energy blocking his path. What the hell is this? He gasps, scrambling to his feet and approaching the shield cautiously. Kang steps into view, dusting off his hands. I figured we'd have rats tonight, so I set up a perimeter beforehand. The Flame Emperor's gaze turns steely. Nobody touches the customers in my restaurant. Inside, bathed in the soft glow of candlelight, the old man at the main table chuckles. That young man, he makes quite an impression. A broad smile lights up the face of the disguised association president. Tell me more about him, he asks his companion, curiosity piqued. I want to know everything. The manager sitting across from him nods. You mean Kang? Yeah, I like him too. The restaurant owner closes his eyes, savoring the moment. You know, before I opened this establishment, for 10 years, he toiled as a mere porter, always wearing that same joyful expression. The brunette recalls the countless faces he encountered back then, and yes, there were some truly powerful figures among them. However, as he lowers his gaze, a shadow of genuine concern crosses his face. That raw strength usually brings nothing but trouble. Meanwhile, outside, the brother and sister duo have cornered our protagonist. The restaurant owner notes that while Kang is undeniably strong, he lacks that dangerous edge. He doesn't radiate alarm. Suddenly, the two assassins lunge at the protagonist. But the Flame Emperor? He stands there, perfectly calm. His friend describes him as the most righteous, morally correct person he has ever known. With effortless, deft movements of his hands, Kang parries every single strike from his opponents. He briefly closes his eyes, focusing. He admits to himself their technique isn't half bad. In a flash, John rushes him from one side, while Hong flanks him for a pincer attack. The Flame Emperor weaves through the chaos, deflecting their lethal blows with nothing but his bare hands. Fixing them with a menacing stare, he declares cold hard facts. That's not going to be enough. Boom! He strikes the first attacker, then instantly snaps a counterstrike to the second. The force sends them flying. These so-called professional killers hit the dirt hard. There stands the Flame Emperor in the middle of the street, hands casually clasped behind his back in a martial stance. He sighs, asking why they would waste such excellent skills on committing dirty deeds. A strange, intimidating aura ripples around him as he lectures them like children. Behave yourselves in the future, but the girl just grins maniacally. You missed something, she sneers. In a flash, wires snap tight around Kang. The professional assassins yank the cords, locking him in place. Yoon shouts to his sister that the target is caught. She laughs, asking if he really thought they'd attack without a plan. Glaring with triumph, the girl makes her declaration. They were just biding their time, waiting for the perfect moment to ensnare him in these special wires. The protagonist remains completely emotionless, while the Black Brotherhood assassin gloats. I wouldn't advise struggling, he warns. Han explains the trap. That is a compressed web of an arachnid. It is structurally unbreakable. At that moment, Kang just pictures a giant spider in his mind. He flashes a big smile. You mean the monsters from Konglando? Chung is confused by his attitude but reiterates. This is special wire made from arachnid webs. You can't escape. Suddenly, the assassin freezes in pure terror. He said force couldn't break it, but right in front of him, the Flame Emperor is melting the rope. The professional killers stand there, absolutely dumbfounded, clutching useless scraps of broken wire. The protagonist tilts his head. You said it couldn't be broken? Well, I guess that just means times you times couldn't break it. With a beaming smile, Kang remarks, now, that was glorious. Back inside, the old man looks at the owner. Is he really the right person for this? Behind him, through the restaurant window, a bound Chung flies past in the background. The association president muses. If someone with that much power uses it with a righteous heart, then all is well. Outside, the killer continues his trajectory through the air. Han adds that peace would come to the earth. The owner looks at the old man, surprised by his certainty. What's wrong? The old man asks. The brunette sighs in relief. Honestly, I don't even know. Smiling, the owner says. But, for a man that upright, power isn't a reason to abandon a normal life. It's just a tool for peace. In fact, the owner adds, he would probably give up his power in a heartbeat. He'd choose the simple life. Hearing this, the president of the Awakened Association falls silent. He stares ahead in contemplation. Suddenly, the lamps flicker and begin to glow again. They look up in surprise. The brunette owner grins. Looks like the electricity is finally back on. A moment later, the protagonist strolls back inside. He apologizes to the owner. Took a little more time than I thought, he says, brushing it off like nothing happened. The old man fixes him with a piercing gaze, verifying the details. Did you say your name was Kang? He studies the association president seated across the table. The Flame Emperor confirms his identity without hesitation, then shoots back a question. Is there something you wanted to say to me? Kang crosses his arms over his chest, his demeanor guarded as he denies needing any favors. The old man's eyes sharpen, his voice dropping to a serious tone. I just wanted to thank you. In an instant, a flood of memories rushes through the association president's mind. He visualizes the chaos, a man embedded deep into a concrete wall, and bodies scattered among toxic substances. He recalls the sheer power of a figure in a business suit unleashing raw energy, grateful for every second of that intervention. Han reflects on the lives preserved that day. For saving so many people back then, I owe you. The image of the protagonist healing the elder of the Goblin clan flashes before his eyes. For all of this, thank you. But a moment later, the script flips completely. The old man is left stunned when Kang declares that times is the one who should be thanked. A confident grin spreads across the Flame Emperor's face. It is thanks to people like you that Korea remains standing strong. His gaze is intense and sincere as he expresses his profound gratitude. The president stares back in total surprise, processing the weight of the young hero's words. Han's mind races. Did this kid know who he was from the very beginning? The old man nods slowly, realization dawning on him. I'm grateful to you for that, as well. The tension dissolves into respect, and the two men step out into the cool night air. The association president had to admit, today had been one for the books, pure entertainment. The hours had flown by so fast, he barely realized it until he was watching Han disappear into the night. Waving off the restaurant owner's warning to stay safe, the old man strolled down the street, grinning from ear to ear. But that smile froze when he saw what was waiting for him. Professional killers, tied up against a lamppost like a public display. Who are you? The president muttered, stepping into the light to get a better look at them. He gasped, realizing it was the infamous brother and sister duo from the A-rank Black Brotherhood. What on earth were they doing here? That was when he spotted a rolled-up note lying next to them. The old man snatched it up, unrolling the paper to read the truth. The intel confirms that the Black Brotherhood's top brass are actively hunting him down, meaning he has to tread lightly from here on out. Meanwhile, the president of the Awakened Association flashes a wide, knowing grin as he strolls down the bustling city streets. The scene shifts dramatically to the vibrant chaos of a water park, splashing with energy and laughter. The whole crew has tagged along for the ride, and a montage of snapshots reveals just how much they are enjoying the soak. A brown-haired girl waves enthusiastically from the pool, splashing around happily with the other kids. The guys watch over her with warm smiles, while Kang stands guard, crossing his arms over his broad chest. He reflects on tagging along with the Yu family for this trip, while Lin notes just how radiant her daughter looks today. T-Box grins from ear to ear, recording every second on his phone and gushing about how absolutely adorable Hal is. The Flame Emperor realizes, with a start, that he isn't acting like a bodyguard anymore. He is basically a card-carrying member of the Yu Daughters fan club. Chocolate Bun scratches his nose casually, while the protagonist tries to convince himself he is simply there to enjoy a well-deserved vacation. But his focus snaps elsewhere as a group of women walks by, and a sudden realization hits him. His peace doesn't last long before he runs headfirst into a serious problem, leaving Kang momentarily flustered. His eyes are involuntarily glued to the swimsuit-clad beauties, and his brain short-circuits at the sheer amount of exposed skin surrounding him. It is an ambush on his senses, and a flush of embarrassment begins to creep across his face as he blames the scenery. The Flame Emperor can't help but wonder if fabric is in short supply, considering how little everyone is wearing. Squeezing his eyes shut to escape the awkwardness, the protagonist has absolutely no idea where to look without getting into trouble. He realizes with sinking dread that this might be the most critical survival challenge of his entire life. Elsewhere in the park, members of the Awakened Association are lurking. Song glances at his colleagues and demands to know what they think they are doing. The red-haired member questions if he is blind, while Buck explains they are technically searching for the Foundation Stone. The gray-haired member chimes in, his face lighting up with uncontainable enthusiasm. He declares that this water park is a hunting ground infested with wolves, pointing out the competition. His colleague nods solemnly, insisting they are only here to protect their boss from men with impure intentions because, after all, that is their sacred calling. The support worker looks at them in total confusion, asking just what they are talking about. He insisted he was actually here as a volunteer, tapping the emblem displayed on his back. Adjusting his glasses, he claimed this was strictly about monitoring citizen safety. It was a noble calling, or so he said, until a heavy hand landed on his shoulder. It was the director of the Awakened Association, urging the boss to cut the act. With a knowing smirk, the gray-haired man asked if the rumors were true. Did he know Manager Kim would be here today? Was that the real reason he volunteered and even turned down his vacation time? Song stammered, his face heating up as he vehemently denied the accusation in front of his team. His support staff chimed in, teasing him about why they were all dragged here instead of relaxing on a beach. The guys leaned on their boss's shoulders, making it clear they were all on the same page. Song remained stubborn, but the redhead with a disgruntled look wasn't having it. He pointed out that the entire department knew Song had a massive crush on Manager Kim. Looking ahead, his subordinate warned that hesitation would only lead to defeat. Manager Kim was popular across every department, and the team was already picturing themselves as love-struck cupids. The redhead assured him not to worry, he just needed to trust his personal angels of love. The bespectacled boss looked annoyed while his colleagues continued their commentary. They insisted there was nothing to be surprised about. But then, they noticed Song's rising tension. He asked if they thought this was a game, clearly unamused by their teasing. Snapping, Song grabbed his subordinates in a headlock to remind them exactly who was in charge. As they begged for mercy and apologized, a voice suddenly called out from behind them. The guys spun around in surprise. It was Kim, looking absolutely stunning. With a charming smile, she mentioned hearing that Song and his team would be volunteering here too. Song stood frozen, staring blankly and wondering if she had always been this breathtaking. Puzzled by his silence, she stepped closer, asking what was wrong and why his face was so red. Worried he might have heat stroke, she gently placed her hand on his forehead. The inspection department employee watched intently as she checked on her friend. His subordinates giggled in the background, enjoying the show, while Kim noted his temperature seemed normal. Song panicked and waved her hand away, stammering that he was perfectly fine. The girl from the inspection department looked at him with a mix of confusion and scrutiny. She insisted she was genuinely worried, but Song kept repeating that he was okay. Shifting her gaze, Kim still looked unconvinced and restless. Song looked at her in surprise as she explained her concern. He had only recently recovered his strength, so there was absolutely no need for him to overexert himself today. Turning to the group, Kim announced she would be heading to her assigned zone and would see them later. She told the team to take care of their boss, leaving Song staring seriously after her. Realizing she had been genuinely worried about him, a soft smile crept onto his face, but the moment was shattered when he saw someone else approach her, leaving him dumbfounded. A man covered in tattoos had intercepted the beauty, calling out to Kim. Scratching his head awkwardly, the stranger asked if she wanted to chat. The thug introduced himself as the head of the 4th Department of the legendary guild. He suggested that, if she had time, they could have some fun, ignoring her disinterest. Kim clarified she was here to volunteer and had zero time for his idea of fun. She tried to leave, but the tattooed man aggressively grabbed her by the arm. He sneered that there were plenty of volunteers around, so she didn't need to work alone. Glaring at him with open disgust, Kim found the guy unbearably annoying. Suddenly, another hand clamped down on the thug's arm like a vice. It was Song. She shoots him a piercing glare, yanking her hand free with a sharp refusal that leaves no room for argument. The tattooed thug steps up, aggressive and loud, demanding to know who the hell the other guy thinks he is. The support worker freezes, completely blindsided when the member of the legendary guild sneers, asking if he's her boyfriend. He stands there, paralyzed by the question, the bespectacled man unable to force a single word out of his throat. Song's mind races, plagued by a sudden crisis of identity. Who is he to Kim, really? A dark memory surfaces, dragon gripping him by the hair, the crushing weight of his past failure washing over him. He remembers being too weak to protect his girlfriend back then, contrasting that trauma with the image of the bespectacled guy smiling. The guilt consumes him. He visualizes his own body covered in scars, a testament to the promise he failed to keep to the elder. The support worker realizes he never even bothered to heal those wounds, wearing them like a badge of penance. He kept the scars so he would never forget the shame, convinced he is still far too weak to protect Kim now. Imagining himself standing with his back to her, Song realizes this fear is exactly why he never dared to make the first move. A moment later, the man with glasses grits his teeth, his expression hardening as he fights through the hesitation. He is just about to speak when a voice cuts through the tension, screaming, "Mom!" causing the support worker to snap his head around in shock. Ha bursts onto the scene, sprinting straight for Kim, leaving the group of men completely confused. The girl from the inspection department stares down, absolutely dumbfounded as the child latches onto her. Ha loudly asks if she's trying to sneak off and play alone, shooting Kim a quick, conspiratorial wink. Catching on instantly, Kim breaks into a warm smile, crouching down to embrace the role. The inspection officer plays along perfectly, calling the girl her daughter and asking when she arrived. After witnessing this family reunion, the tattooed man stares blankly into space, trying to process the situation. He looks like he swallowed a bug, stammering out a question about whether she is actually a married auntie. Song stands there, brain short-circuiting, asking himself when she had a kid, until Kim suddenly bumps him with her shoulder. Forcing a playful laugh, the girl from the inspection department looks at Song and loudly calls him her husband. She asks if he's all right, apologizing and claiming her hand just slipped, cementing the act. The member of the legendary guild panics as the crowd begins to murmur, judging him for the scene. Accusations fly about him harassing a married woman, noting that he comes from a famous community and should know better. Realizing the bad optics, the tattooed man hurriedly bows to Kim, acknowledging her daughter and husband. He scrambles to apologize for the misunderstanding, turning tail and fleeing the scene before his reputation takes a hit. The girl from the inspection department leans in close to Ha, whispering a sincere thank you for the save. She asks why the child decided to step in, and the girl beams, explaining that her uncle taught her a lesson. He told her it is necessary to help those in difficult situations, and with that, she scampers away from the guys. As Ha waves goodbye, Kim looks up and is suddenly surprised by a familiar figure standing ahead. The little girl runs straight to Kong, and together, they flash a cheeky thumbs up back at the group. The redhead stares in disbelief, asking if that isn't the delivery guy from the Yanggek restaurant. An employee of the association points a finger in recognition, connecting the dots. He remembers Kim meeting the man before, and asks if she recognized him from their last encounter. Smiling broadly, the girl from the inspection department confirms he is an acquaintance who has helped her out. She explains he just lent a hand a few times, leaving the others wearing thoughtful, skeptical expressions. Someone muses that the delivery man from the Chinese restaurant looks too shady and insignificant to be important. The director of the Awakened Association points forward, dropping the truth bomb. That man is an ant. He explains the terminology, stating that this is what the Silver Tower calls their network of informants. They are named ants because they forage for information scraps and bring them back to the colony. Kim pulls him aside to confirm the details, while the guy with red hair shakes his head. The redhead admits he honestly thought the guy was her secret lover because of his handsome looks. The gray-haired man looks at Song, who is standing nearby, and asks what he thinks of the reveal. But the support worker hears nothing, lost in a daze as he silently replays the moment Kim called him her husband. The subordinates flank their boss, shouting for his attention, but the narration reveals that he is completely zoned out, deaf to the chaos erupting around him. The scene cuts to Kong and the group standing right next to the blaring speakers, where the staff announces to the distinguished guests that the moment has finally arrived. The host flashes a blinding smile, declaring the start of the long-awaited main event. Surrounded by showgirls on stage, the man proclaims that this is the steeplechase. The Flame Emperor stares blankly ahead, asking what that means, and a companion explains that this is the absolute highlight of the water park, while the restaurant owner glances aside and adds that the only rule is to crush every obstacle and reach the finish line in record time. With a steel gaze fixed forward, the protagonist mutters that he must conquer these hurdles. His friend gives him a puzzled look, asking why he is taking a water park game so seriously. But Ken is lost in flashbacks of surviving lethal traps, noting this looks just like his childhood training. Hearing this, the brown-haired man turns to his friend and asks what kind of hellish upbringing he had. Meanwhile, The host addresses the sea of visitors gathered at the park, announcing that anyone can compete, regardless of whether they are an awakened or a civilian, with the strict condition that they can only use physical body reinforcement, no skills allowed. A man in the crowd scowls, shouting that this still gives the awakened a massive advantage. But suddenly, another voice cuts in, asking about the prize, and the staff smiles broadly. The zookeepers reply that the skeptics will soon see there is no mercy here, even for the strong, and naturally, they have prepared a reward worthy of the challenge. Pointing to a vehicle off to the side, the presenter unveils a brand new car from a top-tier manufacturer, and upon hearing this, the crowd goes absolutely wild with excitement, while the employee shouts over the noise that if anyone else wants to join the fray, it is not too late to register right now. They just need to find a staff member and sign their life away. On stage, the host and the girls cheer in unison, encouraging everyone to jump into the action immediately. Hal turns to Kang, asking if he plans to compete, but Kang dismisses it, saying he is just spectating. Suddenly, the girl beside them looks devastated, whispering that she really wanted to ride in that red car. The Flame Emperor asks if that is really the grand prize, watching the innocent longing on her face. Ha explains her dream that if they won such a car, the whole group could travel the world together. Staring ahead with intense focus after hearing her wish, the protagonist asks if she means it, telling himself he cannot be the one to disappoint. Ha! Kang looks at the girl and declares that he is going in. She immediately cheers, calling him the absolute best. Hal blows a kiss to the side, promising a reward if he takes first place, while a voice asks what Dad gets. The protagonist is instantly fired up, realizing he now has to exert 100% of his power, desperate to keep his identity hidden but determined to win, while the girl laughs that she kisses her father every day. Immediately, the narrative shifts to the starting line known as the challenge bar, where the presenter roars that this is an obstacle race filled with brand new nightmares. For every round, volunteers stand on the sidelines, watching the chaos unfold. The zoo worker adds that registration numbers are through the roof this time around, and they are expecting a brutal competition. Meanwhile, the group stands huddled together, listening to the host hype up the mystery of what deadly obstacles await them today, and speculating on who will be the champion capable of surviving this gauntlet. Looking ahead, the water park employee introduces the very first challenger, the youngest department head from a legendary guild. A tattooed man steps into the light, while the host screams his name to the crowd. Park Myung-ho. Gil sneered, scanning the crowd. Nothing but a herd of clueless morons who didn't understand a thing. Staring blankly at the competition banner, they were completely oblivious to the true weight of this event. But the tattooed man knew better. This wasn't some backyard game, it was a stage set by the country's elite, the Red Dragon Guild. Gil narrowed his eyes, focusing ahead. The cash prize? A total decoy. The true objective was headhunting, filtering out the amateurs to find the pros worth recruiting. He spotted them on the sidelines, radiating a faint green aura, scouts hiding in plain sight. While the agents played it cool among the civilians, Gil flared his inner energy, ready to dominate. Even though he was already in a legendary guild, he wanted to swim with the Leviathans. This was his chance. The signal fired. Gil exploded off the starting line as the announcer roared, "Go." Without hesitation, the tattooed man charged into the obstacle course like a bull. He was going to dazzle them with pure skill and secure his ticket to the Red Dragon Guild. As his foot struck the first platform, Gil smirked. Time to show the massive gap in levels between him and the rabble. He launched himself with explosive power, convinced that brute force was the answer. But physics had other plans. Shock flashed across Gil's face as he was catapulted backward. Asterisk. Splash. Asterisk. The pro hit the water hard. The host cackled. And he's down. Another failure. Watching from the crowd, Kang's eyes narrowed. Brute force was useless for an awakened here. He analyzed the course layout. Those obstacles were deceptive traps. The Flame Emperor saw through the mechanism. They looked like standard platforms, but they were reactive. Impact reflection. The harder you hit them, the harder they threw you back. It wasn't about strength. It was about calculating elasticity and recoil limit. Without precise mana control, you didn't stand a chance. He glanced sharply to the side. Kang knew he could crush it, but he wondered if anyone else here had the brains to figure it out. Suddenly, something near the front caught his attention. A familiar face, but the chaos on the course pulled his focus back to the action. It was a massacre out there. Bodies were dropping left and right. Asterisk. Whack. Asterisk. A contestant got spin-cycled by a rotating log. "You're out," the host shouted. Another guy got tossed aside like trash. Disqualified. A third runner slammed into a wall. "Oh, that's gotta hurt. What a pity." The staff looked delighted as the parade of losers continued, falling one after another. Even the MC seemed baffled. What is happening today, folks? Are these traps impossible? He pointed to the pristine button at the finish line. 0 finishers. Not a single soul has pressed the button. Kang stood still, analyzing. The complexity was off the charts. It was a maze of kinetic traps. No wonder it was a graveyard for amateurs. Passing this required genius, not just muscle. He shifted his gaze. For the Flame Emperor, this was child's play. But for the rest, impossible. Suddenly, the crowd parted at the starting line. Kang blinked, surprised. Was that who he thought it was? A girl with blazing red hair stepped up. The speakers crackled to life. Here comes our next challenger. Give it up. Kang studied the girl, sensing a distinct, sharp aura radiating from her as the red-haired contender rested a hand on her belt. The announcer's voice boomed, introducing participant number 78. And a moment later, Han Xiao flashed a broad, knowing smile as her name echoed through the park. She wasted no time, tying her crimson locks into a tight ponytail, while the host marveled at the striking beauty standing before them. He publicly questioned if such a slender woman could endure the brutal course. But Kang saw past the surface. She had the eyes of someone who had survived hell. The Flame Emperor analyzed her energy, noting that while her aura reserves were low, her stance suggested a lethal capability hidden underneath. In a quiet moment, amidst the noise, the girl unclasped her locket, gazing at her father's portrait and whispering a silent prayer for him to watch over her. Then, she dropped her hand to the ground, shifting into a low, explosive starting stance with a look of pure menace etched onto her face. Her mind was singular. She would avenge him, and the instant the signal fired, she launched herself forward like a bullet. The red-haired girl tore through the initial zone, her mental fortitude impressing the staff as she blurred past the obstacles. She navigated the hazards with surgical precision, the host shouting that she was clearing the first stage with terrifying ease as she snatched the rope. A park worker gasped as she cleared the rope test in a heartbeat, using a deft, fluid motion to slip past the rotating mechanism without a scratch. The leader roared his approval of her flawless evasion skills as the red-haired challenger surged deeper into the gauntlet. An employee called out the next challenge, the spinning rings, but she didn't hesitate, diving headfirst through the chaotic loops. Suddenly, So skidded to a halt, staring down the mechanical monstrosities blocking her path as the host's voice rose in tension. He announced that the athlete had paused for breath, but at that exact second, the mechanical dolls twitched to life, and the robot monkeys engaged combat mode. The crowd erupted into cheers while a worker beamed, swelling with pride over the lethality of their obstacle course. Facing the artificially intelligent Monkey Brothers combat bots, Kang's expression hardened as he watched the confrontation unfold. The host warned that these machines collected combat data to evolve with every fight, a notorious choke point where 90% of participants failed. But Se-oh didn't back down. She exploded forward with blinding speed, a worker noting the sudden, aggressive shift in her sprinting form. She closed the distance rapidly, the host screaming that there was no way she could evade the brothers' coordinated assault. The robot monkeys primed their attack, but in a split second, Se-oh vanished from their trajectory, dodging the blow just as the worker cried out. It was a relentless strike, but the red-haired girl was already behind them, the host stammering about her unbelievable dexterity. She had evaded the first wave, but with 2 synchronized monkeys, the danger level spiked instantly. The mechanical doll spun to face her, and both robots launched a pincer attack, the worker grimacing that she was trapped between a rock and a hard place. The volunteers on the sidelines stood paralyzed in shock, and even the host froze, while Kang watched, genuinely stunned by the spectacle. With 2 precise death blows, the puppets were shattered, and Se-oh vaulted high above the wreckage, landing gracefully on the next platform. The spectators went wild with delight as Se-oh exhaled a sigh of relief, leaving the host staring blankly at the destroyed machines. Recovering his voice, he screamed that it was a miracle she had dismantled the Monkey Brothers and executed an impossible jump. While the zookeeper was still processing the fight, the red-haired girl had wasted no time. Already engaging the next section of the course, Se-oh pushed forward, and just as the host wondered what horror awaited her next, the moving board beneath her feet violently tilted sideways. The staff shouted in panic as she slipped, and the host declared that gravity had finally claimed her. This looked like the end, but her fingers clamped onto the edge of the platform in a death grip, hauling herself back up as the worker noted she had survived by a literal fingertip. Watching from the sidelines, Kang acknowledged her terrifying concentration, nodding as the red-haired girl scrambled toward the final test. The host shrieked that the finish line was within reach as Se-oh leaped onto the moving platform, the staff begging her not to lose focus now. She held on until the very last second, landing at the summit with a swift, decisive motion of her hand. She slammed the button, and the crowd roared as the host officially declared her the winner, the first to conquer the course. The Flame Emperor stared ahead seriously, Admitting this had exceeded his expectations without god-tier senses and combat experience, she would have failed. Gazing menacingly at the victor, the protagonist wondered what kind of brutal environment she had been raised in to possess such skills. His train of thought was broken by a laugh beside him, and the man next to him smiled, saying it was finally his turn to shine. Kang asked if he had really signed up, and with a joyful grin, the restaurant owner explained his secret weapon. He revealed he had worked as a heavy loader for 10 years, his eyes locking onto the course with sudden seriousness. "Daddy's going to show them how it's done," he declared, leaving the Flame Emperor puzzled and wondering if the old man could actually handle it. Stepping onto the track, the man proclaimed that he wasn't just the father of a 5-year-old girl. He was a survivor, a porter who had endured the hell of the gates, and he fixed his gaze forward as the host called for participant number 92. His family on the sidelines beamed, shouting for him to hang in there and keep moving forward as he stared down the challenge with iron resolve. Kang silently pleads for his friend to hold it together, but the brown-haired man charges in the moment the announcer screams, "Begin the test." Disaster strikes instantly. He gets wedged tight inside a spinning ring, gasping, "No way. I'm stuck." The commentator doesn't miss a beat, broadcasting the failure. "Oh folks, looks like our challenger is jammed in the spin cycle." His teammates watch in utter confusion as a rescue crew pries him loose. He keeps babbling apologies to everyone within earshot. The host confirms the rescue team has secured him. He is hauled off the course on a stretcher like a wounded soldier. Lying there, the restaurant owner wallows in regret. "I should have lost some weight," he thinks, burning with shame. This is humiliating. His family rushes over, terrified he is hurt, but his little daughter, safe in her mother's arms, chirps, "Daddy is still the best." His wife nods, smiling gently. She is right. Hearing this, the brown-haired man bursts into happy tears. Kang steps up to him. "You did well," Kang assures him. "You gave it your all." The man admits he reached his limit, and they shake hands, though he still looks defeated. Kang asks for a favor, and the group looks at him, startled. His expression shifts. The Flame Emperor locks his eyes on the course ahead. He respects the restaurant owner's courage, even if the man fainted from shame. But now, the narrative returns to the water park obstacle course. "Things are heating up," the host shouts. The atmosphere tightens as Kang begins his long, slow walk to the starting line. "Let's meet our next challenger." Kang strips off his shirt, revealing a sculpted physique. The host introduces him as participant number 107. He removes his glasses. The announcer pauses, noticing the application form is completely blank. No bio, no background. A total mystery. As the host reads his name, Kang stares down the track with a terrifying intensity. Girls in the crowd whisper, blushing at his handsome looks. Meanwhile, little Hassad sits on her uncle's shoulders, screaming, "Go. Only go forward." Her big smile breaks through Kang's serious facade, and he grins back. She watches quietly as the host reminds everyone of the target to beat. Participant 78 holds the lead, the host yells. An incredible record of 4 minutes and 4 seconds. "Can he beat it?" the announcer asks. The air crackles with tension. Suddenly, smoke seems to erupt around the starting block. "Get ready. Go." The moment the signal drops, Kang vanishes from the starting line. "He is a blur. Look at that speed," the announcer screams. Kang moves with supernatural agility, tearing through the course. The Flame Emperor navigates the hazards effortlessly. His mind drifts back to the dark years, his training as a cold-blooded assassin. He vaults off a platform. Compared to his past, these obstacles are pathetic toys. To stay sharp, he visualizes a battlefield. The soft spinning mechanisms morph into lethal battle axes. The dummies become real enemies. Kang steps lightly on a phantom axe blade, launching himself upward. The Flame Emperor sticks the landing with lethal precision. His gaze remains locked forward. In his mind's eye, a volley of thousands of arrows rains down from the sky. He accelerates, weaving through the imaginary projectile storm. Suddenly, he pivots his foot, executing a sharp turn. His body twists like smoke, evading the phantom spears. He flows through the course, dodging every trap with calculated grace. He hits the ground and looks up. Dead ahead, the spinning rings. The same trap that claimed his friend. "He cleared it in seconds!" The host gasps. The crowd goes wild, desperate to know the identity of this powerhouse. "Unbelievable technique," the employee stammers. Suddenly, mechanical monkeys spring up around Kang. "It is not over yet," the host warns. The mechanical dolls activate, their eyes glowing with menace. Can he survive the robot twins? Kang does not wait for an answer. He charges at breakneck speed. He runs without fear. The robots detect the threat, swinging their metal fists at his head. Too slow. Kang's hands flash out, seizing the machines by their skulls. The Flame Emperor does not just pass them, he obliterates them. With a violent cross-chop, he crushes the mechanical dolls into scrap metal. The announcer is stunned into silence. Standing amidst the sparking wreckage, Kang blinks, realizing what he did. Sorry, he mutters. I did not mean to break them. The worker is hyperventilating. He broke the twin monkeys like twigs. Kim watches from the sidelines, totally baffled. Asterisk. That was me holding back. Asterisk. Kang thinks. Asterisk. No one would believe me. Asterisk. Our engineers are going to cry. The host weeps. Kang darts through the moving spike traps. He is already at the final stage. The announcer shrieks. The Flame Emperor launches himself at the swinging platform, sticking the landing and surging forward. He hits the final platform. Slam. His hand mashes the finish button. Kang strikes a victorious pose, radiating confidence. He has done it, the host roars as the crowd erupts for the Flame Emperor. Asterisk. Maybe I should have jogged? Asterisk. Kang wonders. 2 minutes and 31 seconds, the worker screams. A historic world record. Song stares in awe. What an incredible man. His subordinate leans in. Urgent. Sir, the Red Dragon Guild will want him immediately. We should invite him to the guild. Kim laughs, flashing a wide grin. Though she admits the chances of success are slim. Her colleague looks puzzled, but the girl from the inspection team simply points a finger upward. He's an F rank, she explains. Meanwhile, watching from the high window of the Awakened Association, the bespectacled officer pushes up his glasses. That physique. It is absolutely incredible. If he had a D rank, I could teach him the Mianzhong technique myself. I would recruit him instantly. Elsewhere, Ha plants a soft kiss on Kang's cheek. You were so cool, she beams. A promise is a promise. Immediately, the Flame Emperor scoops the girl into his arms, grinning happily. Nearby, Xiao stares at him in pure fear, wondering what kind of monster he really is. The scene shifts abruptly to a bustling Chinese restaurant. A patron stares at the TV in shock as the news anchor interrupts the broadcast with an urgent bulletin. The Phantom Thief, Black Cat, has issued another warning. The studio staff looks grim and serious. Tonight at 10 p.m., he intends to steal the Tears of Huangwei Diamond from the Museum of Heroes. Kang blinks in surprise. Seriously? The anchor continues, reading the thief's taunting message to the Awakened Association. Hands on her hips, Ha explains, he only targets diamonds. And he has already swiped a fortune in jewelry. But he has never failed. Kang, the Flame Emperor, leans back. If he is just a thief, why is everyone losing their minds? It is not just his skills, she says. He mocks us. She imagines a sealed letter. He sends notes in advance. He tells us exactly when he is coming. But no matter how much security we stack, he always gets away with it. She visualizes a figure in a sleek black catsuit. He is untouchable. The weirdest part? He returns everything. Kang frowns. He steals them just to give them back? Why bother? She closes her eyes. Who knows? No one gets hurt. And apparently, the Black Cat has quite a fan club. Kang rubs his chin, warns the victims, returns the loot. Sounds like he just wants to show off. The door chime rings. The group turns as Shin stumbles into the restaurant, looking pale and terrified. The black-haired hunter gasps, pleading, I need help. The story cuts to the gleaming halls of the Museum of Heroes. Night has fallen. Ha gazes at the jewel in awe, then glances up at Kang standing beside her. It is sparkling so beautifully, she whispers. Shin nods. We did not come here for nothing. Eyeing the brilliant diamond, the Flame Emperor asks, So, this Black Cat is really coming for this stone? Absolutely. Kang turns to face his friend. And why are you here anyway? Shin scratches the back of his head, looking awkward. Well, honestly, I have been at the crime scene twice before, and I could not arrest him either time. Kang raises a brow. Is he really that clever? Even you could not stop him? Shin looks away, defensive. I have no excuse. Remembering how Shin smiled at Ha earlier, Kang narrows his eyes. Did you drag her to this dangerous place just to lure me here? I had to, Shin admits. Otherwise, you would have stayed home watching TV shows. But now, you have to protect her. Kang's eyes snap to the side, sensing something. He scans the massive crowd gathered outside. Who are they? He asks, spotting people in costumes holding posters, held back by guards. Fans. Shin sighs heavily. They are actually cheering for the Black Cat. They gathered just to see him. Kang shakes his head. Madness. Suddenly, a man approaches them from behind. Hunter Li Shun, the official says, apologizing. It is almost 10 p.m. Is he really coming? Asterisk, crash, asterisk. The main searchlight shatters. Darkness swallows the room instantly. The hunters tense up. The lights are out, a guard shouts to the chief. What is happening? Emergency lights. Now. The backup lamps flare to life, beaming directly onto the pedestal. There stands the black cat, the diamond in hand. The guard chief scowls. There is our uninvited guest. Shin freezes, dumbfounded by the thief's sudden entrance. Beside him, Kong's gaze turns menacing. The thief holds the diamond aloft. Ladies and gentlemen, as warned, the tears of Huang Wei are mine. He blows a kiss to the crowd. And to my fans I give you my love. The support group goes wild, rushing the barriers. Take our hearts, they scream. The chief points a shaking finger. Don't just stand there. Grab him! The soldiers charge the pedestal. The black cat grins mischievously beneath his mask. Suddenly, he splits, creating multiple clones that dash in every direction. Commander! There are several of them now. The chief stares, bewildered. Seize them all. A guard leaps at a shadowy projection, desperate to make contact. As he closes the distance, the illusion evaporates into mist, triggering a smoke bomb that erupts right at the guard's feet. Chaos erupts as security starts hacking and choking on the tear gas. But Kong reacts instantly, sealing himself and Ha-Yun inside a shimmering defensive dome. Safe within his barrier, the Flame Emperor analyzes the chemical mixture swirling outside, realizing this isn't standard riot control, it is a sophisticated trap. Panic takes over. The soldiers abandon their posts and stampede out of the building while their commander screams into the comms, demanding to know who authorized the retreat. Gripping his radio, the frantic officer roars that the black cat is still trapped inside and orders a full lockdown, commanding that nobody leaves the premises. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure slips unnoticed behind the distracted guards, wearing a smug grin as the plan unfolds exactly as predicted. The thief knows human psychology perfectly. Unleash gas indoors, and the terrifying stampede for the exits provides the ultimate camouflage for an escape. Pointing an accusing finger at a random guy in a carnival outfit, the black cat shouts that he has found the culprit, using the poor soul as a sacrificial distraction. Security takes the bait immediately. The head guard tackles the cosplayer while the actual thief tips his hat, declaring that justice has been served before slipping away. The pinned man is sobbing, asking what he did wrong, and the security chief realizes with horror that they have just assaulted a terrified fan. By the time the dust settles and the evacuees spill outside, the museum is empty. Kong sighs, unable to believe he walked right into such a messy situation. The jewel is gone, but amidst the confusion, Kong's sharp eyes catch a discrepancy. He turns to Ha-Yun, ordering her to hold her position. She nods, obeying without question, while the protagonist strides purposefully toward a hunched-over grandmother, hacking her lungs out from the smoke. Feigning concern, Kong offers to escort the frail old woman home, but she waves him off, insisting she can manage on her own. The Flame Emperor insists, practically forcing his support on her, and the grandmother eventually relents, thanking him profusely as they walk down the street. She plays the part perfectly, commenting on how kind young men are these days, until they reach a secluded turn near a dark alley she claims is her home. She turns to thank him one last time with a strange glint in her eye, but the protagonist simply shakes his head and says there is no need for gratitude. The pleasant atmosphere shatters instantly when he addresses her by her real title, the Black Cat. She freezes, the grandmotherly facade slipping away. Kong stares her down with a gaze of absolute steel, reiterating that she does not need to thank him for catching her. The old lady spins around, the hunched back straightening up. She stays silent for a heartbeat, before a wide, unnatural smile stretches across her face. Dropping the frail voice, she teasingly asks if he has lost a pet, confident that her physical disguise is flawless to the naked eye. She knows she is a master of practical disguise, no magic, just skill, so it should be impossible for anyone to see through the latex and makeup. Kong smirks back, revealing his trump card. He did not look at her face, he looked at her soul, as he is the only one who can distinguish individual human auras. There is no fooling his eyes. The old lady lets out a mischievous cackle, and suddenly, a cloud of obscure smoke detonates between them. By the time the smoke clears, the thief is already perched on a nearby rooftop, adjusting her signature hat and laughing at the thrill of the chase. The Black Cat sneers, explaining that magical camouflage is for amateurs. Physical disguise is superior because it does not trigger detection skills. But curiosity gets the better of her. She tilts her head, genuinely asking how he managed to clock her identity so fast. Kong lets out a heavy, bored sigh and admits he did not just figure it out, he knew who she was from the very beginning. This actually rattles her. The thief looks genuinely puzzled, asking if he really saw through her act while she was blending into the museum crowd. She tries to calculate the moment of failure, but the protagonist looks away thoughtfully, correcting her timeline. It was not the museum. He tells her he recognized her from the incident at the water park. The thief pauses, asking which water park he means. Kong counters by asking for her name, his gaze piercing through her defenses until the memory finally clicks in her mind. She is Han Xiao. The realization hits her like a truck when he speaks her name aloud. Her cover is completely blown. The protagonist explains his reasoning. He remembers a girl with distinct red hair who navigated an obstacle course with impossible grace. He recalls her weaving through spinning rings. Her raw power level was low, but her technical skill and determination were off the charts. He vividly remembers her dodging robotic monkeys. She possessed a hyperfocus and a unique, subtle aura that he never forgot. His expression darkens as he scolds her, disappointed that someone with such genuine talent is wasting it on petty theft. He demands a motive. The black cat's playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by a look of bitter resentment as she asks what he knows about anything. Tears well up in her eyes as she snaps, telling him not to act high and mighty just because he saw her once. She screams that he is just like the rest of them, hinting at a deeper conspiracy involving her father, before suddenly flinging razor-sharp playing cards at him. As Kang dodges, a grenade materializes in the air. She smirks, asking if he really thought she would go quietly, and pulls the pin. A massive explosion rips through the city street, and through the smoke, the black cat launches a hang glider, soaring away into the sky. She thinks she is in the clear, planning to lay low now that her identity is compromised, but suddenly, a shadow falls over her glider. Kang is there, standing right on the aircraft's wing. He demands answers about her father, just as the glider's frame snaps under his weight. Gravity takes hold. As they plummet toward the ground, the Flame Emperor notes how fragile her escape vehicle was, while the red-haired girl desperately draws a weapon in freefall. She fires a harpoon gun toward the adjacent building, the steel hook biting deep into the concrete corner as she swings out into the void. But bad luck strikes. A stray black cat lands on the very sign anchoring her line, grinning like an omen of doom. Even the professional thief knows this is trouble. The sign's bolts scream under the sudden weight and snap. In a heartbeat, she peels away from the wall, gravity taking hold as her red hair whips wildly in the wind. Terror seizes Xiao. She squeezes her eyes shut, screaming as she plummets toward the unforgiving pavement. The image of that cursed cat burned into her mind. Is this it? A senseless, stupid death? Tears stream from her eyes as she silently begs her late father for forgiveness, waiting for the impact. But the ground never comes. Instead, a deep voice cuts through the wind. Is a shiny trinket really worth throwing your life away? Xiao snaps her eyes open, stunned. Suspended in mid-air, she finds herself cradled in the strong arms of the Flame Emperor. He isn't talking about her life, he's mocking the fact that the diamond is now in his possession. Why? She gasps, trembling. Why save me? Why not just let me die? Without a word, Khan touches down softly on the ground, still holding the notorious thief effortlessly. Kill you? Why would I bother? Khan muses. His gaze drifts to the ring on her finger, while the redhead finds his casual attitude completely baffling. Strangely, his magic detection artifact remains silent. She has no hostile energy. He sets Xiao gently onto the concrete, his expression unreadable. I just want answers, he states. Why steal the diamond? And more importantly, why do you always return your loot afterwards? Xiao closes her eyes, composing herself before answering. Isn't it obvious? She flashes a sudden, playful wink at her savior, slipping back into her persona. For the thrill, of course. I do it for the fame, the mystery. Everyone loves the elusive black cat. Ignoring her theatrics, Khan kneels and begins channeling his inner energy into her injured leg. You're a talented actress, Khan observes dryly, but a terrible liar. The playfulness vanishes from Xiao's face, replaced by a sullen silence as she stares at the ground. Khan watches her closely. Finally, she breaks. I heard a rumor, she whispers, voice trembling, that there's a weapon hidden inside a special diamond. Her expression hardens, deadly serious now. A weapon powerful enough to slaughter a demon. Khan's mind races. A demon-killing weapon? That changes everything. He continues healing her leg, but his focus has shifted entirely to her words. He locks eyes with her. Tell me about this weapon. Xiao's shoulders slump, the weight of her secret finally crushing her resolve. I know it sounds insane, she admits. But finding it matters more to me than breathing. She falls silent, lost in painful memories. I believe you, Khan says, his intensity spiking, and I need you to tell me everything, every detail. Now, she looks up, startled by his genuine interest. You really want to know? She closes her eyes, taking a deep breath. She realizes this is the first time she has ever let her guard down, the first time she has trusted anyone with the truth. It started with my father, she begins, sadness flooding her features. She recalls spying on him as a child. He was a legend, a brilliant archaeologist and gemologist. One day, a client brought him a rare artifact. In the flashback, Her red-haired father peers through a loop at a crimson ruby, and his jaw drops in sheer disbelief. He kept saying it was impossible, Xiao murmurs, remembering how her father had called her over to show her the discovery of a lifetime. He was shaking with excitement, she continues. He held that ruby up to the light like it was the heart of the world. He told me the stone wasn't just a gem, it was a vessel. Inside lay a weapon capable of extinguishing a demon. Xiao's eyes gloss over as she relives the awe she felt that day. He said, "We could change the world." He talked for hours about the artifact's potential, about the good it could do. I was too young to understand the technical details. She pictures herself as a little girl, bringing snacks to her father while he worked late into the night. He started documenting his findings for a dissertation. He was so close. Her voice cracks as the memory turns dark, shifting from warm lamplight to a trail of fresh blood on the floor. Just as he was finishing, they came. The image flashes in her mind. Men in crisp black suits towering over her father, who was already bleeding and broken. Strangers. Killers. In the memory, her father glances desperately at the family photo on his desk. His only thought for his daughter's safety. He knew he couldn't let them find her. With grit and desperation, he turned back to his attackers, teeth clenched in defiance. He squeezed his fist one last time, silently apologizing to the child hiding nearby for leaving her alone in this cruel world. Then, with a roar, he threw himself at them with the last of his strength. But it was futile. The men in suits descended on him like vultures. He was struck down instantly. Blood sprayed the room as he collapsed, hitting the floor with a sickening thud. I watched it all from the hallway, Xiao whispers. I heard them confirm the kill. They took the stone and ordered the house burned to destroy the evidence. She remembers pressing her hands over her mouth, tears streaming down her face, terrified that a single sob would give her away. She was helpless. The Black Brotherhood. That's who they were. Her eyes are vacant now, staring at the mental image of her father's lifeless body. I just stood there. I hid like a coward while he died. The scene shifts to the inferno. A little girl watching her home and her history turn to ash. They torched the lab. Everything he worked for. Gone. I barely managed to crawl out and run to the emergency shelter he had built. The next morning, the news didn't say murder. Bitterness coats her tongue. They called it a tragic accident, a gas leak. Then came the smear campaign, articles claiming his research was fake, that he was a fraud. She remembers curling up on the cold floor, completely alone. I tried to scream the truth to anyone who would listen. But who believes a traumatized child over the official report? But they missed something. Xiao's eyes glint with a sudden spark. I went back to the ruins. Under a scorched chair, I found it his secret notebook. Her expression turns serious as she explains that her father used this very shelter as a hideout, seemingly foreseeing the danger long before it arrived. The red-haired girl reveals the very first entry in his notebook, a description of a radiant, shining weapon capable of slaying demons, and she watches him closely to gauge his reaction. Kang asks about this gleaming weapon, his mind flashing back to a conversation with Kim regarding a demon named Deegan. He recalls the recruits discussing the dagger, envisioning the arrogant smirk of the Waterlord. The girl from the inspection department breaks his train of thought. She clarifies that it is indeed a demon-slaying artifact, likely Uriel's dagger, but she hasn't managed to awaken its true power yet. Kim had previously mentioned that while the weapon wasn't at peak condition, it was undeniably powerful enough to inflict serious damage on high-ranking demons. With a grave look, the protagonist muses that it possesses considerable power, wondering if it resembles the blade his girlfriend wields. Or perhaps there are other similar blades out there. The thief interrupts his thoughts, explaining the nature of these artifacts. She says these shining weapons often lie dormant inside special gemstones, specifically the type her father had been examining. Khan wonders if this implies the existence of multiple weapons. The red-haired girl sighs heavily, admitting that simply asking to inspect the stones is impossible. She knows no one would agree to let her handle such valuables. Staring at Si-oh sitting before him, the Flame Emperor asks if that is the reason she resorts to stealing them. Holding her gaze, the protagonist realizes she is desperate to restore her father's lost honor. She wants to prove his research was real. She answers with a hopeful, innocent smile, though the mood remains tense. The black cat cynically notes that nobody believes her story. Suddenly, Kang stands up, his expression dead serious, and declares that isn't true. The Flame Emperor states firmly that he believes in the existence of a weapon capable of destroying a demon. Stretching his hand out toward the thief, the protagonist adds that he also believes the weapon is hidden inside the stone. Shocked by what she's hearing, the red-haired girl asks if he really buys her story. Khan grasps her hand, affirming that he trusts her completely. He promises not to hand her over to the police. As the Flame Emperor pulls her up from the ground, he notices something odd about his own condition. He realizes her leg injury has healed. The protagonist looks to the black cat, then turns back to her with a plan. He tells her a specific person will approach her soon. How will I recognize him? She asks, as Kang visualizes Kim in his mind. Kang reveals the password will be Dew of the Night, and instructs her to assist whoever speaks those words. With his hands clasped behind his back, the Flame Emperor assures her this contact will help with her research, meaning her days of stealing gems are over. Smiling at the news, the thief asks if she should really believe him. His face remains stoic. The protagonist replies that the choice to trust is hers, just as he chose to trust her. Then, in a blur of motion, Kang produces a jewel. The red-haired girl, Si-oh, freezes in absolute shock, realizing it is the very stone she had hidden in her hair. She never even felt him take it. As the massive diamond sparkles in his hand, the Flame Emperor deduces she has already analyzed it. Since you've already inspected it, he says, implying she should return it to its rightful place. Looking at his new ally with a knowing glance, the protagonist reminds her that whatever the reason, stealing is wrong. The black cat heartily agrees, noting the rock wasn't the one she was looking for anyway. The thief glances sharply to the side, realizing it is time to move, but she is startled to find she is suddenly alone. Crossing her arms over her chest, the red-haired girl huffs, resigning herself to let him do as he pleases. High above, Kang soars past the moon. The Flame Emperor grins broadly, realizing she never even got the chance to say thank you. The scene shifts dramatically to a colossal dark castle. William stands opposite an ominous figure, while scarlet roses lie scattered on the ground. An old man with white hair approaches the mysterious figure cloaked in black robes, dropping to his knees to address his master. Bowing his head low, William begs the Lord to spare a moment for a wretched slave. The robed man prepares to snap a rosebud from its stem. Pronouncing the old man's name while holding the scarlet flower, the Lord demands to know what has become of Dagon. William reports that Dagon is currently held in an interdimensional prison within a small nation on Earth. Hearing this, the robed man violently shears the rose. Petals drift to the floor as the Lord asks why he hasn't breached the prison yet. Gazing seriously ahead, the white-haired elder explains the difficulty. He states that with a fraction of the master's power, he could accomplish anything. Instantly, dark purple energy surges into his cane. Standing before his subordinate, the cloaked figure asks if that suffices. William assures him it is more than enough. He thanks the Lord for his mercy. As William turns to leave, the Lord issues a chilling warning regarding Dagon's potential betrayal. If Dagon has revealed their secrets, he must pay. The cloaked figure adds a final command: take his soul. We will use it to forge a new beast. Bowing his head in submission, the white-haired elder obeys. William immediately turns and strides toward the castle exit. His expression turns menacing as he contemplates that insignificant little country. So many of his foragers have already paid with their lives there. He muses that the nation doesn't even possess a strong army. Sinking into his own dark thoughts, he realizes the truth. If it weren't for those ancient pacts, those people would have been wiped from the face of the earth long ago. William freezes in shocked disbelief, his eyes widening as a terrifying realization hits him like a freight train. Beside him, the white-haired elder breaks into a cold sweat, paralyzed by the fear that the deity has already uncovered their secret plot. He snaps his head to the side, thinking there is no way the Lord would stay silent if he knew. The scene abruptly shifts to a peaceful afternoon in the park, where the old man in dark sunglasses sits by the fountain, struggling to read a book. With a grunt of frustration, he holds the glasses up against the light, complaining that the print is microscopic and his aging eyes just aren't what they used to be. A young boy walks past and recoils in sheer terror at the sight of him, clinging to his mother's leg and wailing that the scarred grandfather looks like a monster. The mother hurriedly drags her son away, muttering that they need to leave immediately, while the old veteran lowers his shades. A heavy, lonely silence settling over him. Suddenly, little Hyun spots him and feels a pang of sympathy. She trots right up to the intimidating figure to say hello, causing the old man to stare at the tiny girl in confusion. Lifting his sunglasses, the seasoned warrior peers down and asks if she has a death wish. Wondering why she isn't trembling before his scarred face and massive frame, Hyun just beams a bright, fearless smile, telling him she isn't scared one bit, because she can see he has a kind and gentle heart. She adds that she always sees him sitting alone, thinking of his friends. The old man is stunned into silence for a moment, before bursting into a hearty, booming laugh. Chuckling that she is a funny little thing, the veteran looks at her standing there and decides she deserves a reward for her bravery. He asks if she wants a treat, and hands the delighted girl a piece of candy, watching her face light up with pure joy. Hyun waves an enthusiastic goodbye, and as she runs off, the old man softly tells her to take care, watching her go with a rare, gentle expression. Watching from a distance, Kang senses a crushing pressure radiating from the stranger and asks his friend who that powerhouse is. The restaurant owner rests his hands on his belt, clarifying that the massive, scar-covered bear of a man is a local legend. He reveals that this is actually Kim Jong-tae's grandfather, leaving the Flame Emperor skeptical and asking if the old guy is really that famous. Pointing a finger toward the sky, the brown-haired friend explains that it is only natural, as the man is a founding member of the Suicide Squad and a Hall of Famer in the Hunter Association. The protagonist stares blankly, asking what the hell the Suicide Squad is, having never heard the name before. His friend paints a picture of the past. 25 years ago, when the gates first shattered the world, 7 awakened warriors stood as the last line of defense. The restaurant owner describes a man wielding a massive hammer, explaining that these weren't chosen ones, but ordinary people who volunteered to protect their families. They banded together against the apocalypse, and leading them was the retired soldier, Grandpa Jong. The brown-haired friend notes that Jong was already pushing 50 back then, and though his level wasn't high, he fought with the ferocity of a demon. He describes how Jong bravely crushed monsters with his hammer, while Kang imagines the legendary veteran shaking hands with little Hyun. The friend continues, explaining that after peace was restored, the squad allied with the master of the Silver Tower to hunt down the remaining monsters in Korea. Imagining the warriors celebrating their hard-won victory, the restaurant owner adds that the squad was the cornerstone of the operation to rebuild the nation. He emphasizes that the Suicide Squad made a massive contribution to their current peace, punctuating his point with a raised finger. The brown-haired guy then asks if Kang knows about the Day of Restoration, explaining it is a sacred memorial for the heroes who fell in battle. These heroes gave their lives fighting monsters to buy peace for the country. Suddenly, the friend flashes a mysterious piece of paper, and Kang asks what it is. Grinning at his friend, the restaurant owner reveals it is an exclusive invitation to the anniversary ceremony at the stadium. He explains that every year the city hosts a massive celebration, and this time, his family is on the guest list. The reason is that little Hyun is preparing to perform with her kindergarten choir. Hearing this, the Flame Emperor's eyes light up, imagining the cute scene. He can hardly believe she will be singing on stage, and realizes this is why the restaurant is closed today. Looking wistful, the protagonist wishes he could join the fun. He asks them to at least take plenty of pictures for him, but his friend just looks at him like he is speaking a foreign language. Surprised by the reaction, Kang notices his friend is confused, who then points out that he already said the family was invited. The owner explains the law. Since the isolated protagonist is under their guarantee, and it has been less than 5 years, he is legally considered part of their household. Suddenly, the brown-haired guy pulls Kang into a headlock hug, declaring that even without the law, he is family anyway. The Flame Emperor breaks into a genuine smile. Kang remarks that naturally, legal loopholes or not, the bond they share is real. The protagonist's voice rings out from the Chinese restaurant, admitting that his friend always manages to surprise him. The narrative shifts to the bustling sports complex, where crowds are gathering and small children are lining up on the main stage. The host's voice booms over the speakers, announcing a special performance prepared to congratulate everyone on this historic day. He introduces the choir from New Sprout Kindergarten, and a moment later, the children's voices rise beautifully into the clear August sky. The restaurant owner is in full dad mode, filming everything on his phone and bragging that his daughter is the best one there. In the audience, the veteran Jong sits clapping his hands, delighted to realize the singer is the kind little girl from the park. He thinks she looks adorable, but his joy is shattered instantly as a massive, dark shadow swallows the light above him. The scarred warrior looks up in horror to see gargoyles breaching the magical barrier and diving straight toward the stadium full of children. Standing center stage beneath the clear August sky, Ha beams a radiant smile, thanking the heroes who saved their nation from the monster threat. She vows that her generation will grow into exemplary adults, just like their saviors. In the audience, John films his daughter's speech, his phone hand trembling slightly with pride. Overcome with emotion, he wipes away tears of joy until a massive, ominous shadow suddenly engulfs him. He looks up, eyes widening in horror as a swarm of gargoyles descends from the clouds, slamming into the protective barrier with bone-shaking force. The beasts glare down with hunger, their iron-hard beaks hammering relentlessly against the shimmering energy shield. Panic explodes across the sports field. Screams cut through the air as the crowd realizes the danger. Everyone scrambles for cover. On stage, the children freeze in terror. Meanwhile, deep in the control room, an infiltrator from the Black Brotherhood grips the mouse and clicks a single button. An instant later, the protective dome flickers and vanishes. The technician stares at his screen, paralyzed by the sudden system failure. The shield is down. In the shadows, the bandits exchange wicked grins. The sabotage is a complete success. Massive monstrosities dive straight for the stands where John is sitting, while the Black Brotherhood agents watch satisfied, declaring everything is proceeding exactly as their lord ordained. Chaos reigns as the flying beasts tear into the stadium. The awakened present draw their weapons to hold the line, with President Han standing firm at the rear. "Hold your positions, do not scatter," Han roars, ordering the first squad to prioritize evacuating the terrified civilians. Eyes locked on the carnage, he commands the second squad to intercept and restrain the aerial threat. Han turns to his assistant, barking, "Where is Hunter Li Shin? We need him now." The aide pales, replying, "He's out of the city, sir. Damn it, we're short-handed." Suddenly, a breathless scout rushes up to the president with urgent intelligence. "Sir, the Black Brotherhood has breached Area B-11. Han grits his teeth, fury radiating from him. Is this a coordinated invasion? Just then, a monstrous shadow looms directly behind Han. How did they get past the perimeter? With numbers this high, only a powerhouse like Li Shin could turn the tide. Han stays focused on the front, unaware of the death breathing down his neck. "President, behind you!" A scream rings out, warning him of the fatal blind spot. Han spins around, eyes locking onto the razor-sharp claws swinging for his throat. He knows he's too slow to dodge. A spray of fresh blood paints the air. Han flinches, throwing his hands up in a desperate reflex. But the blow never lands. He lowers his hands to see the monster's severed corpse crashing to the ground, revealing a familiar figure standing amidst the gore. It's Kang. The veteran hunter turns with a smirk, noting it's been far too long since they last met. Han stares, dumbfounded. "Ah, right. I should address you as Mr. President now, shouldn't I?" Kang teases. Han's shock melts into relief. "Kang!" Han grips his old friend's hand firmly, though Kang quickly pulls away. This isn't the time for reunions. "Where are the rats hiding?" Kang demands, eyes scanning the chaos. He starts moving toward the exit, pulling out his phone. Meanwhile, John is frantic on the line. "Lim, are you okay? Is Ha safe?" Lim's voice comes through, trembling but clear they're alive. "I got the children off the stage," she explains, eyeing the teacher beside her. "We're trying to find a secure route out." She looks terrified. John exhales, legs weak with relief. "Stay put," he orders. "I'm coming for you right now." He turns to bolt, but a heavy hand clamps onto his shoulder. "Wait," Kang commands. The Flame Emperor shakes his head slowly. "If my gut is right," he says, his voice dropping to a serious growl. "This isn't just a random raid. If the Brotherhood isn't the only player here, you running in blindly is a death sentence." John stares back, face pale with fear. "Then what do I do?" John pleads. "First," Kang replies steadily, "you calm down and listen to me. You stay here, help the civilians evacuate. I'll get Lim and Ha out personally." John hesitates, then nods. He knows he's not a fighter. Going there would only make him a liability. He grips the Flame Emperor's shoulder. "I'm counting on you, brother." Kang gives a sharp, reassuring nod. Deep in the complex corridors, the group moves fast. Suddenly, little Ha freezes, clutching her mother's hand. "Mom, there's something there." "What is it, sweetie?" Lim asks. Before she can finish, a man in a dark suit steps out from the shadows, a serrated blade gleaming in his grip. The Black Brotherhood assassin sneers, blocking their path. Well, well. Looks like you ladies ran out of luck. Can't leave any witnesses," he hisses, launching himself forward with lethal speed. Lim throws her body over her daughter. The killer towers over them, a smug grin twisting his face as he raises the knife. Back in the main arena, the evacuation is a stampede of terror. "Keep moving," a student shouts, looking back to ensure no one is left behind. He flinches as a shadow falls over him, but times slash. A sudden burst of energy cleaves the air, and the attacking monster drops. The beast hits the floor, dead. The student blinks, trembling and confused. What just happened? Elsewhere, Kang is a blur of motion, sprinting through the complex. He scowls, realizing the evacuation is taking too long. He needs to move faster. The Flame Emperor could only pray that Hyun and her mother were somehow staying safe amidst the chaos. A thug in a sharp black suit loomed over the trembling group of women and children, sneering that their luck had just run out. Suddenly, a fanatic from the Black Brotherhood surged forward, screaming that no witnesses would survive the night. Lim instinctively shielded her daughter as the attacker closed the distance. But strangely, a confident smirk curled on Hyun's lips. "What's so funny?" the bandit snarled, right before a massive warhammer smashed into his skull, revealing Jong standing like a guardian deity before the captives. The impact was devastating. The thug was launched across the room, crumbling against the concrete wall in a broken heap. Zhang glanced back, relieved he had arrived in time, while a terrifying crimson aura began to boil off his body, mesmerizing the children. The other kids shrank back in terror at the sight. but Hyun just beamed with pure delight. "It's really him! Grandpa!" she cheered. The battle-hardened veteran softened his gaze, checking if it was truly his granddaughter. "You hurt, kid?" the scarred elder asked gently. She shook her head, while her mother wept tears of gratitude. The other children whispered, "You know that monster?" Hyun puffed out her chest proudly. "He's not a monster. He's a big softy. He only smashes the bad guys," she explained with a grin. "So we don't have to be scared of him at all." Jong breathed a sigh of relief, seeing them unharmed, but his peace was cut short as armed reinforcements flooded the hallway behind him. Their captain sneered. "Grandpa should be napping at a nursing home, not playing hero." The insult earned him a lethal glare from the scarred warrior. A henchman whispered urgent intel into the leader's ear, prompting the villain to rip off his mask and burst into manic laughter. "Well, look at what we have here," the red-haired maniac grinned, revealing himself as the infamous captain of the Suicide Squad. Locking eyes with the Protector, the bandit chief declared this a stroke of incredible fortune. "Killing a legend like you along with these brats?" he mused. "That's gonna earn me a hell of a bonus." Hyun cried out in sudden fear, but Jong silenced her with a raised hand, his eyes never leaving the enemy. "Stay back. I'll handle this trash. Just stay safe," Jong growled. On cue, the mob charged, screaming for blood. "Watch closely," the old soldier muttered, plunging into the sea of enemies like a wrecking ball. Crimson power exploded from his form, freezing the commander in shock, just as Jong delivered a bone-shattering kick. The shockwave scattered the minions like ragdolls, leaving the red-haired leader skidding across the floor, grinding his teeth in fury. "Who the hell is this geezer?" the bandit chief wondered, unnerved by the elder's mocking grin. He looked like a fragile old man a moment ago, but underneath, he was an absolute monster. More masked assassins lunged with killing intent, but Jong met them with a single, devastating swing of his fist. 3 attackers were instantly obliterated by the impact, their bodies sent flying in opposite directions. Sensing an ambush from the rear, the scarred veteran tightened his grip on the warhammer's haft. With a savage backswing, he cleared the room, leaving the bandit leader staring at his decimated squad in disbelief. "Enough of this," the redhead spat. "Pop the pill." His bald subordinate hesitated. "Boss, are you serious? Just do it." The bald thug swallowed a pitch-black pill, and seconds later, his eyes rolled back, glowing a demonic red. Zhang's eyes widened. The thug was now radiating a toxic violet aura and rushing him with supernatural speed. Before the elder could react, a massive hand clamped over his face, hurling him into the concrete with enough force to crack the foundation. Zhang coughed up a spray of thick blood, struggling to focus on the hulking beast shrouded in purple miasma. The mutated giant didn't let up, closing the gap instantly to deliver a crushing palm strike aimed at the old man's chest. The impact sent Zhang flying again. Watching her grandfather get ragdolled, Hyun screamed his name in sheer terror. Using every ounce of his grit, the retired soldier forced himself upright as the violet nightmare stalked closer. Zhang wiped the gore from his chin and cracked his neck. "All right then," he grunted. "Now we're actually fighting." Staring down the purple-wreathed giant, Zhang realized this was no ordinary thug, he was a biological weapon. "Big, fast, and angry," Zhang noted, narrowly weaving past a lethal haymaker. The drugs had rotted the man's brain, but gifted him godlike strength. Zhang ducked another blow, analyzing the pattern. The beast roared, winding up both arms for a catastrophic ground smash. The fists came down like meteors, pulverizing the floor into dust, but when the debris settled, the bald giant blinked in confusion. His target had vanished. The monster frantically scanned the ruins, completely losing track of his prey. "Big mistake taking your eyes off me," Zhang whispered from directly behind him, seizing the giant's torso in a vice-like grip. The retired soldier hoists his opponent high into the air, roaring that he is far too young to be taken down by such weak blows. In the same motion, the scarred veteran hurls his enemy's body into a group of criminals, knocking them down like bowling pins. Crushed beneath the massive bulk of the bald thug, the remaining goons are instantly incapacitated. As he completes the judo throw, Jean grimaces, realizing his old bones are protesting the strain of combat. A sharp pain spikes through the scarred elder, and he hacks up blood, terrifying his granddaughter, Ha-Yoon, who screams for him. She rushes to the old man's side, but he waves her off, blaming the relentless march of time, before turning his attention to the boy. The boy cheers for his grandfather, and the children erupt in delight, shouting that he is absolutely amazing. They apologize for ever being afraid of him, and the scarred veteran blinks in surprise as the kids thank him for being their shield. With the immediate danger past, the retired soldier exhales a heavy sigh of relief, standing tall to guard the little ones. Jean beams with a joyful smile, grateful they are safe, while Kong watches from a distance, feeling a deep respect for the old man's protection of the children. Before Ha-Yoon can intervene, the Flame Emperor departs the scene, vowing to never forget the veteran's bravery. The protagonist sprints toward the airborne threats, realizing the flying monsters are the last line of defense. Kang eyes the beasts, confident he can slaughter them all, just as a helicopter roars above the sports complex. Shin taps his earpiece to contact the Flame Emperor, while the capped man in the cockpit announces his arrival. Phone pressed to his ear, the protagonist confirms the plan. They strike the moment the signal is given. With a steely gaze, Kang demands they show him what they are capable of, preparing to wipe out the stragglers himself. Shin grins broadly, accepting the order, and the man in the cap leaps from the chopper, spotting Shin diving into the fray. The crowd below screams that it is the famous hunter, and the capped warrior draws his blade, relieved that the civilians have evacuated. The wind rips the cap from his head, and Shin decides it is time to unleash his technique, flaring his internal energy. He activates a secret art downpour, and bolts of energy saturate the sky, obliterating the flying monstrosities. The sky rains carcasses as the monsters plummet to the earth, screeching in their death throes. Below, the other hunters gaze up in awe, pointing out the legendary figure dominating the battlefield. Lee Sung-han cranes his neck, realizing that this hunter's power has evolved far beyond his previous limits. Whispers ripple through the crowd they survived only because a titan walked among them. The association president squints, noticing something amiss, as Shin is swarmed by the remnants and Han worries he is overwhelmed. He cannot handle them all solo, so Kang flares his blue aura, slamming his palms together with devastating force. A shockwave of azure energy blasts across the zone, forcing the association president and the other awakened to recoil. Shielding their eyes from the blinding radiance, they stare in wonder at the sheer density of that blue power. The king's strike vaporizes every last beast, and the black-haired hero touches down softly amidst the falling debris. An observer gasps that he missed nothing, annihilating the entire swarm with a single punch, leaving the rest of the awakened stunned. A young man cheers wildly, proclaiming that the great hunter is in a league of his own. The awakened chant Shin's name, but the black-haired boy scratches his head sheepishly, insisting he barely did anything. Shin glances away, knowing the true credit belongs to Kang, who stands quietly at the periphery. He recognizes Kang as humanity's strongest warrior. But the scene suddenly shifts to a little girl sprinting forward, weeping as a beast pursues her. Her foot catches on a stone, and she crashes hard to the ground, frozen in fear. A massive shadow swallows her as the monster looms, roaring as its claw descends. Terrified, she shields her face and screams for her uncle to save her. Slashes of green energy cleave the darkness, dropping the monster instantly, and a blonde man asks the child if she is hurt. Her face lights up, and she leaps into her uncle's arms, while the people watching from the outside reveal the truth. "Cut!" shouts director Chu Ji-mo, beaming at the monitor, praising Ha-eun's flawless acting performance. Ha-eun rubs her head shyly, giving all credit to Uncle Jean for helping her get into character. Actor Yoon Jin sits nearby. While the director praises the young starlet's humble nature, the director calls it a wrap for the take, suggesting a break, and a makeup artist rushes in to touch up the girl's powder. Narrator voice. Following the smash hit Revenge of the White Rose, Ha-eun has landed the lead role in the new blockbuster, The Uncle and the Girl. A bearded man approaches the director. It is Cho Gyung-young, the sound engineer and younger brother of Cho Gyung-ho, asking about the famous Ha-eun. A wide grin stretches across his face as the perfect script for Uncle and Girl plays out in his imagination. It's nothing short of a masterpiece. The GM declares the series a guaranteed success. He's found his leading lady, and without a second thought, he rejects every other offer on the table to choose her. The sound engineer strides over to his brother, hands resting confidently on his belt, and urges him to take a closer look at the situation. The director snaps, warning him not to even dream of poaching Hyun. His brother simply points out she isn't under his command yet, but Yan steps in, demanding they listen. "She'll be interested," Yan insists, dropping the bait. He asks if the director knows the Milky Way girls, and the image of the iconic group instantly fills the room. The director scoffs, of course he knows them. They are the most popular girl group on the planet, backed by the legendary guild itself. Yan points a finger skyward. He's been tapped to shoot their newest music video, but there's one missing piece to the puzzle. They need a child star. Tilting his head, Yoon calculates the odds. This is a golden opportunity for Hyun, and, frankly, incredible free advertising for his own film. Music videos wrap much faster than movies, making it an efficient move. He admits he'd love to cast the girl. The GM sighs with relief. The logic is flawless. Looking at a beaming Ha, the filmmaker declares that talent like hers cannot be hidden. It must be developed and broadcast to the world. The scene shifts instantly to the set of the Milky Way Girls music video, where the young prodigy arrives hand in hand with her mother. Ha throws her arms wide, dazzled by the bright lights. The narration reveals she didn't just agree to this gig, she jumped at the chance to star in the video. Kang stands guard, looking pleased with himself. For him, this isn't just a set visit. It's a prime opportunity to moonlight as personal security. He escorts her onto the bustling set. A moment later, the girl offers a polite bow to the sound engineer as he checks her arrival. She greets her uncle warmly. Yang spins around, shouting for the cast and crew to gather and say hello. The idols step forward, eyes sparkling with curiosity. "We are the Milky Way girls," they announce in unison. Ha's smile widens as the sound engineer steps in to make the formal introductions. One of the singers steps closer, instantly charmed. "You are absolutely adorable," she coos, leaning down to ask the child's age. She pulls Ha into a hug, calling her a living doll. Ha greets the room with perfect manners, announcing clearly that she is 5 years old. The sound engineer cuts the cute moment short. Time is money. He orders them to stop chatting and prep for filming, and the singer obediently steps back. Lim and Khan watch with pride as the idol invites Ha to the wardrobe department. A chance to try on a beautiful dress? Ha agrees without hesitation. Suddenly, the Flame Emperor's gaze sharpens. To his side, he spots a girl with striking red hair, standing apart from the group. She clutches her stomach, pleading with her manager. She's starving and begs for just a single snack, her face twisted in distress. The bespectacled manager is cold. "Be patient," he commands. "She needs to look perfect on camera." The guys watch the harsh interaction unfold from the sidelines. The singer whispers that she hasn't eaten since last night. Lim's expression softens into deep pity. She looks at them and feels their pain. Watching the girls rehearse, the restaurant manager sees past the glamour. Behind the bright lights of celebrity life lies a darker reality. It is a world built on blood, sweat, and hidden tears. Lim stares ahead, her voice low. She knows this suffering all too well. The protagonist asks how she knows. Memories flood back Lim in her youth. She reveals the truth. She was once one of them. She was a singer, rehearsing until her heart nearly stopped, the endless practice eclipsing any chance for a normal life or friends. She was even assigned to a debut group, but in the end, she walked away from the idol life. Kang looks at her, completely stunned. "You really went through all that and quit right before debut?" Kang asks. She nods solemnly. Yes, she did. She visualizes her wedding day. She had met her future husband and faced a choice: the adoration of millions of fans, or the love of just one person. Remembering the weight of her daughter in her arms, she says she chose the latter, and she has zero regrets. That choice gave her Hyun. She respects those who chase the fame, those who strive to be the favorites of the masses. But watching her daughter walk beside the famous singer, Lim prays she never regrets her own path. If Hyun ever faces that choice, she won't regret it. The protagonist smiles broadly, assuring her. Lim's face lights up, glowing with relief. Kang reminds her, "This is our times, Hyun, we're talking about." The mother smiles, agreeing instantly. Her daughter is wise beyond her years. At that moment, the singers return to the director, costumes changed and camera ready. He nods his approval. Perfect. He spins around, shouting for action. Then he sees her, dressed in an angel costume. He gasps in delight. This was absolutely the right call. She is the living embodiment of the angel he imagined. He clenches his fist in victory. Even the sound engineer admits he has a good feeling about this. "Get her in frame, now!" the director commands. But suddenly, a stranger interrupts, greeting him. He turns, surprised to see a woman standing there. Yan demands to know who she is. With a serious expression, she announces she is here representing the fan club chairman, Miss Yoo Hae-yoon. Adjusting her glasses, the representative explains that their mysterious chairman has prepared a small snack for the crew. It is whispered that even the Red Dragon Guild doesn't know the true identity of this chairman. She glances meaningfully toward the singers. "If you don't mind," she adds, "we'll set everything up now." The crew thanks her, but the director stares blankly, trying to process the strange situation. The sound engineer frowns. Food right before filming is a logistical nightmare. But then, a voice calls out. It's Ha, wearing the most innocent expression imaginable. The young man smiled and agreed to the request, noting that filming drains a massive amount of stamina and energy. Right on cue, the crew laid out a magnificent feast, tables groaning under the weight of high-end sweets and expensive liquor, while the girl clung to Haeun's arm. She gushed that this was a buffet of the highest quality, while the sound engineer, already stuffing his face, mumbled his thanks. It was the first time he had seen such a lavish spread, and as he savored the delicious food, wondering what kind of wealthy fans Haeun had, his gaze landed on the man sitting across from him. The fork slipped from his grip, food tumbling to the plate as he stared. Meanwhile, the scene began with the girl peeking out from behind the archway. She watched the man, then spun around playfully, clutching a bouquet of flowers before shyly holding them out toward him. Cut! Director Yan stormed in, pointing a rolled-up script at her, his face twisted in annoyance as he asked what was wrong with her expression. Glaring menacingly, the director stated that she had absolutely zero emotion on her face for this critical scene. She was supposed to be giving flowers to her secret love, yet looking at the singer who averted her eyes guiltily, Yan demanded to know why she choked after starting so well. At the decisive moment, her expression had gone completely flat. The idols suddenly turned, pointing accusing fingers at the man sitting opposite her with disdain. The girl complained that she could not possibly express romantic feelings while looking at a face like that, referring to the manager standing in as the actor. She demanded he be removed. The sound engineer, adjusting his glasses, looked at the manager and muttered that he wasn't times ugly. At that moment, the man behind him burst into tears, and Yan sighed, trying to explain that she just needed to use her imagination. She insisted she couldn't imagine anyone else in his place. Yan asked if she had never met a guy before, while the manager, tears streaming down his face behind his glasses, spoke up. He explained to the director that these were idols, dating was forbidden, so if they saw anyone, it would become a massive scandal. Yan realized that was certainly true. With a thoughtful expression, he worried that the allocated budget was not enough to solve this. Maybe he shouldn't have hired amateurs. He crossed his arms as the sound engineer reasoned that while they were stars on stage, in front of the camera, they behaved like total rookies, and at this rate, they would not finish filming in 2 days. Yan thought he needed to find a real actor before it was too late. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise as he locked onto a target. Khan abruptly looked to the side as the director called out to him, watching the man run up with urgency. The Flame Emperor asked if he needed something, and Yan pleaded, asking if he could just take off his sunglasses for 1 minute. Looking at Yan in surprise, the protagonist asked if that was really necessary, and the director promised it wouldn't take long. Khan shrugged and removed his sunglasses, agreeing to the request. The idols watching the reveal were instantly stunned. The moment Khan took off his glasses, the atmosphere shifted, and everyone whispered that he was absolutely devastatingly handsome. Yan recalled seeing this man at dinner earlier. He had been so shocked by his appearance then that he had dropped a piece of meat from his fork. Khan sat there, radiating power even in sunglasses, and the director knew he hadn't imagined that aura of perfection. The singers swarmed the Flame Emperor, begging the director to cast him as the male lead, while Yan thought that such an appearance was a miracle. A face like that is born only once in 100, or perhaps 1,000 years. Looking at the real protagonist, Yan asked him for a huge favor. He explained that Khan's presence alone would help the girls tune into the right emotions, but Khan held up a hand. Khan stated he was afraid it wouldn't work out because he had no plans to star in a video. At the same time, Lim stepped forward. She asked if he really disliked cameras, and he explained he simply did not want to show his face to the public. The Flame Emperor clarified that this was to protect the privacy of the restaurant and its staff. Hearing this, the senior manager jumped in. The manager assured him he didn't need to worry, promising that his face would not be visible in the final frame anyway. Yan looked at him happily, confirming that it was true when the girl asked, swearing they would not capture his face. He promised no close-ups, just his silhouette. The protagonist looked forward, surprised but considering the offer. If that was the case, then fine. The protagonist mused that the sooner the shooting ended, the sooner he could return to his delight. A moment later, the singers cheered as Khan agreed. The Flame Emperor stood in the middle of the street. He held a black suitcase, and from around the corner, the girl watched him, staring at him with the adoration of a little angel. She smiled broadly, genuine and bright, and then the wind machine blew forward. At that same moment, the protagonist's hat flew off his head. It sailed high into the sky before falling perfectly near the girl's feet. Noticing this, she immediately reached out for it. As she picked up the hat from the ground, looking at him with pure delight, Yan shouted that they had the shot, and it was perfect. The manager standing next to the other singers asked in disbelief if they had really just replaced one person with another. He couldn't believe such a simple change made such a difference. His ward turned sharply toward the man in glasses. The girl with red hair asked if he really felt nothing when seeing such an attractive man, noting that Khan was truly handsome. Looking at Kim with a serious expression, the manager admitted that with a face like that, the man could achieve anything he wanted. The scene shifts to the Awakened Association's headquarters, deep within the high-security Silver Tower prison. Dagon lay sprawled on the floor, idly toying with scraps. He stared blankly at the wall, the blue-haired prisoner groaning that the sheer boredom in this place would be the death of him. He muttered aloud, wondering how long he would rot here, and what might happen if he ever managed to break free. At that precise moment, a figure materialized behind him, a man leaning on a cane who noted the prisoner's restless noise. It was William. He had stepped directly out of a dimensional rift. Deegan, the lord of aquatic creatures, stared in shock. No one was supposed to be able to breach this cell. The white-haired intruder smirked, admitting he had to break a sweat to find a way in. Deegan's face lit up, assuming he had been sent to rescue him. "Get me out of these chains, hurry!" Deegan demanded. But William shook his head, stepping closer. "You seem to have misunderstood. The Lord is furious. You gave away secrets to the humans, chances meant only for us." The color drained from the blue-haired man's face as the reality of his betrayal set in. Terror seized him. The aquatic lord begged, "Just let me see the Overlord one time. I can explain everything to him." William rested his hand calmly on his cane. "It is far too late for explanations." "Look at you," William scoffed. "You are weaker than even I am now." He gestured to the shattered pendant hanging around Deegan's neck. "You broke the stone the Overlord gifted you. Your power is gone," the old man stated coldly. "You cannot even remove your own shackles." William's lips curled into a sneer. "What could you possibly do, even if you stood before the master? You are nothing but a talentless snake." Deegan's eyes flashed with rage. "How dare you call me untalented?" Snapping, the blue-haired prisoner crouched, his killing intent flaring. "I'll kill you right now." William raised his cane, noting that even in this pathetic state, his pride remained intact. But with a single, fluid motion, William drove the cane forward, piercing straight through the old man's opponent. Dark purple energy began to swirl, draining from the aquatic lord's corpse. William explained, "That which belongs to Kaiser shall return to Kaiser." With a cold, satisfied grin, he declared, "No one steals the master's property." The scene cuts to a lively Chinese restaurant. Glasses clink together as a group of friends toast to their health. Yu sat at the table, smiling broadly. "It has been way too long since we all got together like this." Hanam nodded enthusiastically. "Too true. Between work and training, I haven't had a single chance to meet up." The restaurant owner looked his friend up and down. "You have changed a lot since I last saw you. Is this really you?" He stared at the pastry chef holding his drink. The brown-haired young man's shoulders had broadened, his body rippling with new muscle. "I barely recognize the old you," Yu admitted. "What kind of sport are you doing to get that big?" Hanam scratched his head awkwardly. "I just followed the daily training method," Khan suggested. "Every single day." The restaurant owner wondered if he should start exercising too. Hearing this, the Flame Emperor, Khan, suppressed a sigh of satisfaction. Asterisk. The physical training, combined with the meditation technique, has been effective. Asterisk Khan thought, observing the flustered confectioner. The protagonist calculated that with these stats, Hanam would not lose to a D-rank awakened in battle. It was unbelievable that an unawakened civilian could achieve such power. Khan smiled, sensing the moment was right. "So, is it time?" Hanam looked at him, startled. "What are you talking about?" Khan chuckled. "Don't pretend you don't know." Instantly, the image of a girl with glasses popped into the pastry chef's mind. The restaurant owner leaned in, realizing what was happening. "You're going to confess to her, aren't you?" Yu asked. "Are we talking about Miss Baek Hyunmi?" Hanam flustered. "She is on a business trip right now, but when she gets back, I'm going to do it." Filled with sudden confidence, the confectioner declared, "I will definitely tell her how I feel." The narrative shifts to the East China Sea, settling on the Bianti Research Center under the cover of night. People in lab coats patrolled the grounds. This government facility was dedicated to the study of crystals, the new power source, replacing oil and electricity after the cataclysm. Across the globe, tests were underway to harness this alternative energy. A man scribbled notes in a journal, his eyes fixed on a glowing gem. For South Korea, a nation without oil deposits, this crystal research was not just science, it was survival. The future of the entire country hinged on the success of these experiments. Hundreds of scientists bustled through the research complex. While the headquarters stood in Seoul, vital branches were stationed in the Yellow Sea, the Sea of Japan, and the East China Sea. Baek Hyunmi, a researcher from the Seoul Center, stood silently on the perimeter. She had been deployed to the Korea Strait Branch. Leaning against the railing, she gazed out at the dark water. The green-haired girl let out a heavy sigh. Suddenly, she sensed a presence approaching. "You look exhausted, mentor." It was Yujin, another employee from the Seoul office. She walked up to Hyunmi with a warm smile. Holding out a cold can of soda, Yujin offered it to her friend. Hyunmi accepted it gratefully, leaning back against the fence. An employee at the Crystal Research Center noted that the project was finally winding down. Soon, they would be able to return to Seoul. Glancing happily to the side, the green-haired girl agreed. It was true, and working in Seoul was always much calmer. Her mentor looked over sharply, stating that it was only natural that was where they belonged in the first place. The brunette finished her soda, the picture of success. She had managed to conquer both her career and her personal life. As Hyun's senior colleague and role model, Gyeon looked down at the area below and called out to her friend. Eyes locked on her junior, the research center employee asked if she had a lover, a question that took Hyun completely by surprise. Flustered by the sudden inquiry, the green-haired girl stammered that there was absolutely nothing going on like that. The brunette pressed on, asking if that was really the truth, making Hyun blush even harder when she asked if there was anyone she liked. When asked if such a person existed, the green-haired girl tilted her head down shyly and admitted that, to be honest, there was someone. Looking at her friend with embarrassment, Hyun explained that there was a person she had begun thinking about a lot lately. A smile graced her face as she recalled his image. Looking away, she whispered that he tried so hard, and it looked very noble. Gyeon asked what he looked like and if he was handsome. Recalling her first meeting with a pastry chef at the store, Hyun admitted that when she first saw him, to be honest, she didn't really like him. Picturing Henim running down the street in her mind, she explained that he had since started playing sports. Visualizing the image of the muscular confectioner, the Crystal Research Center employee noted that he looked great now, and his physique had improved immensely. Nudging her with an elbow after hearing the details, Gyeon asked if she was head over heels in love with him. Clutching the soda can in her hands, the green-haired girl's expression turned sad as she noted that there was actually a problem. She explained that she doubted he would like an inconspicuous girl like her. The brunette immediately demanded to know why she thought that and what was wrong with her. Staring at the green-haired girl who looked shocked, Gyeon listed the facts. She worked for a state-owned company. She was neat. She was beautiful and slender. Smiling slightly after the pep talk, Hyun realized she still felt like just an ordinary person. Her friend added that, on top of everything, she was modest, and honestly, she was being too humble. Immediately after, she tossed the empty soda can into the trash. Stretching, Gyeon asked if they could get back to work since they had to finish this project successfully. Staring ahead, Hyun wondered what the research costs would be. Looking at her friend, she estimated the amount would exceed 100 million won. She didn't even doubt the figure. Suddenly, the girls felt a violent tremor and immediately grabbed the handrails for support. What was that? An explosion? Gyeon looked around, paralyzed with confusion, while Hyun admitted she didn't understand what was happening. As she asked if everyone was okay, a man in a lab coat came sprinting frantically through the research center territory. He screamed that the Black Brotherhood was there. Looking terrified, he added that it was an attack by criminals. Hearing the name Black Brotherhood, the green-haired girl stood frozen, dumbfounded as the chaos unfolded. She suddenly realized she had to run to the accounting department urgently. Ji-yoon watched her friend bolt and called out to her. Turning back sharply, the green-haired girl yelled that sensitive materials were stored there and needed to be destroyed immediately. Meanwhile, guys in a restaurant watched the TV. The news anchor was broadcasting an urgent report. A young woman working in television stared into the camera and delivered the bulletin. She announced that there had been an explosion at the Crystal Research Center branch in the East China Sea, and the cause was under investigation. The Awakened Association considered it a direct attack by the Black Brotherhood. A man in the restaurant stared at the screen in shock. As the host added that a special squad was already mobilizing, the restaurant owner turned abruptly to the side. He started to ask about the Crystal Research Center in the south, but stopped when he noticed his friend had dropped a glass of booze out of pure fear. Henim stared blankly ahead as he whispered the name of his beloved. Suddenly, he began to weep, saying he hoped nothing would happen to her. Continuing to grieve, the confectioner choked out that if she wasn't okay, he didn't know what he would do. At that moment, Kong rose from his seat. The restaurant owner looked surprised, then nodded his head approvingly, telling him to go handle it. Looking menacingly ahead, the Flame Emperor vowed that he would return quickly. The protagonist sprinted along the city street at breakneck speed, then bounded across the rooftops, stating he was heading straight for the East China Sea. Hand pressed to his earpiece, Kong demanded a brief situation report. At the same time, Kim held her phone to her ear when he called her name. With a serious expression, the girl from the inspection department reported that the incident had started about 30 minutes ago. She explained that there were about 50 operatives from the Black Brotherhood, and they had taken the laboratory workers hostage. Authorities were currently trying to negotiate. Glancing sharply to the side while running, the Flame Emperor asked a crucial question. If they had taken hostages, they must need something. He received a positive confirmation. Imagining the building shrouded in flames, Kim stated that the Crystal Research Center was conducting death research, converting crystals into pure energy. It turns out the Black Brotherhood orchestrated this entire attack for a single purpose: to seize the secret research data. Visualizing how Hyun and Ji-hyun wiped the servers and incinerated the physical files at the very last second, Kim realizes something crucial. Fortunately, one of the employees managed to purge the database. The protagonist realizes the enemy has already failed their primary objective. As he sprints toward the scene, Khan questions why the terrorists would stick around to take hostages if the data is gone, but he quickly receives a grim correction. Peering anxiously through the office window, an agent from the inspection department drops a bombshell. The laboratory's servers are synchronized with branches nationwide, and the terrorists are now attempting to hack into the network to retrieve the backups. Suddenly, Kim notices a shift in the enemy's movements and immediately strategizes their first move. The inspection agent lets out a heavy sigh, causing the Flame Emperor to demand a status update as he eyes the tablet in her trembling hands. Kim declares the situation has escalated to code red. Staring daggers ahead, the protagonist hears the voice of his girlfriend breaking the silence. She explains that the terrorists have issued a final ultimatum. Confused, he demands to know exactly what they want. Kim reveals the deadline. They have exactly 2 hours to hand over the recovered research materials. If the demand isn't met, every single employee will be executed. Khan looks away, the gravity of the situation sinking in instantly. With a menacing glare, the Flame Emperor realizes he needs to move faster. Meanwhile, inside the center, the bandits tighten their circle around the terrified scientists. Snipers position themselves on the upper levels, while the thugs on the ground brandish machine guns, keeping the Crystal Research Department staff completely cornered. With hands locked behind their heads, the hostages freeze. Suddenly, a collective gasp ripples through the crowd as they witness a shocking scene unfolding at the front. Men in black masks drag an elderly man forward like a sack of potatoes, ruthlessly throwing him onto the floor in front of his colleagues. The old man is bleeding profusely. It's the director. The scientists glare at the captors, shouting that this brutality has crossed the line. They scream about the inhumanity of beating an old man, but a masked gunman responds by violently kicking the director. Waving his rifle, the thug mocks the crowd. He demands to know if they have a death wish, reminding them that no one gave them permission to speak. A split second later, a spray of blood splatters across the horrified onlookers. The bandit snarls, asking if the old man has finally learned to shut his mouth. As blood pools on the floor, the Black Brotherhood enforcer issues a chilling warning. He tells them that if anyone else wants a boot to the face, they should keep making noise. Having finished beating the director into the ground, the criminal glares at the trembling group and asks if anyone else feels like being a hero. Terrified into submission, the scientists lower their heads in defeat. The gunman casually throws his weapon over his shoulder. He demands their attention, explaining that there is only one reason the Brotherhood is sparing them for now. Hidden amongst the hostages, Hyun and Ji-hyun listen intently. The villain announces that since one of them destroyed the physical data they came for, the plan has changed. Now they are simply waiting for the government to cave to their demands. With a sadistic grin, he adds that they will pass the time by torturing the hostages. They will go one by one, starting with the leadership. The brown-haired girl glares at them, thinking these men are absolute monsters. Meanwhile, the green-haired girl is consumed by guilt, realizing everyone is suffering because she destroyed the materials. Hyun squeezes her eyes shut, terrified that this nightmare is all her fault. Suddenly, a voice cuts through her panic. She looks up in surprise to see her mentor, who sternly tells her to pull herself together. Gion locks eyes with her, insisting she made the right call. If she hadn't destroyed those documents, the terrorists would have secured the data effortlessly, and once they had it, they would have had zero reason to keep anyone alive. Hyun stares back, stunned by the realization. The mentor adds that, in reality, she saved them all. The brown-haired girl smiles bravely, reinforcing the point. Now, the only thing she needs to focus on is how to get out of here alive. Hyun processes this, her confusion slowly fading. She realizes they are right. She can't give up now. She has to survive. A flush of embarrassment hits her as she recalls her promise to Henim. She wonders why she's the only one hesitating, but her thoughts are interrupted. Meanwhile, deep in the mountains, with hands buried in his pockets, Khan stares up at the massive facility and asks if they've arrived. The Flame Emperor confirms that this is indeed the southern branch of the Crystal Research Center, receiving a nod from his companion. Gaze fixed on the target, the protagonist asks for a time check. Shin replies that they have roughly 1 hour and 30 minutes remaining. Adjusting his cap, Shin adds that a special ops squad is en route to the location. Khan turns sharply. Khan asks about this special force, visualizing heavily armed soldiers. Shin explains that this unit was formed specifically to counter the Black Brotherhood. It is a unit commanded directly by the Silver Tower. Standing beside his friend, Shin notes that the deployment of such a unit means one thing. It means the association has zero intention of meeting the terrorists' demands, and they've likely already delivered that rejection. The protagonist asks why the terrorists haven't retaliated yet. Shin replies that the enemy knows exactly what the SHD is capable of. They know they have no chance in a head-on fight. With a smirk, the guy in the cap suggests that maybe the villains just decided to give up halfway through. Khan doesn't share the amusement. Staring ahead, the Flame Emperor suggests a darker possibility. They aren't giving up. They're trying to cut their losses and erase the evidence. You never know what a cornered rat is capable of. The hostages are in immediate peril, so the top priority is to secure their freedom. Shin likes what he hears. Excellent, he remarks, dashing forward with renewed purpose. The man in the cap takes notice and moves to intercept the military rendezvous. The protagonist nods in agreement just as Shin leaps into the fray. Khan stares ahead, his expression grim. History tells us, this is a man who has spilled rivers of blood, but this isn't about atonement. As a military transport rumbles down the road, he admits he is simply following his gut instinct. Soldiers in blue tactical gear pour out of the vehicle. If they fail here, Lee Hyuk faces a world of grief. Watching the squad storm toward the Crystal Research Center, Khan knows the stakes. He has to save Hyun, right now. Meanwhile, the Black Brotherhood continues marching the captured scientists out of the facility. A voice crackles over the comms. Crows, report in. The commander sits surrounded by his men, waiting for a response. The blonde operative grips his walkie-talkie, demanding an answer. Silence, just static. Rage begins to boil over. With a snarl of pure hatred, he smashes the radio into the pavement. His subordinates stare at their commander, terrified. Sir? What happened? Is it a comms failure with HQ? One asks, head bowing in submission. The Brotherhood member asks if they are in trouble. A dark, twisted smirk spreads across the leader's face. We've been played, the blonde explains. This is Park Jun, squad leader for the Crystal Research Center takeover. He grits his teeth. We're the lizard's tail. Cut off so the body can escape. The soldiers exchange confused glances. What are your orders? Shoving his hands in his pockets, Park Jun announces, we initiate the backup plan. Now, the squad is stunned. Staring ahead with a menacing glint in his eyes, the blonde leader declares, it's do or die. We might make it. Or we all end up in body bags. He plays out the bloody scenario in his mind. He knows the enemy is breaching the perimeter. The dogs of the Silver Tower will be here any second, he warns. Fighting them head-on is suicide. Clasping his hands behind his back, he gives the command. Run. Get out of here. Use any means necessary. Even if you have to step over the corpses of your own comrades, keep moving. Park Jun gazes forward. That is my final order. I will stay behind to buy you time. His men are thunderstruck. They rush to their commander, shouting in protest. You're going to fight the special squad alone? Sir, if we stick together, we can break through. Park Jun opens his mouth, voice dripping with skepticism. You really think we can punch through that cordon? Against the special squad? It is impossible. His face is a mask of grim acceptance. Park Jun warns them that a monster walks among the enemy ranks. Meanwhile, other criminals continue to guard the captured scientists. Suddenly, a subordinate approaches the blue-haired lieutenant, whispering urgent news into his ear. The masked man scowls, asking, is the backup plan really necessary? Are we retreating? We won't die alone, the Brotherhood member sneers. He pulls the pins on poison gas grenades. They hurl the canisters at the scientists. Panic erupts. The researchers in their lab coats scramble, screaming, gas, run, we need to get out, but they freeze in their tracks. The black-masked terrorists level their machine guns at the crowd. Laughter echoes through the hall. Where do you think you're going, you pathetic bugs? The blue-haired man taunts, taking aim. A green-haired hostage watches in terror. She grits her teeth, helpless. Hyun stares down the barrel of the gun, paralyzed by the realization. We are all going to die here. A gunman pauses. Hey, is the gas dissipating? At the same moment, the blue-haired leader spots something impossible. The grenades are enveloped in a shimmering blue aura. Hyun stares, bewildered. The gas isn't spreading, it is suspended in midair. The energy field constricts. It squeezes the grenades, crushing them inward until the blue aura begins to vibrate violently. What the hell is that? The Brotherhood members shout. Suddenly, the compressed blue energy fires back at them. The blast knocks them off their feet, bodies hitting the floor hard. The remaining criminals look around in panic. What just hit us? An explosion rocks the rear guard. As they spin around to face the new threat, one of them takes a bullet straight to the head. Blood sprays. Bodies drop. Through the clearing smoke, soldiers in blue tactical armor advance, machine guns blazing. They move with precision, neutralize all targets. The black-masked terrorists are cut down in seconds. The scientists watch, stunned, as the saviors emerge from the haze. They're here. They actually came. It is the Silver Tower Special Forces. We are saved. Leading the charge is Park Colgan, commander of the 3rd Detachment. He scans the room with a fierce glare. Secure the perimeter. Immediately, the scientists rush toward the soldiers, weeping with relief. He assures the hostages that their nightmare is over, salvation has arrived. You're going home, he tells them, urging everyone to remain calm and follow the evacuation protocol. Shin glances at Cole, impressed by his composure amidst the chaos. The squad leader simply shrugs it off. Just doing our job. Suddenly, the commander of the 3rd Squad spots something odd on a fallen criminal's chest. He crouches down, retrieving an unidentified object from the body. Cole inspects the orb in his palm, eyes narrowing. It triggers a memory. I've seen this before, he mutters, shooting a sharp look toward the shadows. The commander questions if a third party hit the targets before the squad even breached. Based on the carnage, she muses. That's exactly what happened. Hidden in the periphery, the mysterious observer watches the confusion with a sly grin. The guy in the cap realizes the truth instantly. This was all his doing. Shin turns to Cole, confused by his sudden movement. Where are you going? Cole doesn't hesitate. My orders are to neutralize every last member of this group. His expression darkens menacingly. The commander declares there is one specific target left, one man he absolutely must capture. Around them, the special squad engages the remaining hostiles as flames begin to consume the sector. The Black Brotherhood retaliates, unleashing a hail of machine gun fire. Did you really think we'd just roll over and die? They scream. But standing in their path is a lone soldier, cloaked in swirling blades of azure energy. He obliterates their onslaught with terrifying ease. His gaze is icy, unwavering. The energy blades dance around him, deflecting every single bullet like they are nothing but raindrops. Desperate, the Black Brotherhood members hold their ground, fingers locked on their triggers, spraying lead in a futile attempt to stop him. It is useless. The blue energy shreds the projectiles mid-air. Seeing their attacks fail, true terror finally dawns in the criminal's eyes. I'm out! Dry! One yells. Another stammers. He's Amon's before his head is taken clean off in a gruesome burst. The soldier extends a hand, directing the storm of blue blades forward. In a single heartbeat, the majority of the enemy force is decimated. He moves like a phantom, wielding the energy swords with lethal precision to cut down the survivors, never slowing his advance. As he carves a path through the Black Brotherhood, one surviving thug notices the closing distance and desperately draws a combat knife. You bastard, the thug screams, lunging forward. The special squad soldier sidesteps the attack with effortless grace. Before the attacker can recover, the soldier seizes his wrist with a grip like iron. With a brutal twist, he redirects the knife, plunging it straight into another enemy standing nearby. The struck man collapses, coughing up blood. The soldier doesn't pause. He grabs the next target by the throat, a man in a blue suit, and hoists him into the air, the victim gritting his teeth in a final, useless struggle. As the Brotherhood member gasps for help, Cole stares him down. Where is he? Where is your leader? Suddenly, an explosion erupts right beside them. The blast sends the masked soldier flying back, but the commander reacts instantly, deploying an energy shield to absorb the shockwave just in time. Dust settles. Cole stares ahead, eyes widening in shock. A voice commands them to halt as a figure steps forward, a menacing flame dancing in his palm. I won't let you slaughter my men any longer, the figure declares, a smug grin spreading across his face as he locks eyes with his old comrade. The blond man tilts his head, mocking. Dumbfounded, the commander of the 3rd Squad gasps the traitor's name. Park Jun. Cole glares, hatred burning in his eyes. Finally, the traitor is within reach. Without another word, they clash, blades ringing out in the smoky air. The duel is intense, steel clashing against steel in a blur of motion. Neither yields an inch. The blonde traitor smirks, impressed. You've gotten better, he notes. Captain of the special squad now, are we? Jun teases. Cole's expression twists in disgust. If you hadn't abandoned us, this position would have been yours. Cole grinds his teeth, the betrayal still fresh. He has nothing left to say to this man. Jun laughs, shaking his head. Do you really think I care about some pathetic title? Boom, an explosion rips the ground between them apart. The blonde traitor leaps back effortlessly, while Cole, the blue-haired commander, is thrown into the debris. Struggling to his feet, Cole screams. Why? Why did you do it? He stares down his former friend, the question haunting him for years. Why did you leave the association? Why betray us? The anguish in the blue-haired man's voice is palpable. Why turn your back on us? Jun just stares at him, silence stretching, his face twisting into a scowl. Cole realizes he won't get an answer with words. The blue energy blades begin to spin violently around him. If he won't talk, he'll bleed. Fine, I'll drag the answer out of you in the interrogation room. Cole lunges. Jun blocks the strike with his own blade, his gaze hardening. With a thunderous impact, Cole shatters Jun's energy defense, but the traitor is too fast. He lands a brutal kick to Cole's midsection. Cole flies backward, slamming into a concrete wall with bone-jarring force. He lands next to a stack of industrial gas cylinders. June raises his hand, fingers poised. "Catch," he sneers. And then, he snaps his fingers. The world goes white. A massive explosion engulfs the area. June remains standing, silhouetted against the roaring inferno that consumes everything. Closing his eyes against the heat, Cole realizes the target has vanished. He knows June won't stop. He'll burn everything down if he isn't neutralized. From a vantage point, June looks down. "Time to go," he mutters, noting that his Black Brotherhood lackeys are being wiped out by Cole's squad below. Summoning a flame to his hand, the blonde traitor scoffs. "Those idiots still haven't retreated?" Suddenly, he flinches, sensing a presence. "Looking for me?" A voice chills his blood. In the blink of an eye, Cole is right there beside him, blue energy surging, eyes locked on his target. The commander of the third squad sneers, asking if his opponent is actually distracted in the middle of a deathmatch. The blonde warrior grits his teeth, clearly agitated. Suddenly, blades of raw energy swirl behind the blue-haired commander. Blood sprays into the air. In a blink, Cole teleports, instantly appearing right beside his former ally. "Where are you looking?" Cole demands, his face twisted into a menacing glare. The third squad commander isn't playing games anymore. He taunts Jean, wondering if he even has the will to fight back. Hearing this, Jean clenches his jaw in fury, just as spinning energy blades manifest behind the blue-haired attacker. Jean spots the energy swords rocketing toward him and moves to block, but he's too slow. At the same moment, Cole looks down with cold eyes. His blue energy blast lands a direct, devastating hit on the capture squad leader. Jean staggers back, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Behind the third squad commander, the blonde warrior begins to bleed heavily. The blue-haired fighter whirls around sharply. He realizes Jean failed to execute his move in time. Standing over his defeated opponent, Cole states coldly that if he had used just a fraction more power, he would have killed him right there. "Why did you hold back?" Cole asks. "Is it because we used to be friends?" Jean stands there, covered in wounds. Jean remains silent, closing his eyes in defeat. The commander sighs. "You're really going to keep your mouth shut? Fine, we'll finish this conversation." In the association's interrogation room. A moment later, the blonde man gives a bitter, mischievous grin. "I have nothing to say to you." Cole ignores the attitude, explaining that the association president is waiting for him, but Jean reaches out toward a discarded blade lying in the dirt. The capture squad leader mutters that he has no interest in making excuses, but more importantly, he can't bear the shame of looking the president in the eyes. He raises the sword to his own throat. "I can't live like this anymore." Before the blade can cut, Cole strikes. A swift blow to the neck knocks the blonde man unconscious instantly, his body going limp. Jean collapses face first into the dirt. The third squad commander stares down at him and shakes his head. "I told you, we're talking in the interrogation room." He heaves his former ally onto his back, carrying him away. "You utter dumbass." The scene shifts to Seoul, outside the Hunters Association headquarters. A line of red buses is parked near the entrance. A massive crowd of journalists swarms the entrance. After a tense wait, scientists and researchers begin stepping off the buses. The news breaks. The siege on the Crystal Research Center is over. The hostages have been rescued. Families erupt in joy, embracing the returning researchers. The atmosphere is filled with relief and celebration. Survivors weep tears of happiness as they reunite with their loved ones. Amidst the chaos, Hyun stands silently, watching the reunions. Everyone has someone waiting for them. Everyone except her. She stands completely alone. The green-haired girl suddenly slaps her own cheeks. "Pull yourself together." She clenches her fists, trying to psyche herself up. "What are you moping for? You survived. You survived the nightmare. Just go home, crack open a beer, sleep, and start living life to the fullest tomorrow." Despite her pep talk, her face betrays her loneliness. Hyun looks down, resigned to her solitude. Suddenly, rapid footsteps echo down the street. Someone pulls up right behind the green-haired girl, calling her name. Hyun spins around to see the bakery owner, gasping for air. "What are you doing here?" she asks, stunned. Hyunam catches his breath. "I couldn't just sit at home watching the news," the pastry chef explains, looking her in the eye. "I was terrified for you." Hyun blushes, heat rising to her cheeks. "Why would you be worried about me?" Hyunam closes his eyes, searching for the courage to speak. A moment later, he drops the truth. "Because I like you." The green-haired girl freezes, turning beet red. The confectioner rushes on. "I've been dieting. I train every single day. I'm trying to change because I want to connect with you." Hyun stares, wide-eyed. "I want to be a man who deserves you," Hyunam declares, looking confident for the first time. I know I still have a long way to go, but will you go out with me? Overwhelmed by the confession, the green-haired girl bursts into tears. Hyunam panics. Wait, are you crying because I disgust you? Hyun shakes her head violently through her sobs. No, it's not that at all. She breaks into a radiant smile, tears still streaming down her face. I'm just so happy. Hyunam's face lights up. Does that mean we're good? A heartbeat later, she throws her arms around him, sobbing with pure joy. I like you too, she cries. Hyunam looks pleasantly shocked before a look of pure bliss settles on his face. The confectioner holds his beloved tight. High above on a rooftop, Kong watches the embrace, grinning ear to ear at the happy ending. But elsewhere, peace is distant. Amidst swirling smoke and battle scars, a warrior with a blade frantically parries attacks coming from all sides. He grinds his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the smoke, a girl wielding a whip. She lashes out instantly. The whip cracks against the guy's defenses with brutal force. He's knocked backward, his hands trembling uncontrollably from the sheer weight of the impact. He glares at his attacker. Don't you think this is a bit much for training? You look like you're actually trying to kill me? Ji stands ready with her whip, unfazed. Her brother scoffs. Trying to destroy your only relative? Seriously? You hit like a gorilla, you know that? He complains, but the girl just stares forward, her eyes cold and displeased. Did he seriously think a monster would pause to consider his personal problems? He needed to get into position immediately. In a flash, her fiery whip coiled around her brother's throat. Reacting on instinct, he dropped low to break the hold, then launched himself forward with explosive speed. With a menacing glare, the swordsman taunted her, asking if this was really the best she could do. He mocked her recent schedule, bringing up her part-time job. He accused her of shifting her schedule just to go to that faraway place. Hearing this, Gi froze, her eyes widening in genuine surprise. He seized the opening. Kicking off the ground, he vaulted high above his sister, calculating that a barrage of personal questions was the only way to throw her off balance. It wasn't a fair fight, but it was his only chance to land a single clean hit. Mid-air, the red-haired fighter swung his blade down. He gambled on a hunch she must be chasing a crush in that neighborhood. As his sword descended, he thought he had her, until Gi turned away, face burning with embarrassment. He paused, confused by her flushed expression. Big mistake. A split second later, she blasted him in the head, her embarrassment erupting into a massive wave of flames. The inferno was intense. While the girl stammered out frantic denials, claiming she knew nothing, her brother collapsed, scorched and smoking. A moment later, another student approached the red-haired victim. He stared in shock at his friend's fried hairstyle, pointing a trembling finger at Kim Hoon. The dark-haired arrival asked what happened to his head, guessing that his sister must have thrashed him again. Hoon glared back, unamused. He told his friend to shut up, insisting he almost succeeded this time. Brushing his hand away, the friend noted that this excuse was becoming a habit. Yeom Sungmin, a B-rank recruit of the Red Dragon Guild, grinned. He knew this wasn't the first time Hoon had been roasted alive. Still, he reassured Hoon that he was doing well among the recruits and shouldn't lose hope, clapping a comforting hand on his shoulder. But Hoon brushed off the comfort, telling Sungmin to focus. There was a much bigger issue at hand right now. Sungmin asked what the problem was. Clenching his fist, the brother spat out his sister's name. He looked up with a grimace, explaining that Gi had been acting incredibly strange lately. He recalled how flustered she got about her recent activities. The redhead explained that she had started talking to herself, staring at her tablet and grinning like a lunatic. Sungmin looked at him, dumbfounded. Hoon added that during training, she suddenly turned bright red and beat him so hard he thought his soul left his body. Puzzled, Sungmin asked if it really happened out of the blue, or if Hoon was acting weird during the spar. The brother thought back to the beating. He admitted he was desperate to land just one hit, no matter the cost. So, he confessed to spouting nonsense and asking if she had a lover. The black-haired friend stopped him, realizing that the blushing and the beating happened right after that question. Hoon confirmed it. She went red as a tomato. Hearing this, Sungmin fell silent, deep in thought as he stared at his friend. The recruit dropped the bomb. She was definitely in love. Hoon stared into space, horrified, asking if that gorilla his sister was actually capable of human affection. Cut to the mission. The two guys, wearing ridiculous disguises, crouched behind a flower bed outside a Chinese restaurant, double-checking the location. Pulling down his mask, Hoon noted the restaurant's name was unique, so this had to be the place. His friend confirmed his intel was solid. Suddenly, Sungmin pointed toward the window Gi was inside. Inside, the girl was beaming with a radiant smile. The black-haired friend pointed it out, but Hoon could barely process what he was seeing. He didn't know a gorilla could make that face. Then, his gaze shifted to the person sitting across from her, Kang, looking completely calm. Hoon wondered if she really had the hots for a simple delivery guy. He scrutinized the man's face, trying to be objective. Based on looks alone, he supposed his sister could do worse. Meanwhile, Sungmin studied the scene with a darker expression. He declared that this didn't look like ordinary romance. Judging by her expression, there was something else going on. He stared at Gi's ecstatic face, racking his brain. Where had he seen that look before? An image of a fangirl flashed in his mind. He remembered seeing girls clutching idol posters with that exact expression. Sungmin stated his conclusion. That wasn't the face of a lover, it was the face of a die-hard fan. She looked like someone obsessed with a celebrity. Hoon turned to him, totally confused by the comparison. Inside, the Flame Emperor sensed eyes on him. He didn't need to guess who they were. He subtly released a pulse of blue energy. He analyzed their signatures. One of them felt just like Gi, slightly weaker, but still possessing impressive power. His mind flashed to the Red Dragon Guild, visualizing the guildmaster on his throne, surrounded by his elite kin. Kang recalled hearing that the master had 2 children. Visualizing the swordsman outside, he deduced that this must be the eldest son. He glanced sideways, wondering why the heir to the Red Dragon Guild was spying on a humble restaurant. Back behind the flower bed, the tension broke. Hoon realized he was starving, and his friend admitted he hadn't eaten since morning. Suddenly, a delicious aroma wafted over. The redhead sniffed the air, black bean noodles. Sungmin suggested they just go inside and eat. Hoon looked at him like he was insane. If Gi saw them, they were dead meat. Sungmin agreed, but then they both froze, sensing a presence behind them. Slowly, they turned around. Standing right there was Kang, holding a delivery tray. The Red Dragon recruit stared up at him, paralyzed with shock. The brother's eyes widened in terror. When did he get there? He didn't sense a thing until it was too late. The Flame Emperor glares into the distance, his eyes locking onto the figures lurking outside the restaurant, their fake smiles failing to mask their intent. "Who are you following?" Ho demands, stepping forward, but his interrogation is cut short by a loud, treacherous growl from his own stomach, leaving him face-palming in embarrassment. The guy in the red cap chuckles sheepishly. "We, haven't exactly eaten today." Hearing this, Khan glances down at the full meal sitting on his own tray. A generous grin spreads across his face. Without a word, Khan slides his plate of dumplings toward the starving group. The scene shifts, jumping ahead to the aftermath. The boys sit in the gazebo, patting their full bellies and staring contentedly at the now empty plates. "That was incredible," Ho mutters, while his friends nod in vigorous agreement, praising the flavor. Arms crossed over his chest, the Flame Emperor gets straight to the point. He confesses he was worried about the sudden changes in his sister's behavior, which is why he decided to shadow her. Watching Brother G sitting across from him, Khan realizes the man is genuinely caring, despite the confused expression currently plastered on his face. The red-haired young man speaks softly, admitting this is the first time since their mother passed away that he has seen his sister smile so carefree. "How did you do it?" he asks. "How did you bring that light back to her eyes?" Khan stares ahead, his expression serious. "I didn't do anything special for G. Maybe she just really enjoys working at our restaurant." Johnson stares at him, bewildered, clearly thinking there is much more to the story. "Don't you realize?" he asks. "You've become her idol." Khan blinks, completely blindsided. "Idol? What are you talking about?" The group falls into a stunned silence. Suddenly, the one called Huang grabs Khan's hands and bows deeply to the Flame Emperor. With tears welling in his eyes, Brother G begs him to look after his sister. Ironically, the red-haired guy realizes he doesn't even fully understand what an idol is, only that Khan had treated his sister with sincerity. Khan watches him, baffled by the emotional display. A moment later, he pulls out his phone. Sitting there in the restaurant, he types idol into the search bar. Looking down at the results, the Flame Emperor finally pieces it together. So, G looks up to him like a celebrity? Suddenly, a memory flashes in his mind, the waitress running around snapping photos of him. "She's a fan," he mutters, the realization dawning. Meanwhile, back at the house, Lim is vacuuming when she pauses to check the calendar on the wall. She gasps, it is already September. Her eyes land on a circled date. The restaurant manager had mentioned that Haeun's birthday was fast approaching. Watching her daughter playing happily with a toy train, the mother asks gently, "What do you want for your birthday, sweetie?" Haeun freezes. She thinks hard about the perfect gift, while Lim encourages her to speak up. The little girl tenses, her mind racing with possibilities. For a second, a wild imagination takes over visions of being kidnapped and tied up with her kindergarten friends, before she shakes it off and looks up at her mother. She holds out her toy locomotive. "A train," she declares. It isn't just the toy she wants the real experience. She wants to ride a train. Cut to the big day. The scene shifts to the bustling railway station, where the whole group has gathered. A massive engine thunders down the tracks toward them. Hae-eun stares in absolute awe as the loudspeaker announces the train's arrival. She clutches her clothes tightly in excitement, while a station worker shouts for passengers to stay behind the yellow safety line. The electric train roars past them, the sheer speed whipping up a gust of wind that makes Hae-eun rush to hold down her skirt. Her eyes sparkle with pure admiration. Pointing a shaking finger at the steel beast, Hae-eun screams, "It's a train! It's so cool!" It is her very first time riding the rails. Beside her, Kang grins, his eyes softening as he agrees. Yeah, it really is a train. Truth be told, it is his first time too. He looks down at his daughter. "Are you having fun?" She nods enthusiastically. Her parents take her hands as she bounces with joy. "We're going on a train!" The narrator confirms that the entire family is setting off on a trip to celebrate Hae-eun's birthday. But just as they approach the boarding gate, an announcement echoes through the station. It states the destination is an unknown station and urges passengers to check their tickets. Suddenly, Khan's gaze snaps to the side, his eyes narrow, locking onto a group of men boarding the same train. "What is that?" he mutters. "That aura. It's distinct. It is the people from the Silver Tower, and they are arguing." The Flame Emperor watches closely, wondering what business they have here. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, the head of Group 4, from the Awakened Association's Supervision Department, settles into her seat next to a rookie. Suddenly, the red-haired rookie notices someone tapping on the window outside. It is Han Yu, the head of the First Supervision Department, signaling frantically. Seeing this, Gohan just grins mischievously and points a finger back at the boss. Through the glass, the Group 4 leader tells the rookie, "If we pull this off, the boss is treating us to premium beef." Watching them, Han Yu sighs heavily, wondering if that team can actually be relied upon. His mind drifts back to a briefing earlier that day. He had stood before a blackboard, his face grim. "We've received intel from a highly reliable source," he had told the team. The department head's voice was grave. "It appears a terrorist attack is planned. The target is a passenger train." Leaning back with her hands behind her head, the red-haired girl had asked casually, "So, which train is it?" Han Yu glared ahead, his eyes dark. "That's the problem," Han Yu admitted. "We have the date, but we have zero intel on which specific train carries the bomb." Gohan looked at him, puzzled. "Then shouldn't we just stop all the trains?" The response was swift and cold. "Impossible." Remembering the catastrophic explosion at the Crystal Research Center, the chief warned that provoking them again could lead to total disaster. They had to prevent a worse outcome and, above all, avoid mass panic among the civilians. Adjusting his glasses, a serious officer noted that with the recent hostage crisis at the center, tensions were already at a breaking point. Simply halting the train traffic wouldn't solve the issue. The head of the 4th Supervision Group turned to him, demanding a concrete proposal. Han Yu faced his subordinates and dropped the bombshell. They would have to handle this operation personally. The team stood there, completely dumbfounded. Their shock turned to disbelief when the boss ordered every available agent to board and inspect the moving trains. One agent glared at her boss, telling him he better be right about this. Han Yu, frustrated by the pushback, demanded she take this seriously. The stakes were too high for hesitation. The head of the First Supervision Department silently prayed they were wrong about the target, just as the train began rapidly accelerating down the tracks. As the train sped along the coastline, Ha-eun gazed out the window, completely mesmerized by the ocean view. She remarked on how beautiful the scenery was, and Kong watched her, a look of pure joy softening his face. He pointed out a landmark through the window, and after snapping a quick photo on his phone, the Flame Emperor couldn't get over how adorable she looked. Unable to help himself, he immediately uploaded the picture to the internet with the caption, "Ha-eun is looking extra cute today." He decided he had to share it with the fan community. Instantly, the group chat exploded, with users G and Bok demanding to know the source. They marveled at the photo, agreeing that she looked absolutely radiant today. Kong held his phone, satisfied with the reaction. The protagonist considered sending it directly to G as well, knowing she was another die-hard fan. The narrative revealed a surprising twist. The powerful hero was actually an active, high-ranking member of Ha-eun's fan club, operating under the alias Shy. Suddenly, an elderly woman across the aisle stood up, trembling as she leaned heavily on her cane and complained about her bad back. The Flame Emperor narrowed his eyes at the old woman. Something felt deeply wrong. His expression darkened as he analyzed her. The protagonist realized she wasn't a grandmother at all. Looking closely at the hand gripping the cane, Kong noticed the skin didn't match her age. She was in disguise. Her rings gave it away. She was using a transformation technique, As he focused, he saw the frail old lady was actually leaking dark energy. The Flame Emperor sensed a sinister, dark aura radiating from her, specifically concentrating around the pouch she clutched in her hands. That bag was amplifying her aura. It contained real magical power. Glaring forward, the protagonist was certain of the threat. Kang watched the disguised agent grin snidely. There was no mistake. This was an operative from the Black Brotherhood. The Flame Emperor had the urge to end him right there, but he glanced at Ha-eun, who was smiling broadly. It was her birthday. He couldn't ruin her special day by turning the train into a battlefield with the Black Brotherhood. Kang stood up from his seat, turning to his companions. He needed to handle this quietly and quickly. The Flame Emperor announced he'd be back in a bit. His friend looked confused, asking where he was going as he walked away with menacing purpose. The protagonist simply explained that he wanted to check out the other cars, hiding his lethal intent. Meanwhile, in a heavily guarded basement, a subordinate in a sharp business suit bowed before his master. The man reported that Dr. Lim had made contact. The blonde leader, holding a glass of wine, asked if this was the same researcher who had leaked the info. Closing his eyes, the subordinate explained that the Silver Tower was hot on Lim's trail. After the incident at the research center, the circle of suspects had tightened, and the doctor was cracking under the pressure. The leader of the Black Brotherhood stared ahead with a cold intensity, as the subordinate added that Lim wanted to make one final deal. Setting his wine glass on the armrest, the blonde leader acknowledged that Lim had been useful in the past, but now, the doctor wanted a big payout to wash his hands of the whole business and disappear. Bowing low, the subordinate asked for instructions on how to handle the defector. The leader of the Black Brotherhood parted his lips slightly, giving a ruthless order. Tell him we agree. Get the information, and then finish him off. He knows too much about our operations to be left alive. The subordinate looked troubled, explaining that Lim had chosen the train as the meeting point. That made an immediate assassination difficult. The blonde leader grinned mischievously, noting the doctor was savvier than he looked. The leader glanced at a figure lurking in the shadows, addressing him as Chugu. What's the play here? He asked. The man with red eyes laughed, suggesting they simply blow up the entire train. Chugu grinned like a madman, adding that killing one target or everyone at once made no difference. Destroying the evidence was the only priority. The leader clapped his hands in delight. That is exactly why you're my trump card. He gave the order to proceed. Clutching a dark magic crystal, Chugu asked the boss to trust him. He was about to put on a show. The scene shifts to a high-speed train cutting across the tracks, zooming in on a luxury carriage where a man sits, gazing out the window. It is Dr. Lim, the traitor from the Crystal Research Center. Wiping cold sweat from his brow, Lim mutters under his breath, asking why these freaks have not shown up yet. But at that exact moment, his eyes dart toward an old woman approaching him. She bows respectfully, begging forgiveness for keeping him waiting, and holds her open hands out before the nervous traitor. Lim remarks that he never expected their contact to appear in such a form, but the grandmother lowers her voice, warning him that he is currently under heavy surveillance. Slowly unzipping her bag, the old crone whispers that she had to be extra cautious to avoid being targeted by their enemies. Dr. Lim watches the messenger's movements in silence. A moment later, she opens a bento box and turns her gaze toward her nephew. Sitting beside him, the disguised member of the Black Brotherhood notes that Lim has not eaten since morning, feigning concern as he hands over the lunchbox. The old woman insists he eat something, and as Lim opens the lid, nestled right in the middle of the rice, he spots a stone pulsing with dark energy. He realizes instantly that it is a top-quality crystal, while the grandmother leans in, playing her part and asking innocently if the food is to his liking. The trader's eyes widen in greed as he stares at the large gem, thinking that a crystal of this magnitude is simply breathtaking. Lim snaps the lid shut, plans of selling it and fleeing abroad racing through his mind as he tells his aunt he will save the meal for later. He claims he is not hungry right now, and she nods in agreement. Suddenly, the bespectacled man reaches for his own bag. He mentions that, by the way, he has something for her as well, placing a small object in front of the old woman. He states he prepared it ahead of time. Opening the pouch, the grandmother spots a flash drive inside and scoffs that it hardly seems worth the trouble. The disguised Black Brotherhood agent stares daggers, his innocent facade slipping for a split second as he locks eyes with the doctor. Lim insists he promised her genuine data, not some cheap fake, and leans in to whisper directly into his grandmother's ear. He assures her she will love what is on that drive, and clutching the purse, she nods, confirming she is certain she will. The old woman explains she needs to get off soon, and as she walks away from the informant, the man in glasses tells her to watch her step. Walking away, the Black Brotherhood agent sneers internally, thinking the doctor is a complete moron who just handed over far more than a simple crystal. He pictures the gem exuding dark energy in his mind. It is not a gift, but a time bomb set to detonate with a force matching the crystal's purity. He visualizes the train erupting into flames, calculating that the explosion will trigger exactly as they approach the next station. Just as the blast occurs, the old woman plans to be long gone. Approaching the restroom, the grandmother glances around one last time. Deciding it is time to vanish, she forces the train door open. Wind blasts in, staggering her for a moment, before she launches herself out with tremendous force. The old woman leaps from the speeding carriage, tucking and rolling as she lands on the hard ground, watching the steel beast roar past. A moment later, the Black Brotherhood member straightens up. The hunch is gone, as he claws at his face, tearing away the synthetic skin. Complaining about how suffocating the mask was, he opens the purse received from the informant, relieved to finally breathe. The white-haired man sneers, expecting the data, but when he peers inside, he realizes he has been played. The villain freezes, dumbfounded, holding a red flash drive he has never seen before in his life, wondering where the real one went. Back on the train, the Flame Emperor walks toward Dr. Lim's seat, musing that he did not want to ruin Hyun's birthday over such petty terrorism. Looking at the purple magic stone nestled in the rice, the protagonist realizes he has successfully defused the crystal bomb. By absorbing the magical power, he neutralized the threat, and now decides the stolen data should go to someone who can actually use it. Meanwhile, Go-eun is fast asleep in her seat, but suddenly she jolts awake. Blinking in confusion, the red-haired girl wipes a bit of drool from her mouth, realizing she must have dozed off. The rhythm of the train made it too easy to sleep, but a moment later, the head of the 4th Supervision Group looks down in surprise. Resting in her hands is a flash drive and a note explaining that this was recovered from the Black Brotherhood. The note instructs her to get the details from the doctor in the luxury car. Meanwhile, the protagonist returns to his friends, looking pleased. His friend, the restaurant owner, looks up, noting that Kang wanted to check out the rest of the train and managed to do it quite quickly. The Flame Emperor shrugs, replying that there was nothing unusual to report, his eyes drifting to the side. He casually claims he even poked his head into the luxury car, but suddenly, Ha calls out to him. Kang looks over as the girl rummages through her purse. A moment later, Ha holds out a chocolate chip cookie, pointing a finger at herself. The Flame Emperor asks if it is for him, and she beams, nodding vigorously to say she saved this cookie specifically for him because he is great, and because he kept their train safe. Looking happily at the treat, the protagonist wonders if she somehow knows exactly what he just did. Ha tells him to open wide, and Kang leans in, taking a bite of the cookie directly from the girl's hand. After the silent crisis, the group continues to enjoy their journey as the train hurtles along the rails, and the story shifts to a blacksmith's workshop. Sparks fly as a blacksmith strikes metal with tremendous force. Two men deftly wield their tools, while an old man watches, tense, as the forging continues. Time passes. The blacksmith lowers the glowing red blade into the quenching water, steam hissing violently as he wraps the handle in specialized heat-resistant fabric. Nearby, the apprentice grinds the edge to razor sharpness. Preparations complete. The master blacksmith weighs the finished weapon in his calloused hands. The old man glares intensely at the steel, his eyes critical. Bringing the sword into the workshop light, he nods. It is a masterpiece. The apprentice asks if it is done. The master turns, surprising the boy with a single, gruff sentence. We wrap it up for today. Hearing this, Seoul student Kim Un-sik nearly weeps with joy. After a back-breaking 18-hour shift, freedom is finally within reach. Watching the blacksmith pick at his ear, Un-sik pleads, "Teacher, can I please just sleep now?" Cheol ignores him, silently mounting the sword on the wall. Suddenly, the old man freezes in the center of the workshop. His head snaps to the side, ears twitching at a subtle noise near the entrance. Cheol spots the visitor. "You came?" he grunts. A woman from the inspection department beams at him. "How is business?" she asks. Cheol quickly hides his soot-stained hands behind his back. "When did you get here?" "About 10 minutes ago," she replies casually. She waited in the shadows, not wanting to break his concentration. Stepping fully into the light, the inspector asks, "Is it finished?" "We finished early," the old man explains, wiping his brow. "Got lucky with high-grade materials." He gestures for her to sit at the table. Cheol mentions the dungeon stones were exceptional. "Glad to hear it," she says, cracking open a cold can of soda. The old blacksmith takes a sip, his expression darkening. "I know you did not come all this way just to chat about rocks. What brings a busy woman like you to my dump?" he asks. The inspector's smile fades, replaced by a look of cold determination. "You want me to be direct?" She leans forward, her eyes locking onto his. "I am here for the weapon of radiance." Cheol's face remains a mask of stone. He does not flinch. Slowly, the woman places a crimson crystal on the table. "We found this recently," she explains. Chol stares at the gem lying on the table, his eyes widening in genuine shock. It is a seed, she declares. The seed of the weapon of radiance. Cheol's mind flashes back to a memory of a woman holding an ancient tome. I am surprised you brought that up, Cheol mutters. My master's notes. They mentioned something like this. An image of an armored angel fills his thoughts. A weapon containing the will of the gods, he recites, his voice low. A divine armament. He shifts his gaze, staring into the middle distance. But the text said there were specific conditions. He recalls the theory of its creation. A massive explosion ripping through a city street. My teacher created the world's greatest sword. It was a national treasure, Cheol continues, the memory vivid. But the cost was absolute. He died beneath the rubble of a collapsing building. A senseless tragedy. Cheol visualizes the tattered notebook he inherited. He left me everything. His techniques, his secrets on artifact creation, and the legends. Cheol remembers sitting at this very table, obsessing over the book. Most of the pages were dedicated to divine weaponry. He pictures a figure in black robes traversing a dungeon. 2 paths to power. First, survive a high-level gate trial and win it. The red crystal on the table seems to pulse. The second way, Cheol says, is to forge it from a stone, harboring divine energy. He thinks of the blades resting in his storage. I used to think they were just fairy tales. Even the angel's weapon did not seem that special. It fit the description, sure, but it felt lacking. Skepticism had always been his shield. Cheol imagines holding a knife, turning it over in his hands. Reproduction seemed impossible, but with the right materials, maybe, just maybe, I could make a copy. He shakes his head. But reading those notes changed everything. A realization hits him. The weapon of radiance is not just a tool. It can be revived. Can a weapon truly have a soul, a will of its own? The question hangs heavy in the air. Cheol frowns. What I saw before was not the real thing. He looks at the crystal in the inspector's hand. That is why I put in the request. I needed the dormant seed, the heart of the weapon. They call it a seed for a reason. He pictures a warrior surrounded by monsters, wielding the blade. I followed the teacher's notes to the letter. I forged a blade from that seed. Cheol stares blankly, lost in the memory. The power. It was beyond anything I imagined. It slaughtered the monsters instantly. He covers his face with his hand, trembling slightly. That is when I knew. The teacher did not die by accident. Cheol's gaze turns lethal. Someone took him out. The conspiracy begins to unravel in his mind. He envisions the Black Brotherhood, Dagon's grinning face murdering Master Xiao. The pieces fit too perfectly. The notes mention demons. Cheol whispers. Dark forces pushing the research of divine weapons for their own ends. He raises a massive hammer above his head, muscles straining. It is all shrouded in secrets, but I have finally grasped a piece of the truth. With a roar, the blacksmith brings the hammer down. Sparks fly as he strikes the red-hot metal, forging his destiny. Master Cho stared intensely, conviction burning in his eyes, believing that if he could just forge a weapon of pure radiance, every hidden secret would be exposed in the light. He shifted his gaze to Agent Kim, seated across from him. Has that dagger of yours awakened yet? He asked, letting out a heavy, weary sigh. The girl from the inspection bureau shook her head. Not yet, she admitted, her eyes scanning the room, but I'm still searching for the trigger to unlock it. I'd prefer to see it wake up sooner rather than later, the blacksmith grunted. Kim stood up abruptly, frustration evident in her posture. It's out of my hands, master. Effort alone isn't enough. With this seed, the old man declared, clutching the material. I will craft the ultimate weapon. He waved a dismissive hand. Now leave. I have work to do. The moment she left, Cho's voice thundered through the workshop. Time to work, but his shout fell on deaf ears. His apprentice, Si-oh, was passed out cold in the middle of the floor. You lazy brat! With the precision of a master marksman, the old blacksmith launched a soda can straight at the boy's head. Si-oh bolted upright, rubbing his skull. What the hell, master? Were you planning to hibernate all day? Cho barked. Si-oh rubbed the sore spot, watching Kim leave in the distance. Man, he thought. The old guy's got a temper like a volcano today. I've been working this whole time, Si-oh protested. Are you going senile? Cho's eyes narrowed dangerously. What did you just say? Repeat that. He grabbed his apprentice by the head in an iron grip. Say it again, Cho challenged. Si-oh winced, realizing the old man's grip strength was no joke. He was a monster. Suddenly, Cho froze. His eyes locked onto the calendar on the wall, the anger draining from his face to be replaced by a look of haunting realization. Is it September already? His gaze fixed on a specific date circled in red ink. The blacksmith stood paralyzed, the weight of the past crashing down on him. Had that cursed day come around again so soon? Cut to the park. Master Cho sat alone on a bench, his head hung low, lost in the shadows of his memories. A figure approached, breaking his solitude. Why the long face in the middle of a beautiful day? It was General John, grinning ear to ear as he walked up. The man known as the Unquenchable Flame sat down beside his old friend. The retired soldier nudged him. Seriously, why do you look like your dog died? It's not my style to mope, Cho muttered, staring at the ground. It's just, tomorrow. John's smile faded as he noticed the scars of grief on the blacksmith's face. What about tomorrow? September 10th? John asked, realization dawning on him as he watched his friend heave a heavy, sorrowful sigh. Tomorrow is the day, Cho whispered, a vision of blinding white light searing his mind. The day the Black Brotherhood took my granddaughter from me. The memory played out like a nightmare. He remembered thinking that bright lights only attract pests. He remembered wielding his hammer, oblivious to the masked demons closing in. The narrative shifted back to that fateful time. Flashbacks showed a younger Cho, tirelessly working in his forge, unaware that his talent had become a target. He was crafting S-rank artifacts, and powerful forces were hunting for his skills. The phone rang a sound that would change his life forever. The voice on the other end was cold. They had her. The Black Brotherhood had snatched his innocent granddaughter right off the street. Hearing those words, the old man's teeth ground together in fury. Their demands were simple. Secretly forge a weapon for them, or else. But Cho was proud and stubborn. He refused to bow to terrorists. He refused to comply. And the price for his defiance was paid in blood. The image was seared into his soul, tiny legs sticking out from under a white sheet. The morgue, the silence, the crushing weight of identifying the body of a child. Cho wept until he had no tears left. From that day on, every time he saw a child, the wound ripped open afresh. He saw his granddaughter in every laughing face. To the world, he was just a grumpy old hermit, but underneath, his heart still ached with a tender, broken love for children. Back in the present, John placed a steady hand on his friend's shoulder. Stop torturing yourself, Cho. The blacksmith just stared at his shoes. I know it hurts, the scarred general said softly, but she wouldn't want to see you like this. Cho remained silent, the guilt weighing a ton. Suddenly, John's face brightened. I don't know if this helps, but there's this kid. She usually walks past here right about now. Coming home from kindergarten. Cho looked up, confused by the sudden shift in topic. Have you forgotten? John chuckled, pointing a thumb at himself. I'm talking about the one kid who isn't terrified of my ugly mug. She looked me right in the eye, John bragged, nudging Cho with his elbow, and told me I have a beautiful soul. Cho rolled his eyes. Stop making things up. I'm serious. The general laughed. Suddenly, both men snapped their heads to the side. A sweet voice was singing a nursery rhyme about bears. John spotted little Ha-eun skipping through the park and called out to her. The little girl's face lit up. She stopped singing and beamed at the old general, bouncing on her heels. Heading home early today? John asked. She nodded enthusiastically. Cho watched John pat the girl's head and whispered, This is the one? John nodded. Isn't she cute? Cho couldn't help it. A genuine smile cracked his stony face. She really is beautiful, he thought, his heart softening. John reached into his pocket. I brought some treats for you, kiddo. Grandpa, you shouldn't, Ha-eun scolded playfully, rummaging through her backpack. John laughed. What? Don't tell me you don't like candy anymore? I do, she chirped. But today, I have something for you. She pulled out a colorful invitation and handed it to the surprised general. It's for my birthday party, she announced proudly. John's eyes widened. A birthday? That means the big day is coming up soon. Yep, she giggled. Tomorrow, I'm turning 5. Cho felt a chill run down his spine. He stepped closer, his voice trembling slightly. Tomorrow? The blacksmith asked. You were born on September 10th? She nodded happily. Cho stood frozen, his mind reeling. 5 years ago, September 10th, the exact day his granddaughter died. This child came into the world the moment his world ended. It wasn't just a coincidence, it was destiny. Hyun squinted at him, a spark of recognition in her eyes, before a wide smile broke across her face as she asked where he had been. The girl explained excitedly that she remembered him from the park, specifically from the day of the tree planting event. Joe's memory clicked. He recalled meeting a few students back then, and as he realized who she was, Hyun gazed thoughtfully at the man beside him. Without hesitation, she handed an invitation to the rugged blacksmith, asking him to come to her birthday party, leaving the old man stunned and asking if it was truly meant for him. Staring down at the sweets in his hand, the old veteran sheepishly asked if there would be chocolate too, his face lighting up when she nodded yes. For a split second, the blacksmith stared ahead in shock, hearing his late granddaughter's voice echoing in Hyun's cheerful words. He listened intently as the girl told him she didn't want him to be sad anymore, her kindness piercing through his tough exterior. Overwhelmed with joy, the old man beamed, and the two veterans waved goodbye to the girl, glancing happily at Joe, who stood silently beside them. Joe remarked that he finally understood why the blacksmith spoke of her with such fondness, watching as a broad, genuine smile spread across the old warrior's face. The scene shifts to later that evening, amidst the bustling atmosphere of a Chinese restaurant for Hyun's birthday celebration. The air filled with cheers and well wishes as Hyun stared happily at the cake in front of her, basking in the warmth of everyone's congratulations. Surrounded by all her friends celebrating the holiday, Hyun leaned forward and blew out the candles on her cake with a satisfied breath. Instantly, the guests popped party poppers and clapped their hands, filling the room with the crackle of confetti and another round of birthday cheers. A moment later, she popped a cracker of her own, gazing joyfully at the crowd before thanking everyone for coming to share this moment. She declared this the happiest day of her life, just as the blacksmith stepped up to her, handing over a small box and telling her it was for her. Hyun thanked the grandfather warmly, but the scarred old man shook his head, explaining that the gift was actually from Joe. He added that Joe was too busy to attend but had insisted on sending this immediately. Curiously, the girl began to unwrap it as the retired soldier looked on. Hyun opened the box to reveal a bracelet, and her parents gasped in surprise, instantly recognizing it as a high-value artifact. Crossing her arms, a friend explained that Mr. Joe had crafted it himself, implying its value went far beyond money. Looking at the blacksmith standing before them, Hyun's father stammered that it felt uncomfortable to accept such an expensive item, but the veteran cut him off, saying there was no point in arguing because his friend would never take the gift back, suddenly pulling out a roll of paper. He mentioned there was a note included. Unwrapping it, the restaurant owner read the message urging her to accept this modest gift. The note bluntly stated that he wouldn't take it back, and if she didn't need it, she was free to simply throw it in the trash. However, the message ended with a chilling reminder that this bracelet could save a life, and as Joe's voice narrated the words in his mind, the brown-haired boy continued his explanation. The future is an unwritten book, but to ensure history doesn't repeat itself, the protective charm had to be placed directly into her hands. Kang realized he had no choice but to accept the gesture. Watching the restaurant owner smile, he noted, "He seems to have a genuine soft spot for Hae-yoon." "You can't refuse an elder's gift," the owner insisted. Moments later, the bracelet was on her wrist. She beamed, admiring the jewelry and declaring it beautiful. Even the Flame Emperor had to admit it suited her perfectly. Seeing Hae-yoon's joyous expression, the protagonist silently congratulated her. Meanwhile, near the door, a little voice was chanting, "Sweet potatoes, sweet potatoes." Hae-yoon waved a ladle like a magic wand, singing about the harvest. She declared that the potatoes were hiding underground. Kang leaned against the doorframe. "And what exactly is this training for?" She pointed the ladle right at him. "Tomorrow, kindergarten field trip. We're digging them up." She explained this was critical preparation. The narrator rubbed his chin. "Ah, the great sweet potato mission. A sweet potato is just a potato," Kang muttered. He knelt to her eye level. "It's good to have energy, Hae-yoon. But look," he gestured forward. "If you swing that hard, you'll smash the crop or hit your friends standing nearby." She looked up at him as he taught the lesson. "True strength isn't about power. It's about control. You must use even a small force wisely." Hae-yoon smirked, understanding instantly. "So I should use the hoe more gently?" Kang smiled. "Exactly." She clenched her tiny fist. "I promise. I'll do just like you said, and bring home a mountain of potatoes." The next day, a pair of eyes peeked from around the corner. Hae-yoon went back to her chanting, but the little creature nearby was practically drooling, muttering greedily to himself. Cut to the field, the children gathered around the teacher, gasping in surprise. The teacher announced the mission. "Today, we dig in this very field." The children marveled at the sheer size of the plot. "It's huge," they cried, eager to start immediately. But Hae-yoon raised a finger. "Hold on, we need to learn the basics first. And," she added seriously, "we need to eat." She stood before the crowd, but the mob of children just shouted, "Let us dig." Their eyes lit up with excitement. The teacher interjected, "We have chocolate snacks today. Surely you don't want to refuse those?" The kids admitted they wanted buns too. "This is great!" Suddenly, a furry head poked out of a student's backpack. The teacher waved her hand. "Okay, lesson time. Let's learn to dig." As the children cheered, the stowaway quickly ducked back behind a rock. Squeaker peeked out, furrowing his brows and chattering. Back at the house, Kang had foreseen that Hae-yoon might be in danger. He had wondered how to handle the glutton. He had stood before Squeaker, asking, "Is that really why you want to tag along?" Kong hummed thoughtfully. The animal recoiled in surprise as the hero shut him down. Impossible. Kong stood tall. Looming menacingly over the animal, he demanded, "Admit it, you only want to go for the sweet potatoes." Squeaker pressed his paws together, feigning deep sadness. Kong noticed the act. "You seem heartbroken." The beast turned away dramatically. Kong sighed. "You can't just go spoiling someone else's crop." The ferret flopped face down on the table in defeat. Kong narrowed his eyes, then grabbed him by the scruff of the neck. "Okay. Fine. That's enough acting." Kong looked him in the eye. "You can go. But you can eat only one sweet potato." Squeaker saluted instantly and scurried off. In return, Kong added, "You catch every pest in that field all day. Rodents, insects, everything. Hae-yun's safety comes first." Squeaker face-palmed. He looked at the cabbage field mentally. A whole day of hard physical labor for a single potato? It hardly seemed fair, but the little guy had a plan. A vegetable appeared on screen as the narrator chuckled. Kong said only one potato, which means he just has to find the absolute largest tuber in existence, one giant equal to 2 or 3 small ones. Squeaker closed his eyes. There had to be a king potato in that huge field. Squeaker pointed his staff forward. The legendary adventure of the Great Seeker was beginning. The beast scrunched his face in intense concentration. The hero noted, "He's maximizing his focus." He strained all 5 senses to lock onto his target using a special search technique. Suddenly, his nose twitched. His eyes snapped open. The cabbage patch seemed to glow. The farm owner waved, greeting them. "I am the owner of this farm." The children responded in unison. The man smiled warmly. "Shall we see how to dig sweet potatoes correctly?" The kids grinned. "Yes, sir." But Hae-yun stared ahead, puzzled. From behind the man's back, a purple tail flicked into view. "Why does that uncle have a tail?" she wondered. Kong looked at the farmer, dumbfounded. The man tilted his head, and his eye flashed with a mysterious light. The child froze in fear. A friend sat next to her. "What's wrong?" Hae-yun shook her head. "Nothing." She raised her hand. "Teacher, I need to go to the toilet." Hae-yun tapped her boot on the asphalt nervously. "Uncle Kong told me not to tell others about what I see." She touched her bag. "And Uncle isn't around now." She was seeing things she shouldn't. "What do I do?" she whispered, leaning down to her bag. "Squeaker?" She opened the bag. It was empty. Her jaw dropped and she wanted to scream. "Where did he go?" She threw up her hands in frustration. "Squeaker." Picking up a bush, she looked toward a nearby building. "What's over there?" She rounded the corner. "Is that where it is?" she whispered. "Kid, are you hiding here?" She walked toward a wooden box. Suddenly, it jerked violently. Hae-yun's eyes bulged. "There's someone in there." She closed her eyes, magic radiating from her pupils to reveal the truth. Seeing something unexpected, she exclaimed, "It's a person!" The box shifted forward. The child stepped back, crying out, realizing it was a man. Ha flinches, startled by the sudden movement. She clutches her bag, knuckles turning white. Her eyes go wide with panic as she waves a trembling hand, signaling that she has to leave. Kong steps out from the distance, holding up a hand to stop her. He presses an amulet into her palm. "Keep this close," he commands. Ha stares down at the artifact in her hands, confused. "What is this?" "A self-defense badge," Kong explains, his voice low. He looks the child in the eye, his expression darkening. He kneels to her level. "I'm warning you now, because danger is coming." He continues, urgency in his tone. "You see things, Ha, things hidden from everyone else. That vision can confuse you, trick you." He pauses. "It's not safe to tell people what you see." Ha studies the amulet, puzzled. Kong clarifies the rules. "If this icon ever cracks, if it splits in two, that is your signal. If it breaks, you run to a teacher immediately." Suddenly, the amulet in her hand snaps. A clean break. Ha freezes, her mind racing back to Uncle Kong's warning. Panic sets in. Asterisk, I have to tell the teacher. Now. Asterisk, Ha rushes to teacher Ko, whispering urgently in her ear. Ko drops to her knees, searching the child's face. "Is this true?" Ha furrows her brow. She is no liar. Ko realizes she has no choice. She has to investigate, even if it walks her straight into a trap. It is risky, but she cannot ignore it. Ko barks an order to her assistant. "Watch the kids." Then she bolts, demanding to know where the threat is. She moves with supernatural speed, practically flying forward. Meanwhile, the farmer tilts his head, a sinister grin stretching across his face. Nearby, a creature digs frantically, sending dirt flying to the sides. Dust clouds the cabbage patch. A small squeaker pops up from the soil, eyes locked on the prize. Finally, he found it. A massive, mega sweet potato lies before him. The squeaker lunges, jaws ready to snap, but he freezes. His eyes go round. Something is wrong. The beast recoils, jumping back. Any other dungeon rat might have fallen for it, oblivious to the danger, but this kid has seen too much to be fooled. That is no sweet potato. A dark, magical aura pulses from the vegetable. It's a monster, the squeaker realizes. A mimic disguised as a root vegetable. A warning bracket flashes in his mind, confirming the threat. He snarls at the deceptive food. Asterisk. Can't eat that. Asterisk, the narrator notes. Asterisk. A monster like that would tear his stomach apart. Asterisk. The ferret scrambles back, furious. He spits the fake sweet potato onto a rock. The kid is absolutely livid. He grabs a stone, unleashing a battle cry. The narrator observes that he pours every ounce of his tiny rage into the projectile. He launches it. The stone whistles through the air, aimed straight at the mimic. It is the pure, unadulterated fury of a baby beast. Asterisk, thwack, asterisk, the stone bounces off. The sweet potato trembles. The beast stares, fascinated, as the mimic opens its dumbfounded eyes. Back inside, a door swings open. Ha points to a stack of crates. Ko inspects them. There's someone in here, she breathes. Ha rushes forward. Hold on, I'll get you out, Ha cries. Ko grabs the object, realizing there is no other option. It will not budge. Not a millimeter. Ko turns to Ha, her expression shifting. Ha, close your eyes for a second, she commands. Okay, the girl replies, shutting them tight. Ko's pupils flare with light. Objects begin to levitate. She spreads her arms, the system identifying her, Ko So-Are, an agent of the Awakened Association. Her ability, telekinesis. Her eyes blaze with awakened power. She stares down the crate. Asterisk, crack, asterisk, inside lies a man's body. Are you all right? Ko asks, scanning him. Ha peeks through her fingers, tilting her head. The man turns his head. That's the farm owner. Ha gasps. Ko tilts her head, confusion setting in. If he is here, who is the person outside? She rips the blindfold off the captive. He looks around, panic in his eyes. Stop the training, evacuate everyone, now. Ko reaches out, confused. What are you talking about? The farmer screams. The man out there is a fake. He's the one who tied me up. The children are in danger. Ko's eyes go wide. She sprints for the exit, shoving Ha back. Hide here. Do not come out. Ko moves, mind racing. Asterisk, disaster, asterisk. She has to act fast. Ha grits her teeth, terrified for her friends. Ko stops abruptly. The farmer blocks her path. The doppelganger smirks. Teacher Ko, where are you running off to in such a hurry? The man laughs, a cold, hollow sound. Ko staggers back, fear gripping her chest. It's him, she gasps. That aura. Ha watches from the shadows. Asterisk. Why would he pretend to be the owner? Asterisk. Ko stares down the monster. Asterisk. Why the disguise? Asterisk. But more importantly, asterisk. What is he planning to do with the kids? Asterisk. The man sticks out, a grotesque tongue. Ko grimaces. The doppelganger notes her reaction. A teacher, huh? You act rare for your kind. Ko charges. Answer me! She swings a high kick. Asterisk. Boom! Asterisk. Dust explodes across the room. Ha watches, trembling. Ko seals herself in a protective dome. She extends a hand, screaming back at the girl. I'm fine, stay back. Ha, it's too dangerous. Ko knits her brows. The doppelganger reveals a stinger. Unexpected, he muses, mouth splitting open. Are you a tower agent? How did you block that? The creature steps forward. But even if you are, you can't stop my plan. The stinger twitches. He holds up a syringe, grinning wicked. Are you worthy to witness the stinging tale of the behemoth demon race? It is my greatest creation. Ko studies the creature. Its form is shifting, warping. Asterisk. That energy, it's alien. Asterisk. Ko realizes the truth. Asterisk. He's a demon. Asterisk. She clenches her fist. Asterisk, I have to end this. Asterisk. Ko looks up, screaming in defiance. I won't retreat. She rips an iron door from its hinges and hurls it straight at the antagonist. She screams, hurling everything she has at the door. Stones, debris. She is relentless, refusing to let that monster breathe. Boulders fly like missiles. She raises her hands, levitating a massive refrigerator and launching it straight at the enemy with crushing force. Dust billows through the room as the rubble settles. The teacher stands amidst the chaos, scanning the debris, praying that was enough to end him. Satisfied with the silence, she turns to leave. She has to get back to the children immediately. But suddenly, her eyes widen in sheer terror. A claw punches through the wreckage. The metal door crumples like paper in his grip. The doppelganger rises from the dust, unharmed, sneering as he asks if she finally respects his power. He grinds his teeth, mocking her pitiful attempt. Did you really think that would break me? The teacher clenches her fists, demanding to know what he means. She stands her ground, shouting that she is not weak, that she will fight him until her last breath. But even as she speaks, a wave of confusion hits her. Suddenly, her legs give out. She collapses, gasping, unable to understand why her body is failing. The villain steps closer, chuckling at her loss of control. He reveals a syringe in his hand, his voice dripping with malice. Right at the start, I already injected you with my poison. Not that I needed it to beat you, he scoffs. Blood sprays from the teacher's mouth as she crashes to her knees, completely overpowered. He looms over her, musing that he might let her live for the show. You asked about the children, didn't you? He gestures casually over his shoulder. Ever heard of the sweet potato bomber? An image manifests a harmless-looking root vegetable. It looks like a sweet potato, he explains. Perfect camouflage. Even an awakened cannot tell the difference. But wake it up. The vegetable's eyes snap open in the projection. And it is a voracious beast. A relic from the gate catastrophe. It explodes the moment it touches saliva or takes a hit. Boom, he whispers. Whole populations starve to death because of these things. In the early days, he admires his claw, proud of his twisted work. Honestly, it is one of my masterpieces. The teacher looks up, realization dawning on her face. The doppelganger strikes a pose. I see you are catching on. Those are not sweet potatoes in that field. They are my bombers. And those kids, they are digging them up right now with their bare hands. The teacher hangs her head, trembling. The villain laughs. Just thinking about it gets you excited, doesn't it? She whispers that she will not let it happen. She tries to scramble away, desperate to save them, but stumbles and crashes hard. The villain just grins at her struggle. Forgot your condition already? You cannot even stand, let alone save anyone. There is nothing you can do but watch, he hisses, baring his teeth. Watch them die. I need an audience for my grand finale. That is the only reason you are still breathing. You are my VIP guest. He throws his arms wide, preaching his twisted logic. Why do the weak try to save the weaker? It makes no sense. Survival of the fittest is nature's law, he shouts. The teacher grinds her teeth, tears of rage in her eyes. Why? She screams. They are innocent. If you want blood, just kill me instead. He tilts his head, smiling cruelly. Why? Because I love breaking the weak. He looks up, savoring the thought. Imagine their little insides splattering everywhere. His eyes bulge with sadistic glee. Torn apart, blood everywhere. It is going to be magnificent. He leans into her face. And you will writhe in guilt forever because you couldn't save them. Isn't that fun? That is why I chose you, he whispers. He thrusts his claws toward the screen. Showtime. The teacher's eyes go wide. He throws his head back, announcing the start of the slaughter. Tears stream down the woman's face. It is happening sooner than she thought. She slams her fists into the ground, cursing her own weakness. If only she had more power, the villain sighs, looking away. Pity I cannot see the gore up close. But it is time to harvest that delicious energy of despair. He extends his hand to absorb the power. Meanwhile, in the field, a small squeaking creature weaves through the cabbage. Smack! A stone hits a potato. The fruit grows eyes, glowing with volatile magic, trembling before boom. Shrapnel tears across the field. The children freeze, staring at the chaos. A creature leaps from the smoke, claws clattering as it flees the blast. The squeaker dives into the fray, spinning and distracting the beasts. One monster steps on a trap, another massive explosion rocks the ground. The squeaker goes flying, but a hand snatches it out of the air. It is Kong. He cradles the little brave creature. Good job, he says, standing tall. Leave the rest to me. Back in the room, the doppelganger stares at his hand, confused. What is this? Why isn't the energy flowing in? The teacher looks up, a spark of hope igniting in her eyes. The children are still alive. It is not over yet. She realizes she has to buy time. Keep him focused on her. She forces a smile, despite the pain. Looks like your plan hit a snag, she wheezes. Your brilliant creation is total garbage. She locks eyes with him, mocking his pride. Is this really your masterpiece? It seems to be failing. The antagonist grinds his teeth in fury. You pathetic little, he screams, losing his composure. Shut up. The counterattack lands. The doppelganger recoils, realizing his plan has shattered. He can't forge the ring of despair, and he certainly can't gather the energy he needs. The antagonist grinds his teeth, screaming that he won't let it end like this. On the ground, the injured teacher lets out a breath of relief. Glaring at his own claw, the doppelganger curses. You pitiful, weak creature, he roars, blaming his failure on the girl. This is all your fault. Madness takes over. If I can't win, I'll take you with me. The enemy lunges forward, vowing to slaughter her first and send the children to hell right after. The villain's expression twists into pure malice, but suddenly, a shadow looms. Kang squats down, shielding her. Who do you think you're touching? The double sneers, dismissing Kang as a petty nuisance. He swings his blade, shouting that he'll kill them both. The teacher watches in horror, screaming, "No, it's impossible. Run, it's too dangerous." The woman clenches her jaw, bracing for the end. She opens her eyes, Kang, and freezes. The heroine looks around. Kang has caught the enemy's strike bare-handed. You dare touch our Ha? The double snaps his head around. Kang stares him down, eyes burning with menace. I think it's time I taught you a lesson you won't forget. With one hand, the guy effortlessly restrains the antagonist. The double looks around in confusion. Where am I? Kang stands behind him, his voice cold. We are inside my inventory. Teaching you a lesson in the real world would be too messy. The enemy's jaw drops. Kang tightens his grip. I rushed here, the second Ha's security badge shattered. You have some nerve touching her. He squeezes the antagonist's neck. Now, suffer. The double strikes back with a desperate fist, yelling at the little man to know his place. But he's the one sent flying backward, screaming for Kang to die. Kang moves so fast he creates afterimages. He closes the distance instantly. The enemy pulls a syringe to inject poison, but Kang's eyes go wide not with fear, but rage. He crushes the enemy's hand. The double turns, shocked that a human repelled his attack. Kang delivers a devastating punch. The villain's mouth flies open, a silent scream forming before. His face smashes directly into the protagonist's knee. The antagonist clutches his ruined nose. The doppelganger glares, seething with hatred. You dared to ruin my beautiful face, he shrieks. I will never forgive you. He rushes forward, blindly throwing his claw at the boy's head. Kang catches the opponent, his eyes completely consumed by darkness. The guy clenches his fist, winding up. One fist becomes a dozen. A barrage of blows rains down on the antagonist. Explosions of force detonate against his face. The double is blasted away, crying out in agony. He's going to kill me, the villain realizes. Kang raises a fist to finish it. He swings but hits nothing. The guy looks ahead, confused. What the? The hero is left holding the enemy's severed claw. He stands up, realizing the coward detached his own arm to escape. The doppelganger sprints away, babbling in terror. How is this possible? I am a demon. He is just a human. He trembles, admitting he never knew humans could possess such monstrous power. The antagonist forces a grin to hide his fear. Is he a divine being? The doppelganger scrambles, desperate to escape this pocket dimension immediately. What is this inventory anyway? Why is it so huge? Kang watches him run and remarks calmly. If it's inside my inventory, you know what that means, right? The protagonist stands his ground. Kang walks slowly toward his opponent. Why did you stop running? The doppelganger halts and turns, a twisted smile returning to his face. There is no reason to run anymore. Kang raises an eyebrow. Oh? The antagonist grins. This inventory, it is massive. And that means, the enemy continues, it is full of energy. His remaining hand begins to glow with dark magic. To be precise, the power of magic crystals. The doppelganger begins to mutate violently. These crystals contain pure, demonic energy. My torn arm and tail can absorb it all, he laughs maniacally. In other words, you brought me to a feast. The entire landscape is fueling me. The enemy transforms, growing into a towering monstrosity. The protagonist stands calmly before the beast. A giant monster now looms over him. The double, having evolved into a creature of nightmare, declares, "Behold my highest form." He attacks the guy. According to the law of the fittest, you die now. The enemy swings a massive limb, commanding the man to perish. The earth shakes violently. Kang, dodging backward, notes the size difference. He got bigger. The main character charges in. Actually, this is even better. Asterisk slack. Asterisk. He slaps the enemy across the face. The sadist's eyes bulge out of their sockets. The monster face plants into the floor, instantly defeated. Kang looks ahead. Cut to Kang placing a sweet potato on the table. Today's appetizer, sweet potatoes. He sits opposite the girl. Eat up, don't be shy. Ha beams. There is nothing tastier in the world. The guy glances at the stack of boxes, surprised by the sheer quantity. The main character sits at the table, explaining, the farm owner gave them to us as a thank you gift. I couldn't refuse. He lifts a potato to his mouth. He actually wanted to donate part of his farm, but Teacher Ko managed to stop him. So instead, he promised to send sweet potatoes every single year. The cook watches the protagonist. Suddenly, the child starts pounding her chest, choking on a piece stuck in her throat. The woman frantically pours lemonade. It's too hot. The girl gulps it down. Ha, exhales loudly, smiling broadly. Lemonade goes perfectly with sweet potatoes. The heroine smiles, and the protagonist thinks to himself, asterisk, it's a relief. Ha isn't traumatized, asterisk, but the guy looks serious. He is haunted by the demon's words. The monster, still lying on the floor, groans. I didn't expect a human this strong to end up in the second world. Kong looks down at him. What do you mean, second world? Are you talking about another dimension? How did you get here? The doppelganger chuckles painfully. You are so strong. Yet you know nothing? Only those with true power can traverse the rift. The guy looks down. You are nothing compared to that times creature. The young man clenches his fists. I need that power. The power to move between worlds. He looks away, hope rising. Asterisk. If I use that power, I might finally return to my own world. Asterisk. Sunlight bathes the restaurant. The brunette gazes out. A calendar on the wall marks today as a day off. The main character turns around and speaks to the man. With so many days off this month, even the restaurant had shut its doors. The silence begged the question, was the closure because of Chuseok? Tae looked at his friend in disbelief. Do you seriously not know about the holidays? He explained that Chuseok and Solal were the two titans of the calendar. Historically, it was about harvesting and thanking ancestors, Tae lectured. But these days, it is mostly about gathering the relatives and eating good food. The scene cut to the family table. The man turned to the protagonist with a plan. This year, he announced, I am going to visit my family. They live in another city, he explained. Kong nodded, wishing his friend a safe trip. Don't worry, I will watch the house and the restaurant while you are gone. But Tae cut in, a mischievous glint in his eye. What are you talking about? You are coming with us. Before the hero could protest, Tae added, I have already warned my relatives. My parents are expecting you. The trap was sprung. There was no escape. Meanwhile, in director Cho Gum-ho's office, a business meeting was underway. A woman sat across the desk, skeptical. What kind of children's song contest is this? The man in the hat leaned forward. It is a heartwarming competition, he promised. The program will be broadcast all over the country for the Chuseok special. The producer, a blonde man named Ook, made his move. He handed his business card to the girl's mother. I am the producer. We want to introduce Ha to the world. Lim took the card, her expression guarded. Ook continued his pitch. This program is designed to discover talented children. It is our first holiday special, he pressed, and frankly, I would really love to see your baby in it. But the mother hesitated. Of course, she loves to sing, but the competition in these shows is fierce. She placed a protective hand on her daughter's shoulder. Besides, we were planning to visit her grandparents. The producer was quick to counter. It is pre-recorded, so it will not affect your trip. He smiled, dropping the pretense. When I saw Ha, I knew. Her participation would guarantee the show's success. Then he slipped up. Even if she sings badly, it is fine. She is cute. A colleague elbowed him hard. What he meant, the colleague corrected through gritted teeth, is that the audience will be thrilled just to see her. Her popularity is skyrocketing after the movie. Lim was not sold. But she has not even learned to sing properly. The dark-haired executive raised a hand to stop her. Even without vocal training, the viewers will love her regardless. The adults stopped arguing and turned to the child. What do you think, Ha? The baby flashed a brilliant smile. I really want to try. A few days later, at the DBS channel conference room, the chaos had begun. People bustled around the table, but the girl sat perfectly still, waiting for the shoot to start. She was scheduled for an interview and a meeting with children's book authors. A stranger greeted Ha, but she looked past him. A redhead girl smiled and introduced herself as Min. I am 6 years old, Min announced. Ha turned and introduced herself. Min's eyes widened. Whoa, you act way older than you are. The baby laughed. That is true. She looked at Min's outfit. You look very beautiful today. Min smoothed her dress, flattered. You have good taste, she said, noting Ha's style. And you look like a model from a kid's magazine. Ha sat composed on her chair as the brown-eyed girl opened her bag. I have decided, Min declared, that you are worthy of becoming my friend. She handed a piece of candy to Ha. Ha took it, amused. What is this for? She asked. Min winked. For you, of course. Min hugged her new friend tight. Thank you. Ha patted her back, whispering, Careful, do not ruin the makeup. A man in a suit clapped his hands to gather attention. All right, everyone, time to move to the interview studio. Seated in the spotlight, the host turned to a nervous brunette girl. First time in a studio? Can you share your feelings? She stared at the floor. My mom brought me. But I do not really like it here. The host forced a laugh. Ah, a very obedient participant. Next was a boy who shook his hands excitedly. My uncle said, if I win, I get a job as a hunter. Is that true? The host looked blank. I honestly do not know. Then came the redhead. Min. But under the lights, her confidence crumbled. The cancel card went up as she started crying for her mother. She is a bit nervous. The interviewer apologized to the camera, wiping sweat from his brow. Filming children was a nightmare. He checked his list. Next participant. Ha. The child stepped up, looking the interviewer dead in the eye. What do you think about this competition? He asked. Ha smiled, completely at ease. I am very happy. I think my grandparents will be very excited to see me on TV. That is why I agreed to participate. The host was floored. She speaks so well, he thought. Is this girl really 5? He leaned in. Maybe you would like to say hello to your relatives? Look right into the camera, he instructed, and speak as if you are writing a letter. Ha clasped her hands together. Grandma, Grandpa, I am on TV. I do not know if I can sing well, but I will try my very best. I wish you all the best. The film crew watched, mesmerized. A curly-haired staffer whispered, where did this genius kid come from? Watching from the sidelines, the woman gestured excitedly. What is Ha filming? She asked Tae. It is an interview, Tae replied. She turned, eyes wide. Can we go closer? Tae nodded. Sure. The woman smiled to herself. As the leader of Ha's fan club, she could not miss a moment like this. I did not know the baby could sing though, she admitted. Tae watched Ha with a proud look. It is in her blood, he explained, pointing a thumb at himself. My wife used to be the main vocalist. The brown-eyed man boasted of his vocal prowess, claiming his voice was once the stuff of legends. Turning to the hero, Jean asked, does Kong have a set of pipes on him too? Staring into the distance, Kong replied, I'm not sure why, but whenever I sing, people just get sad. The group exchanged puzzled glances. One lady assumed the protagonist was being modest about a perfect voice. The brunette turned to the short-haired woman, who confirmed, it's true, his singing is so good it moves people to tears. The cook stepped closer to the hero, admitting he'd never heard Kong perform, and urged him to sing something right now. The brown-eyed man laughed. Right here? In front of everyone? Of course, came the reply. True singers don't need a stage or a schedule. The man closed his eyes, preparing himself. Kong relented. Fine, just one song. His friend, impatient and eager, leaned in. The brunette held her breath. Kong opened his mouth to sing. Clasping his hands behind his back in a stiff, formal stance, he belted out his chosen track. The anticipation in the room was palpable, but as the hero raised his hand dramatically, the mood shifted. The young man burst into laughter, exclaiming, What is this? Are you some kind of ancient warrior? It was a ballad, an old, dusty ballad. Kong defended his choice with a smile, insisting that old-school ballads possessed a beauty modern songs lacked. The girl retorted, It's ancient history. Embarrassed, Kong closed his eyes, trying to explain the soulful depth of the trot genre. Don't underestimate the classics, he muttered. Yu walked away, shaking her head. This won't do. How about we close up early and hit the karaoke bar? She decided it was high time to introduce Kong to the modern era. Kong glared sullenly, but the man insisted, It'll be good for you to hear what's actually popular. Scene shift Tuesday. The production team prepped for the Shoot a Children's Talent Contest format. The composer, Tae, adjusted his glasses, announcing he was ready for visitors. Standing at the threshold, Ha bowed politely and introduced herself. Connecting with the kids was vital for a composer. Tae turned, smiling warmly. I'm composer Tae, he said, welcoming her. He was a living legend, a hitmaker. The actress approached the creative titan, and he asked, Do you know what we'll be working on today? We're learning songs, Ha replied. He gestured for her to sit, a good feeling settling in his gut about this collaboration. The cameraman focused the lens on the girl. Tae announced, First, I want you to listen to the demo for my new track. Listen closely. He pressed the button. A melody about dreams filled the room. The young man picked up the microphone, singing along with a smile, lost in emotion. To the staff, the song felt joyful, a beacon of hope, hair falling over his forehead. The employee thought, Asterisk. There's a reason Tae is a legend. Asterisk. Suddenly, the actress began to weep. Tae knitted his brows in surprise. Why are you crying? Wiping her tears, Ha whispered. It's sad. So very sad. The room fell silent. Sad? The staff looked confused. Sweat trickled down the composer's cheek. She had seen right through him. It sounds life-affirming, he admitted, his voice trembling. But I hid the sadness on purpose. Ha's tears continued to flow as Tae explained the truth. People are waiting for a bright future because reality is too harsh to bear. It's been 25 years since the gate was destroyed. The dark times are over, but I want a stable future for these children. The kids gathered around him as he spoke his inner wish. That's why I wrote this song, to convey my hope for their well-being. He looked at the open book of lyrics. I wondered if anyone would feel the sorrow hidden in those words. Ha pressed her hands to her face. What do you think the song is really about? He asked. Lowering her gaze, the girl answered, I feel comforted. It tells us the future will be happy. It's a song for those who are suffering right now. The creator's mouth fell open in amazement, a genuine smile breaking across his face. The cameraman panned to capture the composer's joyous reaction. They leaned in, thanking her. Tears welled in the creator's eyes. I'm so glad, he said. Glad you're the one singing this. You understand it perfectly. Scene shift. Neon signs buzzed overhead. The staff of the Yanchangak restaurant were belting out tunes. The guy sang with raw emotion. She threw her hand up, dancing wildly. The owner and workers had taken over the karaoke room. The guy looked around. Yu was with him. It was Kong's first time in such a place. The director, shirt unbuttoned, exposed his stomach. Kong closed his eyes, thinking, asterisk. This is much scarier than a dungeon. Asterisk. The chaos was overwhelming. A hand extended the remote. Yu shoved the tablet into his grip. Pick a song, she challenged. Sing it yourself. Kong smirked. Fine, I'll show you I know what modern is. He grabbed the mic. She clapped, helping him navigate the new releases. The guy watched the singer, wondering why Kong had chosen such a notoriously difficult track. That's a Lee Gong-ho song, someone whispered. Kong raised the microphone to his lips. The melody of One Rainy Day began. A blue aura seemed to radiate from the young man. She clasped her hands, mesmerized. Asterisk, he's actually good. Asterisk, the protagonist thought, watching intently. He's handsome, G noted. Looks like a real idol. Kong lowered the microphone as the song ended. Yu collapsed into her seat. Kong. That was amazing. I knew he could do it, she cheered. Kong looked away, embarrassed, as the praise washed over him. A knock interrupted the celebration. A man peeked in, apologizing. The officer glared. What is it? The stranger, Ko, straightened his suit. Who just sang Better the Sun Than the Autumn Rain? He leaned toward the main character. Was it you? The musician slammed his fist into his palm. That was him, the subordinate replied. Ko smirked, eyes gleaming. How would you like to become an idol? The main character turned his gaze to the intruder. The light caught the director's back dramatically. He's lost his mind, someone muttered. Ko held out a business card. I'm not a scammer. I'm the executive director of RD Entertainment. He dropped his name. A drop of sweat rolled down G's cheek. She mentally scanned the database. Red Dragon Entertainment isn't just a company. It is the largest titan in the Korean industry. A factory of fame, churning out celebrities backed by the immense power of the Red Dragon Guild. Kyle stared at the business card, his mind racing with the absurdity of it all. How did he manage to unearth a diamond in the rough inside a cheap, ordinary karaoke bar? It felt like divine intervention. Kyle smirked, calculating the odds. The guy looked young, maybe 20, possibly 25 at the oldest. The protagonist studied the card while the director obsessed over the most obvious asset, his visuals. The man was a masterpiece. Kyle was practically salivating at the potential, thinking he had to drag this talent to their headquarters immediately. This was the find of the century. The manager extended a confident hand, his voice smooth. Don't overthink it. It was a subtle warning disguised as advice. Forget the terms for a second, he pressed, eager to lock it down. Let's just discuss the contract. But the response was a cold refusal. Kyle froze, utterly embarrassed. The director's eyebrows shot up in disbelief. Refusing? He clenched his fist, desperate to make the kid understand. We are the #1 agency in the entire country. The young man simply replied that he had a job to do. I have deliveries to make. The screen flashed to white as Kyle stammered. Delivery? The truth hit like a blinding light. Kong wasn't an aspiring idol. He was a delivery driver for a local Chinese restaurant. Kyle knitted his brows, confused. Think about your future, Kyle exclaimed, dropping to his knees in desperation. We can pay you in advance. A blush crept onto G's face at the scene. He's not a student, she interjected. The manager stared blankly as she dropped the bomb. Kim is already in his late 30s. Kyle gasped. They were the same age. The restaurant owner rested his head on his shoulder, amused. Kyle stared at that face. It was impossible. The guy looked no older than 30, tops. The protagonist handed the business card back with polite finality. Kyle leaned in, bewildered. I don't do deliveries for the money, the guy said. The director blocked his path. Then why do it? Kyle demanded. He pressed the card against the man's chest, begging, "Just become a singer, that's all we ask." But the answer remained firm, "I have no need for that." Clouds drifted lazily over the broadcast station on the day of filming. A girl clutched a poster tightly while viewers settled into their seats. A man grabbed the corner of a banner, ready to support the team. The audience roared their love for Ha-ji. The fan club president raised a loudspeaker, her voice cutting through the noise to demand order. She rested a hand on her belt, commanding the crowd. "Ha, shouldn't be ashamed of us," she shouted. She smiled, proud of her role as the admin of the Chocolate Bun fan club. You approached her, curious. "Are you the admin?" The man looked away, asking why they chose that name. The protagonist smirked. "The fans voted on it," he explained. "Because the actress absolutely loves chocolate buns. It's adorable." The admin stared at him, suspicious. How does Kang know such specific details? A shadow crossed the protagonist's neck. He realized she was G, the famous fan club admin. She turned, straightening her shoulders with pride. "Is your nickname a mix of Little Love?" he asked. He realized that explains the high-quality photos she always posts. G operates under the handle Little Love online. The young man pointed to himself, a playful glint in his eye. "My nickname is Shy. I'm member number 1004. The girl's face turned crimson. Laughter erupted, loud enough to earn them a scolding from security. Meanwhile, in the dressing room, the singers sat in tense silence. The girl clasped her hands. "Yesterday, I had a dream. I was flying through the stars." She opened her eyes, but her nerves were obvious. Min grabbed a water bottle, a cold drop of sweat rolling down her cheek. Ha looked at her concerned. "Are you okay?" The aspiring singer was sweating profusely but lied. "I'm not worried at all." A loose strand of hair fell over her ear. "I'm going to become a singer," she announced, trying to convince herself. "This is nothing." But a flush of anxiety colored Ha's cheeks as she watched. The singer's pupils constricted. Mentally, she was screaming. Asterisk. Why am I shaking so much? Asterisk. Horror gripped her chest. Asterisk. What happens if I make a mistake? Asterisk. She touched her partner's shoulder for support. Min gripped the hem of her dress, knuckles white. Ha decided to break the tension. "I really like chocolate buns," she said softly. The actress held her chin in thought. "My uncle gives me yellow fruits sometimes, but I can't eat them often." Ha looked at Min directly. "What do you like most?" A sweat drop lingered on Min's face as she hugged her teddy bear. "This," she whispered. "I like this the most." Ha smiled. "It's very cute," Min explained. "My mom gave me this bear for my birthday." The singer beamed. "I really like my father's noodles." She leaned in, conspiring. "I love them so much. We should eat them together sometime." The girls linked their pinky fingers, sealing the promise. Min laughed, the tension breaking. A strand of hair brushed her forehead. "Did you stop worrying?" Ha asked. Min turned her palms up, amazed. "My hands. They really stopped shaking." The actress narrowed her eyes playfully. "My uncle taught me this method. To stop the worry, you just have to think about what you love the most." The girl looked at her new friend, surprised. "Is that unusual?" Min exhaled a long breath. "You seem older than me," she admitted. Ha tilted her head. "Does that make you angry?" A sign hung on the wall behind them. "It's great," the competitor replied, offering her friend a piece of candy. On stage, the host grabbed the microphone, welcoming the roaring audience. "Welcome to our special festive episode." The man held his cue card, voice booming. "Only one participant remains." He acknowledged the massive crowd that came to support the young talent. Kang sat in the audience next to her father. Noga stepped onto the stage, bathed in bright rays of light. The host announced Ha as the final competitor. Thunderous applause greeted her from the hall. The host stood center stage, gesturing to the last participant. She took a step forward. "A special holiday performance," the man added. Ha smiled radiantly. The man in the jacket called her name, and the crowd exploded with joy and support. Kang watched from his seat beside her dad. The lamps glowed, and the spotlight snapped onto Ha. The host introduced her song. The child exhaled sharply. "The composition is called Rainbow Dream." Ha nodded to the pianist. He returned the gesture with a reassuring smile. His hands hovered over the piano keys. A finger pressed down, the first note rang out, and the girl smiled brightly as she began to sing. She raises a hand to the microphone, her voice a melody as she weaves a tale of soaring across the night sky, a dream that paints broad smiles across the audience's faces. She adds a verse about flying toward the rainbow, and suddenly, the atmosphere shifts. Her words strike a chord so deep that tears begin to fall, spectators glancing at one another in disbelief. Moisture wells up in their eyes as they wonder why they're so moved. A guy in a yellow jersey points a trembling finger at the crowd. directing the producer's attention. The producer's eyes widen in shock as he realizes the entire hall is weeping. Even the blonde man beside him can't stop the tears from flowing. His subordinate voices the observation, and the blonde man admits he's crying too. The guy sobs, asking when this wave of emotion began, while Kang simply smiles, knowing exactly when. He had sat next to Ha, recalling the composer's wish that these songs would serve not just as entertainment, but as true consolation for the soul. The girl clutches the microphone, her gaze shifting to the hero, as she remembers holding the ice cream and declaring she wanted to do this too. Now, she sings her heart out on stage. This is the result of the protagonist teaching her a vocal technique, a combat method from the martial world used to blast opponents away with sheer sonic force. But this art was originally forged for a different purpose. As the hero once demonstrated, it was created to infuse the voice with raw joy and sorrow. By pouring inner emotions into the sound and amplifying them with energy, the singer can touch souls. Ha places her hands on her chest, beaming. It's a technique that suits her perfectly. Pink musical notes manifest from her hands, a visual aura of a kind soul that leaves the women in the audience gaping in shock. Lim happily clutches his chest, raising a jubilant fist as he shouts to the world that the prodigy on stage is his daughter. Meanwhile, Ming watches Ha from backstage. The girl wipes away her tears, wondering how Ha can sing with such transcendence. Yui Li's daughter stands on stage beside the pianist, awaiting the results. The crowd erupts in cheers, as Ha naturally takes first place. The girls stand side by side with their trophies, posing for pictures, while Min accepts her second-place finish. Ha pulls her friend into a warm hug, cementing their bond even further. And as the song contest concludes, the scene shifts to the towering skyline of a skyscraper. Inside, a man with papers spots the manager behind a monitor, turning to the bespectacled colleague to ask if he's checked the holiday roster for the first department. Song looks up, asking if Chuseok is really already here. The employee pulls a disappointed face, admitting he hasn't checked, and the man with glasses apologizes, citing a mountain of accumulated paperwork he has to clear. The man at the desk grips his mouse, declaring he has to tackle the list first. His eyes fly open in surprise as he questions his colleague. He asks if the man really volunteered to work again. The colleague looks back, admitting he has nowhere else to go for the holidays anyway. He stays to work every year, but Lee reassures him with a smile, declaring that this time is different. His parents are coming to visit him. He adds that even if he doesn't take off, the junior employees won't be able to rest during the holidays if he's there, insisting that they should relax while they have the chance. The brown-haired man raises a finger, warning that if they don't get a break, they'll all run away. Song laughs at the grim truth. He covers his mouth, his expression turning serious as he looks at the manager, preparing to share something confidential. He reveals it's about the behemoth demon that Shin captured. The brown-haired man frowns, asking if the intel is actually reliable. Since the demon wasn't even affected by the sincere confession skill, the man with glasses crosses his fingers, saying he can only hope it's a lie. He furrows his brow, admitting that despite the hope, it seems to be the truth. The two demons had smirked, and Sun silently reveals the results of the interrogation. They manage to piece together scattered information, discovering that there are collectors among the demons who gather energy into a ring of despair. A purple sphere appears on screen. The manager notes internally that this object is designed to plunge humans into absolute hopelessness. As a purple portal materializes, Sun mentally adds that the enemies are harvesting these rings of despair as the primary material to construct gates, but even the demons themselves are pawns. They didn't know why times they needed to create the rifts. Images of monsters flash by as Sun realizes that collectors who fail their task are cast out. They become the raw material for creating demonic beasts. A shocking revelation that implies these monsters don't just spawn naturally, they are manufactured. The long-haired man in the straitjacket cracks a crazed smile. The manager reflects that, according to the behemoth's testimony, the hierarchy goes much higher. It is now known that there are demons of far higher status than the collectors, and they refer to this place as the second human world. These higher beings appear in different dimensions. A cold drop of sweat rolls down Song's face as he contemplates the power gap. He touches his forehead, thinking that if status equates to strength, these new threats could be exponentially stronger than anything they've faced so far. The man with glasses looks at his colleague, asking if he remembers Deegan, the demon caught last time, the monster that single-handedly wiped out the 7th support group. Song furrows his brows, stating that he still gets goosebumps just remembering it, admitting that the encounter left him terribly broken. He recalls the feeling of helplessness as the manager was dragged by his hair. A woman knocks on the dome from the water, snapping him back to the present. Song adds that the most terrifying part was that he almost lost the person closest to him, The man with glasses stiffens, grimly noting that Deegan was just a lesser demon. Lee's jaw drops in shock, as Sun admits he is genuinely afraid. The man with glasses frowns, questioning if humanity stands a chance, while the scene shifts to a cook, thanking the hero. The protagonist smiles, brushing off the thanks, and asks if they are leaving tomorrow. The man agrees, stating they'll head to their parents' place early in the morning. Kang bows his head with a smile as the restaurant owner asks him to prepare as well, agreeing to the request. The hero opens his eyes, surprised, and speaks aloud, looking at the newcomer and asking what's going on. The cook replies that times man has come again. A figure approaches with a package, greeting the protagonist. The cook stands beside the executive director, announcing his arrival. When asked what he wants, Director Ko holds out a box, declaring it a gift from the bottom of his heart. The man in the jacket insists it's just a small gift, but Kang's expression tightens as he refuses to change his mind. The chubby director immediately pivots, offering him a career as an actor instead. The hero rejects him again. The director clasps his hands together, swearing that no matter what the protagonist chooses to do, he is destined for massive success. He claims his years in the industry give him an eye for talent. He leans right into the protagonist's face, pressing hard. This director didn't get the nickname, the Leech, for nothing. Kang raises a hand, declaring he has zero interest in fame, show business, or money. The director puts on a tragic face, trying to stammer out a rebuttal. Suddenly, Ha steps out of the restaurant. The man in the jacket shifts his gaze, stunned, as the girl runs out happily. She shows off the hanbok she put on early and asks her mom and dad how she looks. Her father leans down, asking who gave him permission to have a daughter this beautiful. He scoops the girl up into his arms. Kang wonders if this guy saved a country in a past life to deserve such a family. The director, however, is energized. He pumps his fist, declaring that the cook has a stunning daughter. Kang remarks that the guy still has an eye for talent. The hero turns, mentioning that the girl already has her own fan club. The chubby man asks, "Really?" The protagonist pulls out his phone, admitting he is a member, and asks if the director wants to join. The two men huddle over the phone, and just like that, the director becomes a member of the Chocolate Bun Club. Ha runs toward her grandparents, who call out to their baby. Gon holds the girl, marveling aloud at how much their granddaughter has grown. Grandma looks at Lim and asks her dear daughter-in-law to come closer, teasingly asking if mom wants to meet her own son. Park shifts his gaze to Kang, joking that he looks more like the son-in-law, which earns him a scolding from his wife. Grandpa looks over at Kang. The hero nods respectfully. Grandpa says he owes a great debt to their son. He approaches Kang, mentioning they have heard a lot about him. He knows Kang helps out significantly at the restaurant. Noting the hero must be tired, he invites him to their house for a meal. The protagonist looks at his pocket in surprise. He checks his phone and reads a congratulatory message from Zui. The protagonist smiles at Shin's text. Meanwhile, Ji walks in traditional clothing. She walks beside a girl, asking what is next on the schedule. The girl replies, it is a concert for lonely seniors, adding that only 2 major events remain. The pink-haired woman sighs, complaining that she cannot even catch a break on the holidays. The woman with glasses speaks up. She reminds her that she is the primary heir to the Red Dragon Guild and asks her to be patient a little longer. Suddenly, Ji's phone vibrates. She picks up the device, surprised, and reads Kang's congratulations. The pink-haired woman lights up, making a joyful face as she invites everyone to continue. Back with the family, everyone sits together in the room. Yu looks at her grandparents and granddaughter, noting that the house feels strangely quiet. The man presses the remote, checking if anything interesting is broadcasting. The screen flickers to a presenter. The host announces that the children's song contest is on air, and talented kids are about to perform. A man with a butterfly pin on his chest smiles, offering to greet the participants. When the camera cuts, Ha is standing right next to the host. The grandparents' jaws drop. They loudly ask if this is real. Yu looks at his son and wife, wondering why they kept this a secret. The girl on screen smiles brightly, declaring this is a surprise for her grandparents. Yusei's father strokes his granddaughter's head in the living room, confirming this is how it is. Park asks if she wanted to surprise them that badly. The girl makes a happy face and agrees, adding that she hopes they will like the performance. The host holds the microphone up to Ha, who addresses her grandparents through the screen, promising to sing beautifully for them. The granddaughter on TV wishes for them not to get sick and to live a long time, declaring she loves them. Kang looks at Ha, calling her a cute button. Park notes how kind she is to take care of them. The grandparents stroke the child in front of them. Kang smiles, looking straight ahead. The protagonist sits next to the old man, who brings up that you told him Kang saved Ha when she was almost hit by a car. The protagonist replies humbly that anyone would have done it. The grandfather smiles at the man, claiming not everyone is capable of such an act, and thanks him. He raises a fist to his mouth to clear his throat. He says that, although he has not lived forever, he has seen enough to know that Kang is no ordinary person. The hero smiles. The old man places a hand on the protagonist's shoulder, asking him to please take care of his family, especially Ha. On screen, the girl in the dress presses her hands to her chest and sings. The grandparents begin to weep with joy. Yu and Lim hug as their daughter's song fills the room. Kang smiles, surrounded by the warm atmosphere. Pink hearts seem to surround the joyful family. But at that exact moment, in a mansion in the southern United States, rain lashes against the windows. Bodies litter the corridor. A little boy stares at the carnage, freezing in shock. He suddenly sprints forward, screaming for his father. He cries and screams. An expensive door looms ahead. The boy opens it to find a man sitting in an armchair, silhouetted by lightning crashing outside. The young boy approaches the desk, looking at his dad, and calling out. His face freezes in absolute horror. Dozens of blades have pierced the old man's body. Outside, a silhouette stands in the rain, holding a purple sphere and a sword. A purple flame burns in his palm. The unknown man clenches his fist. An old man with an umbrella stands nearby. He stands behind the cloaked figure, remarking that his strength is amazing. He didn't hesitate for a second. Miller smiles, saying no one compares to the swordsman's cruelty. The swordsman turns to him. The man's eyes glow with a terrifying golden light. He says he is not in the mood to listen to dirty speeches. He demands they get straight to the point. The old man with the parasol smirks and reports that man is looking for a swordsman. The golden eyes glance back over his shoulder as Miller mentions his nickname. The scene shifts to a canyon where a horde of monsters is attacking. A group of people stands ready before the lizards. A knight with a shield takes the front line, warning everyone to get ready. The warrior blocks a monster. He brings a mace down on the beast's head. A mage and a swordsman slaughter the enemies, while a girl takes aim with her bow, piercing 2 lizards at once as more monsters arrive. The warrior frantically screams the report. The enemy numbers are multiplying by the second. The archer's face twists in pure terror. It feels like an endless tide of monsters. She reaches back, groping for her quiver, telling herself she just needs to hold the line until reinforcements arrive. But her fingers grasp nothing but air. Her eyes snap open in shock. She spins around, the horrifying realization sinking in. She is completely dry. The monsters lunge, aiming for the kill. She looks up, bracing for death. Suddenly, a cloaked figure intercepts the horde, shredding the enemies with high-pressure water. He quips that he has already requested enough arrows for a lifetime. The blonde archer stares in disbelief. The man with the scarred nose pulls back his hood. Relief washes over her as she screams out she knew he would come for them. The mage brushes off the praise, promising to chat later. He spins around, commanding his team to toss their water flasks high into the air. They obey without hesitation. He raises a hand, and the bottles shatter. The liquid doesn't splash, it morphs. Thousands of razor-sharp water blades rain down, piercing the lizardmen with lethal precision. In seconds, the squad stands victorious before a mountain of corpses. The commander stands amidst his awestruck subordinates. He barks an order to harvest the mana crystals before the dungeon gate seals shut. The team looks at their mage with absolute worship. He is simply amazing. The red-haired archer grins, noting to herself how a single man instantly turned the tide of a losing battle. Sak wears a look of grim satisfaction. The girl tells herself that this is the power of their leader, the living legend of the guild. A diagram flashes on screen showing the hierarchy. Despite forming later than the others, the legendary guild has shot into the top 3, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Red Dragon and 2 Stars guilds. We see men in formal robes standing united. The guild's rise was meteoric, quickly becoming a titan in the industry. And at the helm is the team leader, the living legend himself, wearing a rare smile. His contribution to humanity is undeniable. As Sak's group exits the portal, the archer spots something odd, a worn keychain hanging from his terrifying weapon. She asks if the trinket holds any special meaning. It is a cute, slightly tattered pig doll on a string. The blonde gently asks if he received it from someone special. A memory surfaces. 3 young men standing in a sunlit forest, proudly showing off matching keychains. They are smiling, full of hope. In the present, Sak looks at the toy with a bittersweet expression. He reveals that it holds a lifetime of precious memories. The scene shifts to the Quanic Mountains, an active excavation site. Men with yellow armbands are carefully examining human bones. Kang stands there, holding a delivery container, announcing that the noodles have arrived. The archaeologist is baffled by the delivery speed in such rugged terrain. A worker stands up, rallying the crew for lunch. As they step away from the pit, one man comments that he has heard rumors about this delivery service. They will go anywhere. He thanks the courier sincerely. Kang looks at the pit, curious about their operation. He hands over a bowl of noodles and asks if they are planning to build something out here in the wilderness. The worker shakes his head, denying any construction plans. Kang glances toward the excavation site, his expression unreadable. The archaeologist explains they are not building, they are searching. Years ago, a dungeon gate ruptured here, unleashing monsters that slaughtered countless civilians. In the chaos, there was no time for proper burials. The victims were hastily covered in these mountains. The bones in the pit are a grim testament to that massacre. The brunette worker smiles sadly. Their mission is to find these lost remains and return them to the grieving families. Kang looks at them with genuine respect. He tells them they are doing noble work. The archaeologist sighs, mentioning how many people still mourn their missing loved ones. The man with the yellow armband looks up at an autumn tree, its leaves turning with the season. He notes that this is one of the last sectors. Soon, the work will be done, and the restless spirits can finally find peace. Kang decides to give them a little push to finish faster. Kang walks away with his delivery box, thinking that there are still good people in this world doing worthy tasks. Suddenly, he freezes, his gaze shifts to the ground beneath his feet. He senses a faint, mournful energy radiating from below human remains. A massive cluster of bones lies deep underground, undetected. Kang realizes a mass grave is buried right here, behind where the workers were searching. An employee's face flashes in his mind. He recalls them saying this was the last plot. Kang frowns, mentally questioning if the archaeologists missed an entire section. He sighs, wondering what choice he has. Thinking of the wandering ghosts, he stomps his foot. A shockwave ripples invisibly from his boot into the earth. The workers stumble, faces pale with shock as the ground trembles. Birds scatter from the trees. Later, a news anchor reports on a sudden, localized earthquake in the Quantic region. The report confirms that the tremors unearthed a significant number of previously undiscovered human remains. Kang and his cook watch the broadcast, listening to the association's investigation updates. The anchorwoman speculates these are likely the bodies of the long-term missing persons from the gate incident. The cook glances at the TV, then at Kang. He states aloud that Kang clearly caused that earthquake. Kang nods, closing his eyes. He admits he is worried he might have disturbed the dead or caused unnecessary trouble for the Silver Tower Guild workers. The cook raises an eyebrow. He tells Kang to stop overthinking it. Those lost souls would want nothing more than to go back to the people waiting for them. He adds that Kang is a great guy. The hero turns, smiling, asking if he really thinks so. Meanwhile, Sak sits alone on a park bench. A voice on his phone breaks. The silence remains have been found. The hunter's eyes snap open. The reporter continues, mentioning strong evidence of identity. On the phone screen, an image displays a skeleton clutching something tight in its hand, a familiar keychain. A vision of the past overlays the present, a young man hugging Sak from behind, holding that toy. Next to the bones, another keychain lies in the dirt. A red-haired youth holds it, smiling eternally in Sak's memory. Tears stream down the guild leader's face. He chokes out the realization that they were there the whole time. He calls his friends precious, the weight of years of searching finally lifting. Suddenly, Little Ha stands before his bench, clutching a backpack full of autumn leaves. She approaches the weeping legend and softly calls him uncle. Sak opens his red-rimmed eyes. The girl holds out a bunch of bright yellow leaves. She beams a radiant smile and asks him to take them. The scarred man looks at her, confused, asking what this is about. She explains she collected the most beautiful leaves she could find today. She extends her hand, declaring she is giving the very best ones to him. Sak looks at the bundle. He asks if she is sure about giving him 3 whole leaves. 1 is plenty for him. The girl shakes her head, smiling brighter. She says 1 is for him, and the other 2 are for his friends. Sak looks stunned. He lets out a small, jagged grin, accepting the gift. With a lighter heart, he thanks Ha. Crowds gather at the excavation site the very next day, watching as a worker carefully brushes away the sand under the guild leader's supervision. The young man's eyes widen in disbelief as he whispers to his partner, asking if that's truly him. His partner nods as Jusok meticulously cleanses the bones. An archaeologist reveals the truth. The man is a living legend within the guild, currently masking his face to hide a scar after volunteering for this excavation. The guild leader stands solemnly before the columbarium with a bouquet of flowers, feeling compelled to oversee the recovery personally after the remains of his friends were discovered. A cloaked figure liquefies 2 lizards instantly. His hydrokinetic abilities, the power to control water, prove unexpectedly vital for the delicate work at the dig site. Jusok strips the dirt from a bone with surgical precision, leaving the ancient remains perfectly intact as a worker waves him down, signaling that the shift is over. Jusuk peels off his mask as the young worker praises his incredible performance, but the guild leader isn't ready to stop and asks to stay a little longer. Eyeballing the worker with the yellow armband, he explains he wants to complete this specific section, to which the worker asks if he'll be alright on his own. The young man offers a warm smile and agrees, telling him not to push too hard before turning to leave, shouting that he'll see him tomorrow morning. Jusuk exhales, relieved, and continues digging as the sky darkens. By evening, he wipes the sweat from his brow and finally decides to call it a night. Suddenly, his gaze locks onto a sinister dark energy. He plans to finish tomorrow, but then his eyebrows shoot up in alarm. It's a gate. He stares at the forming portal in absolute shock, wondering why it's appearing here, then grabs a water bottle and sprints toward it, shouting that they're in trouble. He splashes the water, instantly manipulating the liquid to surround the unstable portal, his hands trembling with tension as he extends them toward the rift. This energy threatens to destroy the unstable soil, and with it, the entire excavation site, so he realizes he must hold the line until the Silver Tower Guild can intervene. He must seal the gate. Straining with every ounce of his will, he reminds himself that the remains of the missing people whose families are waiting are buried right here. The ground fractures beneath his feet as he squeezes his eyes shut, managing to suppress the portal's emergence, but he knows his strength is fading fast. His eyes snap open as a voice praises his effort. A silhouette looms behind the mage, and the stranger calmly tells him to step aside and leave the rest to him. Before he can react, Khan strikes, stabbing Jusuk in the neck. The scene shifts, and the guild leader opens his eyes to find himself in a hospital bed with a nurse hovering over him. She asks if he's finally awake. Disoriented, he demands to know where he is, and she gently explains he's in the hospital, while he frantically asks about his condition. The scarred man bolts upright, panic in his voice as he asks about the gate, but the nurse assures him there's absolutely no need to worry. Smiling, she explains that Hunter Shin happened to be passing by and neutralized the portal, and thanks to his intervention, everything is safe. The excavation site remains completely untouched. Jusuk looks at her in disbelief, clarifying if she's telling the truth, and tears stream down his face as relief washes over him. Autumn leaves rest on the windowsill as he whispers that he's glad to hear it. Meanwhile, Khan flies through the air, grinning as the scene cuts to a foreboding dark castle. Golden approaches the Lord. In the background, two knights drag away, a screaming man begging for one last chance, but the swordsman closes his eyes, ignoring the pleas for mercy. The cloaked swordsman kneels, paying his respects, and the hooded figure on the throne looks down, asking why Golden wears such a troubled expression. Bowing his head low, the swordsman thanks his master for the concern, but insists that nothing is wrong. Yellow eyes flash as he looks up, asking why he was summoned. The Lord, face hidden in shadow, mentions that since Golden lives in the human world, he must know the news from South Korea. Golden frowns and nods, confirming he heard that the gatherers were attacked, and he knows exactly what happened to them when they failed their mission. Silhouettes burning in agony flash through his mind. He reflects that the official report claims they were trapped in a fiery hell, while others were encased in ice by monsters. The swordsman adds that some were crushed in boulders, but as memories of holding a man by the head flash by, Golden reveals the truth. He killed them himself. An old man in a suit is shown drawing dark energy from a bound demon. Golden notes that their bodies became raw material for creating new abominations. As the swordsman kneels, the Lord muses that the Order of Light has begun to make its move, and Golden asks if he refers to their puppets. The unknown one replies that otherwise, no one could have dismantled their operation so easily. The Lord settles back onto his throne and issues a command. Golden is to travel to Korea and investigate the situation. The swordsman bows his head as the hooded figure adds a final warning. If anyone tries to interfere, he must be eliminated. Golden agrees and opens his eyes, realizing the Lord is testing his resolve, and the golden gleam in his eyes fades. He frowns, silently vowing not to tolerate any disrespect. The scene shifts to a news broadcast reporting that the residence of a notorious criminal ringleader has been attacked. The face of the deceased flashes on screen as the anchorwoman reports that the gang leader was found dead inside his own private office. A dark-skinned man switches off the TV and bursts into laughter. Surrounded by armed guards, the bandit claps his hands in delight and raises a finger. He declares the news absolutely wonderful. Across from him sits Golden, lounging in a chair, while the thug showers him with praise. The swordsman glances up, cutting to the chase regarding his reward. The bandit drops a heavy bag of cash on the table, declaring that everything is ready. He adds that he included a generous bonus. Chewing on a cigar, the dark-skinned boss smirks, telling Golden that this time, he truly outdid himself. The thug grins, noting that Killer M is truly one of a kind. The swordsman looks down in silence as the bandit jokingly calls him a sadist. In a flash, Golden presses a blade against the boss's throat. The thug's grin vanishes into terror as his guards instantly train their guns on the swordsman. With piercing yellow eyes, Golden stares them down. The boss raises his hands in surrender, screaming for his men to lower their weapons, and they hesitate before obeying. He demands they hurry up. Smiling nervously with the cold steel still against his neck, the boss stammers that it was just a joke, but Golden just frowns. He coldly warns the bandit not to even think about comparing him to common trash. The thug flinches, touching his sword nervously, while the man with the yellow eyes stares dead ahead. Snatching the bag of cash, the figure in the raincoat turns to leave, dropping a vague warning that he will be off the grid for a few weeks. As he walks away, he tosses back a comment that the leader can choose their next target. The bandits stare at the closing door until their boss finally lets out a heavy breath. One of the subordinates glances over, concerned, and asks if the boss is all right. The leader's hand shakes slightly as he pulls out a cigar. A guard grumbles that the crook did not show them enough respect, but the leader snaps back, ordering him to shut his mouth about things he does not understand. Bringing the tobacco to his lips, the boss mutters that if they had even pretended to reach for their triggers, they would all be corpses right now. He recalls a vision of bodies on the ground and a golden blur. The man adds that the memory of their first meeting haunts him. He remembers the yellow-eyed monster turning around, face bloodied, clutching a trumpet in his hands. The leader calls him a certified monster, insisting that even if 100 men like them attacked at once, not a single hair on that man's head would be touched. Nursing his old wounds, the leader smiles nervously, admitting he was lucky to strike a contract. He simply provides a target and a reward to the yellow-eyed assassin. He recalls the golden blur dodging gunfire. The boss explains that the assassin asked to be called by the letter M, claiming no one knows his real name or origin. Memories of the swordsman piercing bodies flash by. The dark-skinned thug shrugs, saying there is nothing wrong with it as long as the yellow-eyed killer does the chopping. The leader emphasizes that M is simply the best of the best. Holding a photo of a dead criminal, he explains that the golden glimpse has a specific condition for his contracts. The target must be an awakened. A flashback shows a blonde man levitating swords before the mercenary, but the boss clarifies that even among the awakened, his victim must be a notorious scoundrel. As swords pierce a blonde man on a chair, the leader reveals that the yellow-eyed assassin has a 0% failure rate. He is capable of eliminating multiple targets simultaneously. The image shifts to the golden blur, standing in the pouring rain, clutching a purple orb and a sword. The boss speculates that M wants to show off his power, earning him titles like the Joker Killer and the Slayer of the Awakened. The bandit laughs nervously. He declares that thanks to this swordsman, they can conduct their shady business in peace, calling their connection to him a winning lottery ticket. Once they identify a target, they no longer need to dirty their own hands to make a fortune. As the Golden One leaps at monsters, the boss notes that blood spills wherever he goes. The swordsman stands stoic with arms crossed. The scene shifts to the protagonist, Kong, watching a TV series with the restaurant owner. The chef smiles, remarking that there is nothing better than a classic story where the hero wins and the bad guys grunt in defeat. The protagonist turns to the owner. He asks what the character on TV is holding. The shot zooms in on a round badge, and Yu reveals it is a Maipei medallion. He explains that during the Joseon dynasty, officials used these to requisition horses, adding that the number of horses on the token dictated their authority. The number of horses depicted equaled the number granted. The protagonist listens intently as the man adds that this item also served as an ID card for officials sent to other regions. In modern terms, it signifies the status of a royal official. Kong nods in understanding, but a thoughtful expression crosses the hero's face. On screen, an adult hands a child a badge with horses. The protagonist realizes with a jolt that he has definitely seen an object like that before. It used to belong to his great-great-grandfather. As the child on TV holds the medallion, the dialogue states that the one who finds it will be able to return. The boy with red cheeks examines the badge. Kong tries to focus, noting that his memories are too blurry, mentally questioning where his ancestor got a Joseon dynasty token. The hero snaps out of his thoughts when a voice calls him. He looks up to hear that today marks the final day of filming for Ha. The protagonist is surprised that the time passed so quickly. The cook beams, announcing that he wants to bake her a chocolate cake to celebrate the occasion. Han opens his mouth in delight, claiming that sounds delicious. The scene cuts to the filming location, where a girl and a blonde man stand under the bright lights. The crew shouts that it is a wrap. Filming for the movie Times Uncle and Girl Times has officially ended, and the man smiles at Ha Lim, calling her a good girl. She replies that she had a lot of fun and thanks him. The girl exhales, admitting she feels a bit sad that they will not be seeing each other anymore. The man in the jacket grins, saying that if she agrees to star in his next film, their paths will cross again. Ha happily raises her arms. She pumps her fists and promises to work with them again. The man thanks her, thinking to himself that despite only meeting her yesterday, she seemed incredibly talented even then. He notes that she has now blossomed into a truly experienced actress as her mom straightens her hair. The director tells himself he is certain Ha is destined to become a massive star. Suddenly, a man in trousers approaches the crew asking to be heard. Ha makes a joyful face, recognizing him as the chubby uncle from before. The man in the jacket smiles at the girl, noting it has been a long time. Lim awkwardly asks who the stranger is. The director looks at the mother and introduces himself properly, and the woman studies him. He adds that he is also a proud member of her daughter's fan club. Lim nods, asking what brings him here, and the director adopts a kind expression. He declares that he wants to make a proposal, then shifts his perspective to a serious business mode, revealing his company wants to record an album with her. The mother looks completely amazed and asks him to repeat that. The scene transitions to a restaurant in the evening where the family sits at a table. A half-eaten piece of cake rests on a plate. The girl is drifting off to sleep, mumbling about chocolate, while the husband and wife gently stroke her hair. Lim confirms the girl is exhausted. They look down affectionately, the woman claiming the child has been giving her all since morning for the final shoot. Lim looks at Yu and asks what they should do about the album offer. Mother and daughter stand before the director in a flashback, the woman asking again in shock. The director maintains a serious gaze, insisting he is making this offer not just for profit, as the scene envisions Ha singing into a microphone with a bright smile. The director recounts a moving story about a man on the brink of suicide who found the will to live after hearing her performance, a moment that left a deep impact on him. His expression turns serious as he explains the reasoning behind his offer. The world is full of broken souls who desperately need the healing comfort of Ha Lim's voice. Ha Lim's mother looks stunned by the director's vision that her daughter could be a beacon for those suffering, and adds a hopeful thought. She hopes Ha Lim sees this not just as a business deal, but a calling. Ha Lim beams with a bright smile, while director Ko mentions that even the top composer has given his stamp of approval. In fact, if Miss Ha agrees to the album, the composer is ready to write songs specifically for her. The young girl's face lights up with pure joy. The director reveals this offer extends to Ming as well, another competitor. Apparently, Ming declared she would only participate if Ha Lim was on board. Kong and Ha Lim exchange thoughtful glances. The father looks to his wife, deciding that if their daughter is willing, they should support her. The mother hesitantly agrees but admits the legalities of signing a contract worry her. Nearby, Kong sits with a fork in his mouth, right next to Ji. She points out that Ha Lim is still young and shouldn't be trapped by restrictive terms. Suddenly, the red-haired woman raises her hand. Since they are so concerned, she offers to oversee the signing personally. Ha Lim looks surprised, but the woman smiles, claiming to have a knack for reviewing contracts. The mother clasps her hands in delight, though her expression turns awkward as she admits she feels bad about not being able to offer anything in return. The red-haired woman dismisses the concern, stating she is doing this for her own satisfaction. Ha Lim begins to glow with excitement. She proudly reveals herself as the president of Ha Lim's fan club. She won't let a bad contract touch her idol. A few days later, the scene shifts to the RD agency office. The family stands in the center of a massive room, eyes wide at the sheer scale of the place. Kong smiles to himself, standing next to a less than impressed Ji. He hadn't expected the building to be this enormous. But then again, they are the country's top agency for a reason. A man in dress trousers approaches to greet them. Director Ko bows politely, thanking them for coming, and leads them to a private cafe inside the building. The parents and daughter sit opposite him, documents on the table. He slides a tablet across the table, presenting the draft contract. Together with Ji and Kong, the family scrutinizes the digital document. Director Ko assures them they won't regret entrusting their daughter's future to his agency. The father, visibly tense, prepares to place his seal on the papers. The director encourages him to sign if everything looks correct, but Ji suddenly grabs the father's hand, urging him to look closer. She begins reading the fine print. Director Ko asks who she is. When the father introduces her as their lawyer, the director looks baffled. Why bring a lawyer to a casual meeting in a restaurant? As the lawyer scans the tablet, Director Ko feels a sudden sense of déjà vu. She taps her finger rhythmically, and realization strikes him like a bolt of lightning. The atmosphere in the room grows heavy, the pressure palpable. The director watches in silence as the woman continues that rhythmic tapping. Finally, she looks up. The heiress of the Red Dragon Guild holds the tablet with authority, stating she sees exactly what's going on here. She points out that Clause 3 is incredibly suspicious. Her expression turns terrifying as she glares at the director, who mentally brands her a red-haired beast. Director Ko tenses up, With years of experience in the industry, he knows exactly who he's dealing with now. There is no mistake. Even though the heavy makeup obscures her features, it is definitely her. He panics internally, wondering why such a powerful figure is involving herself in this. She raises a finger, informing director Ko that among Ha Lim's fans, there happens to be a VIP from the Red Dragon Guild. The director wonders if the rumors are true. Meanwhile, the pink-haired lawyer states the contract is mostly fine except for one crucial part. What is it? Ko asks nervously. Tapping the screen again, she reveals the copyright clause is completely inappropriate. Furthermore, the 7-year duration is absurd. Ha Lim is not signing up to be an idle trainee. The man in the suit starts sweating profusely as Ji reminds him that the girl is simply here to record an album. The director looks frantic. Ji acknowledges this might be their standard contract, but emphasizes that this is a very special case. Defeated, the man retreats, and the contract is amended. Director Ko cries internally. The deal with Ha Lim has turned entirely in her favor. Ji, practically sporting demon horns, smirks. She notes that the company must also benefit, so she will concede on one point. The director grabs the door handle, thinking about carrot and stick tactics. He exhales, forcing a smile, and declares that as a fan club member, he must compromise. He agrees to meet them halfway. Suddenly, rays of light hit his face. He finds himself standing in the middle of a dense fog. Director Ko looks around, bewildered, wondering where on earth he is. He had just opened the door to his office, but now, the door is gone. He scans the misty void, asking aloud what is happening. The sound of heels clicking on the floor approaches. A woman asks if he is the director. He spins around, demanding to know who she is. The brunette, face hidden behind a mask, speaks up. She tells him her identity is irrelevant. She is simply here to fulfill an order. Ko frowns, asking again, but the woman just closes her eyes with a hint of sadness. She mentions the contract he just signed with Ha Lim. How do you know that? He demands. She snaps her fingers, and a dark sheet of paper materializes in front of him. The mysterious woman stares him down, explaining that her client wants to make a deal regarding that specific contract. He reads the floating papers, confusion turning to shock. His jaw drops as he realizes what they are asking. He is being told to hand over everything. They want all rights to work with Ha Lim. The businessman looks indignant, sweat rolling down his face. You're trying to steal my opportunity to work with her? He stammers. The woman looks at him coldly, claiming he just needs to affix his seal. It is a simple request, she insists. A close-up of the document shows the seal space. In this world, after the cataclysm, people began using mana crystals to sign important documents with unique magical inscriptions. These mana signatures contain unique user data, making them impossible to forge. The businessman frowns, realizing the weight of the threat. Without his specific seal, the transfer will not work. He points a trembling finger at himself, pleading, I am just an executive director, I can't do this, and he has no right to finalize such a contract. The kidnapper grins, her gaze locking onto Ko as she reveals a devastating truth. The CEO's own trusted confidant has already handed her the seal. The man scowls, demanding to know how she obtained that information. Suddenly, the brunette explodes with power, a purple haze of energy swirling around her as she declares herself a high-ranking awakened. No one gets in, and no one gets out. Ko strains to see through the energy barrier, as the woman offers a chilling piece of advice. Abandon all hope of rescue. The masked girl issues her ultimatum. Choose now. Ko looks down at the seal in his palm, realizing the stakes have just skyrocketed. It is do or die, right here, right now. The director clenches his fist, makes a split-second decision, and shoves the object into his mouth. He snaps his head up, eyes blazing. The woman gasps in sheer shock as Ko violently swallows the seal. He wipes his mouth and tells them they messed with the wrong guy. He proclaims himself the company's master strategist, then roars at the top of his lungs that he is a proud member of the Chocolate Bun fan club. A shadow falls over her face. Enough talk. A fist erupts from a small portal, slamming into the director's gut and sending a spray of blood from his lips. Fury twists the brunette's features. She promises him death. Dark energy coalesces into chains, shooting from a black rift to bind the man's hands tight. She stalks toward him, mocking his foolishness. Ko manages a weak, pained chuckle, looking up to challenge her next move. Will she gut him like a fish to retrieve the seal? A knife materializes in her hand, and she confirms she is more than willing to arrange that. But suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension, freezing her in place. The voice demands to know how she plans to use Ha for her dirty schemes. The chains shatter instantly. Ko collapses to the ground as Khan steps in, checking the director's pulse. You've been through hell, Khan murmurs. Rest now. Even in his haze, the businessman recognizes that voice. Lying battered on the ground, his mind races. It is Khan. The woman stares daggers at the intruder. She demands to know how a hero found this place, and who exactly he thinks he is. Khan ignores her, stepping toward the girl who is desperate for answers. Khan shoots her a serious look. I am member number 1004th of the fan club, codename, Shy. Later, Ko wakes up in a hospital bed, a familiar hand gripping his. He blinks, recognizing his assistant manager. Her eyes light up with excitement. Where am I? He croaks. The hospital, sir, she replies softly. We found you unconscious in the office. Tears well up in her eyes as she scolds him for working himself into an early grave. He asks again, needing clarity. She nods, assuring him that aside from the exhaustion, he is in one piece. Ko stares at the ceiling, then panic sets in. The assistant asks the million-dollar question, why on earth did you swallow the seal whole? He bolts upright, ignoring the pain. The contract! I need to know where Ha's contract is. The girl begs him to calm down. I handled it, she assures him. He freezes, turning to her. Truly? She nods confirmation. Ko collapses back onto the pillows, letting out a long, heavy sigh of relief. He turns to the man in the black jacket standing nearby. The man apologizes and confirms Ko's identity. 3 robed figures loom in the background. That is me, the director confirms. One of the visitors steps forward. We are with the Red Dragon Guild's security service. Ji leans casually against the wall. We need your statement regarding the incident, the agent says. The pink-haired girl exhales, silently impressed that the headmaster was willing to risk his life for Ha. He is actually cooler than I thought, she muses. Meanwhile, the kidnapper sits dejected in custody, handed over to the Awakened Association, thanks to Khan. Police swarm the scene. The client who tried to steal the contract has been arrested after a chaotic chase. Days later, the hero and Shin sit at a cafe. A man with striking yellow eyes checks his watch. It is about time for our guest to arrive, he mutters. Here he comes, the protagonist notes. Joseph waves enthusiastically. Khan, Shin, are you guys holding up okay? The 3 men settle at the table. The man with yellow eyes drops a bombshell. A notorious awakened fighter has touched down in Korea. The American nods grimly. The intel is solid. Khan looks at the blonde man. Who are we talking about? A mercenary from the States, the blonde reveals. The blue-eyed man frowns. They call him Killer M. He operates out of the U.S. He takes orders only for the awakened, the man explains, and he specializes in tracking down the most dangerous criminals. Joseph leans in. But he is not just a bounty hunter. He is infamous for dealing with his victims with extreme cruelty. Khan glances at Shin, who looks disturbed. He kills criminals, the American admits. But honestly, he is no better than the scum he hunts. The Korean hunter asks the obvious question. Why is he here? Khan thinks to himself that a professional killer usually just eliminates the target. Torture is inefficient. Unless, if he resorts to that kind of cruelty, Khan says, furrowing his brow. He is either a sadist, or he is connected to the demons. The blonde looks down. That is exactly what our intelligence suggests. We suspect he is here to eliminate the captive beast our forces secured. The demons have been off the chain lately, the blonde adds. Which brings me to my request for you, Khan. Khan raises an eyebrow. What do you need? The blonde does not mince words. I need you to teach the pure mind technique to other American hunters. The blonde's expression is stone cold. The 3 men sit in heavy silence. The blue-eyed man speaks up. We would not ask unless it was critical. Demonic power is growing every day. Khan looks calm. Did you really get permission to learn pure mind? The American confirms it. The blonde stares intensely. This technique is not just needed by Korea or the United States. The whole world needs this, the blue-eyed man warns. We are facing demons that have never manifested before. We simply lack the strength to resist, he confesses. Khan looks at Joseph, who believes this skill could give humanity the power to fight back. He closes his eyes, deep in thought. The pure mind technique was tailored specifically for the Korean constitution. For a foreigner, mastering it would require 10 times the effort. As armed men encircle the robed figures, Kong reveals his strategy. He deliberately restricted the number of disciples who could learn this art. That way, if anyone dared turn these powers toward evil, he could personally crush them. Golden Glarkum spins around, gripping a blood-stained pipe. The hero grimly notes that if this technique leaks to nations beyond his reach, stopping its abuse will become a nightmare. Several demons flash bloodthirsty grins. The protagonist realizes a new threat has emerged, and the fate of the entire world now rests on a razor's edge. Kong breaks the silence, saying he can only hope for the best in humanity. Joseph beams at the hero's agreement, but the protagonist's expression remains steely. He vows to personally, Instruct the blonde in the advanced pure reason technique, which will eventually make its way to America. The scene shifts to the entrance of the R.D. building. Ko welcomes the family with open arms, gesturing toward the entrance. With the contract officially signed, Ha and Min arrive at the studio. The girls and their parents gape in awe. The director announces that this facility is the company's pride and joy as he reveals a massive room filled with instruments. "It is so cool," the kids exclaim. The businessman glances over, asking if they like it, to which the girls shout a resounding, "Yes!" Khan looks away, stunned as Ko tells them the studio is theirs to use whenever they want. Just then, 3 young men strut down the corridor. The hero wonders why they are glaring at him. The trio points and whispers aggressively. Ignoring them, the hero looks at Ko, who is on his phone telling the girls their composer has arrived and suggests they go listen to the track. As the families follow the director, Khan freezes. A voice calls out, ordering him to wait. The hero turns. "Can I help you?" The guy in the blue cap demands to hear him sing. Beside him, a man in a white tee glares and challenges him to a duet. The protagonist blinks in confusion. "Excuse me?" Suddenly, a dark-haired man rushes over, shouting for Vaughn, telling him to knock it off. He starts bowing profusely to Khan. "I am so sorry. Please forgive him. He is still just a kid." Vaughn looks at his senior with pure indignation. "Are you serious? After everything?" The brunette shoots his subordinate a warning look, begging him not to cause a scene. But the kid in the blue cap is not backing down. He points a finger straight at Khan. "I need to see it for myself." The hero watches the bickering as the older one calls the younger one useless. Finally, they both turn to Khan, who simply nods. "Fine, I will sing," he says calmly. Inside the recording studio, the men stand in a circle. The brunette, face serious, lays out the terms. The rules are simple. You each sing one song of your choice. I will listen and decide the winner. The hero glances around. No criteria? He eyes the brunette. "And you are the judge?" The guy in the cap nods vigorously, insisting that Chan is a vocal perfectionist who will judge fairly. The protagonist closes his eyes. He does not care. Asterisk. "I am not here to win anyway." Asterisk, he thinks. Vaughn raises a hand, noting the hero's confidence, then steps up to the microphone. He furrows his brows, focused. Sean stands next to the indifferent Kong, surprised. Asterisk. Not a bad song choice. Asterisk, he thinks. Asterisk. It looks like he is playing his trump card right from the start. Asterisk. The brunette watches intently, realizing the kid is deadly serious. Vaughn belts into the mic. The older trainee smiles, noting the flawless intonation and rhythm. Asterisk. He has grown a lot. Asterisk, he thinks. Vaughn raises his hands, lost in the music. The hero and Sean watch. The protagonist maintains his poker face, though he admits to himself that his opponent can actually sing. As the song ends, Kong turns his head. My turn. He steps up to the mic. As the backing track begins, the senior trainee puts a finger to his lips, signaling silence. Vaughn is shocked the man chose an incredibly complex song. "Just listen," the senior whispers. Kong places a hand over his heart and begins to sing. The listener's jaws drop. "How?" The guy in the cap stammers. "How is he this good?" John offers a shaky smile. This track is notorious for its difficulty, a true challenge for any vocalist. Yet the hero performs it with simple, devastating sincerity. Beads of sweat roll down the brunette's face. He is floored by how the hero commands such a touching melody. In their minds, the 3 men are swept away. Sean is pulled back into the past, seeing visions of young men with arms around each other's shoulders, blue waves crashing against rocks. Memories he thought were forgotten come flooding back all at once. Tears stream down his face. Sean and Wong are weeping openly. "Why?" the brunette whispers. As the song ends, the other trainee smiles through his tears. "That was magnificent. I learned an important lesson today." The hero looks surprised. "This is our complete and unconditional defeat," the man adds. The protagonist nods slowly. The guy in the cap points a trembling finger at him. "With looks and a voice like that, I have no choice but to give up." Vaughn grabs Kong's hand, pleading. "Please, keep singing like this." He bursts into fresh tears. "You do not have to worry about debuting before us," he sobs. The hero blinks, confused. "What are you talking about? Debut? Earlier?" the hero asks. The guys look stunned. Sean steps forward. "Wait, are you not the rookie? The one debuting in our place?" The guy wipes his forehead with a towel, explaining. "We heard the executive director was preparing a special album, and we watched from the sidelines, hearing rumors that the original lineup was being scrapped." The second guy adds, "They said our debut was just being postponed." The hero looks down, suddenly feeling a pang of pity for these poor guys. Especially Chan, he has been a trainee for so long, hasn't he? The guy puts a hand to his chest. We are trainees. From R.D. Entertainment, John says, looking down as he realizes their big break had finally. Everything had been confirmed, and preparations were underway. But then a nasty rumor circulated that their opening was being scrapped for some rookie. Kang studied their faces, sensing the genuine terror that they might never debut. Finally, someone broke the silence to ask what was really happening. The tension shattered as the director burst out laughing, calling them fools, while the little girls waved casually as if nothing were wrong. Ko clarified the situation. Ha and Men were simply releasing a special album. The director looked at the boys, explaining this had zero impact on their official debut. John let out a relieved smile and asked about their schedule. Kang rested his hands on his belt, stating firmly that everything would proceed exactly as planned. Vaughn practically tackled the director with a hug, demanding to know why he hadn't said so sooner. The director retorted that they should have just asked. John was weeping, overwhelmed that their hard work wasn't in vain. Tears dried up as curiosity took over. Realizing they knew nothing about him, the guy turned to the main character and asked for his identity. The protagonist stared ahead. The principal made the introductions, presenting him as Ha's guardian. He added that while he might look like a teenager, the man was actually 35. The boys were floored. They asked again in disbelief, he was the same age as the director? Kang squeezed his eyes shut, thinking the director was a total jerk for making this awkward. He replied that he was just glad the misunderstanding was resolved. Vaughn clenched his fists, respectfully asking if he could call him senior, while the director mused that Kang looked like a schoolboy. Meanwhile, the hero looked fit to be his uncle. Sean stared at the young man, asking the older figure if he could request a favor. The guy gripped his fist tight, declaring he wanted to learn vocals from him. He closed his eyes, bowing and begging for the chance to be taught. Vaughn immediately asked for the same. Kang lowered his head, eyes closed in deep thought, and finally nodded. The boys erupted in cheers, thanking the elder profusely. The hero stood before the group, raising a finger to say he had one condition. He pulled out his phone. He flashed the smartphone screen, shouting that they all had to join the Chocolate Bun fan club immediately. The club was about to get a sudden influx of new members. A few weeks later, the main character was walking down the street when he held out his hand to catch a falling speck. Snow? He looked up, hearing a noise ahead. The young man watched a truck being unloaded. The hero stood frozen next to a mountain of vegetables, telling the restaurant director he had arrived. He watched the payment change hands. Kang rested a hand on the produce, asking why on earth there was so much Chinese cabbage. The man replied that they were making kimchi. The young man was stunned, but the restaurant director clarified that it was simply the season for it. Food was already on the table, as Tae explained that at this time of year, everyone prepares enough kimchi to last through the future. Radish and cabbage are at their sweetest right now, making it the perfect time for preparation. The man closed his eyes, smiling with satisfaction. He mentioned that their family consumes kimchi by the ton, so they have to shut down the restaurant for 3 days just to focus on pickling. They smiled, warning the hero to brace himself. The restaurant director asked if he was heading back to the park tonight, and the main character offered a knowing smile. He listened to their advice about not overdoing it, given the insane amount of kimchi they had to prep. The guy replied that he would try his best. He continued watching the cook, blissfully unaware that Kang did not yet grasp the sheer physical horror of handling 1,500 heads of Chinese cabbage. Night fell at Mirren Park. A voice behind the hero asked how long he had been there. They were a little late. Kang turned around, acknowledging them. The boys were standing opposite him, and it became clear the whole squad was ready. The young people smiled, greeting the hero warmly. Announcing their arrival, they bowed in unison, addressing him as teacher. The main character looked away, feigning indifference. The plot revealed that, initially, Kang had secretly trained only Chan and Vaughn. The others had watched intently as he recorded the song, proving that you cannot keep raw talent hidden in a bag. The rest of the participants noticed how Chan and Vaughn's skills were skyrocketing. The other guys felt like they were tied hand and foot, unable to keep up. It was explained that after being grilled during an interrogation, the two confessed about the secret lessons with Kang. The main character looked at the group, who bowed in respect. The plot narrated that this was how the young man became the shadow mentor for all 7 members of the RD Entertainment debut group. John clenched his fist in triumph. He announced that their debut date had been confirmed. The hero was surprised to hear they had also chosen a group name. The young man crossed his arms. The guy stood up, shouting their name, Haven Child. John smiled, explaining that thanks to the main character, their debut was approved in record time. As they thanked him, Kang was stunned into silence. He lowered his head, muttering that he had only taught them how to put emotion into their voices. He admitted they were far from Ha, who was born with an incredible aura. The guys laughed as he talked about how they developed stamina and even mastered the mini heart technique on his advice. Their progress was not his merit. Kang smiled warmly. He added that the guys had done the work themselves. He had only pointed out the right path. The children burst into tears, thanking their teacher. The young man frowned, suddenly sensing something. He put his hands behind his back, remarking that it felt like someone was watching them. The boys turned around to see a silhouette emerging from the dark. The man was angry, asking if Times was the one teaching these children to sing. He glared menacingly ahead. It was the vocal teacher, Sick. A flashback showed the man performing on stage. Possessing outstanding vocal skills, he had once dreamed of becoming a famous singer. But his dream was never destined to come true. He stared at his evaluation sheets, recalling how he went to countless auditions. Yet over and over again, the verdict of the jury remained the same. Sick was shocked to hear that his technique was fine, but his singing lacked emotion. The man felt sick around the corner, wiping his mouth. He refused to believe there was no emotion in his vocals. It was pathetic. He wouldn't let them make him a laughingstock. He was convinced it was all because of his looks. Sick walked forward, shouting that the quality of a song is determined only by the vocals. No trivial thing like feelings can sway him. The teacher is livid, fists trembling, convinced that art is the child of pure, unadulterated technique, and he is going to prove it. Failure is not an option. Watching the young trainees huddle together, he resolves to assert his dominance and prove his methods are absolute. Visually, they are flawless, but his face twists in disgust as he observes them. As their vocal mentor, he vows to silence anyone who dares doubt his expertise. His eyes snap open. He realizes he actually believed his own hype for a second. He is so lost in his dark musings that he barely hears them calling his name. John's voice booms through the microphone, snapping him back to reality. The trainee stares at the teacher, anxious to know if their performance made the cut. They ask for a rating. Sick crosses his arms, cold and detached. He admits they have grown, but that is it. The boys just look relieved that the grueling rehearsal is finally done. The teacher closes his eyes, deeply unsettled. The vocal color of these children has shifted. The young man, the boy, everyone has changed. They sing into the mic. Technically, the stats are the same, but the soul is different. Something is wrong. He touches his own face, perplexed. He never taught them this depth. Since when? Why? Then it hits him. It all began the day Director Ko announced that new project. That specific trainee was a wild card. Since his arrival, starting with Chan and Vaughn, every member of the group has undergone a radical transformation. A cold drop of sweat traces down his cheek. He realizes something unnatural has been brewing right under his nose since that very day. That is why he was spying on them. He confronts the stranger, demanding his identity. The answer hits him hard. This is their times, other times, vocal teacher. The trainees try to explain, panic in their eyes, but he silences them with a look. Sick steps into the protagonist's personal space, radiating hostility. He demands to know why their vocals shifted. The truth comes out. They have been taking secret lessons behind his back. Fury overtakes him. He screams that Times is their mentor, their guide. Khan simply exhales, closing his eyes, unfazed by the outburst. Accusations of abuse of power fly. Khan opens his eyes and looks at the teacher, calmly stating that Sick has misunderstood the entire situation. He explains he did not touch their technique. In terms of raw skill, they already surpass him. The hero remains laser-focused. He insists this growth is entirely due to their magnificent official mentor. Everything they built technically is thanks to Sick. Sick is stunned. Khan reveals he only taught them how to inject emotion into the song. The teacher slaps a hand to his face, losing his mind over cursed emotions. He snaps, screaming that the industry is obsessed with feelings. His children do not need that trash. He spits, shouting that a real professional would never fill students' heads with such sentimental garbage and still dare to call themselves a pro. Sick points a trembling finger, ordering him to shut up. He clenches his fist, making the ultimate challenge, a duel, a singing battle to settle it once and for all. The protagonist closes his eyes, listening to the terms, if Khan loses, he must never teach again. Khan looks at the furious man with confusion. If you are scared, just say so and go to hell. Khan remains calm. He agrees with a smile, but raises a finger. In return, I also have one condition. The scene shifts to the next day at R&D Entertainment. Director Ko swirls a glass, looking at the defeated teacher. Sick stares at the floor, admitting he was completely and utterly crushed in the duel. He recalls watching his opponent sing. He understood everything the moment the first line left Khan's lips. The teacher clutches his head in agony. Intonation, rhythm, technique, it was all there. But there was something else, something he always lacked. The protagonist had placed a hand on his chest and unleashed pure power. Sik admits he has never heard singing that touching in his life. Sik looks at Ko. Strangely, he is not angry about losing. Tears well up in his eyes as he confesses the truth. That song changed him. He finally knows exactly what was missing from his art. The director listens in silence, observing the transformation. Ko smiles, pleased with the outcome. He sets his glass down, recalling the condition Mr. Khan demanded. The director leans back in his chair. They discuss the terms. The scene cuts to a restaurant. Tae raises his gloved hands in triumph. The day has finally come to make kimchi. He looks toward the horizon with a determined glint. Business is booming, so he made a command decision. They need to prep way more than usual. The restaurant owner eyes a massive mountain of cabbage. He heads straight for it. They stand before the vegetable tower. Tae wonders if they can handle the volume. The main character crosses his arms, skeptical. Tae asks him to use his martial arts to chop the cabbage. Khan politely refuses. Tae raises a finger, quoting the landlady. Delicious kimchi must be made by hand. Khan points out there is simply too much cabbage this time. But the young man smiles. Don't worry. Khan gives his comrade a menacing look. I called for backup. Tae blinks in surprise. Backup? Suddenly, young men in rubber gloves march into the restaurant. Tae is terrified, confused by the invasion. Khan crosses his palms. The boys greet everyone in unison, introducing themselves as Haven Child. John grabs a microphone, speaking directly to the camera. In this cruel world, you must be ready for anything to survive. This is the Rise part-time pre-debut show. Khan places a hand on his chest. He introduces himself and declares he is their leader for the day. The cameraman zooms in. What food comes to mind when you think of winter? Crispy kimchi and boiled pork. John grins, announcing their mission. The ultimate kimchi challenge. Spices and cabbage cover the table. The young man gestures grandly to the owner. And today, the master of Yangsunggak restaurant will teach us the secret arts of kimchi. The restaurant owner scratches his head, looking a bit sheepish as he addresses the crowd, while a guest chimes in to rave about how incredibly tasty their kimchi is. Watching from the sidelines, the main character fights back his impatience. He's dying to get his hands on that secret recipe. But he has to admit, the young man is playing the host role perfectly. The young man crosses his arms, genuinely surprised. He never expected the trainees to actually show up and get their hands dirty, making kimchi. He is absolutely stunned to see the teacher chopping cabbage, considering his original plan was just to bring in a vocal coach. Stroking his chin, Khan smiles as he thinks about his victory in the vocal competition. Under the guise of a pre-debut variety show, he has slyly roped the trainees into working for him. Realizing that only the director could cook up a scheme this brilliant, Ko smiles while the cameras roll on the boys and the main character analyzes the situation. To an outsider, making kimchi might seem dull, but Cole has orchestrated this entire event to keep the audience completely hooked. The girl belts out a tune into the microphone, reminding everyone that they are filming at the Ha family restaurant, while the boys share a bro hug, seamlessly weaving in promotion for the new idols. As a woman watches from her chair, the hero realizes the director's true game plan. He is strategically securing the investor's favor. The parents of the Ha family hold their daughter's hands tight, listening as the narrator declares this a masterstroke, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The director stands behind the young man. Don't let that clumsy bear exterior fool you, because inside he is a cunning fox. There is a reason they call him the Joker of RD Entertainment. The guy smiles, shaking off the thought that this stunt guarantees a singing career just yet. The door chime jingles as more guys pile into the restaurant, announcing their arrival, and the girl lights up for the camera. Even the cameraman looks delighted to see young John, who gestures grandly to introduce this place as the home of the rising star, Ha. Fresh from her fame in the movie Times Rainbow Dream *, Ha waves to the fans and pleads for support for her upcoming album and the senior group, Haven Child. The cameraman turns beet red. She is just too cute, and she breaks into a dance, teasingly asking if that is enough to get her into the group. The main character grins and nods in agreement, while John gets down to business, calling for the cabbage bowl and explaining that the secret to killer kimchi lies in the seasoning paste. He holds out a seasoning-coated cabbage leaf, and Vaughn eagerly leans in to take a bite directly from his hand. Flavor explosion. Vaughn is floored by the taste, causing the young man to blush at the praise, while the protagonist watches the scene with amusement. The boys chop cabbage with surprising enthusiasm, while the teacher cooks in the background, looking totally bewildered by the chaos. The hero shreds through the cabbage with lightning speed, and the teacher stares, mesmerized by his dexterity. He is doing it all with just one hand. He handles the knife like a weapon, and while Sik looks annoyed as the blade thuds into the cutting board, the other guys gaze at the main character in pure admiration. Standing on a crate, the girl pours her heart into a song into the microphone, while the group members wave their hands to the beat, leaving the teacher speechless at her vocals. Vaughn flashes his smartphone screen to the camera while the others continue slathering seasoning onto the cabbage leaves. Suddenly, heads turn as Wong sniffs the air, asking what that amazing scent is. It certainly cannot be Sean's doing. Sean emerges carrying 2 steaming plates of pork that smell heavenly, offering the boys a working snack, and the children gather around, thanking him for the treat. The trainees dive in, stuffing their faces like chipmunks, praising the meat as it melts in their mouths, while the girl closes her eyes to savor the moment. She declares that nothing beats pork paired with fresh kimchi, but the scene shifts to the roof across the street, where a mysterious figure is watching. A trench coat snaps in the wind as the stranger stares down intently. Inside, the young man stiffens, sensing something, and Kong spins around to face the window. He rushes outside, and the hero scans the rooftops, eyes narrowing. Was that his imagination, or did he just catch the faint stench of demonic energy? He plants his feet wide, scanning the perimeter, but the roof is empty now. Kong glances sideways, wondering if he just sensed a high-ranked demon. Flashback to 14 years ago at the Kim Hee-Cole estate, headquarters of the Red Dragon Guild, where snow blankets the massive structure. Through a frosted window, a boy and a girl sit at a table, and between them rests a cake with a single, lonely candle. The boy looks at his sister, voice trembling as he asks if father will be late again, and when she nods, a bead of nervous sweat trickles down his face. But today isn't just any day, he protests. But she sits across from him with a grim expression, reminding him that demons do not rest just because it is Christmas Eve. She tells him they just have to pray he returns alive. And as the candle flickers, she adds that holidays do not necessarily have to be spent with family. The boy's jaw drops as he shouts, "It is not just Christmas, it is your birthday." She stares at him in silence before lowering her gaze indifferently. G mutters that she is fine, but her brother studies her face, worry etched into his features. "Are you really okay?" he presses, and she gestures to the pile of wrapped boxes under the tree, insisting that everything is fine. "Everyone sent gifts," she says, clutching the fabric of her skirt tightly, "and I got to have a delicious dinner with you. We are even lighting the candles now," she says, closing her eyes and forcing a smile to convince herself she is fine, while the boy looks away. Heartbreaking for her. He stares at the floor and asks, "What gift do you want more than anything in the world?" Causing her to look up, startled by the question. He scratches the back of his head, looking her dead in the eye, and says, "Because if I ever make it big, I want to give it to you." G's eyes go wide with pleasant surprise. A genuine smile touches her lips, and she crosses her arms, humming thoughtfully as she considers his offer. "I don't need anything expensive," she says, a thought sparking in her mind, and the boy leans in, eager to hear what it is. The girl's eyelids flutter open, shaking off the remnants of sleep. Sprawled across the bed, she realizes it was just another fleeting dream fading into the morning light. G smacks the alarm clock into silence with a heavy hand. She stretches her limbs, working out the stiffness, but a solitary tear escapes her eye as her gaze drifts to the calendar. It is already the 22nd of December. Christmas Eve is barreling towards her. She stares at the date, her expression completely void of emotion. Brushing her teeth before the mirror, the realization hits her birthday is imminent. Cut to the gym. Eyes closed, she squats, the heavy steel of a barbell pressing into her shoulders. She waves a quick goodbye to the gym staff and grabs a handle on the subway, swaying with the motion. Approaching the cafe, her eyes harden with resolve. Time to clock in. G pushes through the glass doors of the establishment, offering a polite greeting to the bustling room. A little girl, perched safely in her father's arms, clutches a golden star. She beams at G, enthusiastically declaring that the Christmas tree is ready. Song shifts his daughter in his grip, adding that the holiday is just around the corner. They have gone all out with the decorations to set the perfect festive mood. G asks if it is really that beautiful, clasping her hands together. Suddenly, Kong steps up from behind, his voice low. "Did you decorate trees like this when you were a kid?" She averts her gaze, flushed with sudden embarrassment. "They dressed me up every year," she murmurs, recalling how her father was always too busy slaughtering demons to be there. It was always just the 3 of them. Her, the secretary, and her brother. Kong strokes his chin, musing. "I heard Christmas is just the birthday of a special person." He stares at the floor, lost in thought. Billions of people celebrating the birthday of someone born over 1,000 years ago. Kind of wild, right? She notes that most people just love the atmosphere. The young man looks away, clarifying, "Yeah, for them, it is just a festival." Then, the question drops. "When is your birthday?" She looks at him, blinking in slight surprise, asking him to repeat himself. The main character stands tall before her. They have known each other for nearly a year, yet she has never mentioned it. She stares at the floor, looking incredibly awkward. My birthday is December 24th. He clasps his hands behind his back. The day after tomorrow? Christmas Eve? She nods, explaining the curse of her timing. Because I was born the day before the big holiday. My birthday always gets swallowed up by the shadows. She stares down, her voice quiet. It is strange. It feels like on my birthday, I just become even lonelier. Kang glances at her, piecing it together. So you are upset because your special day is hidden in the dark? No gifts? He asks. Ji shakes her head, recalling her father's hand on her blanket. That was never the problem. When I was a child, Santa always brought gifts. In fact, I had more than I ever needed. Flashback to little Ji, sleeping peacefully on her pillow. It is just that. Among all those mountains of presents, there was never the one thing I actually wanted. She wipes the moisture from her eyes. That is the only part that hurts a little. The protagonist watches her in silence. Meanwhile, in Kim Hoon's office at the guild, a red dragon looms. A man in a yellow vest sits at his desk, hands folded, drowning in boredom. He leans on his cheek, massaging his face, when his friend suddenly pops in. What are you doing? The friend asks, peeking from behind the door. The brother sighs. Why does this guy always show up now? Another guy in a dark blue sweater steps up. What is wrong with him? The elder asks. Spit it out. The brother groans. I am trying to figure out what to get my sister for her birthday. The friend's jaw drops in realization. Right. Her birthday is on Christmas Eve. He puts his hands on his hips. You can't just get her a designer bag or perfume? The brother scoffs. Why give her something she already has in bulk? The man in the yellow vest looks away. Every time a new collection drops, the brands send her trucks of stuff, begging her to wear it. She has enough expensive potions, weapons, and armor to outfit an army. The friend taps his chin, thinking, why not just ask her what she wants? I already did, he replies. A long time ago. Back when we were just kids, he recalls asking her the question what she wanted more than anything in the world. The young siblings sat across from each other, the boy's mouth hanging open in surprise. She said what she wanted most was something both incredibly simple and impossible to obtain. The friend looks at him, confused. What was it? The brother crosses his arms. She wanted to spend Christmas Eve with father. A bead of sweat rolls down the guy's cheek. Wait. Her birthday wish was just to hang out with the guild master? That was her most cherished wish. The brother looks down somberly. Father hardly ever spent time with us on Christmas Eve. I understand perfectly, his companion frowns. Is the guildmaster's schedule that packed? He can't carve out a couple of hours? The brother stands up. Most likely not. Even for his daughter's wish? He looks indifferently into the distance. Yesterday, they found another gate on the verge of bursting. He is inside it now. He clasps his hands. By the time he clears it, Christmas will be history. The friend leans on the table, a spark in his eye. Then we need plan B. He looks at the brother. What about someone else taking her on a date? She is crazy about that guy from the restaurant, isn't she? Ask him to take her out on Christmas Eve. The brother's mouth falls open. He clasps his hands, realizing the brilliance. I am a bastard. A drop of sweat slides down his face. But I am also a genius. Clouds drift over the building. Cut to the main character, eyes popping open in shock. Kang puts his hands behind his back. You want me to meet your sister, alone, on Christmas Eve? They look at him with desperate enthusiasm. I am begging you, the brother exclaims. Kang looks away, trying to clarify. By a date. You mean spending time with a loved one, right? He stands his ground. Look, we aren't enemies, sure, but we definitely don't have that kind of relationship. The young man extends a hand to clarify, admitting the word date fits, but he means it strictly in the platonic sense, just hanging out. He stands before the protagonist, insisting they would just have a good time, but then reality hits. He realizes he can't even make it today anyway. His fist clenches in sudden realization as he excitedly remembers the promise he made. They were supposed to throw a massive party for everyone. Standing before the duo, he drops the bombshell that it is Ji's birthday. He called her, but she refused, claiming she already had plans, leaving him staring into space in surprise. He grits his teeth, fury bubbling up as he questions what plans she could possibly have. She is undoubtedly going to sit there all alone, waiting for a father who isn't coming. The young man stares at the floor, heartbroken, wondering who locks themselves away on their own birthday, while pretending everything is perfectly fine. She is pretending to be strong. Kang watches him, sensing a heavy history here, while the protagonist's jaw drops slightly as the pieces fall into place. The protagonist looks him in the eye, demanding to know the full story. Sweat beads on their brows as the tension mounts and the brother clenches his fist. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, the protagonist deduces that her only true wish is to see her father, glancing at brother Ji to confirm if his theory is correct. The young man looks down and nods, explaining that his sister has always been miserable on her birthday, and he just wanted to give her one happy memory this year. That was the sole reason for his desperate request. Kang glances at him, acknowledging he is a good brother, before turning his back and saying he understands the situation now. Then, with a wide grin, he exclaims that he will go on that date with the sister. He glances sideways, clarifying that while there will be a date, he won't be the one going. He clasps his hands behind his back, adopting a storytelling tone to explain that on Christmas Eve, a divine entity known as Santa Claus appears. Santa distributes gifts to good children and vanishes, so why shouldn't Santa be the one to grant her wish? The scene shifts to gate A031356, terrain type, desert. A squad of robed figures marches through the sands led by a bearded veteran. Usually, observatories predict the rank and timing of gates with perfect accuracy, but sometimes, gates like this slip through the cracks. Kim Hae-chul, the fearless guildmaster of the Red Dragon, stares into the horizon, having volunteered for this suicide mission. He stepped up to clear a hidden gate on the verge of a dungeon break. The man with the mustache wipes sweat from his forehead, cursing the heat. He complains that this is a scorching desert dungeon in the dead of winter, clutching a napkin and grumbling that in this vast wasteland, finding the boss monster will take centuries. He looks to his commander, sarcastically asking if he is destined to listen to Christmas carols in the sand this year. Chul lowers his eyelids, calm amidst the heat, replying that someone has to do it, and if this sacrifice prevents a tragedy, if it stops a gate break, then a lost holiday is a small price to pay. He glances at his subordinate, reinforcing the mission's weight. He adds that they must maintain their reputation as tough guys, standing beside him to emphasize they cannot allow a catastrophe like a breach to occur. He muses that Christmas isn't so lonely even in a place like this. Chul looks at him from the corner of his eye, asking if he knows why. It is because the world is full of idiots like him. He takes the lead, declaring there are many willing to sacrifice their rest to trust and follow a fool. Even when bored in a hellhole like this, the crowd of subordinates follows him in silent loyalty. One soldier points a finger, feigning outrage, shouting, "Who are you calling an idiot? The only dumbass here is our guildmaster, who has never failed a clearance." The soldier points at himself, joking that they are just the petty scoundrels following the leader. The man with the mustache suddenly casts a sharp glance to the side, stepping back and roaring for battle positions. Something is breaching the surface. The earth trembles violently beneath their boots as monstrous limbs explode from the sand, an ambush erupting from all sides. A warrior instantly slices through the first beast, while the guildmaster moves with lightning speed, decapitating monsters one by one as a creature rushes him. Chul's blade drives deep into the beast's maw. He grips the hilt with both hands, unleashing a torrent of aura that blasts the creature apart before withdrawing his sword. He plants a boot on the corpse, ordering his team to regroup immediately. They need to analyze the enemy's patterns and counterattack. His subordinates watch in awe as he explains the monsters are tunnelers, the ground will vibrate before they strike. "Focus on the vibrations," he commands. The soldiers engage, hacking through the horde, while two lieutenants stand back to back, praising his instincts. His leadership is flawless. He stabilized the chaotic battlefield in an instant. The guildmaster scans the area with calculated precision. A subordinate notes that he truly deserves the title of the best guildmaster in the country. Chul grips his sword hilt tight. He drops into a low fighting stance, brows furrowed in anticipation, when suddenly his comrade collapses, eyes widening in terror. A colossal monster is reflected in his pupils. The guildmaster grits his teeth in exertion as the titan's maw slams shut, swallowing the space where the man stood. A subordinate crawls away in the distance, screaming for his commander. The monster's jaw unhinges, and the guildmaster swings his sword in a desperate arc. Gritting his teeth, he drives the blade toward the monster's throat. The man with the mustache looks up, eyes wide with shock. Crawling on his knees far from the beast, the soldier watches in disbelief as the squad stands frozen in horror. They cannot believe their invincible leader was defeated so quickly, but then, the protagonist clenches his fist and points sharply with his left hand. "Look there!" he shouts. The monster begins to glow from within. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Chul rockets out of the explosion, debris raining down as his men drop their jaws. He lands perfectly on one knee, sword in hand, unscathed. A subordinate stares, seeing the reflection of the indomitable guildmaster in his eyes. Chul flashes a sly grin. The soldiers erupt in cheers, raising their hands to admire the performance, while the man simply glances coolly at his sword hilt. A vivid image of a burning sphere flashed through his mind, the very artifact the association president had entrusted to him. He had dismissed it as a standard-issue blade at first, but now, A bead of cold sweat traced a path down his cheek as he grasped its true nature. If not for this weapon amplifying his magical output, he would currently be skewered on the spikes of that sandworm king. He glanced at the carnage beside him and realized another anomaly. The lower-ranked beasts were frozen in fear, unable to even jump while he wielded this sword. The guildmaster steeled himself, eyes narrowing as he issued the command to wipe out every remaining monster, no survivors. His soldiers scattered instantly to execute the order, but he remained rooted to the spot, hands gripping the hilt as he scanned the battlefield with growing suspicion. Usually, a gate houses a single sandworm king, yet the monster before him roared, marking the third one they had encountered. If he had already defeated 3 kings and the gate remained open, then these creatures were not the dungeon bosses at all. The realization hit him hard. If something had the power to enslave kings as mere foot soldiers, the true leader was far more dangerous. His lieutenant, a mage with a mustache, pointed a trembling hand at the corpse, noting it moved with the rigid, unnatural jerk of a marionette. "Look at the limbs," the mage gasped, realizing the horror. This was puppet magic, a dark art that reanimates the dead to fight endlessly. The implications were terrifying. Unless they hunted down and killed the necromancer controlling them, they were trapped in a loop of fighting immortal zombies. The guildmaster crossed his arms, his voice cutting through the noise as he declared the true boss was a sorcerer-type monster. "Find the caster immediately," he bellowed, knowing they had mere moments before the worms regenerated. The sensory mage slammed his eyes shut, channeling mana through his staff before snapping them open with a sharp gasp. He had a lock on the target. "I found the magical signature," the subordinate yelled, pointing his staff, but before the guildmaster could charge, the mage shouted for him to wait. "It's not hiding," the mage stammered, terror rising in his voice. "It's charging straight at us." The ground beneath them erupted. Shards of earth blasted skyward as the guildmaster gripped his blade, screaming for defensive positions. Everyone froze in shock. As a nightmare clawed its way out of the sand, a colossal royal scorpion stood towering over them. The guildmaster grit his teeth, the pressure immense. This beast was leagues above the sandworm kings and possessed high-level spellcasting abilities. But the true horror was the pilot, a bandaged, mummy-like humanoid, fused directly into the scorpion's head, pulsing with dark energy. He raised his sword, the weight of the situation crashing down on him. This wasn't a skirmish anymore. It was a fight for survival against a dark aura. The necromancer screeched, and behind the humans, the corpses of the sandworms began to twitch and rise again. Trapped between a royal scorpion and an army of undead worms, the guildmaster tightened his grip, seeing absolutely no way out. He clenched his jaw until it hurt, a heartbreaking thought invading his mind. Asterisk. "I just wanted to celebrate Gaul's birthday this year." Asterisk. The scorpion lunged. The master roared, swinging his blade in a desperate arc as a brilliant blue aura exploded from his body. But before his blade could connect, a blur of motion sliced through the air, cleaving the massive beast in two with surgical precision. Monster parts rained down like hail, leaving the soldiers gaping in stunned silence, unable to process how the boss had just disintegrated. At the center of the dust cloud stood a young man, the severed head of the mummy rolling to a stop at his feet. How are you here?" the guildmaster stammered, and Shin simply offered a small, casual smile. "I heard rumors you got stronger," the master said, eyeing the carnage. "But I didn't think you were on this time's level." Shin scratched the back of his head awkwardly, muttering that he'd had a bit of a growth spurt, but quickly waved it off. "That doesn't matter right now," Shin announced, his voice carrying over the wind. "What matters is everyone gets home for Christmas Eve." The guildmaster let out a breath he didn't know he was holding, a smirk forming on his lips as he agreed that nothing was more important. As the squad erupted in cheers for their savior, Shin closed his eyes, secretly acknowledging that it was Kang who had done the actual slicing. Invisible to the rest, the Spirit King hovered silently in the air, watching the celebration with a stoic presence. Shin decided to swallow his pride and let them believe the lie. Explaining the spirit would only complicate things. Later that evening, under a gentle snowfall, a young girl gripped her backpack strap, her eyes going wide as she approached her house. Standing there in the cold was her father, safe and sound, holding a birthday cake with a warm smile on his tired face. Overwhelmed, she dropped her bag and sprinted into his arms, tears of pure relief soaking his coat as they embraced in the snow. December 25th, at the Association of the Awakened, a massive skyscraper dominated the city skyline, hosting the party of the year. Inside, the elite hunters clinked champagne glasses around a towering tree, celebrating their survival and status. Yet, far away from the festivities, inside a dark office, the only workaholic in the support department sat illuminated by a computer screen. Song Jin-ho typed furiously, his glasses reflecting the endless stream of data, completely isolated from the holiday cheer. His focus broke only when his phone buzzed. He glanced down to see a message from a comrade glowing ominously on the screen. The young man slams his phone face down on the table. He pounds the keys, tirelessly typing up documents. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the noise, making his eyes widen. She notes that he's actively ignoring her messages now. Crossing her arms over her chest, she leans in, remarking that she knew she'd have to take matters into her own hands. It is the same story as last year. She cannot fathom why he is working on Christmas. The young man looks up at her, flustered and embarrassed. He abruptly shifts his gaze back to the monitor, mumbling that he has a mountain of work. She counters immediately, asking why there is always times, a mountain of work. A nervous drop of sweat rolls down his cheek. She is in high spirits, clutching a glass of champagne. He thinks to himself, if he goes to that party, he would just be stuck watching her laugh and chat with other guys. He hates it. He grits his teeth in frustration, wondering if he even has the right to stand by her side, because he is still not strong enough. She shoots him a questioning look, asking when he will finally just accept himself as he is. Only then could he approach her with real confidence. He stares desperately at the floor, realizing these are words he will never have the courage to say out loud. She plants her hands on her hips, announcing that he is coming with her. He protests, reminding her he already said no to the party. She blinks. Who said anything about a party? They are just going to the movies, just the two of them. The young man's jaw drops slightly in surprise. He asks her to repeat that, the movies? She explains that there is a comedy film trending right now. All the social networks are buzzing about it. Resting her hands on her belt, she admits she really wants to see it. But going alone feels strange, and since she knows a certain introverted loner who hates parties, she figures she is doing him a massive favor by dragging him along. She gives a thumbs up with her right hand, sealing the deal. Waving him off, she tells him to get dressed and get moving. She will be waiting downstairs. He reaches out a hand to object, but she is gone. He slumps back into his work chair, realizing he never actually agreed to this. Realization dawns on him, his eyes going wide and his cheeks burning red. Did she just ask him out? Cut to the cinema lobby, packed with crowds of people. A man holds his child close in his arms. The protagonist stands in the center of the hall, surrounded by loved ones, gazing at something straight ahead. He notes that this definitely feels like a cinema, not a concert hall. His friend raises an index finger, pointing toward the far wall. He tells him to look over there. A massive film poster dominates the wall. The guy glances down at the little girl beside. Thinking she looked as adorable as ever, he shifted his gaze to his comrades. The lobby was packed, every person gripping a flyer for the movie they were about to see. He realized the entire crowd was here for the same film. Closing his eyes, he wondered how he'd missed the hype. This flick was already a massive box office hit. The news anchor on the screen clasped her hands, reporting that social media was blowing up, and the press couldn't stop raving about it. Over 100,000 tickets sold in just 2 days. In a world where civilians are constantly fleeing from monsters and gates, that number is insane. With South Korea's population plummeting lately, 100,000 spectators is a staggering figure. The protagonist turned around. He looked at his friend, admitting his expectations had just skyrocketed. She gasped, chiming in that she was just as excited as he was. Lin pointed out that she already knew the entire plot. Closing her eyes, she confessed this was her first time watching it with family, something she bad wanted for so long. The main character shot her a warm smile. She insisted it would be 100 times more fun with them there. Her father crouched down in front of her. He offered to grab snacks and drinks. Beaming, she climbed onto his shoulders, cheering enthusiastically about the food run. The protagonist watched them with a relaxed gaze before looking away, a faint, amused smirk playing on his lips. Song glanced over and called out to him. If they didn't hurry, they'd miss the opening. Clasping his hands behind his back, he closed his eyes, struck by the realization that they were finally all together. He couldn't help but feel happy for them. Inside the theater, a man in a long coat stood awkwardly next to the girl. Rows of people waited in anticipation. The protagonist rested his hands on his knees, genuinely surprised by the cinema's interior design. He grabbed a handful of popcorn, noting the flavor was distinctive. Song, sitting nearby, nudged him. It was starting. On screen, the hero fearlessly sliced monsters in half. The protagonist watched with total absorption, thinking to himself. He mused that seeing this on the big screen was actually pretty thrilling. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He tilted his head back, sensing a vile energy radiating from behind. While a group of terrorists took the cinema staff hostage in the shadows, the on-screen hero hacked through beasts. The protagonist just wanted to enjoy the movie with his loved ones. He tossed another kernel into his mouth, marveling at the cinematic experience. Rows of unsuspecting people sat glued to the massive screen. In the movie, a girl holding an umbrella rushed over to the fallen hero's body, screaming to ask if he was all right. She insisted on taking him to the hospital, but he gritted his teeth, refusing the help. Cut to the next scene. The hero lies on a white sheet, heavily bandaged. He sat on the floor, eyes closed, while the girl approached with a spoon in hand. His cheeks flushed a deep red the moment he saw her. The scene shifted, tongues intertwining in a passionate kiss. Then, under a sky lit by the scarlet rays of the setting sun, the girl waved goodbye. The backpack hits the floor with a thud, as absolute horror freezes him in place. There, buried deep in the wood, lies a blood-soaked dagger. He crushes the message in his fist, every muscle trembling with rage. Fueled by desperate fury, he marches straight into the enemy stronghold. In a blur of motion, he clamps his hand around a thug's throat, lifting him off the ground. With murder in his eyes, he demands to know where his girl is. The criminal just flashes a sick, twisted grin. She's gone. We harvested her organs and sold the lot. Instantaneously, the thug is silenced forever, his dead weight collapsing to the earth. He unleashes a roar of anguish to the heavens. Fast forward a few years, and a weathered missing person poster clings to a wall. The blonde hero stands there, a thick stack of flyers gripped tightly in his hand. He scours the streets for a spot to hang another notice, but suddenly, his instincts scream. He snaps his gaze to the side, sensing a heavy presence. The man's eyes go wide. On screen, a little girl kneels in the middle of the street, staring straight at the film's protagonist with terror in her gaze. Song waves his hands frantically, shouting, "That's it! That's you!" His wife immediately hisses at him to be quiet. The main character just watches calmly, noting internally that Yu has finally made her appearance. Now things get interesting. But suddenly, his eyes widen. He tilts his head back, sensing a vile, familiar energy in the room. A group of terrorists has taken the staff hostage. From the corner of his eye, he spots them. Of course, it is those bastards again, showing up whenever and wherever they please. On screen, the blonde characters look down at the girl, but in the theater, the main character is seething. They just had to interrupt right when Yu was on screen. Just as the plot was thickening, he furrows his brows, eyes cold, unforgivable. Kang is furious. In an instant, the homemade bomb is encased in a solid block of ice. A blue aura envelops the protagonist from head to toe. He closes his eyes, a smug smirk forming. This is the secret martial art of the North Sea Ice Palace, a technique that instantly freezes targets with a burst of glacial energy. Incredibly convenient. Pulling a mask over his face, he decides this is the only way to handle them quietly. 0 casualties. He refuses to let them ruin this precious family evening. Looks like taking out the trash is up to him once again. One of the staff reaches out, stunned. 2 employees stare at him with relief, thanking their mysterious savior as they stand trembling in the center of the hall. But before they can finish, he vanishes. In a blink, he is back in his seat, silently apologizing. Sorry, but finishing this movie is far more important. Finally, he can relax and watch the ending. On screen, the hero clutches his wounded arm. The frightened girl rushes to him, voice trembling, asking if he is okay. He brushes it off, nothing to worry about, just a scratch. Tears well up in her eyes as he promises to get her out of this gate alive. She throws herself into his arms. For a second, he looks puzzled, but then he hugs her back tightly. Watching this, the main character parts his lips in surprise. That scene, it floods him with old memories. He pictures a girl with emerald eyes clasping her hands together. He thinks back to the day he first met that child. Back when he was a cold-blooded mercenary, he had a close mentor who had a young daughter. One day, the mentor asked him to watch her for a few days. The 2 men stood facing each other. The mentor explained he had lost his wife early and urgently needed help. He needed someone to protect his daughter during a sudden mission. Kang listens intently, realizing his mentor was hiding a deep fear. He was terrified that if he died on this mission, his child would be left completely alone. He pictured the lonely girl, clutching her toy in silence. The man waved goodbye. Before leaving, he told Kang, "You are the only one I can trust with her. I am counting on you." The main character watched him go, and that was it. He never returned. Kang placed a hand on the crying girl's shoulder. He admits to himself that, at first, he cared for the child only out of duty. But over time, something changed. When she threw herself into his arms, he realized she had become precious to him. She was changing him. Holding her tight, he made the decision to adopt her. He left the mercenary world for her sake. The main character looks down, lost in thought. He wonders how his daughter is doing right now. Is she happy with their family? He looks up, eyes hardening. He needs to make sure everything is okay with her. Until he finds a way, he swears to protect Yu's happiness and the entire family. He watches parents leaving a restaurant, holding their daughter's hands. Meanwhile, birds perch on a snow-covered branch in the frozen tundra. A lonely wooden shed stands in the white expanse. A hand peeks out from the door. A young man steps out, holding a potted plant. He stands before his modest home, a solitary shack in the middle of a vast snowy field. It is peaceful here. Shoving his free hand into his pocket, he notes that it has been several weeks since he settled in this wasteland. The young man walks forward with purpose. He came to these lands on a direct order from the king. A dark silhouette flashes in his mind. The king's voice echoes. Our foragers in South Korea have been slaughtered by an unknown entity. His orders are clear. Find the source of the problem and destroy it. He stares at the ground, conflicted. He never wanted to kill anyone in the first place. He clenches his fist. Disobeying the king is impossible. He furrows his brow, accepting the cruel reality. This is simply the fate of a demon, and for that, he curses his own blood. Flashback to a man in a fine black suit kicking a helpless beggar. We are all creatures of the demon kingdom, the noble sneered. This is a world decided by force. The little boy watched the scene of unjustified violence, learning a harsh lesson. The strong take what they want, and the weak are left with nothing. In a world ruled by this simple, brutal law, his father was among the weak. The man in the cap collapsed under the onslaught of blows. Tears streaming down his face, the boy ran to his father's side. A life of oppression and violence at the hands of high-ranking nobility had finally broken him. The boy grabbed his father's pant leg in desperation. No one helped them. They didn't even have money for treatment. Cut to the boy standing alone by a fresh grave, a single flower in his hand. His father had died from those wounds. The boy looked at the grave calmly. He remembers distinctly that he didn't shed a single tear that day. What he felt wasn't sadness. It was boiling, volcanic rage. He gritted his teeth, his young face twisted in fury. A crude wooden cross marked the spot. He realized then that in a world where only the strongest survive, where you must crush the weak to rise, his rage was actually at his own powerlessness. Years later, the grown man kills his enemies in cold blood. Upon reaching adulthood, he awakened a terrifying ability. He used it to slaughter those who drove his father to death. Gold coins spill from a bag. After his revenge, he began to feverishly accumulate wealth to revive his fallen lineage. He believed that with enough money, he would never have to kill again. A shadowed figure sits upon a throne-like chair, blade resting in his palms. He speaks low and dangerous. Since that day, the demon realm has whispered a new name for you. The great Golden Malcolm, the warrior, rests his hand on his sword hilt and drops to one knee before the king. He realizes the truth. He has made too much noise, and now the highest powers are watching. The king has called him here to appoint him as a gatherer. The young man shuts his eyes, a weary sigh escaping him. The last thing he wants is to spill more blood. But the king had other plans. He exiled him to the second middle world, a nation known as America, with a single command: harvest the orbs of despair. Perched atop a dragon, staring down at the realm below, he realized the king's decree was absolute. Resistance was futile, so he devised a cunning strategy. He found a loophole to collect the orbs without mass slaughter. Crossing his arms, he moved like a shadow, slipping past the innocent to find his true prey. He hunted only the monsters, the most vicious tyrants of the second middle world. He watched the arrogant nobles sneer at the commoners below them. These elites ruled through terror, oppressing the weak and crushing their lives. A massive man spread his arms, basking in his own corruption. It came as no surprise that the worst offenders were the powerful ones. In this dimension, they were known as the Awakened, and so he earned the title Slayer of the Awakened. He left blades buried in their flesh, driving them to a depth of despair, a horror too great to imagine. For the orbs of despair fed on pure, unadulterated human suffering. This method spared the innocent masses. As a dark silhouette clutched a glowing orb, the king watched from his throne, shrouded in black robes. Then came the next directive. He was ordered to eliminate a specific target, someone allegedly interfering with the king's grand design. The target was in Korea. He prayed this person would be another villain, someone wicked enough to justify the kill. It was the only way. The only way he could execute the mission without hesitation. He stood with arms folded, haunted by the memory of what happened next. After tracking the target in Korea for weeks, his eyes went wide in disbelief. He was stunned. This man Kong was not evil. He watched Kong kneel gently before a little girl, far from a villain. Kong had dedicated his life to saving others. He closed his eyes, baffled. Why was this awakened so different from the monsters he had hunted before? He gritted his teeth in frustration. He saw a father smiling warmly, his jacket snapping in the wind. Unable to strike, his will shattered. He drifted through the crowds like a ghost, seeing nothing, feeling nothing. Clad in a black suit, he trudged endlessly through the frozen wastes until he collapsed in a forgotten mountain village. There, he found refuge with an old man and a young boy. The child waved from a wagon, beaming a smile alongside his father. Holding an armful of vegetables, the villager gaped in surprise at the stranger standing in the middle of the snow-covered field. But the old man asked no questions. He simply offered a roof over his head. The assassin was stunned by the kindness. The boy cheered, throwing his hands up. Staring into the distance, the warrior decided to stay, to hide in this wilderness. Days turned to peace. He watered a small plant with a mug, watching the stream soak into the earth. He knew this tranquility was borrowed time. Glancing at the mark on his hand, he realized he could never truly escape the king. Eventually, the hunters would come. He clenched his fist. They would demand a choice, complete the mission or die. Staring at the fragile plant, he just wanted a moment's respite from his cruel fate. Suddenly, a hand pushed the door open. The little boy burst into the barn, catching him off guard. The kid stood there, begging him to play. A drop of sweat rolled down the warrior's cheek. He muttered that he was finally enjoying some silence. He closed his eyes, pleading for just one day of solitude. Asterisk, splat! Asterisk. A snowball smashed into his face. He held up a warning finger. The little rascal grinned ear to ear. Feigning rage, the warrior glared, then chased the laughing boy out of the barn. Another snowball struck him. But then, he froze. A figure stood in the distance, veins pulsing on an aged face. Outside the lonely wooden shed, the playfight ended abruptly. The boy was still beaming, breath misting in the cold air. The warrior smirked, wishing this moment could last forever. But the intruder was closing in, crunching through the snow. The warrior locked eyes with him. The stranger approached. "I wondered where you had vanished to," he sneered. "Hiding here?" The warrior's eyes went wide with shock. The old man spoke his assassin name. He scrambled to his feet, demanding to know why he was here, though deep down, he already knew. "I hope you remember your duty," Milan said coldly. "The king sent me." The warrior's jaw tightened. He glanced at the child. "Get back in the house," he barked. The boy looked confused. "Who is he? I'll explain later." "Go," he roared. There was no time. Milan gripped his staff, shaking his head. To think, at a critical moment like this, "You're worried about some human spawn?" He pointed his staff. "You are clearly unfit for the sacred duty of a gatherer. Let me relieve you of that burden." Milan lunged, screaming that he was freeing him through death. The old executioner smiled with bloodlust. The warrior parried the strike with his blade, screaming at the boy, "Run!" The boy scrambled away. Milan glared at the warrior. "You dare raise your hand against me? I'll show you your place, boy." The warrior drew dual blades in a flash. Milan leaped back instantly. Milan realized raw strength wouldn't be enough. He raised his staff, summoning a terrifying cloud of dark aura behind him. The young warrior gasps, caught off guard. Opposite him, the elder tightens his grip on the blade, marveling at the unnatural strength the king has bestowed upon him. Furrowing his brow, the old man questions whether his own body can even withstand this overwhelming power surging through his veins. Two swords flash in defense. The student blocks the strike instantly, but the sheer force rattles him, leaving his jaw hanging in shock. The enemy unleashes a lightning-fast barrage, roaring that he will turn the boy into Swiss cheese with 1,000 cuts. Glancing down, the young man sighs. He has no other choice. As the elder charges, blade thrust forward, the boy raises a hand, shielding his eyes from the erupting energy. Crushed by the sudden onslaught of the student's true power, the old man is forced to one knee. He looks up in horror. He recognizes this legendary form. Clad in his awakened uniform, the student speaks coldly. "You forced me to reveal this. Now, prepare to face the consequences." Boom. A massive explosion tears through the heart of the forest. When the dust settles, the boy stands firm, sword in hand, while the old man has been blown back several meters. Milan scowls, analyzing the terrifying aura. Even with the king's blessing, amplifying his might, he couldn't move this kid an inch. The young man's gaze turns icy, a look that could kill. This is it, the very power that once slaughtered opponents in cold blood and terrified the nobility. Milan levels his trembling sword, staring at the youth's transformation, his eyes widen in pure disbelief. In a blink, the boy appears beside him, back turned, whispering, "Even the strongest attacks are useless if they strike nothing but air." Glancing back with a sharp side-eye, he adds, "If you truly believed we were on equal footing, you are deeply mistaken." "Impossible!" the old man screams. But before he can react, A thunderous impact sends him flying helplessly in the opposite direction. Milan can barely stand, his legs shaking violently. Gritting his teeth, he accepts the bitter truth. He cannot defeat this monster in a head-on collision. Desperation sets in. Panic in his eyes, he spots something in the distance. A twisted idea forms. He swings his sword sharply and shouts, "What was that?" The boy effortlessly weaves through the strike, mocking him. "I told you, it makes no sense to swing if you can't hit the target." But Milan grins, a sinister smile stretching across his face. "Are you sure about that?" Behind a distant rock, a terrified child screams as the stray energy blast hurtles straight toward him. The student's head snaps around. Horror strikes his face. He explodes into motion, diving desperately to shield the boy from the incoming death blow.